thing any other physician ever really told me in my working career. But he was completely right. But some of these politicians, your health care and my health care and how I treat my patients and what drugs I need to prescribe for them. I mean, think about this. There's drugs that are helping everybody, and yes, they're expensive. But people come to you with insurance, and their insurance has pre-picked what you're allowed to go on.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. How is that right?
It isn't.
Okay, well, there's our socialized medicine.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, that's right. Like,
you know, the doctor can't choose what you're on.
Doesn't make sense.
Unless you come to my practice. And I come out swinging. I mean, Iron Mike doesn't have anything on me when it comes to duking it out with these insurance companies.
And that's a great thing because you're advocating for your patient.
I have to.
Wow, that's something else. It's amazing. We're talking with Dr. Steve Soloway, who is a rheumatologist and is one of the better doctors around, has been on all kind of committees. We'll be back to talk more with Dr. Soloway right after these messages.
I have my own lab, my own x-rays, I have my own area to give medications. I have all the supplies and equipment the NIH would have, the hospital would have. My practice is designed to get people better when the odds are against them.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
Well, Wildflower Vegan Cafe is one of the longest-running all-vegan eateries in the state, and the only one in South Jersey to feature so much local and organic produce, where everything is made in-house from scratch. We have a small seasonal menu that changes frequently. We can always find healthy, hearty salads, wraps, soup, and baked goods, all made in-house.
The most important decisions a family can make are usually made around the kitchen table. At DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we believe pre-planning and the difficult decisions you face with the loss of a loved one should also be made around the comfort of a table, like a family. Our friendly, kind, and compassionate staff is committed to helping you get through this most difficult time. In your time of need, trust DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, Vineland.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. Dr. Stephen Soloway is my guest. He's an author of a wonderful book that's out now, that just came out. And Doc, I know we've talked about some of the things in the book, and you know that the insurance companies. And one thing we didn't mention too that I know a lot of people have talked about is a lot of times the elected officials play games with the pharmaceutical companies who give them donations, and then they sort of vote their way when it comes time for legislation to help the the insurance companies out as well. That I've heard.
I've heard of these things.
Yeah, I've heard of that too. But I guess the one thing I want to ask is, for the average person, the truck driver, the person that works at Wawa, or somebody that's an average person, what about the book for them? What would they be able to gain from reading?
I'm really glad that you asked me that question. I'm a rheumatologist, and one of the things that I made sure I included in each book was a section called Rheumatology for Dummies. And it's a dummy-down version of maybe about 15 diseases between the two books. Gout, rheumatoid arthritis, fibromyalgia, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, scleroderma, myositis, vasculitis, and then joint pain, carpal tunnel, trigger finger, and arthritis of the feet, the toes, the knees, the shoulders, the rotator cuff. So I break all that down in layman's terms. So if you're reading the book and you have any of those problems and you have a question about any of those topics, I think that 95% of the average person's questions are going to be answered in the pages. I've had doctors, some locally, some foreign, call me and say, love your book, but I read the chapter on gout about once a week.
Wow.
Because it's really informative. And you wrote it on a level that I can understand and learn from, and the patient can understand, because you put out the practical tips that we aren't taught as non-rheumatologic doctors.
Exactly. Good point.
For example, there's a few medicines that come in pills, and the people can't swallow the pill, so they make an injectable form, but they hate needles.
Right.
So somehow your buddy Dr. Soloway comes along and says, what are you worried about? You take the injection, you squirt it into your iced tea, and you drink it.
Oh, wow.
You can do that? Yeah, you could do that. Well, are you sure? Well, that's what I was taught 35 years ago.
Wow.
I don't know why the other guys missed that class.
That is neat. What is gout, Doc?
Oh, boy. Well, the first answer, gout is my favorite disease to treat because it's the most gratifying thing I can possibly do.
Oh, wow.
Is take somebody who woke up at 4 in the morning with a big swollen ankle or a big swollen knee and can't move, and they say, I sprained my ankle. Well, how did you sprain it? You were sleeping. So they come in, they have a big red swollen tender joint. They really can't, they have crutches, wheelchair, family members.
Wow.
And so I drain the fluid out of the joint, I put it under my microscope, I positively identify monosodium urate, which is the crystal, or which is the salt really, which you see under the microscope, and that identifies what caused that attack, because there are things that mimic gout that can look the same. So at that moment, you inject steroid into the drug. I'm sorry, not into the drug. You inject steroid into the joint. You send them home very happy. You get the blood test. They come back with the blood results, and then you start them on the proper therapy and treated properly. These people no longer get these. They can, in many cases, I've had people 10, 20 years more.
Wow.
They never get an attack again as long as they're on the right medicine.
That's fabulous.
So I never get to treat the easy cases. I get the people who finally say, God, I get an attack of gout every 2 months. And I tell them that's absurd. And they're telling me, oh, well, it used to be every week.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so if you're properly treated, if you're getting more than 1 or 2 in your life, there's really something wrong. And further evaluation should be explored. Because if you're not responding to treatment the way you should, you either have the wrong diagnosis or the wrong treatment.
Good point. And they probably had the wrong doctor if they didn't have you. That's the problem.
I do like to think like that. I wrote in the one book that Muhammad Ali was the greatest.
Yeah.
But he lost 3 fights.
Yeah, he did.
And I reference other people that transcend, right? So I say, yeah, I am the best in the world or the country at clinical rheumatology, bar none. And I would dispute anybody who, has issue with that. But the truth is, I've only lost 3 fights, and I've had 50,000 fights. Muhammad Ali had, what, 50 or 60 fights?
50 at the most, yeah.
So if he's the greatest, I'm by far ahead of him.
I was good friends with Joe Frazier, and I was with Joe, and my cousin Denise was his secretary. And it was Christmas time, and we were up in Philly, and I brought up the topic, talking about losses. I said, Joe, I know you lost twice to Muhammad Ali and to George Foreman. Who was the fourth loss to? And my cousin Denise and he start screaming at each other. I told him not to take that fight. He came out of retirement. It was some unknown guy. And I said, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to get into that. But
without breaking HIPAA, Joe Frazier died on the way to my office.
oh my God,
Yeah.
no kidding.
No.
Wow.
So he was,
yeah,
I knew him.
You sure did. Better than I. Yeah, that is really neat.
You want to talk about a man of steel? I put my arm around his shoulder one time, and I thought, are you human? You would not want to get hit by this man.
No, you're right. He was
My
really
Lord.
strong. And I never think, because I had known him for 25 years, and when I got elected mayor of Millville, he came to my swearing in. Of course, everybody wanted to get his autograph. So, yeah, and I'm sure, you know, we could talk about people that we know in common. Of course, you've got the former president. I mean, you've got all kind of people that you've dealt with that are quite prestigious, and that's a nice thing too, you know, to be able to enjoy knowing some of those celebrities. In fact, speaking of some wonderful people, Carlene said he's the best boss ever, and she said, "Hi, gentlemen, great job." And Beth Anderson Jones, you know her, right?
Oh,
Such a
Jones.
pleasure.
How are you, Jones?
Such a pleasure to work for him. So your employees are very happy, that's for sure.
Well, you're talking about the cream of the crop with those two.
Well, I know Carlene. I don't know Miss Jones, Beth Anderson, but I'm sure.
I like to razz her and call her Jones or whatever color shirt she's wearing. That's her name that day. And
That is
but her
really
daughter's a swimmer, so we often talk about
I see.
swimming and such.
So did you swim in high school too?
I did. I
Okay.
did.
What a great sport to participate in high school, because it comes a lifetime.
But what a
sport for
lousy
you.
swimmer.
Yeah, it
The
doesn't
coach
matter.
didn't even know my name.
Where did you go to high school?
Great Neck South.
Is that in Long
It's
Island?
Long Island in Nassau County.
Right.
I started high school in Queens at Newtown High School in Jackson Heights.
Okay.
Lived in I lived at like a trifurcation, kind of like if I lived at the intersection of where Millville, Bridgeton, and Vineland all met.
Oh, okay.
Except where I lived, it was Elmhurst, Corona, and Rego Park, and then Jackson Heights.
Wow.
I lived right there.
Jeez.
And
Central.
I've got to tell you something. If you go to school there now, you're going to be murdered.
Oh my God.
It was
Oh,
the
geez.
worst neighborhood. My mom yelled at me. She said, "Why didn't you tell us they keep punching you and kicking you at school all the time?"
Oh my God.
And I said, "Well, they didn't stab me yet or anything."
Oh jeez.
No, it was a horrible experience. But, you know,
wow.
I didn't get killed, so
Yeah.
I got stronger.
Thank God. Yeah. You can dodge anything now.
Yeah.
It's like works out. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you, it has just been such a pleasure to meet you in person and talk with you. As I say, you're like the rock star. I see you on these billboards and I hear all these great things about you. And my friend just has nothing but the most wonderful praise for you. And I know how he's same age as me, and he was hurting so bad.
At 45, he was that old?
I like you too. But he just really, really struggled with it. And we would sit and he would just praise you and tell me what a great job you've done. And, you know, and when you see people from 100 different cities throughout the United States, all over the world.
That
come,
blows me away.
well, it says something for you, Doc. God bless you. That's a tremendous, accolades for you. Wow.
Other than me, the only people, well, I don't know if you heard of Nick DePace. He's a neurocardiologist. He's in Sicklerville.
Okay.
His patients come probably more far and wide than mine.
Wow.
Now, he's 10 years my senior. He's been doing it 10 years longer. Unbelievable. And I mean, people complain about the waiting time at my office. His waiting time is worse.
Wow.
But I did teach him about buying pizza for the waiting room.
That's smart.
But I will tell you this. Since we mentioned the waiting time, a lot of the people listening that don't like me because the coffee was cold, the pizza was lousy, or the waiting time.
Oh, okay.
Here's the problem. A guy who waited for me 3 hours, if he saw 10 doctors and they didn't do anything for him for 10 years, but he paid his copay and drove and he paid for parking, did he waste 10 years or 3 hours?
10 years.
So this is what I try to explain to these
Yeah.
people, and a lot of them get grumpy.
Yeah.
And it's nothing personal. It's hard for me to say no when people are suffering.
Yeah. Well, plus you're so detailed, and you want to make sure you give them the right diagnosis, the right medicine.
So they don't go another 10 years
Exactly.
getting all the
Suffering.
wrong stuff.
Yeah. That's amazing. God bless you. You really, I'm proud of you and your staff, and I see your place and how comfortable it looks when the people are getting their infusions. How long does the infusion take? Some of those that I see in the commercial.
The longest one can be a few hours.
Okay.
That would be, they call it IVIG. So IV just means intravenous, and IG stands for immune globulin. And that's used for muscle weakness, some lupus cases, some more odd things. But the rheumatoid arthritis infusions range from less than 5 minutes to about 2 hours, depending on which drug. The osteoporosis stuff, one is just a shot, like a flu shot, while the other one is an IV for 15 minutes.
That's not bad.
We have some lupus drugs that are given by infusion that take about a half an hour. And these drugs are administered usually anywhere from every 1 to 2 months.
I see. And well, it certainly looks nice and comfortable. Your staff are taking good care of the people. And folks, you know, if you need anything in the rheumatoid arthritis or any of that lupus and all the things that Dr. Soloway handles, you're lucky. If you're in Cumberland County, you go right there. And
if you're not in Cumberland County,
it doesn't matter wherever you are.
We love people from everywhere.
Yeah, you're right. If you're in the world, you can, anywhere in the world, you can come on in and stop and make sure you get treated very, very well. Doc, thank you so much for coming in.
The pleasure.
You got to promise me to come back sometime because you're delightful.
You tell me the day and I'll be here.
Okay, well, I'll call Carlene and we'll set one up again soon.
Absolutely.
And good luck with your books. When's your book signing coming up at the Tower?
Well, more important, this Saturday at 10 a.m., we're having a book signing at the office.
Oh, super.
A local one. I hope that everyone from Cumberland, Salem, Gloucester, Atlantic, Cape May, anybody who can hear my voice right now, we'd love you to come out and get an autographed book. But Trump Tower, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. this Thursday.
Wow.
I'll have the same podium where the ex-president announced his run for presidency.
That's super. I know you're friends with him.
I've got goosebumps already thinking about standing there.
Well, that is wonderful. My goodness, I'm so happy for you. That is
Thank
well
you
deserved.
so much.
Well deserved. Thank you.
Do me a favor.
Yes,
don't ever get gout. I don't need to see any of this stuff. So
okay, thank you. I've been lucky so far. Knock on wood.
Good.
None of those things, or arthritis, or anything like that. So I've been fortunate. But I know if I get it, I know where to come. All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Stephen Soloway has been our guest this evening. His latest book is Medical Politics: How to Protect Yourself from Bad Doctors, Insurance Companies, and Big Government, and advice on PMR, fibromyalgia, osteoporosis, and vasculitis. So all these things are included. Make sure you get the book, and there you see it. And by all means, pick it up. And you can go Thursday right to South Delsey Drive.
Saturday.
Thursdays
10 a.m.
Saturday, 10 a.m. In fact, there it is right there, October 29th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. 2848 South Delsey Drive in Vineland, and you'll see the famous Dr. Steve Soloway. For Dr. Soloway, I'm Jim Quint. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you again soon. Take care. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
This has been a QBC television production, in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22, and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
Vineland, New Jersey is a place rich in innovation and deeply rooted in hometown traditions. The city's agricultural legacy, where brands like Welch's and Progresso originated, lives on today alongside companies producing the critical pharmaceutical packaging we depend on. While Vineland continues to grow, it retains a quality of life enriched by cultural diversity and an abundance of nature's playgrounds to enjoy.
I'm Mayor Anthony Fanucci. We have something for everyone at ViolentCity.org.
Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
What if this happened to you when you're alone? Or what if it happened here? With MedGuard Alert, you're never alone. You can connect with medical professionals anywhere, anytime. And now MedGuard is introducing our exclusive new Care Watch. If you need help quickly, use it from anywhere to contact medical professionals. No cell phone required. The Care Watch is not only a life-saving medical alert device, it's a revolutionary health monitoring system that checks your blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation, and much more. And here's the best part. If you have Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. The Care Watch is only available through MedGuard Alert. Call us right now. We have monitoring programs starting as low as $1 a day. The call is free, activation is free, shipping is free, and no contract is required. Remember, with Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. Don't wait. Call us to get your Care Watch right now. Operators are standing by.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Around South Jersey. George put together a really nice backdrop for us there, Noel, my favorite teacher. So if you would like, you can message me on Quinn Broadcasting. I've got that on right now. And then, of course, Noel and I have my page where people have, over the past couple of days, messaged about who their favorite teacher was, and some great teachers, great reasoning. And I apologize, the last couple of days I've had some things I had to take care of that weren't pleasant, but I guess they're finally taken care of. But anyway, it's great to have you with us tonight. I've been looking forward to this show, but every day before the show has not been a good day. But today's going to be a good day, so we'll make sure today is a good day, and welcome to the program. So, Noel, you might as well start out as the co-host, telling everybody who your favorite teacher had to be somebody at Western School.
Yes,
right?
absolutely. Okay. So yeah, I went to Western School from kindergarten through 6th grade. Everybody there was great. So every teacher I had was fantastic. But the one that stands out was my 5th grade teacher, Mrs. Miskelly.
Was that Bob's wife?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and she came from Wood School, came to Western. So there was a couple kids that had moved to our neighborhood that had her for 2nd grade. And then ended up having her again in Western School.
I taught at Western School, folks. I just want you to know that. But did I get it? I didn't even get my only full-time student that I saw. She didn't like me. She liked somebody else. In fact, she's on here. But Bob Everland, he told me that I was his best substitute. Okay. But I actually started teaching at 17 years old in Western School. Wow. In fact, my girlfriend at the time lived on Cedar Street, so I could walk down and have lunch with her and then walk back to Western School. Yeah. And I actually graduated Noble High School at 17, went to Glassboro State College, and those days you only needed 9 credits to substitute. Wow. 9. And I had it. So I started subbing in October, and I didn't turn 18 until December. And guess where I was on my December 12th birthday when I turned 18 years old, what class I had? Girls Phys Ed. Oh, okay. At Bacon School. Talk about being shocked. Gordon Scargill was the teacher, the phys ed teacher. So he broke his leg. So I got a call Sunday night, Mr. Quinn, you're going in for Mr. Scargill. I said, okay, fine. So Monday, it's Noel, George, Harry, Sam, all this stuff. All of a sudden, Wednesday afternoon, I see Susie and Mary, and I went, whoa, wait a minute, this is weird. But he taught boys and girls phys ed, and so I got to do that. And I taught every school in Millville except for the senior high school. They wouldn't let me go there because I was as old. The kids at the school were the same age as me. But going to Catholic school really helped. So that gives me my favorite teacher, who was a beautiful nun named Sister Dominica. So that was my favorite kindergarten or grammar school teacher. And my favorite high school teacher was John Barbos.
Okay.
I'd not heard a lot of good things about Barbos because he was the coach, and this person didn't like him because they didn't play his kid, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But I had to tell you something. I had him for history. He was fantastic. Really kept my attention, and I thank him. I mean, as we've all said, I could get down another 20 people, and I'm sure you could too.
Yeah.
Who was your Who was your favorite high school teacher?
Well, there was a bunch of them. You go, 4 years and you have 7 classes and sometimes
there's
more.
28,
So one of them, of course, things that stand out are coaches, gym teachers. You have them for health and phys ed as well. Coach Thrace,
Yep.
Coach Salmon, Coach Andrews,
Yeah.
Coach Greek, Coach. Who else? There's.
Well, I got to throw in Axel Johnson. He was my phys ed coach.
That's a little before my time.
Yeah, I know he was.
Just a few years.
Everybody's
Just a couple
before
years.
my I'm before everybody's time, I should say.
But I also had English,
Yeah.
and I had one teacher I had twice, and no, I didn't get kept back. I just had him 2 years in 2 different years.
Okay.
So that was Mr. Van Gilder. So he was a favorite.
Oh yeah, he was a character.
And then for history, I had Mr. Loper. So he was a favorite of mine too. And
He was a character too.
yeah, absolutely.
They're both a little different there.
And I
buddy.
found out that they were
Okay.
friends. So
you walked
can't-
to the beat of a different drummer.
You can't turn in a report in your history class and then redo it, or don't redo it. You just change the title page and hand it into the English class 2 years later when they're friends and they help each other grade their papers and find out that Mr. Loper remembered it and I got a lower grade the second time. So it was the same paper, nothing changed, but still my favorites. They were still good.
We've already got a favorite from Katrina D'Alessandro, and this, I don't know if I guess it's St. Mary's Millville. She said Mrs. Gaffrady, who I think went to school with me, Sharon, at St. Mary's, she taught kindergarten with fun, excitement, and love. I'll never forget her. She was an example of a good teacher. Well, thank you very much, Katrina, for that. And you want to start reading some of the people that sent me ones earlier? So
So I'll start with my brother's.
His was good. I like this.
So he had Mr. Kopreski in AP English.
Yeah, he's very good.
And then Mr. Bump in AP Chemistry.
I liked him, except I had one problem with him, but I won't talk about it.
And then Frau Tomlin for German. I had Miss Tomlin for, it was Miss Beck for English.
Oh, so she was the same person.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't recognize that name.
Yep.
I got you. So,
do you want me to go on, or?
Yeah, sure, go
Okay,
ahead.
so that was my brother Bill's favorite teachers. Just I guess high school was his favorite. No elementary school. All the schools you went to, you didn't have another favorite?
well, I did say favorite, so he stayed with it.
So Donna Bailey Weaver has Mrs. Filtcraft, 5th grade Holly Heights.
Flitcraft, yeah.
Yep.
It's Flit, yep.
She said she was a great teacher in every subject, but
Wow.
she specifically taught her a lifelong love of history and the hatred of Dallas Cowboys.
I did see
So
that.
I don't know her, but I like her too.
Well, we got Barbara Webb, and Barb's favorite was Miss Anna Pfeiffer, who was at TD Sensor School, and she said she was remarkable. And I gotta tell you a funny story. I think any kids that went to Sensor or Culver were scared of Miss Gerlach. I was a substitute, and I was scared of her. She'd come up and take those keys and bang on that window, and I'm, oh my God, did I do something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Talking about those schools, I had an incident that was really cute that I'll never forget. Again, I'm substituting, and Miss Robinson was a 6th grade teacher at Culver. I don't know if anybody had her, but apparently she was pretty strict. Well, I'm in there, I'm 18, I'm joking around with the kids and all that stuff. And my cousin Ann Daly, I don't know if any of you knew Ann Daly, she taught 5th grade at Culver School. And Ann actually flew planes. So I think some of the good kids, she'd take them up for a flight. Well, it's as we're coming up to lunchtime, or it's after lunch, and I'm teaching Robinson's class across the hallway from Ann. And Ann comes over to me and she goes, Jim, come here. So what's that? She said, now when you go in the classroom, don't get upset. Something's going to happen, but it's okay. It's okay. Don't get upset. I'm thinking, what? What are you, okay? So I walk back in the classroom, and all of a sudden, all the kids get up and they roll fruit up the aisle. It's called the old-fashioned fruit roll. which meant they liked me. So I thought, well, that's pretty cool. So I really will never forget that. And I was, 18 then, subbing at that class, 6th graders. So that was pretty cool. I had some really great experiences substitute teaching, and then I started teaching full-time in junior high in January of, was it 1966? So I did that as well. You know, Jackie Groover Olivio, wonderful people. Here's hers, Miss Vertoli, 1st, 2nd grade teacher at Rick Avenue. She's the reason I wanted to become a teacher. Oh, isn't that wonderful? That's the reason that Jackie wanted to become a teacher. She was always so sweet, but had many other great teachers. My kids also did as well. And this one's popular. Ryan Narowski's father, Tom Narowski. I remember when I was teaching, people loved him. Did you know him?
I knew who he was, but I didn't have him yet.
Yes. And then we got Jamie Musey Lau said that Alice Samino Kudla, I knew Alice, and of course, who couldn't love Claudia Stelz McCarthy and Mrs. Vertoli? They were 3 of her favorites. Are you where we are? You want to go next?
Yeah, so I got a couple. Joan Suey Cooper says Miss Gerard at Mobile Senior High School.
And you
history.
know what about her, Joan Suey Cooper? She didn't tell you. She taught me how to write on the blackboard.
Right.
Now, she was the very first student I had. I started substituting again at 17. I had, it was what school? Geez, Baumhoff, Miss Baumhoff's class. And Joan is in the class, and Joan and my sister are friends. So I take the chalk like you would a pencil or pen. Right. I start writing, it's squeaking. She goes, Mr. Quinn, you turn the chalk this way. And then so she taught me how to write on the blackboard. Thank you, Joan. You're the guy.
And Jason Kessler.
He is the best. He himself.
Right, so he himself could be a good favorite teacher for some people, right?
Yeah.
But he mentions Mr. Hoover and Mr. Porch and Mr. Nugent. So there's some more coaches.
Yeah.
And then also Mr. Trout.
Yep. Good
from
coach.
the high school. And he said he never had any of them as a teacher, but they were the best coaches and mentors. Same thing with me. I had Mr. Hoover for history at Memorial, but him and the rest of them, were as coaches, and we all saw them all the time. And so, yeah, they were good. And so Jerry Gilbert said Dr. Bacon for economics.
I had Dr. Bacon. I liked her,
Mr.
too.
Rick for chemistry.
Yep, I remember
and AP
John
chemistry.
Rick, John Rick, yeah.
And Vicki Watson says she always liked Mr. Alderman.
Yeah, I was surprised. He went to school with me, and I never found him to be that. No, I'm glad she liked him.
Yeah, so I had him at Rick Avenue for 7th grade math, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
And I didn't not like him. He was a good guy, a character.
Yeah, I would say that would sum it up. He and I graduated together.
I can't imagine what it would be like if he was teaching now with dry erase boards, because I don't think we would be able to read the chalk on the back of his jacket. Because every day you can lean on the chalkboard and erase half of it and it'd be on his back all day long.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. One of the things that we're talking about, some of the people that everybody really enjoyed, Don Fauerbach talked about Howard Barnes.
Yeah.
Now, if you had Spanish in his era, and people had Mr. Barnes, he worked at Clark's Liquor Store.
Yes, he
too.
did.
Remember
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I had him for Spanish too. I'm gonna go back when I was talking about Jason Kessler. I had his mom for in my freshman year at Memorial. I had her for Spanish 1, and that was the year Jason was born. So it was really, I only had her for half a year because she was out on maternity.
Yeah, giving birth to Jason. I got a really good one from Linda Lee Reeves. Linda said she had Miss Klein, now this is pretty interesting, as her freshman, sophomore, and junior English teacher, and also taught her the grammar. She said she was an excellent teacher and could recite Shakespeare by memory. Wow. We had to diagram sentences. I used to do that at St. Mary's too every day when we were studying the classics. When I attended Glassboro State, I received a perfect score for my final English exam, and she decided to leave Glassboro. And I don't know, I'm losing it from there, but it was Miss Klein was the one that got her in the right direction. That's interesting to have somebody 3 years in a row. I don't even know if I had anybody 2 years in a row. At those clubs. Well, the phys ed teachers, you do.
Well,
too.
yeah, right, yep.
Yeah, and one of the thank you, Bob Everland. Thank you, Bob. Two names come to mind for Bob Everlin. One was a substitute teacher named Jim Quinn, who made it possible for Bob to become a superstar on radio, which I did. And then Coach Ed Salmon, Bob talked about, inspired him on many levels, gave him self-confidence, and did many, many good things for him. And he said, which is true, both men were my friends then, and I'm proud to say Jim and Ed are still my friends today. And thank you, Bob. You're a wonderful person. And let's see you when I come to Florida, I hope, next time I get down there as well. This is interesting. Warren Elliott's son, Steve. Did you know Steve?
I knew of him, yeah.
Okay, he's a great guy. He's a minister,
Yep.
I think, in Elmer. Well, of those who have passed on, he's talking about those that passed since he had them at school, were Marie Ireland, Charlie Ireland, the chemistry teacher at the high school, was her husband. He had her in third grade at Culver School. And boy, I tell you, you probably didn't have him because you're too young. But Frank Duffy, he was a great English teacher.
Right. Yeah, he was around still,
was he?
but
okay.
I did not have him.
You didn't have him because, yeah. He said he didn't want to go on to others. But here's one everybody's got to love. Luella Dreyer. And she's 103, sharp as a tack. And she was one of the nicest people you'd ever want to meet in your life, and still is. And Chris Ford notes above, she's quotable, I have an elephant. I don't know what that meant. I have an elephant, with positive. I want an elephant, positive. I'm happy, positive. So I guess maybe Steve could explain what that means. It must be something positive, I'm sure. So you go with the next ones, and I'm going to look at these.
All right. Well, Terry Hirschberger said that, speaking of Warren Elliott was her favorite history teacher at the high school. Lindsay Thompson-Warfel had in grade school, of course, Coach O'Neill.
Yeah, Wood School.
So we know what school she went to, right? And then Beth Nugent, David Airy, Martha Cloud, Sherry Stiles, Pete Schiafaglio. And in high school, sorry with the name here, Ferriola Brosh, Bill Hoover, Evelyn Wallace, Joan Cooper, Laurie Mazzoli, Wayne Bump, and Linda Haruza.
Yes, good people. It's interesting. When I used to do the top 10 students, interview them at Millville High School, and Wayne Bump was mentioned often, as was Kapreski. There seemed to be a group that taught the AP courses, and they were very, very popular people. We have one from the Shy Newman. Here's some of her favorites. Mrs. Cooper. I knew Mrs. Cooper. Coach Benishek. That's Tina. Mrs. Benford and Mrs. McManus. They were her teachers that she was very popular with at high school. And going back to Linda Reeves, she said, when I attended Glassboro State, I received a perfect score on my final English exam. Then she decided to leave Glassboro. So Glassboro not wanting to, because she didn't want to be a teacher. So her own English teacher called her at home and asked her to come back. So I guess she went back, which was good that she did that. Miss Kaplan said Mr. Calariso from Western School. Do you remember him?
Yeah, he was there. He was there before, when I was in the younger grades, he was in the older grades, and he left before I got
Yeah, well, he left midway through the 5th grade. You'd think the guy would have at least stayed for a while. Mike, he's a great guy.
Well, I think he stayed in the system. He just must have got another position at Bacon.
Is that where it was?
Then a principal,
Yeah.
and yep.
Miles Kaplan said, Mr. Calariso. Miles Kaplan also said, best coach and life teacher was Jack Cat Harris. All right. That's nice to have that one come in as well. We're talking, holy cow, time's flying by. We're talking about your favorite teachers. So you can message me at Quinn Broadcasting, or you know what you could do also, and do me a favor, I'm looking at my own Facebook page as well. If you'd like, you could share tonight's theme, which is my favorite teacher, on my Facebook page or the Quinn Broadcasting Facebook page. So you can keep messaging us as long as you do. We'll be on the air. Newell said he brought a sleeping bag in case he goes for a long period of time. And somebody said, who was it that said what I tried to do? Who was that man that said that today? On the messages, right? I get a message. And last year, I got down on a knee and begged this guy, please, Newell, run for city commission. Nope. He said, I don't want to beat you, Jim. He said, I don't want to run. So he didn't run. Yeah, but yeah, I honestly talk about great people. Newell is a super person. And Sheila Roselle, I talked to her. I talked to Ethan Aronoff. Man, I had a great trifecta, but they all said no, no, no. So, and after a while, I just said, I'm going to say no too. You know, it's out of here. But best wishes to Lisa and the people that I like that are there. And Lisa's one of them. Let's see, Mike Pagano said that he asked, this is an interesting one, and this guy is great. Jay Reed. Mm-hmm. Jay taught at Wood School and Bonnie Shropshire. They were like the two-team teachers. I'll tell you an interesting story. My daughter, Kelly, was at Rick Avenue, and we lived on Hillside Avenue, so she had to go to Rick. And around Christmas time, we're moving from Rick Avenue to Starling Street. Kelly hated school. She just didn't like her two teachers. She just hated going to school every day. So luckily, in January, she got to go to Wood School. She had Jay Reed and Bonnie Shropshire. She came home with the biggest smile on her face, and all of a sudden her attitude towards school changed completely thanks to Bonnie and Jay. And that does mean a lot. It really does.
It does.
You know, I mean, how wonderful that is. While we're talking about Wood School, I did mention it. Miss Baumhoff's class was the first class I ever taught. That was in Wood School. The teachers, I thought their cup of tea was going to drop off their cup. When Mr. McCrinsky told them I was 17, they looked at me like, you got to be out of here. I said, no, but they were very nice people. And there were some other people from Wood School mentioned. In fact, it was one of your relatives.
Yeah, my mother-in-law, Mrs. Vanneman, Nancy Vanneman. So she was a fourth grade teacher there for a long time. So she's been listed a few times as people's favorites. Joanne Burns, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, what a sweetheart. Yeah.
List Miss Mabel Miller for 9th grade English.
She was a nice lady.
Bob Corson in 8th grade algebra.
Yeah.
Mrs. Amy Brown for kindergarten. And Mrs. Catherine Wickward for 4th grade at Culver. And then, of course, many more. It's funny how, it's not funny, but it's pretty cool that a lot of the people that are commenting their favorite teachers, they have a long list of them, and they themselves are teachers.
Yeah, that is, isn't it? Well, I'm sure
probably
one of those teachers had an influence on them, too. That's a good
big
point.
One.
Yeah.
So my sister also says that she liked Miss Miller as well.
Yeah, yeah, she was a very nice lady. She really was. Mr. Baruffi was my favorite mentor in school. I don't know which Mr. Baruffi. My cousin Joey, but I know he did guidance down here. I don't know what Mr. Baruffi it would be, but I love my cousin Joe Baruffi, so I don't know if it's him or somebody else. But Melanie Dawn said Mr. Baruffi was her favorite mentor in school, and still to this day. And she had several other favorites were Miss Hayes, Mrs. Corson, Mr. Loper, Mr. Zanni, Mr. Schifalalio, and Sandy Rowe and Joe Rowe. Good-looking couple. Yeah. My God, they still look like they're in their 40s, and they got to be in their 60s or 70s, you know. Look good, both of them. We're Facebook friends, you know.
Yep.
Now, you know Donna Pio?
Yes. Yep.
Is she a great lady?
Yep. She was a teacher of probably kindergarten when I was at Rick Avenue.
Oh, okay.
In the mid-'80s.
What did she have to say? Do you have her?
I've not seen hers yet.
But thank you to my former students who named, I guess, her Mez. She said, you all were a pleasure to have in class and special place in my heart for all of them. And, of course, Mike Pagano talked about what I talked about at Wood School with Jay Reed and Bonnie Shropshire, just really great people. Jay is a lay minister at First Methodist Church. He gave a small sermon at my friend Jim Andrus's funeral recently. And it's funny, Joyce Vanneman loved Jay Reed's sermons. She'd rather go to Jay Reed's sermons than some of the regular minister's sermons that she had. But what a wonderful man he was. And again, a lot of these teachers gave back into the community, too. As we go through many, we'll see that as well.
Yeah.
Now, Chris Albertson, Chris named two that were characters. His favorite was Mr. D'Onofrio, 9th grade history class. Do you know him?
I knew that teacher. I did not have him, but
yeah, he was a character.
I saw him going down the hallways, bumping into people, getting to his next class.
Yeah. And he was an interesting guy. He said, I enjoyed his sense of humor. Yes, I understand that, Chris. And actually talked with him at junior high school. I maybe taught. And then Dwayne, do you know Dwayne Russick, right?
Absolutely.
Wasn't he on a rescue squad?
Yes, yep.
Or do you have the...
No, I don't have his in front of me right now.
Anyway, Dwayne's was Mr. Jay Reed, great teacher, great man at Wood School. And I said, Dwayne, I totally agree with you. Here's one, the famous Raphael Craig. one of the greatest athletes ever at Millville High School.
So another teacher
Yes.
talking about his favorite teacher.
Exactly. His favorite teacher was Denise Arrigo, and the life changer was, oh, no, she was his life changer. And the wisdom-stretched man beyond the classroom was Bill Hoover. And Mr. Bryant, who had a good sense of humor. He opened his mind to things beyond. Here's one of my favorite Little League players, Ray Morales. Ray could play anywhere. Super kid, super guy. Now he's a state trooper. Anyway, he said there were two wonderful teachers. Or he mentioned, again, Bonnie Shropshire, and he mentioned Nancy Vanneman. And boy, she was a sweetheart, too. Wood School had a lot of good people. When you think of it, right there, there's three.
Another good neighborhood school, right? So they created their own family within the teachers and the staff, amongst all the kids and all the students and neighbors that went there. Same as Western School. I think Bacon School was that way. Culver School was as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting. As school changes, I think about, I taught at Culver. These are all substituting. It was Culver and Sensor. And now they're, well, Culver's gone completely, or Sensor's gone completely. Culver's the school board offices. And now Wood School's going to be going. And Western School is gone. So of those that I taught in, Western's gone, Sensor's gone, Culver's no longer a school, and Wood will be gone. So that's been over a 50-year period of time. So, but so what was I guess Western School was your favorite school, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's the one I spent the most time in. 7 years, kindergarten through 6th grade. Speaking of Western, Renee Hogan mentions Mrs. Cheeseman. She had her for 1st and 2nd at Western School, which I also did. But she's younger than me, so.
Yes, she is. I noticed.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, but she's a sweetheart. She's a great lady.
And then Debbie Malone says Mr. Bill Carter, she had him for 5th grade at Culver. He taught at Rick Avenue when I was there in middle school, but he was one of the teachers I didn't have. So there was different grades or different groups had different teachers.
He's a great guy.
But he was a great guy, too.
I got to tell you,
went to school with his daughter.
A great story with Bill. Bill and I taught in a summer program at Marshall Township back in the mid-'60s or whatever. So anyway, I had this problem, like a pimple or boil on my back right at the base of the spine. And I had been to my doctor, and I won't say who my doctor is, but he was the one, you're in and out in 2 minutes, and he gave me a bag of pills. Take these. And it wouldn't go away. So I finally, Bill diagnosed it. He said, Jim, that's a pilonidal cyst. Go see Dr. Davies. So I did. And Dr. Davies said, Jim, you've had this for quite a while. Where have you been? I said, I go to my doctor. He gives me a bag of pills. Anyway, thank you, Bill Carter. He was the one who told me what I needed to have done physically, and it worked out for me.
Go.
Fortunately, Bill passed away a few years ago. So who else do you have?
Tracy Miller Seitz has Mrs. Satterley from 6th grade at Culver. And then Ed Andrews for phys ed at Memorial. And then Mrs. Gerard at Senior High.
Yeah, she was popular with a lot of people, Mrs. Gerard as well. Let's see. Mike Clem mentioned Barbara Bennett. I taught with Barbara. She was a 7th grade teacher to junior high. Bob Corson, Barbara Rick. She was one of my favorites. I thought she was a good-looking woman. Barbara Rick, I worked with her at the junior high. And Mr. Rick taught advanced. Yeah, that's not Barbara's wife. Mr. Rick's wife was Joyce Hand is Mr. Rick's wife. She's still around. I think he passed away, but she's still. Mr. Bingham, drafting. Wow. Mike had Mr. Bingham for drafting, and he had Sally Thompson for history, Tony, the best coach around Serace, and Bob Langley. So many good ones. You were right, Mike. That's for darn sure.
Angel Ball said there's just so many in Millville. Millville had a wealth of wonderful educators. Some that she mentioned is Mrs. Jane Langston, 5th grade Mount Pleasant, and Donna Pio. She had her for both 1st and 2nd grade at Mount Pleasant and high school. And then a couple people mentioned this. Kelly Walk-Hines mentioned her as well. Judy Brett at the high school for English, AP English.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, here's the guy. Several people have mentioned him. The first one I see here on my list is Diane Gandy. She mentioned Mr. Bob Smith at Millville Senior High School. Had him for bookkeeping. Great teacher. And he was one of my best friends. I just loved being around him. We'd work out at the track together and talk and laugh. And Bob went with me. Steve saw my son Gary for their graduation from college. We did a trip down there, and I drove, and Bob had us in stitches for 14 hours. He's so funny. He had great sense of humor. What a wonderful man. So, and a lot of people realize that as a teacher. I know Michelle Key had put that on one of the things earlier that I had seen, and I agree with you, Michelle. You don't get any better than Bob Smith.
Yeah.
So what do you got?
I just passed her. Allison McLaughlin Setzer, also another educator. She has Sandy Riley for 4th grade Mount Pleasant.
She's a sweetie. Yeah.
Stacy Carter for 5th grade Mount Pleasant.
Yeah.
And Judy Brett again at the senior high.
Yeah. Well, there are 3 really good ones as well. Gina Merlino said she forgot Joanne Geis. She was a wonderful, caring teacher, 10th and 11th grade shorthand. That I could never take, so God bless you. You did well having them. We're talking about your favorite teacher. You can message me for your favorite teacher, and either Noel or I'll read about it for you. And there's been a lot of great teachers in Millville. I'd like to do a show sometime with somebody from Vineland, and maybe get somebody from the Bridgeton area, and not necessarily me be the host, but get them and somebody to come in and do that with them as well. But it's time to take a commercial message break. We'll be back. Please message us your favorite teacher. I'm sure they'd love to hear their name mentioned. And think about who you had and who you enjoyed when you were in Millville schools. It could be more than one if you'd like. We'll be back in a moment.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
Are you ready to go green and cut down on your electric bill? Then there is only one call you need to make. Soaring Solar is your complete source for solar, including new roof installations. Soaring Solar is a veteran-owned and family-run company. Call the Soaring Solar family today and talk with one of our solar consultants. For a free estimate, call Soaring Solar today at 609-270-7759. Or find them on the web at www.soaringsolar.com.
I chose DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home because they treated me with respect and compassion. I couldn't have gone through all this if I didn't have DeMarco Luisi by my side. They did everything that they could to make me happy. And that was important to me and my kids.
At the DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we're here for you and your family in your time of need.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. This is my favorite teacher show tonight. And we're just getting the comments that you've given us. You're welcome to do so, too, on the Quinn Broadcasting Facebook page. We'd love to have your comments there. And we have those who've commented earlier. This show was supposed to be on a couple nights ago, but because of problems I've had, we moved it till tonight. But we can be here as long as you'd like, as long as you give us things. And one of the favorite ones I saw, Noel said Patty Mack. And I said, tell everybody what Patty had to say.
She said there were so many. That seems to be the common theme. But she said Donna Pio and Mrs. Corson, kindergarten at Sensor, Mrs. Rose, 3rd grade Culver School, Mr. Barbacci at Holly Heights, Mrs. Salmon at Rick Avenue. I also had her for 7th grade, 8th grade, sorry. Mrs. Ward and Mrs. Dreyer at Memorial. Mr. Kopreski at Holly Heights and then Memorial. And at the senior high, there were so many, but she says Mr. Gaynor, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Smith's classes come to mind. But she also added the best Spanish teachers around, Mrs. Kessler and Mr. Barnes.
See? Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just saw that. I didn't say that part of it. Well, I have another classmate of mine. Patty's family went to school with me. Patty's probably younger. I'm not sure if she was at St. Mary's when I was there. But Judy Carey Moore, who she and I share the nun that I loved, and so did she. Sister Dominica. Now, Judy, you got to be lucky. I got her in 2nd grade. Judy Carey Moore had Sister Dominica in 1st grade, 6th grade, and 7th grade at St. Mary Magdalene. And in high school, I like this lady too, Judy. Dr. Elizabeth Bacon for U.S. History. Dr. Munzer, I had her for Latin. She was not my warmest, friendliest lady, but you did. I think, George, do you have Dr. Munzer? Okay. Anyway, I had her for Latin. Her husband taught German.
German,
right?
yeah.
Okay, and you Brannens are in the German, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Conchocks, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's right, the Conchock side of it. And then Mr. Riley, I had him for algebra. He's a very nice man. And Mr. Barnes, again, for Spanish. And she said she loved Sister Dominica. Boy, she was, Judy. She was a sweetheart. No question about it. Oh, this is a neat one I wanted to mention, too, because we got this one woman uses 2 names. I'm going to tell you who this is. Lori Carapelli said her favorite teacher, which how could that not be, Donna Pio. She loved Donna Pio. And she loved Mike Trout's dad, Jeff, for history, and Miss Smith for Spanish. Well, Miss Smith uses aliases. First she was Miss Arrigo, then she went to Miss Smith, Mrs. Smith. Now she's back to Miss Arrigo, see? So, but she picked her out. And of course, I call Denise Arrigo Mother Teresa. She does so much for everybody. By God, help her. Do you have Chris Ford on yours next?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Let's see, Luella Dreyer.
Uh-huh.
And Mrs. Camardo, Mrs. Rowe, Inez Turway, Marilyn Salmon again, Rusty Corson, and Bill Hoover. And then, speaking of the Rows, Amy Middlecoff says Sandy Rowe and Joe Rowe, and then Wayne Bump again.
That's her uncle.
That's her uncle.
Uncle Wayne. Yeah, he's a great teacher. He really was. Oh, yeah, I do see that as well. Yeah. And Sharon Karanji, she had Miss Wade at Culver School.
Yep, for 3rd grade.
Yes, exactly. And this is a nice one. Nicole Mogakis said Mrs. Scholl and Mr. Smith, my buddy, they both had big impacts on her career choice. And if we were talking grammar school, Mascaro is an all-star. Is that Rocky? That's Rocky, right? At all-star at Bacon. But,
I think she's talking about Mr. Massera.
Right, yeah,
yep.
Right. And people loved him down there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pam Roselle, she became a teacher, and her people that she liked were Catherine Wickford at Culver School. She made her want to become a 4th grade teacher, and she did. And I said to her, and Allison Du Bois Corson said that she agrees that was her favorite teacher, too. And my buddy, the newest school board member in the city of Millville. Oh, yes. And he used to be my...
I didn't know it was announced yet.
Well, it is now. I thought it was. Anyway,
maybe it was.
I don't know.
I might have missed it.
Sorry if I said it too early. But when I used to go to the Wawa at Columbia Avenue and Sharp Street, my favorite Wawa years ago, where you'd actually talk to the people and tell them what you wanted.
And he was like, what you want, what you always got.
Yeah, exactly. He was one of the assistant managers. Jeff, just a really good guy.
Yeah, if everybody don't know what we're talking about, it's Jeff Lambert.
That's right. Yeah.
A good guy.
Yeah,
miss you, Jeff, at church.
His 5th grade was Mr. Reed. Oh, yeah, Jay, sure. And then Rick Avenue was Mr. Carter, right?
Yeah.
And here comes that lady with the 2 names, Smith Arrigo. He had her for Spanish. And great. They were great role models for you, I'm sure, Jeff. I'm glad. Congratulations. I know this lady I got to mention. In fact, I got to tell you something. This woman, Nikki La Rosa Johnson bought me a burger and a bag of chips and a soda at Bruni's. And that was really nice of her. She's walking out, and I heard her say, "I'm taking care of Mr. Quinn's." So that was nice. Thank you, Nikki.
But she didn't list you as her favorite teacher.
No, well, I didn't teach her. I remember Nikki was friends with my daughter, Kelly. But she liked Mr. Carter, Mrs. Pio, and Mrs. Setzer.
Good list.
How about, you know Cliff Elroy, right?
Cliff Kilroy?
Kilroy, yeah.
Yeah, don't talk about what he said, though.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's it. I didn't even realize. Cliff, I'm on board with you, pal. I begged the guy, come on, run. No. And in fairness to Newell, he's still working hard, 12-hour days. And I know one of the reasons you didn't want to do it was because you were afraid it would take away from your job.
Yeah, actually, it would take away from the position.
And it also...
I can't lose the job. I can't take away hours from the job.
No,
so
I know. And also, what would the Soccer Association do?
Yeah.
My God, they'd have to get Don Daigle back.
Yeah, well, that's okay. That's all right.
I don't know.
He's available. There's
Mrs. Munzer. Ruth, boy, George, you are the man. George Cuccia found Mrs. Munzer's picture. Yep. That was, any of you that had Ruth Munzer, Ruth K. Munzer. She was the Latin teacher. And she taught you. Of course, I thought I was pretty good because I went to St. Mary's and I was an altar boy. So I was able to say, Deum qui laetificat, juventud tamam, quis tuus deus, fortitude tamam. I didn't know what it meant, but I could say it. So I was, I'll take Latin so I could woo her and make her think that I know what I'm saying. And yes, that's right, Cliff. Jimmy Feltus concurred with Cliff about this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
and another space, Kelly Hines mentions it.
Okay, see.
So yeah, there's
a
theme going.
Miss Pfeiffer at TD. I think I had that before anyway. So how about who's Jackie Groover Olivia like? I think I did that.
Oh yeah, yep. You mentioned her, but also another educator.
Yeah, that's right.
Another teacher, which I had the honor of pre-COVID of reading to her class.
Oh, that's nice.
And
did anybody know Sue Finelli from? She was at at Silver Run. Oh my God, what a fabulous teacher! She'd have me come in when I was the mayor and read to her class. That was something I enjoyed doing. Yeah, really worked out well. It did. Oh, we got Dennis Romanek. Dennis, thank you for joining us. Gertrude Fowler, 4th grade, Mount Pleasant. That's where my kids went to school. And Stu McKenzie. Oh my God, 7th grade at Memorial. Stu and I. This is tough. Talk about bringing back memories. I substituted a lot until I got a full-time job, 7th grade, at the junior high in January 1966. They expanded teachers because there was 45 kids in the class. So they shrunk the classes to 35, and Mrs. McDonough and I were the team teachers. But what was interesting was Stu taught history and English, was it? Dennis, was it his history and English? Anyway, I went in to substitute for the lady that was his team teacher. I think she had reddish color hair. I can't remember her name. Maybe you can, Dennis. Let me know the woman that you had with Stu McKenzie, who at 7th grade. But anyway, I got a call from substitute. Mrs. Powell was the charge of substitutes. And she called me on a Sunday night, and she said, Mr. Quinn, I got bad news. You got a job, but the reason you have a job is this woman died, had a heart attack and died. And she worked at my cousin Benz's restaurant, too. Very nice lady. So I had to go in that day, and I had to announce, or maybe Mr. Van Gilder did, somebody told the kids that Mrs. Thank you, God bless you, Dennis, Eva Callahan, Mrs. Callahan died. So poor Stu, oh my God, I had to console him because he was so, cared so much about her, and he was a minister at Mount Pleasant Church, West Side.
Oh, West Side,
yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry, not Mount Pleasant, but thank you, Dennis. Yeah, that was something that I'll never forget, but he's a really good person as well. I really enjoyed him. So if you'd like to comment, just give us a call. I know I have plenty others on here. I just have to find them, the ones I haven't already read. Mm-hmm. But if you have some, you want to message us, you certainly can. We'd love to hear from you. I know I had lots more. I'm not getting to the bottom of the list yet, but I guess I did. Joanna Geis. She was a wonderful, caring teacher, 10th and 11th. Oh, that's right. We talked about that, the shorthand as well. Anyway, we'll be back with more of my favorite teacher. I just got to see Mrs. Munzer. Oh my God, haven't seen her in 60 years. So anyway, stay with us. We'll be back in a minute.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
Are you ready to go green and cut down on your electric bill? Then there is only one call you need to make. Soaring Solar is your complete source for solar, including new roof installations. Soaring Solar is a veteran-owned and family-run company. Call the Soaring Solar family today and talk with one of our solar consultants. For a free estimate, call Soaring Solar today at 609-270-7759. Or find them on the web at www.soaringsolar.com.
I chose DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home because they treated me with respect and compassion. I couldn't have gone through all this if I didn't have DeMarco Luisi by my side. They did everything that they could to make me happy. And that was important to me and my kids.
At the DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we're here for you and your family in your time of need.
Welcome back to my favorite teacher on the Around South Jersey show. Jim Quinn along with Noel Brannon, and we're talking about teachers that we had, you had, and you can certainly message us on Facebook is where we are, as well as, of course, Channel 22 and our YouTube channel. Just thank you, Dennis Romanek, because he talked about Stu McKenzie, and I told the story about Stu's partner, team teacher that passed away. And Kirby Carmichael just messaged me. And Kirby's having their 60th class reunion, class of 1962. That's coming up somewhere soon, I believe, in Cumberland County. I went to it last year, just happened to head over there and got to see everybody. So that was a nice thing coming up for those who graduated in 1962. And would you graduate, 82?
88.
88. You're a young kid. Jeez.
88 was great.
Huh? Oh, one of my favorite people, Susan. Oh, she's just wishing a happy birthday, but that's nice. Susan Uminski, Shropshire. She helped me lose weight through Dr. Attia and the wonderful program that he has. Boy, I tell you, the other day I was at the emergency room, and I'm sitting there looking around at everybody at the emergency room, and got good care. And I realized of the 28 people sitting there, 24, including me, were obese. And I thought, thank God I saw Dr. Attia, or I'd be super obese. So anyway, if you really want to lose weight, contact Dr. Attia. He did the sleeve surgery for me. It is wonderful. I feel so good. And I've never been much this thin in quite a long time, and I feel good about it. So, it is something, it's hard. We all know it's not easy. Eating is a thing that we all love to do. And I just found the final answer. Susan Uminski, she was one of the people, the nurses that helped prepare me for the operation. It's called the sleeve surgery. Now, the thing that's bad about it is you can't eat spaghetti. You can't eat macaroni and cheese. That almost put me in the hospital, mac and cheese. And you got to be that's probably the two things. I try to not to overeat too much.
No rice.
That's rice. Thank you. I can't have rice either. Noel and I go to dinner every once in a while, and he knows what I can't eat. So I said, yeah, that's true. We really have to be careful. And then if I overeat, believe it or not, I sneeze. That's something. Oh, here's the 88 comments. Okay, now we're ready to go. But Dr. Tia told me I would. We did the Mike Pagano one. Yep. If you run into one we haven't done, there's 88 of them here somewhere.
Well, Reginald Hunter, I'm not sure if we said it or not. There are a couple repeats, but his favorite was Nancy Vanneman.
Well, that's
and Robert Flood at Wood School.
Yeah.
And then Bill Hoover at Mobile High School. And then Gus Schick said Joyce Giacomi.
Best of all time.
Yep.
DOAT.
Yep.
It's a beautiful lady, too.
So a kindergarten teacher at Mount Pleasant.
Both of my kids had her.
And then I believe Bill, my brother, had her as well.
No wonder he's so smart. Yeah, I wonder.
I think he can correct me. Another favorite was Coach Barbos.
Yeah.
From Mary Richardson and Bill Sheridan at the high school.
Oh, you know what Denise Arrigo said? Rose Schill was her role model for professionalism as a teacher. I do remember Rose.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Reed, we've had Mr. Smith, rather. Yeah, I don't know where some of my other ones have gone. So anyway, if you have some you would like to let us know. Last one on here was Dennis Romanek, so you can message us. We would love to hear from you. It's interesting, too, how many of the people who became teachers had some teacher that gave them the encouragement to become a teacher, which worked out really nice.
I gotta mention some of my current favorite teachers.
Good.
Now I didn't have them as a teacher.
Okay.
Because they started teaching much later, or they were in a school that I didn't go to. But one is my daughter.
Oh, the best.
Megan Brannon. She's third grade at Silver Run.
Oh, that's great.
This year. She started last year at Bacon. And my brother, Bill
Your
Brannon,
brother
at the
is
senior
a
high.
super teacher. He really is.
He's
Yes.
Teaching macroeconomics and history. I believe he still is. And my sister-in-law is in the kitchen, so she's teaching there. And my cousin Steve Bowen and his wife Lisa Bowen. They're the current teachers. My other cousin Cheryl Skull was teaching. She taught at Bacon and Culver, and then I believe Holly Heights. She's retired now. Lucky her. But who can name all their elementary school teachers? So that's one thing on our Western School page that we've asked over the times of remembering everybody that you had. And in our time at Western School, it was kindergarten through 6th grade, so it's at least 7 teachers that you got to remember. So I had Miss Bostic for kindergarten.
Oh, and you know what? Somebody praised her. I know, Smith. She had a great story. That was her favorite teacher, and she was her kindergarten teacher, and she got married the year that she married Bob Bostic the year that.
Okay.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. It's on the.
That's all right. And then, as mentioned, like Renee mentioned, Mrs. Cheeseman. So I had her for 1st and 2nd grade because they switched classes between her and Miss Fithian or Mrs. Cobb.
Oh, right.
So some kids had Mrs. Cobb for 2 years, and I had Mrs. Cheeseman for 2 years, and then Miss Coffee, and then
she was the lady with the eye makeup.
Yes.
Yeah, you told me that.
And then in 4th grade, I had Mrs. Caruso pick me out there.
Is that you?
Yeah, I'm in there.
Okay, right there.
No, not in the top row.
Okay.
So, Miss Caruso, I had her fourth grade at Western School, and
is this you here, or is that your cousin? That's one of your.
Oh, that's me, bottom right in the front
it
row.
is. Okay.
And then so Miss Caruso was teaching at Lakeside when my daughter went to school there.
Oh, that's
my youngest daughter. So she had her as a teacher.
Oh,
so we go back to school night, and I go in, and here comes one of my former teachers. It's crazy. So then I had Mrs. Miskelly. There's Mrs. Caruso. So this is my fourth grade class at Western School. And then so I had Mrs. Miskelly for fifth grade. Talked about her already. Between fourth grade and fifth grade, we did safety patrol. So Mrs. Miskelly was the advisor for that, and we went on the Washington trip for the safety patrol with Officer Friendly.
Oh yeah.
So
right.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
And then so yeah, Mrs. Miskelly, and she had to, keep us all straight, because I don't think we slept the entire weekend that we were there. Having the 11-year-old parties that we could have in the hotel, and then running around in Washington D.C. all day or 2 days. But then in sixth grade, which was with the first class picture that was up there, is Miss. So now I'm on the spot. Now I forgot. So somebody help me. Mrs. Dutton, I believe. I might be wrong. Now I'm losing it. And then one of my favorite specials that we had at Western School was phys ed. We didn't call it gym because we didn't have a gym.
Yeah, no, I know.
So we had outside,
Yep.
or we went across the street to Westside Methodist Church, and used their all-purpose room when it rained.
Well,
or the library, which is where those pictures were taken.
You also had the YMCA tennis court close by the school.
Not when I went there.
No? Oh, okay.
No.
I thought you did, because it was over on Howard or Fulton. One of them.
There was tennis courts on Fulton, but that predated me. When I that was my neighborhood. So when I was running around that neighborhood, it was an apartment building.
That's right. I do remember when they put that up. Debbie, thank you. I found Debbie Smith-Baumgarter. She said, what a tribute to Mrs. Bostic. Let's see where she starts. She said, let's go back. My favorite teacher was my kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Bostic, at Western School in 1960. She got married while she was my teacher. She brought her Chihuahua into school one day, and the kids loved it. I'm sure they did. I'm pretty sure she married Bob. She did, Bob Bostic. She's bumped into him a few times, and they recognize each other. She said, I remember Mrs. Bostic. Oh, I said this, that I substituted at Western. That's true. And I said that I meant to add the reason why Mrs. Bostic was my favorite teacher, Debbie said, is she just made the most positive impact on me. I appreciated her readings and teaching us the Bible. Oh, my God. Not today. Then you
can't do that now.
Then we used to read the Bible, and we used to pray, say the Our Father as well. I believe that ended after the school year. I just enjoyed her class immensely. She was always sweet and always had a smile for everyone. So thank you, Debbie, and I'm glad I got to find your messages, so where that was good as well. So Western School was torn down in 1983.
80.
Okay, well,
after the 83 school year. Okay. So there was one more year after me. My sixth grade was in 82, and then the following year, one more sixth grade. So the class of 82, 83, and then it was closed. It wasn't torn down then.
It was closed.
It was closed as a school and was used as storage and distribution. So they had food. My old third grade class turned into a walk-in freezer.
That's nice.
They put in a loading dock on the back, and a big concrete loading dock. It was really weird for us, but we still used the side of the building to hit tennis balls off of, racquetballs, kickballs, anything that you can think of. And I'm sure when they tore that part down, unfortunately I wasn't there, on the west side of the building was torn down. They probably found a whole bunch of balls that were stuck in the drains, because we lost a lot of them up there.
It's interesting. If you think back, Western School in 83 or 84 was the last school to close until Wood now. And
Culver School. Culver closed after that.
Well, Was Culver? Yeah, well, Culver's still open, but it's a
Well,
school
no, it
office.
closed as a school after.
did.
Yeah,
Right,
it was
yes.
still open.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm saying it's been a long time
Oh,
since
yeah.
we've closed the school in
It
Millville.
was, yeah,
Probably 80,
before Wood, yeah.
something, 85, 86, 87. But Wood School is now being closed, and I don't know anything they're going to do with it whatsoever. So maybe George lives close to, George Kuchi, our producer, lives close to Wood School.
His front yard.
Yeah, right. He'll probably make it a production studio or something.
Well, we could do that.
Yeah, he could do it
that'd
all.
be great.
Yeah. But I guess the good news is, tell everybody what you were doing tonight that didn't work out for you, but why Wood School is now closed is because of where you were tonight for the big expansion.
Well, yeah, I went by there, so I didn't get there. But Millville High School had an open house for their students, for their new students. Well, everybody tonight. So Millville Senior High School, everybody was able to go in there and hopefully a good tour of it. When I rode by, though, it was pretty crowded. So obviously they had a good turnout. So I hope it went well. And everybody got to see what they could. And there's the former Millville Senior High School, which there's huge changes to that image now. The rotunda, which is the main office, is not there now. And in fact, that circle is not there anymore. They just took that out and paved over it. So, but that's like, temporary construction areas still. Because they're working on where the rotunda is or is going to be the Performing Arts Center, the auditorium. So and that's going to be huge, and it's going to have great dedicated space for music and choir and chorus and backstage areas, and similar to any modern day school theater, it's ticket booths and a good foyer or lobby area. So for any of the performing arts, they could use it, and it'd be good use.
It says 36 and 22. So 36 and 22 is 58. So trying to figure out how many years Millville High School has been the high school. So 65, 64 was when it last started. Year. Yeah, right, it started. Because it was interesting, while I was substituting, like I said, I couldn't go to the high school, but Bacon School was the junior high, 7th and 8th grade. Then when the new high school opened, which is now going to, has been totally renovated, when the new high school opened, the former high school where I went became the junior high, and it was 7th, 8th, and 9th. And that's where I started teaching full-time, 7th grade math and science. And then that year, the first year, the second and third year I was there, I taught Alvin Pullinger in special education class.
Okay.
And Tony Trongone was talking about they're going to build a new, hopefully, field house.
Yes.
All the
redo
great
the
things.
The field.
Yeah, and it was funny though. He was talking about, and we're going to have a ticket booth.
Yes.
And I said, well, my classroom used to be the ticket booth.
Yeah.
That's where it was. That's where my
where
class
the teacher's cafeteria.
Well,
was
it was
your
right
old
next to
classroom?
cafeteria. Well, it was my classroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the teacher's cafeteria was down a little bit from me. I was right there where the tickets are being sold, and that's where I guess they still were being sold. But we're going to modernize.
One more year.
Move it up.
Hopefully.
Do some really good things.
Yep.
Well, we're going to stay on for probably another 10 minutes. So if you'd like to message us with your favorite person, your favorite teacher, do so. Oh, Mike Clem said, my first 6 teachers at St. Mary's. Sister Assumpta. Okay, geez, Mike, thanks. I've had her too. Sister Bernadine, she was a sweetie. Sister Adeline, Mrs. Coombs, I didn't have her. Sister Corrine, come on. And Sister Ann, I remember Sister Ann too. Mike, you got a good memory, buddy. Thank you, appreciate that. Because I tell you what, I don't care what anybody says. I was a good boy, so I never had my hands, knuckles hit by the nuns. Now, some people I know that did, but I just really thought the world of the nuns. I truly did. Here are women who decided to give their lives to the Lord and to be teachers and to help children, and I just thought, and still do, think the world of them. And I got to tell you, I was lucky in my 8th grade class. I had 5 women that went to become a nun and were nuns. Sister Judith, who was Margie Tarazi, Kathleen Dacey, Sister Danielle was her name, Sharon DeTulio, Sister Nick, I'm not sure what her name was, Ann McKeon, I don't know her nun name, but she did leave, and Frances Libby went in, and then she came out and ended up being my boss at Cumberland Regional, and I was a speech therapist at Cumberland Regional High School. But God bless them and their time and the effort they've given into it. Then, of course, as time went by, less and less people were becoming nuns. And then when I went there was no fee to go to school.
Right.
But then as the nuns were leaving, you had to bring in lay teachers. Of course, they had to be paid, so then the tuition started to go forward. But I just loved being at St. Mary Magdalene and really enjoyed the classes. Neil, it's interesting. Folks, if you ever get a chance and you look on Facebook and somebody posts their class from St. Mary Magdalene, we'll say that class of 19, well, let's see, my sister would have graduated from there. I went in 59. She would have graduated there in 67. The class of 67 had 82 kids in it. One nun, 82 kids. My class was the smallest. We only had 50. And that's amazing, isn't it, Noel?
Yeah, that 80-something was the classroom.
That's
right?
the number
that
of
was one class.
Yeah, one class, yeah.
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 So we made a big deal. You saw some of my class pictures from the early 80s. There was like 35 in my class, and then sometimes 20-something. And that was huge. They were large classes. Everybody was complaining, not the kids. We didn't know. We didn't mind. But everybody was talking about how the class sizes were so big, and it was too much for one teacher to maintain, and then now classroom sizes are a lot smaller.
Yes, they are.
And our population has gone up, right? But classroom sizes are smaller.
Yeah.
So I don't
but
know what's
I think
going on.
most
they're
people
going other places. They're going to charter schools or select schools.
That's true. Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
So
well, one of my favorite people in the world, Tony Lynn Coogan.
I was just waiting for that one too. Yeah.
She was talking about, and this is, I think, for Timmy, kindergarten, or no, maybe it was her. Kindergarten teacher at Sensor School was Virginia Corson. What a sweetheart she was. That lady was wonderful. Tony said she was so sweet. She worked at the Millville Public Library in later years and was thrilled to have her issue Timmy, her son Timmy, his first library card when he turned 5. I will never forget her. And boy, you're right. She was a super lady, Tony. The super ladies, man, if I've been lucky, I've got 3 fantastic women that have either worked for me or still are working for me that I love because their first names is a man's name with an I. So I got Tony, who I just talked about, who I love this lady. She, for 20, 30 years, she was Quinn Broadcasting.
She was stable here,
Yep. And then I was lucky. My daughter found me this woman named Bobby Michalek, and Bobby is B-O-B-B-I, and she's wonderful. Really is. God bless her. And now my attorney is Terry, T-E-R-I. So I said, I got Terry, Bobby, and Tony, and they're all women, and I love all 3 of them, and thank you for the 3 of them for all they've done. And boy, over the period of time, you realize, Noel, that like even George Cuccia was with me 40 years ago, and what makes the company run isn't me, it's the people that surround me.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm very fortunate,
absolutely,
to have that. And Otley is coming back. Do you remember Otley?
Also, of course, I remember Otley. Yeah,
Otley was a lieutenant in corrections, and he just retired.
Lucky guy again.
In fact, Otley and I are going tomorrow night to Rutgers, and Otley's going to do the camera along with Ozzie Morey will do the other camera, and of course the great producer of Ryan Narowski will be there, and Tony Trongone and Rich Van Noord will be doing play-by-play and color commentary, and so anyway, that's tomorrow night, 7 o'clock here on Channel 2, and it's on Facebook Live, and I got to tell you something too. 22 and Facebook Live. What did I say? Channel 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's
40
years.
We were talking with Tony.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Thinking back.
Tony used to run Channel 2 for me. Yeah. Anyway, it'll be 7 o'clock tomorrow night. We have pregame. What's the pregame, George? We have an hour pregame? Hour and 10 minute pregame. So it starts at 7. So 5:50, tune in because Tony Trongone will be interviewing Coach Bert Ayala and 3 players, I think, as well during that period of time. Oh, yeah, right. I know the other guy. He did what he wouldn't do. He ran with me. The other guy did. Quan Bowleg. Yes, he'll be there on the show as well. And then we'll be going live about 10 of 7 from Rutgers Stadium, and we hope you'll tune in. And I want you to know, and I'll be honest about this, Channel 22 is what they call a SD channel. Standard definition channel. Thank you, guys. Standard definition. So if you watch the game on YouTube or on Facebook, you get HD, high definition. So I had somebody the other day, and rightfully so, the picture on Channel 22 was not looking anywhere near as good as the picture on Facebook. And I have to explain to you, all channels on Comcast except for Channel 22 and Channel 190 and Channel 9 are standard or HD. The only standard definition ones are Channel 22, Channel 9, and Channel 190. And I've used Channel 190 and Channel 22, obviously. So that's the reason if the picture is not quite as there and you want to get it even better, the HD channel, go there. Plus, it makes me feel good because I got to tell you, Newell, did I tell you how many views we had last year for Millville High School football?
Yeah.
I'd like to have that in dollars.
Yeah, exactly.
We had over 250,000 of you, and thank you, each one of you, that watched at one time or another. And that was the 12 games. So really you're talking about 20-some thousand people per game that watched Millville High School football games. And they won, of course, the state championship for Central and South Jersey and Central Jersey. And I wanted to also mention to you that if you'd like to advertise, we could always use advertisers. You can just give me a call direct, or just go to my Facebook and message me, if you would. Just message me and I'll get back to you if you have a business. To get 250,000 views on the season is pretty darn good, and it will give you an opportunity to reach some people, and again it also gives you the chance to support the Millville High School football team. One of my frustrations, and this is one of the most wonderful people right here with me, is I can't find advertisers for Millville High School soccer. Great teams. They go nationals. These kids are super.
They won titles as well.
I called the guy today. No. In fact, somebody told me to call this person. And I said, well, I hear you like soccer. No, I didn't like soccer. And he's a very nice guy. He said, Jim, I just go because my grandchildren win. He said, I didn't understand it. I go and I sit there and I'm thinking, okay, well, I really don't know soccer either, but I go and watch the grandchildren play. But we thank you to the city of Vineland and to Bob Connor at the William R. Mintz Agency and Mike Toscano. And they came up with enough money to cover putting the Vineland Millville soccer games, the girls and boys, will be on next Thursday, the 8th. 1 week from tonight, you'll be able to watch it live at 5 and again at 7, I guess, whatever they run, 5 and 6:30. But to be honest with you, one of the reasons I'm able to do that is because of Gia Messior, who runs the Vineland High School TV channel for Vineland High. She gives me the feed from her camera people. We provide her with a play-by-play, which will be Fred Melendez, and then Ryan Narowski puts together the commercials part for us, which we got one sponsor. Maybe by then we'll have two. But, think about it, folks. If you do that, we could have every single soccer match on. We only need a few $100 per game to get them on. But I call and I try, and maybe some of you know some people that would be interested in doing that. And it's not just soccer. We could put field hockey on, which we did, thanks to Tony Trongone's pushing for it, or we could do boys tennis, girls. We could do anything, but got to have somebody to cover the cost because as wonderful as my people are, they actually want to be paid. I can't believe that. They actually want to be paid. George Kachia, thank you so much. So, it's something that I wish we were able to do more youth sports, even the Youth City Football League, youth soccer leagues. Newell and I have talked about that.
Yeah, all the time.
If you have an idea, I said, Newell, maybe we could do a fundraiser, like I used to do the Auction Time show. Maybe we do a fundraiser and all the money raised goes to the soccer broadcast division or something like that. So, think of some things. And if you'd like to have your own show, call me. It's very inexpensive. You could sit up here and tell people stories, whatever you would like to talk about. Oh, you're right. Debbie did say that Debbie Smith Bumgardner, so Mrs. Cox, was the principal at Western School back then, and she was also principal at Mount Pleasant at the same time.
Yes. Yep. Mount Pleasant Western, and then after Mrs. Cox, it was Mrs. Lookenball.
Yes, it was. She became a free
So
one.
I was going to have her as a sixth grade teacher.
Yep.
And then she moved up to our principal for my last year there. Yeah.
See, I talked her into running for county freeholder. I couldn't talk you into it, but I talked her into it. She is a great lady. She really was.
I went to school with her daughter.
Yep. Oh, well, that's right.
Our youngest, Kathy.
Yeah, Kathy's. So, I hope that you've had an interesting evening tonight. I want to thank each and every one of you. I had probably close to 100 people who messaged us with their favorite teacher. Like I say, I would like to see if there's an organization in Vineland or Bridgeton like Millville Memories, and want to, again, say some nice things as we taught this show on Terry Pangburn, who passed away recently, and what he did to get Millville Memories, along with Noel and Mr. Mitchell, get that thing going. And it's been a great place for all of us to, be able to find and talk about things we like. But I would like to, I'm going to call Gary Galloway, I'd like to get somebody from Vineland, that grew up from Vineland, to come in and be the host with somebody they know, like me with Noel, so we have things to talk about. And we've got enough age difference that he knows people I don't know, and I knew some people he didn't know, so worked out well. But if any Vineland or Bridgeton people would like to do that, you're more than welcome to. We have 24 hours a day that we can play programming. Yeah. So if you'd like to have a show, give me a call. Inexpensive enough. Who knows? Maybe you could be the next Johnny Carson or Ed McMahon or somebody's superstar. But anyway, it's just about time. Noel, thank you for coming in today. George Kachia, thank you for producing the show. Thank you all for joining us here on Around South Jersey. And I want to remind you, tomorrow night at 5:50, we will have a pregame show with the coaches and the players and all that. And then at 6:50, we'll be back with the pregame live from up at Rutgers Stadium. And at 7 o'clock kickoff. This is interesting, folks. Millville is playing Irvington. Irvington would have been the team if there was a state championship that went all the way to the top. That's who Millville would have played for the state championship last year. So I could put my money on Millville this year. I'm telling you, these kids are great. They really are. Super team. And wish them the best. So thanks for Noel. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
No problem. Go Thunderbolts.
You bet. Go Bolts. OBG. See y'all.
This has been a QBC television production, in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22, and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
Attention people with Medicare and anyone turning 65. If you have original Medicare, you may be able to get a plan with additional benefits. Medicare Advantage plans may include eyeglasses, wellness visits, gym memberships, meal delivery, and hearing aids. To see if you qualify for a plan with additional benefits, call Best Medcare. Our licensed insurance agents can review your current benefits and tell you what additional benefits may be available to you. Just one call and you may be eligible for a plan with a $0 monthly premium. Tell us the deductibles you prefer, the doctors you want to see, and if you want prescription drug coverage. The service is free. You may even find a plan with a $0 monthly premium, $0 copays, and $0 deductibles. Speak to a licensed agent to find out if a Medicare Advantage plan is right for you. Call 800-953-1769. That's 800-953-1769. And let Best Medcare do the work for you. Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. Health insurance has never been so easy and affordable. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-936-0287. That's 800-936-0287.
Welcome to Quinn Broadcasting. I'm Tony Trongone, and this is the Millville Public Schools Update. And we're going to have a pretty good show for you tonight. I'm going to do a little update on our student achievement, and then we have some special guests, our assistant superintendents, Dr. Matt Mazzoni and also Stephanie DeRose. But first, I'm going to start off with the student achievement piece, and I want to bring that because the test scores are coming out now, and I want the public to just to give a snapshot overall of the district. And so if we can look at that score, George, if you can see here, these are the composite scores for Millville back in 2019. And you can see this score, we were about 22.3% passing. And what you see here are yellow bars of all the districts like us in New Jersey called former Abbott districts. And you see Millville City there. Vineland is somewhat in the middle, and you can see Bridgeton is on the far right. And then what I want to do is actually look and see from before the pandemic, 2019, to 2022, this past spring, and the whole state dropped a certain amount because of the in-person instruction. But these are the same school districts, and you can see that Millville City dropped to about 13.8% in this past spring. Again, that's all of our test scores for math and language arts. And then what you hear in the news is the topic called learning loss. And this is the learning loss as far as the percent loss. And you see what happened between 2019 and 2022 for language arts and math. And I have a blue arrow there for Millville. And we had lost about 38.2%. Not about, it was 38.2%. You can see I did put Vineland there at 31%. You can see Bridgeton, you might not be able to see, it's 47.5%. And so there's going to have discussions about this. And the bottom line is, when you look at these numbers, you can look at a lot of different things, but the bottom line is we have a lot of work to do and make sure that we're going to be good to go. And that's why I'm going to start off the show with Dr. Mazzoni. So welcome, Dr. Mazzoni.
Mr. Trongone, great to be here. I'm excited to be a part of Millville. So I'm just coming up on 4 months here in Millville.
4 months.
Right. And a lot of wonderful things, and not just Jim's and Lynn's for lunch. So a lot of great things happening. So first want to thank all of our principals, supervisors, and teachers. They are dedicated. So the numbers that you've just presented, we have a big task in front of us. Since day one, we've been hitting the road, and the work's been getting done right now.
I want to I think one thing we have to do, Dr. Mazzoni, Matt, can I call you Matt?
Yeah.
All right, Matt. A little bit about yourself. Let our folks in Millville give us a little background about you.
Yeah, I always say born and raised in Vineland, Buena Vista Township. Grew up on a farm. So I bring that farming mentality to everywhere I go. So I put in the hard work, dedicated, and that hopefully you're seeing that. Hopefully the staff and the community seeing that with me. I roll my sleeves up, and I really want to invest it in what we're doing here in Millville.
Yeah, we see that. And as far as your professional career, where have you been? What did you teach, and then where have you been administrator?
So started in Buena, so born and raised in Buena, worked as a special education teacher in Buena, and then from there became a young principal, and then shifted from there. I stopped being a principal in Buena after I was supervising my mom as a secretary. So I said, yeah, I need to learn, I wanted to get out of that environment. So I had to the ability to go over to Mullica Township as a middle school principal, and then became a middle school principal and elementary principal there. I was able to receive my doctorate in education from Rowan University, and shifted over to Folsom School District the past 4 years as the superintendent of schools there.
And so when the opening, Dr. Moore retired, and we had that opening, we were blessed that you applied, and to have a sitting superintendent with your knowledge. What was your dissertation in?
So my dissertation was on a principal as instructional leader. So my whole focus is about a shared leadership approach, so making sure that we're using all the stakeholders in our schools, in our communities, to benefit student learning.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Mazzoni, Any other words as far as the intro till we get to
yeah,
the nitty-gritty?
I think it's important that I need to recognize my family. So that's a huge part. And today is my
That's number
daughter
one.
Alex's birthday. So Alexandra, happy 4th birthday.
God bless her.
Yeah, so after this, I'll be home eating some cake with the family.
Oh, good
so
for
wonderful.
You. So I won't take you too long. So you have some slides for us to show our families at home.
Yeah, let's
And
start
so
off.
we'll start off with our English language arts performance.
Right, I think it's important that first, we're coming in from a needs assessment, so we need to look at where we're at as a district. You did the whole picture from a district, and then I'm drilling down, and we're going to first look at English language arts. And as you can see where we're compared with the state, so we're scoring around 30 percentage points below the state average. And I know previous from me coming on prior, you implemented the American Reading Company, the ARC program, and everybody's probably hearing about this program. So I want to talk a little bit about what that looks like. And this slide shows there's so many different pieces to it, but it's a comprehensive reading, writing, and phonics program. And it's also cross-curricular, so we're embedding social studies and science, making it very high interest for our students, and we're hearing that all over. So when I'm visiting the schools, the teachers, the principals are saying the kids are picking up books and they're reading before school, after school, while waiting for their buses, and of course it's happening in the classroom. Some of the pieces to this I just want to highlight. This is in the hands of the teachers. We have toolkits, and they are targeting the student learning. It's differentiating the instruction for students, so it's not the one-size-fits-all approach. So it is identifying students' reading levels, putting them in just right books, and the students are being exposed to one thing. Are you a history buff, Tony?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So one of the pieces that we even pulled was the history of the Civil War. So the students are reading about the Civil War. So it's the love for reading while also embedding those cross-curricular.
You talked about those books. So which books go home?
Yeah, so let's talk about that. So we have this huge homeschool partnership right now. So the students have tons of different books, and we've ordered so many books, and we're ordering more for next year. So they have libraries, and the students can pick books, and we want to expose them to that. And now they're going home with books, and the expectation is that the parents and students are reading together for 30 minutes at home, and then along with 30 minutes at school. So that's 1 hour of reading.
So when did that start for all of our elementary schools?
Yeah, it started right after back to school night. So congratulations to Miss Cheryl Banks, our supervisor. She's done a great job. She went to every single back to school night and really previewed what we were expecting. Also with the books, right? So again, we all need to be educators. I'm always asking my wife, who's a reading coach. So we have skill cards. So these are cards that go home with the children, and while parents are reading, they can also ask comprehension questions about the books. So really help the parents through that
in
process.
the beginning of the year, that was a big emphasis, like when are the kids taking the books home?
Right.
And I'm wondering, there is an issue in Millville with the consistency of delivery of instruction and resources, and maybe one school does it, one school doesn't. We got to make sure that they all are bringing them home. So
Right.
that's something I would request that we make sure that that's happening, because that was an issue, like when the back to school nights
Right.
and what's going on, so we can have that, make sure that that's happening. Okay.
You want to go next slide here? So again, this is just one example of a lot of parents are asking about what level is my child reading on? And this is called the IRLA, Independent Reading Level Assessment. And on this, you can see how the students go from a read aloud immersion, so where the teachers are reading with the students, all the way to where, in 5th grade, because this is going from K to 5, it's author's point of view, or students are learning about inferencing. So it goes to pretty high level comprehension.
So the bottom left-hand step is read aloud immersion,
right?
And then it goes all the way at the top to
of where students are learning. Now this could be a breakdown of a K to 12 breakdown. So this program does extend into high school, but right now we are in a K to 5 roll with that.
Okay, what's that upper right-hand visual there?
Yeah, so this is how we should be using the IRLA. So teachers are leveling students, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit of progress monitoring. But in the entire time, it's not just about we're going to read a book that one size fits all. So everyone's on a book. Some know it, some don't. But now we want to make sure we're checking in with students. Once every 14 days, we should know how students are learning and how they're progressing through all those steps. And we are seeing great growth. And I'm going to show you a slide. I believe the next slide.
So again, so level observed student, is that what the teacher's doing?
Right. This is the student. So I'm sorry, the teacher. So they're observing the student, and then they're finding out what's the next step. And the next slide is going to break that up about what goals are we focusing on. We're teaching it, independent practice, and then we're conferencing with students. How did they do? Can we move on to the next level, or do we need more of a reteach for mastery?
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. And this is an example of what we're using in School Pace. So when I talk about progress monitoring,
what's School Pace?
School Pace is really the database that is holding all this information.
That's the program that has all our data. The teachers put it in.
Correct. So, and this has been a big lift, and it's something new, School Pace. So it's something we expect all of our staff, from RTI teachers, our tiered teachers that are giving interventions to our students, all the way to the classroom teachers, special education teachers. They're all inputting data. And with this program, like, this is one example of students that need to be focusing on decoding, okay? And then we know from this data if this is a whole group lesson, if it needs to be taught in small group instruction, or it can be one-on-one conferencing.
Okay.
Now, I'm excited to be reporting this. So our staff has been doing a great job. And you can see from October 7th, where all the way to the right is our students that are proficient or above, reading on grade level. And we started with 16% of our students reading on grade level. And we're progressing very nicely. So just in 2 months, we are now at 22%. So we're seeing a gradual increase in our students reading on grade level.
And how does this information get put in? Through that evaluation from the teacher?
Right, so nonstop through School Pace. Teachers are logged on to that daily, putting in how students are progressing.
And is that something different from last year for our teachers?
Yeah, this is all new, especially the School Pace piece of it. But we are used to Fontes and Pinnell of how we were collecting data. And maybe that was happening 3 times a year. Well, this is being monitored every single day.
You mentioned the goals. You might have this ready in one of your slides, but
right.
What are your goals for that progress monitoring then for our teachers?
Right, so conferencing is a big piece we're focused on right now, and we want to see where our students are being conferenced at least once every 14 days. Our most at-risk students are even being seen more than that. But doesn't mean that they're not being seen by the teacher. We know our teachers are doing a great job, and they're constantly pulling students in groups. But it's so important for a teacher to sit one-on-one with a child and hear them read and ask comprehension questions.
So it's a more intense evaluation,
right.
for lack of a better term.
Right.
Because I know when we look for extra help, we talk about more direct, intense instruction. This is more direct, intense evaluation, right?
Right. Progress monitoring. So it's us keeping a pulse.
Very good word, progress. Because intense might not be a right word in elementary.
Right.
But progress monitoring is a good way of
right. And it's just about us not saying, I hope we're going to do well at the end of the year. All these indicators will let us know exactly how students are progressing.
Okay, good.
Right. All right, so let's shift over talking about math. Right now, we took last spring NJSLA. We took the grades 3 to 5, and once again we saw that we were 23 percentage points below the state average. And with that, right, we need to identify a needs. Right, that's the need assessment that we're doing. So we have a plan of action in front of us, and very excited. Mr. Bobby Barber has done a great job leading that with all of our wonderful teachers and administrators in that. So the one big difference in years past is the implementation of 10 interim assessments in grades 1 through 5. And now again, this is students giving us at the end of a unit. So right now we are just finishing up our 3rd unit assessment for the school year, and we're seeing how students are mastering those skills.
So if I'm in 5th grade and we're in the 3rd unit, from November 15th to December 7th, we learned fractions, and now we're going to give an assessment. Right. So whatever was taught in that time, they're being assessed on what was taught.
What was taught, right?
Even though it's called interim assessment, it's an interim assessment of what was taught in that period.
Correct.
Because I think in education, people give benchmark assessments.
Right.
And it's sometimes it's not what they was taught in that period.
Right.
And I think there's not an emotional connection from the teacher to the student about what they learned. So that's a great way to monitor. Again, this is progress monitoring then, right?
This is progress monitoring to the highest level.
Seeing the common theme.
Right. And you know, me and you have spoken about it numerous times. It's important to have assessments built in that are localized. The argument out there always in the communities is, why all these state testing? This is too much testing. But this is testing that was built by Mr. Barber and our teachers. So it's local, so it means something to us. And this is a way for parents to know if my child is mastering those skills. So that's important. As a parent, I want to know that. And of course, in my role, you know, this is the most important. How are students progressing?
So I got another question for you.
Yeah.
So how do you know that what we're teaching them is appropriate when it comes down to the state test scores?
Right. And I can tell you, sitting in the meetings with Mr. Barber and grade level teachers, they are breaking down every single question that is asked on those assessments, and they are looking, is it a valid test? How can we reword that question? And more importantly, how did we teach it? Did we go deep enough? And again, maybe if we find a pattern where, I know like in grade 2, and I'll show that later, we saw the students scored significantly lower than assessment 1. So maybe how do we reteach that? Are we going to spiral? Meaning, is it going to be taught at a later date? So again, we want to keep progressing, make sure we're following the pacing guide, but we just want to make sure the students have an understanding of those skills, maybe that they didn't master.
Okay.
And we have a lot of things that we're offering too. So we're offering an after-school tutoring program that's going to be hyper-focused on ELA and math. So we don't want to lose this and say, you know, like, again, every student needs to succeed. We have to have that mentality moving forward.
I love it.
Yeah.
Getting back to that excitement that you're bringing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I get excited with that. And let's go to the next slide. So it does talk about, you can have a snapshot of those assessments here. And like I said, grade 2, you can see how there was a slight decline. But Mr. Barber and teachers, I sat in on the meeting, and they're addressing that. So some of it, because it is localized, it could be the development of the assessment, but also, you know, where are our gaps in the learning?
And this is the Millville district-wide.
District-wide, right. And again, one of the goals, for the most part, that we want to see is that 30% of our students are scoring 70 or better after a total of all 10 assessments.
What I see here, though, we got to build trust with our teachers.
Right.
That when they're reporting it, that it's real data. And this is about, like I said, progress monitoring, not a gotcha. Because, again, if we're going to get anywhere, we got to make sure the teachers are on board, and this isn't going to be a gotcha for it. And I know you know that, but I want to make sure the public knows that, too. Because when you see, like, grade 4, 16.5%, I think there could have been 16.5% in the past 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 years, but what do we do about it? Now, and I'm sorry I'm interviewing you, but now you can say what's happening in 4th grade. Why was it 16.5%? What can we do, right?
Right.
And that's what we're trying to do.
Right. And we use this Linkit Locker. So Linkit is another platform where we put all of our data in. And just in a normal day, we are pulling up from individual schools and looking at how, all right, so the students scored this on interim 1. How many minutes did they take that test for? Are we seeing maybe that was a concern? We can break it down by every single question and say maybe this standard wasn't, that's where they were deficient, how we're going to reteach it. So that's how we're drilling down to it.
I'm interested in what the conversation is going to be with the teachers, too. The University of Penn calls that collective inquiry, where I think they have to talk about, okay, what happened? And if there's some teachers that are doing even their scores are better, maybe they weren't. That was the average 16.5%. Sometimes we have to talk to each other and go, why did your class do so well?
Yeah, that was a good lead in right there, Tony. So let's go to the next slide, and I can talk about the professional development piece to that. And we have a lot of it going on. So as much as we're pushing forward, right, this is hard work. We love that. But we also have to provide the supports for our teachers to be better. How can we help you in your craft? I want to get better. We all want to get better. And one of those things that you're talking about is our professional learning community. So our teachers are meeting once a week in professional learning communities for approximately 40 minutes, and they are working, and we have very clear guidance of what they should be doing in their PLCs. And one of them is looking at their math end of unit, interim unit assessments, and having those conversations about each question and breaking it down, and then how we can reteach that, and how we're using different supplemental programs to support them.
But people say we had professional learning communities last year. What's different? The structure?
The structure, and I think the follow through too. So I know our supervisors are sitting in on those meetings. The principals, I spoke about that, the instructional leaders, right? They are the leaders in the building. I haven't said much about principals, but we know the number one factor to student success through all studies is teachers, right? So a teacher is the number one factor to your child learning. Number two is your principal. So they need to play a huge role in that. So how does a principal do that? By providing teachers those support. And hopefully we're doing that. Some of the other things we're doing, had a meeting. We're planning our January 27th PD day. And hopefully that's going to be a real good one as well. So there will be time put aside for the ARC training. Also with math. And we're also looking to bring in a motivational speaker for our staff too. As much as we want to encourage our students, we also want to keep encouraging our staff.
Okay. And I was looking at that too, the ARC coaches and site visits.
Right.
I don't think what's been different, and I think a couple principals mentioned it and a couple teachers. We have the PD wasn't just over the summer or in the spring. It's happening now too.
It's happening right now. So we have PD all this week. So we have, through the ARC program, we have 10 site visits. So there are individual coaches going to individual schools, our 5 elementaries, and coaching teachers in the classroom once a month, some are twice a month. And just tomorrow, we have our leadership training. So as much support as our teachers are getting, same with our supervisors and principals.
Great to hear.
Yeah. And, also excited to bring back our learning walkthroughs. What does that mean? That's getting our administrators in the class, including myself, and observing what's happening. And it's not about an I got you, like you previously stated, but more it's about how can we observe what's happening in the class? How can we find where we're deficient and give those teachers that support? So this is when we say a community effort, this is it. So it's every level getting involved with our end goal of meeting our students.
Well, there's one more piece of the community is the parents. So
right.
What's going on with the parents?
Yeah, and so we're excited to announce that on Thursday, January 19th, we're having a curriculum night that's going to be hosted by Rick Elementary School. And every year we'll go to a different elementary school, but the whole focus, every elementary school is invited to it. We want parents there, and we're going to showcase the wonderful things we're doing with the ARC program. So you get to sit alongside your child and learn about the ARC program and pick up books, those high-interest books. And it's not just going to be with ARC. It's going to be learning more about Eureka Math. It's going to be hopefully participating in a phys ed class, art. We're doing a lot of great things here in Millville.
Parents will rotate through?
They're going to rotate through. And just thank you again to our teachers that are participating in that.
How long will that night be?
It's going to start at 6 o'clock and run to 6 to 8 p.m. More information will be coming out.
Okay, great. All right, so you've been here for 4 months. We're going to, we're not playing football. We usually go by quarters when I'm doing the coach's corner, but now we're playing soccer. We have halves.
Right.
So you're the first half. You're leading us off. And great. I think the word exciting, you bring that excitement, and we're really, we're excited the fact that you bring in not only the excitement but also the knowledge. I think I hope the folks at home realize what they're witnessing here with a true instructional leader, having Matt and also Stephanie helping lead the instructional piece of phases of our school district. We're really blessed. And so after 4 months, give us a little backdrop of what you've learned at Millville so far. It's like an interview, folks, but
yeah.
I'm going to ask them, except for the usual platitudes.
Yeah.
I love Millville. It's a
Yeah,
It's
and I shared that with you from day one, even in my first interview. You know, I went home to my wife and said, like, babe, this is the place I want to be, because it was a team mentality, and I can feel that. And I believe that every step of the way. I talk to principals and supervisors and teachers, and I really believe great things are going to happen, already have been happening, but from an instructional standpoint, we're going to be doing wonderful things where students are hitting those high marks.
I'm going to leave it at that. I couldn't say it any better, because again, I'm simple. I'm saying we got to do a lot of work, and much more eloquently said than I could ever say it, but we're blessed to have you.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing you again on the show, again with you and Stephanie giving us an update. I know parents are looking at the scores, and they're looking at different facets of our educational system, but they want to see that progress. And I think it's about time. And I'm going to tell you, folks, not only in Millville, across the board in education, we don't really monitor it like you're monitoring right now. Digitally, all the information of how we're assessing. So it's a heavy lift. I want to thank you and your supervisors, the principals, the teachers, the instructional aides that we have, the paraprofessionals. There's a lot that goes into this.
We can't thank them enough. They're working hard.
All right. So any parting shots? I always say I got any parting shot besides happy birthday to your daughter?
No, I think I said enough, and I appreciate it. I can't wait to come back on this show.
All right, folks. Well, you heard it straight from Dr. Mazzoni, what we're up to at the pre-K to 5 instructional area at Millville Public Schools. We're excited to have him back. I'm excited just, after 25 minutes of what he had to say. So, Matt, keep up the good work. Keep up the energy level. And like I said, we look forward to great things, but also having you on here to give us another update. So thank you. And at this time, we're going to take a commercial timeout, and we'll be right back with Mrs. Stephanie DeRose, the Assistant Superintendent for our secondary schools. See you in a bit.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community. Local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
Allen Associates is a family-owned and operated full-service agency, managing a broad base of clients in the New Jersey area. Allen Associates has been a leader in health benefits and financial services, including health, prescription, life insurance, pension, 401k plans, and estate planning. With more than 60 years of experience and a staff of highly trained and dedicated professionals, Allen Associates is noted for its ability to build strong, long-term relationships with our clients and the communities we serve. Give them a call today at 856-692-2250. Allen Associates, your complete health and financial services, Vineland, New Jersey.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
Welcome back to our Millville Schools Update. I'm Tony Trungone, Superintendent of our school system, and I'm blessed to have here with us our Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Schools, Stephanie DeRose. She's no stranger to our school system, but I do owe her a formal introduction because it's been your second year now as Assistant Superintendent.
That is correct.
But you want to fill us in on your backstory on how you got to here?
Sure, thank you. And I just want to welcome everybody and say hello. Welcome to the show. My name's Stephanie DeRose. I've been in the district since 2006.
Wow.
So I started as assistant principal at senior high school. I was one of the disciplinarians, and then in 2013 became principal of Memorial High School, and then principal of both Memorial and senior high school in 2016. And then have been working on the construction project of the new high school, the merger of all the grades, and now have been blessed to be in the position that I'm in currently, which is assistant superintendent of secondary schools.
Yeah, and I just, you know, I know we're on TV, but the conversations that you and I have coming from the principal position and now looking at the global perspective of all the schools. Tell me what that's been like for you as far as the curricular end of it, as well as the building management end of it.
I will say it's been quite an adjustment for the families that I've been with since 2006. I've had many siblings. I've had children of some of my students. So it's been definitely a shift. Mm-hmm. You know, I love my new position. I miss my kids though, and being really in it as much as I was as a head principal. But I have to say I love the new role because I'm working with amazing principals in this district. I have Jamie Sutton, who's now the principal, who has been the principal for 1.5 years now for the high school, and most recently Amanda Gaunt, who I had the privilege of having as my teacher, who worked for me, and then has been assistant principal and now is principal of Lakeside. So being in that mentor role, to be able to mentor those principals and them teach me so many things from their wheelhouse, and how to make me a better leader, has really been a tremendous gift in this role, and I'm very fortunate to work with such a great team.
Great, and thank you. And I'm seeing it unfold over time. So, but you have some things to share with our public, right?
I do.
And a lot of exciting things at the high school level, and as you, if you know Stephanie, she knows she has an agenda of things to review, and so we have career and technical education programs.
We do. So one of the things that we really want to highlight is, because it is of interest to both our students and our families, is where are our students going to go when they graduate? What opportunities are they going to be afforded, and what is the school doing to try to help prepare them for the real world? As you know, we have a huge influx and need within the workforce and workforce development in vocational. And I just really want to highlight the vocational program under the leadership of Stacy Musey, for all of the programs that we currently have at Millville Public Schools. Often we tend to get overshadowed by the vocational schools, who do a tremendous job preparing students as well for the workforce, but we do have amazing and long-standing successful programs within Millville Public Schools. Some things just that we want to highlight is we do have an engineering program. We have a culinary arts, automotive, woodworking and construction tech, mechatronics, which is robotics, photography, digital design. We are currently under construction for our video and film studio. We have law enforcement, a law enforcement program, child care careers, where actually our students go to the Child Family Center and work with our students, our littles. We have healthcare careers, computer science, business management, marketing, and accounting. And that's just in our career and tech ed vocational programs.
What's the difference when people see career and technical education programs and vocational programs? Because I think, are they one and the same?
So I would say yes, in the sense of one tends to be a little bit more hands-on. And one of the things that we were very passionate about in the design of the new high school was to be able to have the facilities to match the programming. So as we go along, and if you want to highlight some of the photos that we have, I did want to show the public that, for example, our CNA program that we're currently working with our CSJ to get our lab approved and get our students to have those certifications coming out of high school. These students are trained on real equipment. This is equipment that is found in nursing homes, that's found in hospitals, so that our students are coming out with a marketable skill and can go directly into the workforce.
So I am familiar with CTE programs, and the word completer So when they get done, they're a completer of the course?
There are completers, yes. We're continuing to get more completers. Within the state, a lot of those programs have to be a 3-year term program. But yes, we are working towards getting all of our CTE programs to have completers. So students are coming out with certifications upon exit.
So when you see here, like the nursing, this is a nursing
lab.
station. What certification will a kid come out of?
Certified nursing assistant.
So they can go into a nursing home, they can check blood pressure and all that.
And this was a program that we had long-standing back when Bishop McCarthy was in operation. We had a long-standing established program. However, with Bishop McCarthy closing, that was our partner program. Then the requirements of the program, there's certain requirements that we have to make sure we adhere to. And then we were under construction, so we didn't have the facilities. So our program took a pause. We had to stop the program for a few years because we didn't have the facility to do it. And now we're bringing it back. And we've gotten many students employed at Woodbine Developmental Center, which has been one of the sites.
Good.
The next is our automotive program. So our automotive program gets students NATEF certified or ASE certified. So our garage gets a recertification every year. We're in the process of renewal to make sure that those garages are following the standards of ASE. And we have a full, I believe it's a 6-bay garage that students work on, and we have donated vehicles, as well as they can do a work order system to work on vehicles for our teachers.
Great.
Our next is culinary arts. So we have 2 labs within our culinary arts program. We have a baking lab and a cooking lab. It's a fully commercial kitchen. For some of the listeners or watchers out there that have gone through the Millville Culinary Arts program, we had basically you learned brownies, scrambled eggs, and cookies. And it was more of a home type of culinary art program, teaching students how to be great chefs at home, doing some basic cooking. We've moved more into the commercial realm. So students are learning commercial cooking, how to do the front of the house, how to do the back of the house. And then eventually the goal of the program is to have students be making lunch for the staff every day and serving it for the staff.
Yeah, I had the class of '82 alumni. They had a reunion, and they came in, they saw this kitchen, and they were just floored. They're like, and they were like, exactly, they said, this wasn't our home ec room. I said, well, it's not a home ec room. So.
It's a little different than home ec, yes.
Okay.
The next is our wood shop and construction tech, and I'm proud to show the trebuchet that was built in collaboration with our engineering instructor. And we do a lot of cross-curricular within our CTE programs. They're working with English teachers. They're working with other programs within the CTE department to really try to give kids the full experience. And here's a prime example. Our students competed at Rowan University and actually took first, second, and third prize, competing with all area high schools as well as the college. So we're really proud of that. And our construction tech and woodshop program under our instructors are doing a phenomenal job in even just doing work order systems within our school to help our school improvement. That gives our students a vested interest in even just the condition of our school. So we're really proud of that. And then our fitness center. So if you see here, this is our fitness center for not only our athletes, but also all of our health and PE classes. So this is the future of our programming for the high school. We're really looking to expand on students and as well as have programs that are going to support our athletic programs. So we're really looking to increase now with our newly created facility, increase our electives and really based on student request, really start branching out and being able to create not only phenomenal athletes, but I think we've proven ourselves we definitely turn out some great champions in Millville High School and Millville Public Schools. So that is really the theme, is that we make champions. And with our athletic department, they've done a phenomenal job with the coaches and our health and PE teachers in conditioning and stuff for our students.
What about life skills, like to have gym, like you do that as far as your the way you live your life, life skills, right?
Absolutely, and we do offer a nutrition class as well, so students can take a nutrition course to learn about their own personal nutrition.
What about any type of machines where you can get on a treadmill or a ellipse?
That's all within that center,
Okay.
and we have our students that are able to use that center. throughout the day.
Good.
And then we have our dance program. So Miss Sutton, one of the activities we did this year is, what is the vision of Millville High School? And one of the things that we really take pride in is having experts within our programming. So every one of our teachers is an expert, and we really view it from that lens. And one of our experts is our dance instructor. We have a full dance studio. Students can take dance in lieu of taking PE. They still get their health curriculum, but they get their physical activity through dance. We're looking to expand it into an elective-based dance program so that they can do more advanced dance, looking at tap, ballet, and so on. So that is the vision of Miss Sutton. Knowing that we have a phenomenal fine and performing arts, how can we expand on that? And you'll see in our next slide. That is our Fine and Performing Arts Center that's currently under construction. We're really excited about it. We're hoping it'll be completed in about 3 to 4 months, the holiday and depending on the weather. And that's just another facility that's going to be matching the phenomenal programs that we have. Our award-winning marching band and our instructors that devote countless hours to our kids and to the programs themselves.
Beautiful. We're going to be moving to Lakeside now. And I guess there was a lot going on last year. It was my second year here, but the first real year coming back full time, and there was a lot going on at Lakeside, and there was a lot of planning going on last year, starting this year. So there you go. You have some topics there.
So one of the things that I found in the shift to the new position was knowing where students have to go. Where do they need to be before they enter high school? So I really wanted to, with intent, take the first year to really observe Lakeside Middle School and see if, in fact, we were adequately preparing our kids in preparation for high school, and especially a large high school, since we're now 9 through 12 in the main campus. And one of the things that we saw was that our students were not necessarily prepared developmentally because of COVID and some of the effects of that, and really needed a smaller setting to really help with those skills, help with those building those relationships within their peers and with their teachers, learning appropriate behavior. So with that year of planning brought teams, and I will say every staff member at Lakeside Middle School has really embraced the teams format and the mentality of working as a team. And I cannot say it enough that the staff at Lakeside had hard times last year. Our students coming back to school every day at that age group was a very difficult transition for our kids and for our teachers. And they really endured and wanted help and wanted to try something new and really embrace the teams model. And it has been so successful. And I'm so proud of the teachers there and so proud of the administration there and everyone that's really just embraced it. We also then increased our student electives. We surveyed all the students and said, for the 22-23 year, what are you interested in? I may be interested in one thing, but kids are different, have different interests. So we did survey the students and then guided our electives to really give them an opportunity to sample different things. The other thing was increased student activities. Really trying to make sure that the middle schoolers in Millville have opportunities after school, have sports, have clubs, and really flooded them, and we are continually flooding them with opportunities after school. And one of the things that we've utilized our funding for is to provide transportation for those students. Because as we know, we want to try to be equitable. We want to be equitable as much as we can within the constraints that we have. So being able to provide transportation for those after-school activities and enrichment activities for our students that are having some challenges academically, offering that tutoring after school and then being able to get them home safely. Just as a testament to all of the changes, both positive, both structurally, we've gone down in discipline referrals 32%, which that in and of itself is such a huge success. Our teachers are communicating, they're building those relationships, which are so vital for those developmental ages, and creating that positive climate and culture within the school. And Ms. Gaunt and her administrative team are doing a tremendous job with that, to really make sure that our teachers know that they are appreciated with everything that they're doing every day. And then also one of the things that we're very proud about is the Library Media Center. So that is one thing that I did learn as principal of the high school, is that kids need a hub. They need a place that is safe, that makes them happy, that they can go to if they're just want to be alone, read, and really do schoolwork that is the center hub of the school. And bringing that Library Media Center to the forefront has really been highly successful. We just had a book fair. Our students are now able to request to go there for lunch. They can sit there, they can sit with their friends, have a positive social interactions with their friends, or if they just want to go and sit in a corner and read a book, we have that available for them as well. And it's really been a godsend within Lakeside Middle School.
Yeah, and I've been there, and there is a significant, it's palpable how different it is and how calm it is. Very calm.
Let's knock on wood.
Yeah, because we know that any school district at that age, 6th, 7th, and 8th, it's a tumultuous time in kids' lives and coming out of COVID. But excellent job to your staff, because it's definitely something that we can see, and I think the parents can see it also, as well as the kids and the staff. So thank you. And then we talked about that here. So what do you do as far as how we measuring and reacting to climate and culture?
So one of the things that's important when you're dealing with the kids is that they know where they stand as far as behavior, but we're really trying to divert away from the negative. We do have suspensions, unfortunately, consequences to when they violate the code of conduct, but trying to give them positive interactions. And we've utilized the HERO system. So with the HERO system, the students are demonstrating respect, demonstrating readiness to learn, being on time for class, displaying appropriate behavior, and helping peer and staff members. These are the things that we give them, those incentives, those points for doing those expected behaviors. And it reinforces it so that it becomes second nature and it becomes the culture of the building. And it's really proven to be successful. Now we've given a climate and culture survey just as a follow-up to our one at the end of the year last year. So we thought we'd start the year and see what they think, and then re-poll our families at the end of the year. And right now, the staff have a positive perception of school safety. Families were not feeling safe last year because of multiple factors. We've tried to address those factors, and it's really a positive and encouraging to hear that our staff feel safe in school. Because if our staff feel safe, that feeling is going to in turn go to our students and our families. The next is the students were strong. They said there's a strong community and parent support. That's what the students felt. They felt that they were being supported by both their parents and by the school community. That's a gift.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
in and of itself, to achieve that from adolescents, we're excited. And then finally, parents having a positive attitude toward the building. We received a lot of negative feedback last year and in previous years, so we'll take that success, that they're feeling the momentum that was created by the staff and the administration within the building, and they're feeling that momentum and they're taking it to newer heights with an active PTA program. We had Lakeside Haunted Halls with a huge participation. Over 900 people went through those halls for a positive thing. That's amazing in and of itself. And once again, I can take no credit for any of it. It's really the teachers and the administration at Lakeside.
Great.
And now we move to AP course offerings.
So we talked about the vocational CTE piece. We went down into the middle school and how culture and climate, behavior, course offerings, and now we're going to, again, all the different segments of a student body population from 6 to 12, because our parents, we have that segment of, hey, I'm going to college, I want to be prepared. So tell us about our AP course offerings.
So I do want to say that we are devoting countless hours, and the teachers and supervisors are working very, very diligently on addressing needs of students. And I do want to say that our teachers are looking at common assessments. They're working on making sure that they're teaching to the standards, because we do have student achievement gaps that we need to fill. However, often I hear families and supervisors say that there's very little time and devotion and energy to our advanced level students. So one of the things that our department is really working hard is to have that balance, to make sure that we offer those same supports for our APs and our upper level students, as well as to our students that may be a little bit lower performing. So one of the things that we're doing is we're constantly revamping our AP offerings. AP, for those that don't know, is for advanced placement. Students at the end of their advanced placement programs and classes will be able to take an advanced placement test. If they receive a 3 or better, depending on the college or university that they're applying for, they will then be receiving college credit. So that saves our families a tremendous amount of money. I cannot stress it enough. But one of the things that I want to make sure that all of our parents know is that we do have financial support for our free and reduced lunch. We want to make sure that we are equitable and that we provide every opportunity for our families that may not necessarily have the means to pay for the test. We will work it out. There's never going to be an instance, as long as I hold this seat, that a student is not going to be able to take a test because they don't have the financial means. We want to encourage our families, and if you have a child that is taking an AP course, please take the test, because we want you to take the chance in performing well. I know our instructors are adequately preparing you, and then you'll be able to get college credit and potentially save thousands of dollars by having that college credit before you even start.
And the AP course offerings, but also this year was the first year we provided PSAT assessments to all of our 10th grade students?
That is correct. So we did offer PSAT testing. It's to give our students that experience of an SAT, to get them prepared to know what that test is going to feel like, to know how the questions are going to be asked, and really get them prepared for an SAT. We have an expectation for every student to be prepared to go to college or some post-secondary education. We don't want our school system to not prepare them or not give them every possible opportunity as any other school district in any other location. So that was why we really wanted to make sure that our students got that PSAT.
But who's paying for the PSAT, and what's your plans in the future with the PSAT?
So that'll be a later conversation when we sit with the chief school administrator, or the budget guy.
Because right now, this year, the school district paid for all the kids.
Correct,
to take the test.
and we're looking at those financial constraints, but we never go into something that we can't sustain. So whether it's through any type of grant funding or things like that, that we will try to sustain that, and so that our students continue to have that experience.
And then you have the dual credit classes. That's nothing new at Millville, right?
Correct. So it's really the name. We have 2 articulation agreements right now. We have it with Stockton University and we have it with Rowan College of South Jersey. And we have multiple dual credit classes that we offer for our students. These are master level teachers that teach these courses, and students then in turn get college credit with whatever school that they've applied for that is supporting that dual credit opportunity. And I do want to say that we did have our early college program that prior to the merger with Cumberland County College it was called Early College, now is HSOP, but we had students that graduated with associate's degrees because of the fact that they took so many dual credit courses throughout their time at Millville High School. We've had students that actually graduated with a science engineering degree, and one of our students who actually got a full ride to Yale University last year.
Good stuff. And then Thunderbolt Academy.
Yes, so our Thunderbolt Academy is it is our partnership, a partnership that we have with an organization that is working with our youth that have potentially some challenges. Challenges that may just be life challenges, challenges that may be behavioral challenges, or it may be attendance challenges. It could be due to childcare. It could be due to multiple factors. So I really want to stress it is not necessarily for all discipline, that it is for truly our students that are just disaffected or at risk. So with Thunderbolt Academy, we've moved Thunderbolt Academy to the Memorial High School campus. Now that our 9th grade has moved to the main campus, Thunderbolt Academy has moved to the Memorial campus. It's taken some getting used to. They have a lot more room than they're accustomed to, being from Wood School. And they have a full gym, which is great for our students to get their energy out and really support the health and PE curriculum. And we're really, really developing that partnership, and we're really excited about it. Our students enjoy the small atmosphere. Some students choose to stay. We do have a partnership with Millville High School to make sure that if our students are in a certain level and prepared, they can participate in school sports. So we have some students that go to Thunderbolt Academy that are athletes of ours. They go to student dances, they will go to prom and things like that. But as well as Thunderbolt Academy has so many different programs that they actually offer for their students and their students only, to prepare them for the workforce. They're participating in the C5 program with workforce development, where they'll learn different work skills, how to interview, how to create a resume, and then they'll be marketable and in the list for them to be able to get a job outside of school. So we're really excited.
Yeah, and there is a difference that you made a change this year with the instructional program. It's a big change. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. So one of the things that I believe.
And this is how many years have we had the program?
We've had the year.
6, 7 years?
7 years at least, yes.
But what's the difference between last year and this year instructionally?
So instructionally, one of the things that we identified very early on, like I said, I like to observe, is that our students were predominantly learning online. They were on a full online program with a partnership with an online program. And that goes for grades 6 through 12. One of the things I think we've learned through COVID is learning online, unless you're a truly motivated learner, it proves to be very difficult for children. So we moved to a direct instruction model. So we're working with Thunderbolt Academy to be able to have certified teachers in front of our students to be able to do direct instruction from a teacher, not from a computer screen and a teacher delivering it through a computer screen. Because also, I can't stress, the relationships between student and teacher are the most vital. It builds that trust, it builds that respect, it teaches those soft skills that are needed in the workforce and even just with their families, and it really builds that sense of community and relationship. And I will say that the staff at Thunderbolt Academy truly embrace the family model of giving our students every possible support, counseling, financial, and to be prepared for the workforce. And it's really, the direct instruction model has helped them both academically and also helped them behaviorally, because there's a person there that's teaching you every day.
Exactly. And also the fact that sometimes, well, we were hearing that some of the kids that were going to Thunderbolt didn't want to go back to the high school.
That is true.
And it could be socially, but it also could be because academically they weren't able to go into their commensurate class. Like if I had to go into, geometry or U.S. History 2, or they were like, I couldn't take that course because I wasn't prepared for it, right?
Mm-hmm. And that was a concern. That was definitely a concern for us. And one thing that I explain to all of the kids, and I do frequent Thunderbolt Academy often and do speak to all the kids, and no student goes into Thunderbolt Academy without me reviewing their profile in partnership with Steve Matus for our exceptional children. So the two of us work with every student's case to see what their needs are and to make sure that that is the appropriate placement for them. But we do have some students who just were very, very leery in going back to that larger setting within the classroom because they did not feel prepared from an online program. Therefore, they ended up staying for multiple years.
Gotcha, good. All right, so we're getting near the end, Mr. Rose, and I'm looking at what's next. I know I want to obviously I want to have you on again because we're doing a lot with our math program. So I really want to see what we're doing with our math program, and also I want to some of the other high interest issues like the extracurricular activities. So bring Mr. Lagamba here, or bring Ms. Sutton with you, then we can talk about things that are going on in the high school that, you know, why high school is so special. When I'm looking at going to the reunions, it's just an emotional tie. It's like you went to Buna, right? And so even though you're dyed-in-the-wool OBG. Now you're a Buna girl, and then you go back to the high school. It goes back to all those memories, and so I want to bring that back too. So that's what I'm thinking now. We can bring you back, and then we can have that discussion. And I just think that, you know, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do it. All this stuff is tremendous. It really is. Our kids are blessed. Our families are blessed, and I'm pleased with the progress at Lakeside. I do think that there's adjustments at the high school that are being made now, like you said, because it's a bigger building. We're going through that. But that being said, any parting shots that you want to let the community know?
So for those that really know me know that I have very little sports knowledge. But I'm assuming that means any parting words. One of the things that I just want to say is I have been in this district for 16 years, and I can truly say that the Millville community has embraced me as a native, that I have been born and raised here, not in Buna. And I have been very thankful and very blessed to be working with such dedicated people and such amazing families. And I said this, matter of fact, today to one of my parents, and I'm sure they're going to see this and they're going to go, oh, that was me. And I always say, you know, even my most loudest or angry parents, that's a parent that's involved in their child's life. And I really appreciate the energy and the passion to defend their children, because we have to be together. It takes a village. And I'm only here to help my parents and to give kids a resource to be good and effective and blessed citizens in the city of Millville, to contribute back to the city. I always tell them, when I'm old and gray, you're going to be taking care of me someday. So I always have to be fair and honest and true and model that to my families. And I'm just really blessed to continue to work in this district. And I really appreciate everybody.
Good.
Everybody.
Good. I think she's getting choked up because it is passionate. Your middle name is going to be Holly. Okay, but she's an adopted Holly City young lady. So. Thank you, Steph.
Thank you.
And I look forward to having you on again. And again, for our folks out there looking at the show, you know, I gave an update on the test scores. We're going to talk about the math scores at another date. Maybe have Mr. Hartman here, too, to talk about it at the secondary level, and even Bobby Barber at the elementary level. But also we had Dr. Mazzoni here talking. Excuse me, I've been sick for a couple of weeks, but I'm back. Believe it or not, I'm 100%, just getting the voice back. But anyway, giving an update to our parents about what's going on at the elementary level, what's going on at the secondary level. And as you can see, there's a lot of great things that are happening. But again, our door is always open, and always feel free to reach out. You can go to our website at www.millville.org. There's places that you can input information or ask questions, and we'll get back to you. And again, I look forward to having this show again and provide you another update. And for Stephanie DeRose and Dr. Matt Mazzoni, I'm Tony Trongone, wishing you, because I won't see you, a happy holiday season and a safe one, and a happy new year. Take care, everybody. And as always, go Bolts.
This has been a QBC television production in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22 and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
What if this happened to you when you're alone? Or what if it happened here? With MedGuard Alert, you're never alone. You can connect with medical professionals anywhere, anytime. And now MedGuard is introducing our exclusive new Care Watch. If you need help quickly, use it from anywhere to contact medical professionals. No cell phone required. The Care Watch is not only a life-saving medical alert device, it's a revolutionary health monitoring system that checks your blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation, and much more. And here's the best part. If you have Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. The Care Watch is only available through MedGuard Alert. Call us right now. We have monitoring programs starting as low as $1 a day. The call is free, activation is free, shipping is free, and no contract is required. Remember, with Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. Don't wait. Call us to get your Care Watch right now. Operators are standing by.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With private healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. Health insurance has never been so easy and affordable. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-936-0287. That's 800-936-0287.
Atlanta City Electric is switching over to new smart meters as part of their smart energy network. We learn more about the advantages of this new technology. It's all here on the next Latino Motion. Join us.
Choose to get lost in the woods to gain experience in forest management.
Choose to travel through time to understand the past.
Choose to soar to pursue a career in dance.
Stockton University offers 50 high-quality academic programs, small class sizes, and affordable tuition. Choose to match your interests and talents at one of New Jersey's nationally ranked universities.
Latino Motion with Bert Lopez is presented by Latino Motion Public Affairs Media, a New Jersey nonprofit corporation, and Stockton University. This edition of Latino Motion with Bert Lopez is brought to you by the HD Studios at the campus of Stockton University.
Funding for Latino Motion is provided by Atlanticare, offering primary, specialty, and urgent care, plus surgery and more. Atlantic City Electric, energy for a changing world. And South Jersey Gas.
Welcome to Latino Motion, a weekly interview show highlighting issues impacting New Jersey's Latino community while advancing understanding of Latino cultural heritage and contributions to our society. And here is your host, Bert Lopez.
Buenos dias and welcome to Latino Motion. I'm happy to have as my guest Dan Loveland. He is the Director of Project Management for PHI, which is also includes Atlanta City Electric. Dan, so nice to have you. Welcome to Latino Motion.
Thank you, Bert. Thank you for having me.
And for disclosure, full disclosure, we're colleagues at Atlanta City Electric. It's a great pleasure to have you on. And we want to talk about something new and exciting, right? I know that the meters that people have in their homes have been around for well over 100 years, and now they're going to be changing. And we want to ask you why. Why are they changing?
Yeah, again, thanks for having me, Bert. I appreciate the time. Always appreciate working with you and all that you do for the community and for the company. The reason for changing the meters is quite simply that the technology allows us to do more for our customers. So when you look at the traditional rotary style meters, while they have been a tried and true technology, their ability to give us information to help our customers both in storm and outage response, as well as in their day-to-day activities, isn't anywhere near what we'll be able to do once the new smart energy network is fully deployed and operational. So we'll have benefits. The first benefit folks will notice is we'll be able to read the meters remotely. We'll be able to get daily reads of the meters as well, and real-time updates if someone has a question for our customer service organization. When we get into storm mode, we'll be able to tell when our customers are out. We'll be able to leverage the technology and the network to be able to see where outages occur. And when it comes to being able to connect to the grid for things like battery storage, solar, et cetera, it'll make it easier for folks. We'll be able to do things more simplistically and quicker for our customers.
So Dan, I know that obviously you mentioned the rotary type style of the old meters. Am I right? Has it been over 100 years of those meters?
They've been around about as long as the utility business has been around, and it's been over 100 years.
So, everything around us has changed, right? You get the, I remember I was able to change my own carburetor in my car. You can't do that anymore, right? There's so much electronics and so many advances. I guess the other question would be, why is it taking so long to advance the old rotary meter to the new smart meters?
So that's a great question, Bert. It's not a simple decision. The cost of replacing the old rotary meters, there's over 500,000 meters in Atlantic City Electric territory, about 565,000. And the cost of the overall replacement is significant. We have to make IT changes in our systems, and overall, the first cost is well over $100 million. So we didn't take that burden lightly. We worked along with the Board of Public Utilities to come up with an answer that we think serves our customers well. The Board of Public Utilities actually mandated that all of the electric utilities in the state of New Jersey file back in 2021, and we were part of that filing. So really the reason that it took so long is we wanted to make sure that it was a good benefit for our customers and make sure that we weren't spending customers' money unwisely.
And just for those individuals who may not be familiar with the Board of Public Utilities, what is that agency?
Sure, Bert. So the Board of Public Utilities is the organization that oversees our interactions with our customers, our rates, and our operations. So they're the government organization that looks over all of the public utilities in the state of New Jersey, including Atlantic City Electric.
Right, and it's not just the electric utilities, right? They also regulate gas and other utilities as well.
That's correct. Water, gas, any public-owned utility gets regulated by the Board of Public Utilities. Those that are owned by municipalities wouldn't fall under their guidance.
So let's talk a little more in depth about the benefits. And one of the things that I know me and you have worked a great deal on has been doing storms and outages, right? That no one wants to have another Sandy. No one wants to have one of those hurricanes or windstorms that come our way and you're out of electric. How is the smart meter going to help us?
So the first thing the smart meter will do is when an outage occurs, it sends what's called a last gasp. It will tell our outage management system that there's been a power outage. Doesn't mean that we want our customers to stop calling, because during a very busy storm, there could be an issue where we get some confused signals. But the technology has been used for about 20 years now across the country, and it's pretty tried and true. So the first benefit is outage reporting and knowing where the customer outages are. The next thing that will happen is we'll be able to check periodically as we restore power. So as you're aware, during a large storm, we have to restore our customers by the largest number first, right? That's the best way to restore all of our customers quickly. And when we restore, we may find an outage near a substation that has what seems to be a very large customer count. We restore that first event. Maybe it's a tree on the lines near our substation. And then after that restoration is done, we switch the line back in, and we expect that our customers have come back on. But sometimes there's outages elsewhere on the line or other damage on the line that may not be apparent when we patrol the line. And so we may have a customer in what we call a nested outage, or one that's a secondary outage to the one that the cause that we initially found. Those outages we'll be able to find more easily in the future and make sure that our customers are restored. Finally, when we get to the tail end of the storm, which is always a tough part, right? We have these large numbers at the beginning of a storm, and we show great progress, bringing on large numbers of customers early. And then when we get to the tail end and outages become less than 5 customers per outage, it's a lot of trucks having to roll to a lot of different locations. What we find with the existing meter technology and the existing way that we track our outages is we'll often have many customers that are reported as out that are actually on. And so we have to go through a tremendous manual effort to drive to each of those homes or businesses and assure that those customers are back on. The technology that we're deploying now will allow us to check that remotely and make sure that we're focused on just those customers that are out, and clear out those customers that are restored and just reported wrong in the system.
So it almost sounds like there's a cell type communication that's taking place between our system and the individual meters. Is that what's actually happening?
Yeah, it's called a mesh network. And so the meters communicate with each other, and then they go through a radio system, a cellular system that ultimately brings the signals back to us. But the communication is a mesh network, so the meters can actually work with each other to send information to us.
So there will be additional communication equipment that will be part of this deployment?
Yeah, we're actually already deployed. We have one device left to install on that. We've put in about 1,000 communication devices across the service territory already. There's one remaining that will be installed this week, and then the network to be able to bring the meter reading and other information back to our systems will be fully deployed. We do have some IT changes that we need to make. Some of them are going on as we speak. There's an upgrade going on tonight, and then there'll be another one in about 7 months that will start to allow us to fully utilize the system. The meters we've started to deploy down in the Cape May area. We've got about 80,000 meters installed as of today.
Yeah, we want to talk a little more about that. We're running out of time for this segment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Latino Motion. Welcome back to Latino Motion. We continue our discussion with Dan Loveland. He is the Director of Project Management for PHI, which also includes Atlantic City Electric. Dan, we were talking about deployment of the smart meters, and you mentioned Cape May. So Cape May already started deployment. Tell me a little bit how that's going and the impact to customers.
Sure, Bert. So the deployment, we made a conscious choice to start in the Barrier Islands during the fall. So we did a soft start out near Rosenhagen in late August, and then we started in earnest on September 6th, knowing that many of the Barrier Islands would have less population than they do during the summer. The deployment has gone very well. We have some interesting opportunities that we've taken advantage of with workforce development folks and getting some folks from the local community involved and hoping to have them springboard that into a future career. We're about, as I said, about 80,000 plus meters installed so far. We're starting in Cape May, moving up the coast, and then we'll kind of go counterclockwise around the territory. We should be wrapped up on the Barrier Islands sometime around next May or June. A little bit of making sure that we have enough meters to keep the pace. We may be a little bit later than that. The global supply chain issue has not escaped us. We've managed through it. I think the project team has done an amazing job of tracking and making sure, again, we're north of 500,000 meters to install. So that's not a small undertaking to get them all in and deployed. As I said, we started back in September 6th to be exact in Cape May. We've been communicating with our customers. We've had a pretty pretty well executed and thought out communication plan. It really touches each one of our customers up to 5 times. The first is about 30 days prior to the meter installation time. Our customers get a postcard letting them know that there will be an installation. And then a letter is sent or an email if the customer signed up for it about 2 weeks ahead to make sure that they're notified. And then about a week prior, for customers who have an email or a text service with us, we send them a text message and notify them that, hey, this is coming. And then the day of, our technicians actually knock on the door and let folks know what they're doing. And then they leave a card, whether they're successful or not at communicating with the customer with a door knock, to let them know that the meter has been changed.
So let's talk about that a little bit. It's obviously when you have to pull out the old meter to pull the new meter in, I'm assuming that there's a disruption of service, right? The lights will go off. How long would that take place, that outage?
It's a matter of moments. So the technicians, I was out actually on Monday with some of the technicians. As we returned from a long weekend, always like to make sure we're talking to field forces and making sure that they're staying safe and focused on their work. And depending on what the technician sees when they remove the old meter and the testing, it can range from 2 to 5 minutes for the interruption. But we always want the technician to be deliberate about what they're doing, making sure that they're visually inspecting the socket behind the meter and testing the voltages appropriately to make sure that there's no problems before they plug the new meter in.
Then besides resetting my clock, because the meter will pull momentarily, are there any other impacts to the customer once that exchange takes place?
No, it should be seamless. They'll have a new meter. They'll have they won't be able to access initially all of the capabilities of the new meter until May of 2023, when we do our final IT upgrade or information technology upgrade to bring in the full reading and remote control capability. We have a very deliberate process for what we do with the old meter. We have the technician take photographs and readings of the old meter, photographs and readings of the new meter, so that we can assure that the billing is done correctly. Our business partner, CCI, has software that they've used on many deployments leading up to this one that captures all those photos and attaches them to the house. So it's very easy for us to make sure that we're getting the correct bill the first time. And then if there is a question, we're able to go back and research it well for our customers.
So Dan, you mentioned these features. So would this mean that I will be able to monitor my usage on my phone, on my computer? Is that what you're referring to about these features that will be available?
So yeah, the ability to get data from your meter, there is a more frequently available data. It's pretty much daily reads. You will be able to access that through my account on your computer, and if you have the phone app. So you will be able to decide what you want to do moving forward from the information you have in the past. So, being able to look at your readings on a daily basis versus on a monthly basis can help you to figure out where you're spending more money and what you can do to change the way that you use energy, and if you choose to do so, save some money.
Let's talk a little bit about, do people need to sign up to get the smart meters? This is happening automatically. And are there any information that you would need from the customers?
Yeah, good question, Bert. So it is automatic. We are intending to change all of the meters in the service territory from the old traditional rotary style to the new smart energy network meters. As far as the customer making an appointment, that's not necessary. We, as I mentioned, we'll be communicating with the customers and letting them know that we'll be in their area. We will knock on the door before we change the meter and make sure that they're aware so nobody's surprised by it. There is some information left behind that door hanger in case there is a question that the customer can reach out to our call center. We have a call center with the deployment vendor CCI that handles the first wave of calls, and if need be, we can get customers to whatever assistance they need as a result of their questions.
And Dan, I know that when you buy the first model or something, it's usually not the best model, right? There are tweaks that have to be made in the development. Is smart meters a tested technology? Do we have other utilities that are using smart meters?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Bert. It's a pretty tried and true technology. So Exelon, as you're aware, there are 6 electric utilities that are owned by Exelon, as well as 3 gas utilities. And in all of those utilities, with the exception of Atlantic City Electric, we have an automated metering infrastructure in place. I was at PICO when they did their first AMR, which was not as two-way capable back in the early 2000s, and they're now on through their second generation and have gone to an AMI. We have them in ComEd, we have a Baltimore Gas and Electric, and then within the PHI family, we have them at Pepco, Delmarva, and Delmarva Gas already in place, and they've been working successfully for all of those utilities for a number of years.
Well, Dan, I've got a couple more questions, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Latino Motion. Welcome back to Latino Motion. We continue our discussion with Dan Loveland. He is the Director of Project Management for PHI, which includes Atlantic City Electric. Dan, we were talking about the deployment. So it seems to be pretty much seamless. There might be a little bit of an interruption when you swap over the meters. You have to reset your clock, but it doesn't sound like there's a lot that you have to do as a customer once the meter is exchanged. We mentioned the fact that there may be some future capabilities. So hopefully you could track some of your usage on your computer, perhaps your smartphone, which is great for planning your usage. Ultimately, that could save you money, right? In terms of planning how much you're using, and particularly if you're conscious of that and really could control your usage. Let's talk a little bit about a couple more issues or concerns that people may have. One of them is safety. Are the smart meters safe?
Yeah, Bert. So as we were talking about with the technology being around for a while and all of the other Exelon utilities already having smart meters installed, in fact, about 75% of the United States has converted over to smart meter technology at this point. So I think we can say that they're a safe technology that's been pretty well adopted throughout the country. There are some folks who may challenge that, but we've had good success throughout Exelon utilities and throughout the country with these meters.
And then the other question, there might be some folks that have some conspiracy theories there about using data, right? Their usage data, which we do have usage data now, right? Because we do the meter readings. We know how much customers are using. But are there any privacy concerns that customers need to worry about?
Yeah, Bert, I think it's a fair question, right? For a customer to ask about their privacy and ask about whether or not their information could be shared with somebody else. And the way we have a very tight security system on our IT networks. We do a lot to maintain the security of our information across the company. From an operational standpoint and from a customer information standpoint, we have active campaigns to assure that our employee base is vigilant with maintaining the security of our networks and our IT information. From a sharing of data information, the customer's information is the customer's information, and that's the way it works. If the customer wants us to share their information with somebody else, the customer has to sign an agency agreement and send it to us in order for us to allow anybody to have the customer's information. So other than the customer themselves, no one will have access to the customer's information.
And then I know that there might be some folks who want to opt out. They don't want the smart meters. What options do they have? And is there a cost associated with either converting to a smart meter or opting out from getting a smart meter?
Sure, Bert. So yeah, there is the ability to opt out, and there's really so when you think about the reasons to go to smart meters, as we talked about, we're going away from manual meter reading. We're going to be reducing truck rolls. So a lot of the operational benefits that will help us manage our costs moving forward as a company, which translates to more stable rates for our customers, get lost with customers who decide to opt out. But we do respect that customers may want to opt out. For a customer who calls us in advance and says that they don't want the meter or refuses it when the technician gets to the door, there is a $15 a month fee for us to maintain a meter reading capability to go out and manually read those meters. And then for customers who don't tell us in advance, but tell us after we've changed the meter, there is a $45 fee for us to change the meter back. And then that $15 a month fee applies.
So Dan, you mentioned not having as many meter readers, right? So would this translate in loss of jobs for individuals?
Yeah, so that's a great question. As I mentioned earlier, we're proud of the workforce development effort that we've had go on here. We at Atlantic City Electric have had a workforce development training program in place for a while. We were able to have 14 of the folks that were involved in our workforce development training program gain employment with the folks at CCI. Two of them have already found a future career path in the short time that they've been involved. We also have had some folks from the meter reading company move over and take jobs with the installing vendors, and we are providing opportunities for them to leverage our workforce development training programs and look for a different career in the future. So there is a reality that there will not be the same number of meters to be read. But those jobs, we're working very hard with our business partners and with the community and with community colleges to provide training programs to redeploy those folks to other jobs in the future.
And I want to talk a little bit about that, particularly the focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I know that we've been very deliberate about opening up opportunities for underserved communities. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, Bert, we have been very deliberate about that. If you think about this is a significant opportunity. We had a project up in Brigantine, the Harbor Beach project, where we had 18 folks from Atlantic City take an opportunity to further themselves and get a different career, and that worked out very well for us with one of our business partners, the Jingoli folks in the Competitive Edge program. In fact, we just hired one of those 18 to work for us here in my office as a project management analyst. He started with us today. The workforce development part of the Smart Energy Network. So we're going to have between 30 and 50 folks working for about a year and a half. They go through an initial training and are taught some basics about electric theory. We do have our workforce development programs through the community colleges that we're helping to guide them to, so that they get training. And part of what we've done is make sure that the workforce development training program and the recruiting has been throughout the territory. And we have focused on areas like the Millville, Bridgeton area, Atlantic City, trying to get folks that may not have an opportunity to move into a better career, an opportunity, right? Everybody at some point in their life was given an opportunity. Anybody who has a good career was given an opportunity to further that career, and we're looking to make sure that we do that as much as we can across our community. And then you look at the work that we do otherwise outside of the automated metering, our normal substation upgrade and transmission work that folks have been seeing go on that has brought us to the great reliability numbers that we've had over the past few years. That work, oftentimes, we don't have enough skilled labor here in the territory, so people travel in from out of the area. So what we're hoping to do is to kind of springboard what's going on here and look for folks to move into careers within the electric utilities or other construction trades where we see in the South Jersey area people traveling in to take jobs that we have local folks that could do.
And that's very important. Appreciate that, Dan. I think it's very critical. Certainly, you're on the show Latino Motion, and we advocate certainly to get more of our community employed, and certainly opening up more opportunities overall for disadvantaged communities. So appreciate that. And Dan, it's been great talking about smart meters. Thank you for joining us here on Latino Motion.
Thank you, Bert. Thank you for the time.
And thank you at home for once again joining us here on Latino Motion. Take care.
Choose to get your feet wet, to learn more about protecting our environment. Choose to read minds, to understand the human brain.
Choose to get your hands dirty, to create a masterpiece.
Stockton University offers 50 high-quality academic programs, small class sizes, and affordable tuition. Choose to match your interests and talents at one of New Jersey's nationally ranked universities.
Funding for Latino Motion is provided by Atlanticare, offering primary, specialty, and urgent care, plus surgery and more. Atlantic City Electric, energy for a changing world. And South Jersey Gas.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need. It's never been easier or more affordable than right now to get the bathroom of your dreams. We have the best monthly programs in the industry with payments as low as $99 per month or no payments, no interest for 18 months with approved credit. The hardest part of your new bathroom is gutting and building the tub and shower. If your bathing area is old, there could be damage behind the walls and possible mold and mildew, which can be a serious safety issue. At BCI, we don't cover a problem, we fix it. Call now to get a never-clean glass-treated door with the no-track system at half off for the first 50 callers. Factory-trained, certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. Call 800-998-7338. That's 800-998-7338.
Attention people with Medicare and anyone turning 65. If you have original Medicare, you may be able to get a plan with additional benefits. Medicare Advantage plans may include eyeglasses, wellness visits, gym memberships, meal delivery, and hearing aids. To see if you qualify for a plan with additional benefits, call Best Medcare. Our licensed insurance agents can review your current benefits and tell you what additional benefits may be available to you. Just one call and you may be eligible for a plan with a $0 monthly premium. Tell us the deductibles you prefer, the doctors you want to see, and if you want prescription drug coverage. The service is free. You may even find a plan with a $0 monthly premium, $0 copays, and $0 deductibles. Speak to a licensed agent to find out if a Medicare Advantage plan is right for you. Call 800-953-1769. That's 800-953-1769. And let Best Medcare do the work for you.
What if you could make a free phone call and reduce your car payment by as much as $83 a month? Right now, you could be paying as high as 20% interest. Your new interest rate could be reduced to as low as 2.48%. You can refinance any existing car loan or leased car and save money every month. Take 5 minutes of your time right now. Make this free phone call and learn how to save hundreds of dollars a year by refinancing your existing car loan.
What you are about to see is one ladder. The sturdiest. The safest. The most versatile ladder in the world. The strong and sturdy Little Giant ladder system. 24 ladders in one. Coming up, you'll see amazing demonstrations. And later, you'll see the unveiling of the newest Little Giant ladder with exciting, never-before-seen features that will absolutely amaze you. Be sure to watch the countdown clock. You won't want to miss the unveiling of the new, incredible Little Giant Extreme.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn.
And I'm Robin Hartle.
Throughout our careers, both Robin and I have worked with some of the finest tools on the market. But today we want to show you the best ladder we've ever used, the Little Giant ladder system.
The Little Giant is more than just a ladder. It's an entire ladder system. It's actually 24 ladders in one. It's a tool that Richard and I both own and love.
We're excited to have with us today the founder of the Little Giant ladder system, the ladder man himself, our friend Hal Wing.
Richard, how are you?
Hal?
Hal,
Robin.
good to see you.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here.
Well, we're glad to have you.
Thank you.
Now, I'm sure our viewers out there are trying to figure out what makes this ladder so special. Can you show them just how special this ladder is?
Absolutely, I'd love to. I guess the best place to start is right here with the hinge. It's the strongest point of the ladder. We'll hold it at 1,200 pounds, and it's so easy to use. Just by using the hinge, you can put it in the storage position, or you can open it back up just like that. And the nice thing about it is it won't close up on you, it won't pull apart on you, and there are no spreader bars to get in your way. It's all done right here in the hinge. Now, by using that hinge, combined with these lock tabs, you're looking at not just one ladder, but you're looking at a 4-foot, a 5-foot, a 6-foot, and it's a 7-foot. So basically what you have is 4 different A-frames right inside this one ladder. And the beautiful part about that is you have rungs up both sides. You don't have to move the ladder so often, and each rung will hold 300 pounds. Now, if you have a sloping ground or a ramp or even staircases, you can adjust it just that easy. Right over the stairs, in the middle of the stairs, at the top of the stairs, the bottom of the stairs. And again, one of the worst things that you can do is when you have an A-frame position, the higher you go, the further you are away from your work. So how do we solve that? Well, with the Little Giant, we come down and we put what we call the 90-degree position. Rob, would you mind climbing this one? I think you've used this before.
Lots of times, more times than I can count, and I get up right here and I can do a lot of painting.
See that? She's right up next to her
Feel
work.
very comfortable.
She doesn't have to reach, doesn't have to stretch, and she's not in danger. Okay, going just a little bit further. Everybody has to get up and clean out the rain gutters once in a while or reach that second-story window. So with the Little Giant, you just go back to your hinge, allow them to snap into place, and walk the ladder out. And what we have here is the finest 17-foot extension ladder you're ever going to get your hands on. You have a wide flare at the top. You have a wide flare at the bottom. You have nice, soft, non-skid feet, both ends. Won't mar the walls, won't let you slip. And then you can bring it down one rung at a time, just like this, and adjust it wherever you need it. You get the length that you need for the job at hand. The other thing that's nice about it is, have you seen any ropes or pulleys on this ladder that, you know, hang out and get you tripped up? With our design, you don't need those, so you can come down rung at a time, every place you stop, and even if you miss the holes, they snap in automatically. And then go back to your hinge, drop this down, and just when you think you've seen everything that a ladder can do, let me show you this. Again, you have to go back to the hinge, pull out your lock tabs, give it a nice tug, and you'll notice it has its non-slip feet here on the bottom, which makes, of course, a very nice A-frame trestle. And then, if you connect them together with the lock tabs, you have a very nice base for scaffolding. Richard, would you mind handing me that aluminum plank?
Now, you make
Thank
this
you.
too, don't you?
We make these two. This is an option. Now, think about this. You can make this as long as you want. You don't have to move the ladder every few feet. You can do the whole side of a house if you want to. Do you want to climb up here with me?
Yes. Actually, this is my favorite
That's your
favorite
favorite
part of the
position on
ladder.
here?
I get so much work
All
done
right,
this way.
come
Are you
on.
coming up here
Well,
or
now, how
what?
much is this built for? I mean, how much weight?
We're going to be, I don't know how much you weigh, I'm not going to ask, but you're going to be well below the half-ton.
Well, I'm just
or
about
1,000 pound
150
capacity.
pounds
Now,
here.
the ladders
We don't feel it
will
bend.
hold 300 pounds apiece on each of the rungs.
It doesn't even bend.
No, it doesn't bend, doesn't
It's
move,
very
doesn't
secure.
twist. Now, really, folks, what you've got here is the good, bad, and the ugly, and I'll let you be the decision. I'll make you make that decision.
You just hold it back a little bit and it just slides right out. And then when you want to click it up into place, you just lift up the other end and it clicks into place. I couldn't believe it. You don't have to do it. It does it itself.
The Little Giant has a really great capability. It will fit in my car. It can fit in the back seat. We can shut the door and move it any place we want.
Robin, let's show the folks at home the difference between an ordinary ladder and the Little Giant ladder. This is an ordinary ladder rail, a cross-section. We'll slide that over the end here.
Okay.
Let's see what you can do with a little bit of leverage.
Okay. Look at that.
Wow, that's a little too easy. Look at that. It's
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
It's crumbling right there in the middle.
It doesn't take much to make it happen.
Oh, my
And
gosh.
again, you know, you don't want to be
Look
very
at
high in
that.
the air with something like that.
That's amazing.
Okay, let's do the same test with a Little Giant rail.
Okay.
This is a cross-section.
All
As
right.
you can see, it's a box frame construction. All right, we'll insert that in the clamp. Put the leverage on there.
All right.
Okay, let's go for it.
All right, and just
Oh, come on.
Like, oh, come on.
Here,
Give
come
it
on. Here, let me try. Let me hit the bottom.
Give him a little help, Robin. Give him a little help.
No,
this is just not
we
going.
can't. There's no way.
I would much rather have twisted this one.
I dare say that that pretty well sums it up.
It does.
I would think so.
This thing is strong, and it takes a lot of abuse. It's solid, it doesn't sway, it doesn't move around at all.
The sturdiness gives me the extra security in knowing, hey, I'm not going to fall off this thing.
The Little Giant ladder has some of the most demanding customers in the world. All branches of our U.S. military have purchased and are using the Little Giant ladder systems in a wide variety of applications.
One of the applications that we use it is at the launch pad. And in order to get the Little Giant ladder down to the place where we actually are going to use it, it's got to go through some very small confined spaces. So we can get it down into the module and then actually fold it out to its full size. The Little Giant ladder is so versatile that it basically accommodated all of our unusual tasks.
Little Giant ladders are very durable. They're dependable, very rigid ladder. I've got some pretty big operators, and then you add all their gear, and you're looking at about a 300-pound guy. They're very structurally sound and safe for them to be able to get where they need to go when they've got a weapon in their hand.
I own 3 of them. I'm a general contractor, and I wouldn't own any other ladder.
I'm the rescue captain in my volunteer fire department, and I keep a 17-footer on my truck, and we use it for everything. This ladder is second to none, and I would never trust the safety of my men as something of lesser quality.
I'm a little bit of a big guy, so the security and safety of it just blew me away. It's very stable, very safe, easy to get up and down on. The rungs don't hurt your feet.
So do you feel comfortable up there?
Oh, yeah.
Can you shake a little bit?
I can shake a lot. It's not going anywhere. I mean, it's awesome.
I'm 73 years old, and I can get on that ladder and do anything I want because it's safer than walking upstairs, I think. If you want to change a light bulb, I don't care how high it is. In my house, I can get it, and we have some pretty tall ceilings. I lift it around. If I want to fix a curtain or hang a drape or do anything, I've got my Little Giant. It's just the perfect thing.
Anybody could use this ladder. I mean, there are only so many moving parts. I mean, it's not difficult at all to see it done once. You know how to do it. There's no magic to it.
Quality ladder really isn't a luxury. With all you do, it's a necessity. Think about the times you could have used a Little Giant.
This is one purchase you'll be glad you made. You'll use your Little Giant for the rest of your life. It's an investment to last a lifetime.
So we highly recommend that you order yours right now.
The Little Giant ladder system is actually 24 ladders in one. You get several sizes of A-frame ladders, staircase ladders, 90-degree ladders, extension ladders, and 2 trestles for scaffolding, all in one small, easy-to-store package. With the Little Giant, you can easily work on stairs, uneven surfaces, and safely do all those difficult jobs around your home or office that you just couldn't do in the past. When was the last time you felt safe and secure at the top of a ladder? The strong and sturdy Little Giant won't bend and sway like ordinary ladders. You'll never again have to maneuver those large, clumsy ladders through your home. The compact Little Giant can be easily moved even into the most difficult situations. And you can transport the Little Giant in your car instead of on top of your car. And you get rid of all those unsightly, dangerous ladders that clutter up the garage with just one compact, easy-to-use, do-it-all ladder system. You can own the sturdiest, safest, most versatile ladder system ever made. The favorite ladder system of professionals and homeowners for over 30 years. You could expect to spend $700 to $800 on several ordinary ladders just to match the quality and versatility of one Little Giant. But you won't pay anywhere near that for a Little Giant. Call now and try a Little Giant in your home or on the job for 60 days. If you don't absolutely love it, send it back and we'll refund your money, no questions asked. And when you order today, you'll also get free shipping. That's right, free shipping with every order. But we're not done yet. When you call today, you'll be automatically upgraded, free of charge, to the newest Little Giant ladder. The new Little Giant Extreme. Stay tuned. The founder of the Little Giant Ladders, Hal Wing, is about to unveil for the first time the amazing new Little Giant Extreme.
Folks, I am so proud. I haven't been this proud since my first child was born. Have I got something in store for you? Wait till you see the new Little Giant Extreme.
Just when you thought a ladder couldn't get any better, the new Little Giant ladder is even stronger, safer, and more versatile than ever before. Introducing the Little Giant Extreme. The Little Giant Extreme is the finest ladder in the world. With the new rock locks, you can quickly change from one configuration to the next, even faster and easier than ever before. With the new air deck, you'll feel even more stable and secure at the top of the ladder. You'll be amazed at how safe you feel with something to hold on to. And the air deck opens up into a tool holder. It's your portable workbench at the top of the ladder. The air deck can hold nearly every tool you'll ever need. And best yet, there's even a cup holder. Newly designed, slip-resistant feet, combined with a wide flare at the base of the ladder, add even more safety and stability to the Extreme. The new Extreme also comes with wheels. Moving a ladder from place to place has never been easier. If you've ever spent a lot of time on a ladder, you'll appreciate the new wider rungs of the Little Giant Extreme. 50% wider rungs. The fuel tank is a 1-gallon vertical paint tray. With the fuel tank, you'll never again waste time climbing up and down the ladder for paint. There's even a mounting bracket for your roller and detail brush. And the best part, with the fuel tank, cleanup is a breeze. The special non-stick polymer lining lets you peel the paint right out. The Extreme pulls apart into 2 trestles. New trestle brackets are included with every Little Giant Extreme to make your scaffolding even more stable and secure. It can also be used as a workbench or even a saw stand. And just when you think you've seen everything a ladder can do, Little Giant has created the most exciting feature ever in the history of ladders. Built-in ratcheting leg levelers. Even on the most unlevel ground, your Little Giant Extreme will be level and rock solid. And now, we've saved the best for last. Introducing the revolutionary new safety rails. With the safety rails, you just walk right through onto your roof. And getting back down from your roof is just as easy. Adjust the safety rails horizontally, and now you have a ladder stabilizer to keep you even more safe at the top of the ladder. And they can easily store on the sides of your ladder. At Little Giant, our ladders are not made to last a year or two. Our ladders are built to last entire generations. The new Little Giant Extreme will come with a full lifetime warranty. This is the last ladder you will ever have to buy. There's no amount of money you can spend on any other ladder and get the same benefits, quality, and safety of a Little Giant Extreme. The Little Giant Extreme is the finest ladder in the world. Call now and try a Little Giant Extreme in your home or on the job for 60 days. If you don't absolutely love it, send it back and we'll refund your money, no questions asked. But it gets even better. Call now and you'll get free shipping. That's right. The fully assembled Little Giant Extreme will come right to your front door with no shipping charges whatsoever. And the new Little Giant Extreme will come with a full lifetime warranty. When you consider the longevity of a Little Giant, it's a better value than nearly anything else you'll buy in your lifetime. Call the number on your screen and get a Little Giant Extreme on the way to your home right now.
This ladder rocks. Hal, show us all the cool new stuff.
She isn't kidding anybody. This thing is fantastic. Folks, you think that what you just saw is great? Wait till you see this. Something the world's never seen before. Check this out. You push this out. Look at that.
Wow, how cool is that? A built-in leg leveler?
And then, when you pull it, voila.
And when you're working outdoors, you almost always have unlevel ground. Does that look familiar to you? Well, with the ratchet leveler, there you go, problem solved. Now you can get up on the ladder and you feel safe.
There's no reason for you to ever feel insecure on a ladder again.
Whether your ladder's in the A-frame position or extended all the way up, you will not only feel safer, but you're gonna be safer. Washing windows, cleaning gutters, trimming trees, or doing home repairs, you're gonna be safer.
No other ladder on the planet has that. And there's so much more to the ladder. Look at these rock locks. Nobody in the world has these. It's our own patent. One finger, just one single finger, and out it comes just like that, and down it comes. Put your rock locks back in, and you know what? They find their own level, and then squeeze it down. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
It can't get easier. Look at that.
The rock locks are so easy to
Very
use.
easy.
And now, pull it back up, click it together. I'm gonna let Robin show you how easy it is to move from one project to the next.
Look at that.
Isn't
I
that
love
nice?
this.
Just
It's
wheel that
so
around
easy
wherever you
to
want to go.
transport.
There you go. You don't just have to push your husband around anymore. You just push him around. Robin, I need a helping hand here.
Okay,
just for
you
a
got
moment.
it.
Okay, what we have here is a very nice air deck. Now I have something to hang on to. Now, folks, I've been doing ladders for 40 years, okay? Until you feel it yourself, you're never really gonna understand how totally secure and comfortable you feel up here. This is absolutely wonderful. Now, when you go to do a job, you need to take tools and equipment with you. Well, now we have all kinds of places to put attachments. Justin, come over. Make yourself useful as well as good looking. Okay? You know what? It's the only ladder in the world that has a place to put your cup.
I love
All right?
that.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, give me some stuff. Give me a hammer.
There
Give me
you
a
go. Here's
drill.
a drill driver.
Give me a
How about a
screwdriver.
screwdriver?
Give me whatever you got. Does your wife know that's missing? Anyway, the greatest ladder in the world, folks, and you've got room for everything. And now, where do we put the paint? I have an answer for that, too. But we call this the fuel tank. And it's much, much more than just something to put paint into. Let me have a brush,
Okay, there's the brush.
The first thing that's very, very frustrating to me is you drop the brush, goes down the paint, you have to fish it out, not with this. Got a nice little magnet, hangs onto it right there. And with the roller, voila. And you know what, folks? It holds an entire gallon. Think about that. Instead of just a quart that you're running up and down the ladder trying to get and dripping all over the place, you've got it all right here. And it's not just for paint. You can pick fruit and put it in it. You can use your cleaning supplies. You can even put some of the tools that I used a moment ago in it. And there's more. I'm gonna let Robin do the cleanup. So Robin, it's up to you.
And I actually really hate the cleanup, but this fuel tank is made out of a special material that allows me to make that cleanup so easy. So all I need to do is now just peel this paint away just like this. Isn't this amazing? It makes it so easy that I don't even mind painting anymore.
Isn't that a lot easier than trying to scrub one of those things out with big
Isn't
thinner?
that incredible? Wow, look at how clean that
It's as clean as new, and you know, you can put fruit in it, put tools in it. It's just wonderful. I'm going to remove the outer base totally off of the ladder. I'm gonna hand that to you.
Okay.
Would you take
Wow,
that?
that's so light.
And then we're going to go back down to the other side and remove, again, the outer base. Now, thank you very much. We are also going to include a pair of trestle brackets. What I can do with those, first slip one on this side, put one on this side, and then you take the two. Thank you, Robin.
You're welcome.
Take the two and put them together. Reinsert, and would you adjust that over there for me, Robin? There you go. Now we have a nice scaffolding, and it's wonderful. Come on up here with me.
Okay.
Now you don't have to move the ladder every few feet. You have a very nice scaffolding system built right in your ladder.
When it comes time to move ordinary ladders, you know how you have a tendency to want to drag them? Well, with the Little Giant Extreme, you don't have to do that. You just tilt it back onto its wheels and let the wheels do the work. You just roll it into position, and voila.
You know what's great about the Little Giant? You can go from 4'7" to 17-foot extension ladder with ease. Show them how it's done, Robin.
Oh, I do this all the time. When I need to get up on the roof, do my Christmas lights, I just push the hinge in on one side, walk under it.
The only ladder in the world that you can walk under that gives you good luck. Okay, now, what we're asking her to do is a pretty tall order for a very petite woman. Watch what we do here.
Hal, could you be the house?
I certainly can.
Okay.
I'll be your house, okay?
You be my house.
Okay.
And then I just walk it up rung by rung. And it's that easy. And I feel such a sense of accomplishment.
Wow, isn't that great?
Now here's something else no other ladder has. Safety rails. Brilliant. Have you ever been nervous climbing onto a roof? Come on, who hasn't? With an ordinary ladder, stepping from the ladder to the roof is the most dangerous part. Well, not anymore. With these new safety rails, climbing up onto the roof is safer and easier than ever. You just walk right through. I mean, I just walked right through. It's as simple as that. The engineers at Little Giant have made a quantum leap, and it's just as easy climbing back down. In the past, that first awkward step back onto the ladder from way up in the air could be terrifying. You don't know if the ladder's gonna slip or your foot is gonna slide on the rung. But now, with these new safety rails, getting down off the roof is easy. You feel so much more safe and confident. You're actually holding on to something as you climb down. It's awesome. I don't know why we didn't do this before.
You can also adjust your safety rails horizontally to create a wall standoff that's perfect for cleaning windows. You never want to put a ladder directly against glass panes. Your safety rails can be easily adjusted to go around windows. They can adjust to over 7 feet wide. This makes the job of cleaning windows or working around windows so much faster, easier, and safer.
And look at this. When you get around to cleaning out your rain gutters, it's much easier when you use your safety rails as a wall standoff. Now, with ordinary ladders, you have to work around the ladder. And the ladder can also damage your rain gutters. With the new safety rails, your ladder doesn't even touch your rain gutters, and there's no ladder to get in your way. Look at that.
Your safety rails can also act as a ladder stabilizer. This is especially useful when you know you're going to be doing some reaching. Reaching out too far on a ladder can be dangerous. The ladder could tip. Now, you should never overreach, but we know that sometimes we tend to reach out a little bit further than we should, especially when painting. Your safety rails stretch out wide and help stabilize your ladder. It helps prevent the ladder from twisting, and you feel more secure at the top of the ladder.
These new safety rails are amazing.
They can quickly and easily be switched to and from their storage position on the side of the ladder.
They're made of aluminum. They're lightweight, durable, and made to last a lifetime.
And you can't get these on any other ladder.
40 years of American craftsmanship. We've been building ladders for 40 years, making it better every year. Nobody can even come close to duplicating that.
And you know what that means for me? It means that my work is faster, it's easier, and it's safer.
Another thing, 2 words, lifetime warranty. I don't know of any other ladder on the face of the planet that gives you 30-day warranty. We give you a lifetime warranty. And more than that, we'll give you 60 days money-back guarantee. You get it, you don't like it, and it doesn't do what I tell you it's going to do, send it back. I'll take it back.
Just when you thought a ladder couldn't get any better, the new Little Giant ladder is even stronger, safer, and more versatile than ever before. Introducing the Little Giant Extreme. The Little Giant Extreme is the finest ladder in the world. With the new Rock Locks, you can quickly change from one configuration to the next, even faster and easier than ever before. With the new Air Deck, you'll feel even more stable and secure at the top of the ladder. You'll be amazed at how safe you feel with something to hold on to. And the Air Deck opens up into a tool holder. It's your portable workbench at the top of the ladder. The Air Deck can hold nearly every tool you'll ever need. And best yet, there's even a cup holder. Newly designed slip-resistant feet, combined with a wide flare at the base of the ladder, add even more safety and stability to the Extreme. The new Extreme also comes with wheels. Moving a ladder from place to place has never been easier. If you've ever spent a lot of time on a ladder, you'll appreciate the new wider rungs of the Little Giant Extreme. 50% wider rungs. The fuel tank is a 1-gallon vertical paint tray. With the fuel tank, you'll never again waste time climbing up and down the ladder for paint. There's even a mounting bracket for your roller and detail brush. And the best part, with the fuel tank, cleanup is a breeze. The special non-stick polymer lining lets you peel the paint right out. The Extreme pulls apart into 2 trestles. New trestle brackets are included with every Little Giant Extreme to make your scaffolding even more stable and secure. It can also be used as a workbench or even a saw stand. And just when you think you've seen everything a ladder can do, Little Giant has created the most exciting feature ever in the history of ladders. Built-in ratcheting leg levelers. Even on the most unlevel ground, your Little Giant Extreme will be level and rock solid. And now, we've saved the best for last. Introducing the revolutionary new safety rails. With the safety rails, you just walk right through onto your roof. And getting back down from your roof is just as easy. Adjust the safety rails horizontally, and now you have a ladder stabilizer to keep you even more safe at the top of the ladder. And they can easily store on the sides of your ladder. At Little Giant, our ladders are not made to last a year or two. Our ladders are built to last entire generations. The new Little Giant Extreme will come with a full lifetime warranty. This is the last ladder you will ever have to buy. There's no amount of money you can spend on any other ladder and get the same benefits, quality, and safety of a Little Giant Extreme. The Little Giant Extreme is the finest ladder in the world. Call now and try a Little Giant Extreme in your home or on the job for 60 days. If you don't absolutely love it, send it back and we'll refund your money, no questions asked. But it gets even better. Call now and you'll get free shipping. That's right, the fully assembled Little Giant Extreme will come right to your front door with no shipping charges whatsoever. And the new Little Giant Extreme will come with a full lifetime warranty. When you consider the longevity of a Little Giant, it's a better value than nearly anything else you'll buy in your lifetime. Call the number on your screen and get a Little Giant Extreme on the way to your home right now.
Folks, outside of my family, there's not a more proud moment in my life than being able to show you what we've given you today. The Little Giant Extreme, wow, it's wonderful. Every ladder task you have will be safer, easier, faster. Pick up the phone, get your Little Giant. I promise you, you will love it.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS?
Then get on board with the Tax Admiral and let us steer your way to financial freedom.
Helping people clean up their mess with the IRS.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, are facing an audit, a lien, or levy, then call me right away. You're in charge with the Tax Admiral. Call me now for your free emergency consultation.
Call 800-817-3044. That's 800-817-3044.
It's time to pump up the volume and get your story published as an audiobook. Audiobooks give your readers a way to rediscover your book in a new format. Plus, you'll generate new readers and fans who love the storytelling format of an audiobook. Audiobooks are the fastest growing trend in the publishing industry because your readers have an active life. They're multitaskers. They appreciate strong storytelling and they can enjoy your audiobook anywhere. It's time to bolster your book sales with Audiobook Network. With an audiobook, you'll earn more profits, tell your story to a new audience, add excitement to your storytelling, and get discovered easily. Call us today for a free audiobook guide. We produce and narrate your book with voice professional actors and audio engineers. But there's more. We bring your audiobook full circle from script to sales on Amazon, Audible, and Apple iTunes.
Call for your free audiobook guide at 855-654-4561. That's 855-654-4561.
Some men are born not merely to lead, but to do so with foresight, dignity, and compassion. Such a man is James R. Hurley, who can look back on a lifetime of service to New Jersey as a county freeholder, a member of the state legislature, and as chairman of the Casino Control Commission. Meanwhile, he raised a family, worked diligently in support of his church, initiated projects in the public interest, yet managed to run his advertising and public relations firm. And there is more to the James Hurley story, a chronicle of tireless dedication to New Jersey and its citizens.
I think he's so well liked here because he likes people. He likes to talk to them. And when he was in the legislature, everywhere he went, he always carried a little pad of paper and a pen because people would ask him, I need help here. Could you do this? So he said, I forget when I come home. So if I take this, I can remember. Because he always told his staff, it doesn't matter who calls. Everyone is important. And everyone that asks for something, we try to help.
He wanted to be good to everybody and make sure that everybody was taken care of. And that's just who he kind of was. So people would come up to him and introduce themselves, and he already knew who they were. He knew everybody's name.
My father is honest, full of integrity. As a politician, he listened to his constituents always and acted on their behalf.
I was the executive director of the Millville YMCA. And to say that money was scarce, it would be putting it mildly. And we had old boilers in the basement. And I mentioned to Jim, we really got to remove the asbestos. We've been told we got to get rid of it. And we didn't have any money. And somehow, he found money in Trenton, and we were able to remove that asbestos. That's just my example of his constituent attention.
I was benefited greatly by the fact that I became a leader in the Assembly, and I moved up through the ranks to become the Republican leader in the Assembly. And so then when I was elected to the Senate, I immediately went into leadership position in the Senate and eventually became the Republican leader of the Senate.
Well, my first contact in meeting Jim Hurley was back in 1974, so it's nearly 50 years ago. I was in my law office one afternoon, and the receptionist said, Assemblyman Hurley's here to see you. Will you see him? And I said, sure, send him back. And he came to my office, and he sat down, and he said that he and some of the other leaders of the Republican Party had some high regard for me, and they wondered whether I would be willing to become the Republican county chairman. After that, I did decide to take the position, and became the Republican county chairman, and became in a relationship with Jim over the years, both politically and then ultimately personally. We became good friends as well. You can't not become a good friend of Jim Hurley's if you know Jim Hurley.
In 1974, Jim Hurley started James R. Hurley Associates, an advertising and public relations firm in Millville. After Jim's 1990 appointment to the Casino Control Commission, wife Wally ran the business until 2004.
I worked for Jim Hurley in his business starting in 1978. His business was James R. Hurley Associates, Advertising and Public Relations. When I left there, I formed my own agency, which is called Design Advertising, with the tools that I learned from working at Hurley Associates.
Well, Hurley Associates, after I had become involved with the bank merged. It up and merged with the First Camden National, so it was no longer just a local bank. And I didn't know if I wanted to be involved in banking. Mr. Parr, who was the president, wanted me to be a banker. I developed an interest in writing and public relations and advertising, so I gravitated toward that.
He went in to be a public relations person for Millville National Bank, and then he started Jim Hurley Associates. So I sort of idolized Jim, to be honest with you. I ended up going to college. I went back and I actually taught at the same high school he taught at that time. It was a junior high. And then I started my own business. It's Jim Quinn Associates. Shortly after, I was in teaching for about 5 years, I guess. So that's when I was able to emulate Jim and sort of want to follow in his footsteps.
One of Jim Hurley's most personally rewarding accomplishments for his constituents was convincing the state legislature to create New Jersey's first joint urban enterprise zone, combining Vineland and Millville in 1983. Because of Jim's efforts, Bridgeton was also named an urban enterprise zone.
Jim, as a leader, would come in to the city, and I always found him to be the type of person that wanted to figure out how to do something, how to get it done. It didn't matter if there were obstacles or it didn't seem possible. He wanted to think about, how can we do that? And a good example of that is the urban enterprise zone. At the time when they were first coming out in the legislature, there were 10 slots. 9 slots had been taken. There was 1 slot left, and Vineland and Millville were competing for that slot. Jim, representing both areas, sponsored amendments to the legislation that enabled the first joint zone to be created. So we still have today the Vineland-Millville Urban Enterprise Zone, probably the single greatest economic development tool that the cities have been able to use, really changing the cities to a great degree.
Well, the Urban Enterprise Zone was under the jurisdiction of the state. It became a designated zone by the state legislature, so it became an entity unto itself. And because of that, the cities involved in that district would get attention and would get funds and would get marketing efforts by the departments of the state government. I want to make it very clear how influential Tom King was in my career and how influential he was in what we were able to accomplish. You don't accomplish those things in government without the influence of the top person, and that's the governor.
Thanks to the close association Jim Hurley developed with Governor Thomas Kean, Route 55 was completed in Cumberland County. This improvement in transportation led to much-needed local economic growth. Jim's office also developed strong contacts with President Ronald Reagan's administration, resulting in the medium-security Federal Correctional Institution near Fairton, which opened in 1990. Federal grants were awarded to train personnel for the new jobs.
Well, I think the biggest accomplishment, because it's one that I think we worked the hardest on, was Route 55. For years and years, Route 55 only went a short distance out of the Philadelphia area down towards Cumberland County, but it never got to Cumberland County. And it was only really because of Jim Hurley's relationship with Governor Tom Kean that Route 55 ever got completed. Until Tom Kean became the governor and Jim Hurley had a very close relationship with the governor, it stalled dead. But every time Governor Kean would come to our area, and he came to visit Cumberland County quite frequently, and every time he came to Cumberland County, Jim Hurley and I would beat him up about getting Route 55 completed because we thought that it would connect us to the outside world and be an improvement to the area. And finally, it got accomplished, of course, while Governor Kane was the governor.
So transportation was key, but that plays into the other area very solidly, and that's economic growth, creation of jobs. Jim had a wonderful relationship not only with elected officials and appointed officials on the state level, but also on the federal level. Outstanding rapport with the Reagan administration, and it brought a slew of federal dollars to his district, where unemployment historically has run high. I can remember Jim meeting with the United States Secretary of Labor and securing a multi-million-dollar grant to train and retrain in the area of employment. So getting these jobs into the county and replacing the jobs that were being lost, getting people retrained, was of the utmost importance. And Jim really delivered, not only with state funds, millions of dollars for human services and for employment, but also federal dollars, which I want to add is unusual for a state legislator to be able to access the different levels and pull all the levers on the federal level.
That was a fascinating thing because actually my legislative assistant at the time was Bob Fryatt. And he took it upon himself to develop a relationship with Edmund Meade's Department of the Government. So by his communicating with them, we were able to arrange a meeting with Meade in Washington. And the purpose of it, because the prison system came under Meade's jurisdiction, the purpose of it was to interest him in putting a federal prison here in Culver County. Our interest in the prisons was strictly job generator, because at the time the glass factories were cutting back, some of them were closing, and we needed to find jobs for people. And one of the suggestions made was to try to interest the Attorney General in locating a federal prison here in Cumberland County. So that's what we did.
Jim Hurley is proud of having assisted Japanese Americans throughout the nation receive federal reparations and an apology for their years of forced internment, plus the confiscation of their property and finances during World War II.
There are several things that I am most proud about. And one, he spoke about the reparation of the Japanese community, because they were American citizens who were ill-treated. And the Japanese community has always supported Jim, and you never ever forget. And Charlie Nagel came to Jim and said, "We need help, because we think we should be honored. We think that we should have this money that is due us." And he was helpful in doing that.
Under the federal government, in fact, the President of the United States at the time decided that they would live in encampments. They were supervised by the agencies of the federal government. And then after that period of time, they developed some independence, and they were so responsible for their own activities, and they were so responsible for the economic progress of the area that the federal government recognized that, and they determined that they would live here. After the war, they would be citizens of this area, and they formed a very, very strong community in Seabrook. We became very friendly with and very close to the Japanese American community. Mr. Seabrook was so influential in Washington that he was able to interest the federal government in supporting the Japanese American community in Seabrook, Cumberland County. And they did so economically, and they did so because of hiring. These were farm workers. They came here and developed huge farm operations, which turned into frozen food, which turned into feeding our troops.
In 1990, Governor Kane appointed Jim Hurley to New Jersey's Casino Control Commission. That appointment was extended twice, and in 1998, Jim was named as chairman, a post he held for 4 years.
His involvement with the Casino Control Commission has raised many questions from people because he is a man of faith, and they said, if you are a man of faith, why do you want to be involved with the casinos? And his response was, he felt responsible that they did what they were supposed to do, that there were no ill influences, that people were legally licensed, that the jobs were properly done, everything was overseen. So he had the responsibility of making sure that it ran the way it should, in an honorable way.
You were in the vortex of everything that was happening in what was then a very powerful, dynamic part of state government. It was generating $5 billion in money bet in New Jersey, a portion of which went to social programs all over the state and to a lot of other programs through the Casino Reinvestment Development Authority. My role as CRDA and on the commission was constantly one of diplomacy, how we could best use the funds that were mandated by legislation for the benefit of all the people. I took that responsibility very seriously.
Jim's wife and daughters have supported him in all his many endeavors, including his political campaigns, help for the homeless, affordable housing, and volunteer work for the Presbyterian Church. Daughter Leslie was a kindergarten teacher in Millville for 35 years. Jamie worked in human resources at Duran Glass in Millville, and Carrie Anna is a social worker.
When you talk about Jim Hurley, you also got to talk about Wally Hurley. They are joined at the hip. They're a wonderful couple. They're a loving couple, and they extend their love beyond their circle to you. And you really feel embraced by their friendship. I cannot find anything ever that I could ever say that was be on the negative side of the Hurleys. They're just very special people.
We have 3 daughters, Leslie, Jamie, and Carrie Anna. And Leslie and Jamie are 2 years apart, and then there's a span. And Leslie and Jamie were so involved, so enthusiastic.
Jamie and Leslie, Leslie's still supporting me today, but they were grassroots people. They knew the people at the grassroots, and so they could advise me. They could tell me individuals and individual names and individual people who would be helpful to me. And so Jamie and Leslie, well, to a large extent, was influential. She was a part of a large cadre of teachers. Teachers were very influential in Millville and very influential to me in my career.
My father in politics we were very involved. My older sister and I especially. We did a lot of the campaigning, a lot of stuffed envelopes, a lot of phone calls, a lot of handing out pencils and buttons and bumper stickers.
I don't remember exactly when my father got into politics, but as soon as he did, I loved every minute of it. I loved stuffing the envelopes. I loved going with him to meet the people, especially like in Cape May County, because everybody really loved him there. We blew up balloons. He had a great team around him all the time. Wonderful people, full of energy, full of creativity. So it was fun, very fun.
Well, I think when you talk about Jim, it's almost impossible not to talk about Walda and his family. They really are a package deal, and they certainly were in our church. Of course, Jim had a leadership role there as well, But he was also, the guy that wanted to go out into the neighborhood and visit with the neighbors. He wanted to do, help with the homeless. And probably a great story about Jim is he founded the nonprofit A-Home. He got all the ministers together in town. He realized if I fed them breakfast, I could get their attention. And so he had them for breakfast over several months. And the result of those meetings was the creation of a nonprofit that really addressed affordable housing in Millville. So walking his faith is a big part of who he is.
I went on off to college, and many years later I had returned home and was working in Atlantic City at the time at the Casino Control Commission. And lo and behold, Jim Hurley came on board as one of our 5 commissioners. I worked for the Division of EEOAA and planning, and so we had lots of opportunities to interact on ensuring that the casino industry was doing its part to ensure that women and minority businesses were getting their fair share and that there were good employment numbers for women and minorities in the workforces. I eventually retired and came on home to do community work, volunteer work in my area. And that's how I kind of started getting more involved with the church and became a clerk of session. And some years into it, we got a request from Jim and Walda Hurley to join our church. Jim and Wally came to us from the Millville Presbyterian Church, where they had been long good servants of that church. Jim held several positions there, including clerk, and so was kindred spirit in that regard. And so as much as they sort of regretted leaving Millville, they did, and came to Bridgeton, where we happily received them in our church. And, Jim, being the guy that he is, didn't sit back on his laurels. He could have. He was, I believe, clerk in Millville for 12 or 15 years. That's like a long time to do a really big job in a church.
Oh, gosh, my faith is, I would say, is extremely instrumental. Extremely instrumental. I've been actively involved in the Presbyterian Church for a long time and served on committees, by the way, all the way from the local congregation to presbytery to the national body. I was a commissioner to a National General Assembly, and that was a fascinating office that I held. I had to be elected to that.
If I had to choose one word to describe Jim, I think I would choose the word authentic. Jim is who he is. He's that way whether he was in the state legislature, leading the Senate or the Assembly, and whether he's leading a church, and whether he's with his family. He's the same person, and that's a very, very good man.
When I think about Jim Hurley, 2 words come to mind. One of them is integrity, and the other one is heart. Jim is a man of the highest integrity you'll ever find, and he has the biggest heart.
Oh, the word I picked to describe my dad is faithful. He's always put God first, and I think that's just carried him through his life.
Well, he has a terrific manner with people, and he's very gracious. I think that's a good word to describe Jim. And that graciousness, it goes a long way. I mean, you treat people fairly and kindly and decently, you hope that they'll reciprocate. And I think that's another secret to Jim's being taken into the community so well.
I would love to say to my father that I'm extremely proud of him, extremely proud of the human that he is, the man that he is, the father, husband, grandfather, and now great-grandfather that he has always been honest, upstanding, and has always taken care of us the very best he can.
Jim Hurley's family, friends, and colleagues show no hesitation when listing superlatives to describe him. No one word is sufficient. He deserves them all.
Jersey is a place rich in innovation and deeply rooted in hometown traditions. The city's agricultural legacy, where brands like Welch's and Progresso originated, lives on today alongside companies producing the critical pharmaceutical packaging we depend on. While Vineland continues to grow, it retains a quality of life enriched by cultural diversity and an abundance of nature's playgrounds to enjoy.
I'm Mayor Anthony Finucci. We have something for everyone at VinelandCity.org.
Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
Attention people with Medicare and anyone turning 65. If you have original Medicare, you may be able to get a plan with additional benefits. Medicare Advantage plans may include eyeglasses, wellness visits, gym memberships, meal delivery, and hearing aids. To see if you qualify for a plan with additional benefits, call Best Medcare. Our licensed insurance agents can review your current benefits and tell you what additional benefits may be available to you. Just one call and you may be eligible for a plan with a $0 monthly premium. Tell us the deductibles you prefer, the doctors you want to see, and if you want prescription drug coverage. The service is free. You may even find a plan with a $0 monthly premium, $0 copays, and $0 deductibles. Speak to a licensed agent to find out if a Medicare Advantage plan is right for you. Call 800-953-1769. That's 800-953-1769. And let Best Medcare do the work for you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Around South Jersey. I have one of the most popular people in the Delaware Valley with me tonight. And I always wanted to have Elvis. Of course, he's passed away. I don't know if Cher's still alive or not. And Oprah. I wanted to have her on. So there's three people with just the one name, right? Well, in South Jersey, you got the best person with one name, and it's Sybil. Sybil, how are you? It's good to see you, man.
Great to see you again.
You're
It's fantastic to be here.
Oh, I got to tell you, this is truthful. I was on last Thursday night with Mayor Finucci, and I said, Mayor, do you know Sybil? Oh, my God, I love Sybil. And his food is fabulous.
Yeah,
and that's what everybody says.
His whole family is incredible.
Aren't they, though?
Yeah, he's a really nice
Stacey
guy.
and the kids and everything. Yeah, he really is.
They come in often.
So even tell everybody the first one, the youngest mayor of Millville was in.
Ed Salmon and his family are they're regulars. They're there a couple times a month, but they're fantastic. They're one of my favorite customers. I'm not supposed to have favorites, but they are.
Well, you need.
You know who comes in often too? Miss Helen and Lily Caseman.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
That's nice.
They're
Boy,
regulars too.
They had a beautiful restaurant in. Next to the hotel that they owned in Millville, the Millville Motor Inn. It was called the Crystal Room.
Yeah, everyone talks about it.
That food was almost as good as yours.
She just celebrated her birthday. I won't tell you what year.
Okay.
But yeah.
That is neat.
Yeah, and they come in usually when George Perez comes in to sing. And he'll be singing on the 26th of this month as well.
That's sold out.
That's one of our best days. We still have some spots left, but
that's
good. We didn't. I don't know that we even announced it. We usually just tell our regulars,
right,
so that they can come in. But we've had him there 4 times. It's been our best 4 nights we've ever had.
He's great. George
and his wife Donna.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Donna was my financial advisor for
Is that why you're so wealthy?
Oh, that's it. She's the one that advised me what to do. She worked for Doug Smithson, but she really did all the work. And Doug was sort of out playing golf and flying planes and all that. I like Doug a lot. He's a great guy. But I'm telling you, you've got such a great thing. First of all, we have to tell everybody because what's exciting about Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah. So right now we have 195 spots, and 150 of them are taken. We're having a buffet. And that's the first time in 2 years we'll be having a buffet service there. Where our Thanksgiving dinner, the Chef Julian, he's personally hosted and catered my Thanksgivings for the past 25 years.
Oh, wow.
And I have some very wealthy friends who tried to steal him from me, but he stayed true to us.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be sharing his creations with with our customers. There's some pretty amazing things. He's going to have Brussels sprouts, just the normal things, the dry brand turkey, the sausage cranberry stuffing, pineapple stuffing, orange cinnamon cranberry sauce, pasta primavera, ham. It's going to be pumpkin pie, homemade pumpkin pie that is actually coming from one of our waitresses' farms.
And
her
there's
family
the
owns
pumpkin right there.
These are pumpkins that are from a farm, and they're gifts to you as well. They're the Stevers, their farm. They're pretty amazing, and Stevers. Yeah, they donated all their pumpkins to us, which was really thoughtful of them.
Well, you do a lot of donations to people in many ways. I mean, you're sort of like Father Teresa. I have a friend.
Thank you.
Mother Teresa.
Very nice.
You're sort of like Father Teresa.
Well, I often say when people, I give out the rings to people, and that's to every table that comes in. When I give those antique rings out to every table, I mean that's what everyone talks about. Wherever I'm at, if I'm in the store, any store I'm at, and someone comes up to me and says, "Look, I'm wearing your ring," it's pretty awesome. And I this is what I say to them usually is that I've heard probably 200 or 300 times in my lifetime that I'm the nicest person that someone's ever met, but I'm just a fraction of who my mom was. And she would love.
That's what you had said. That's wonderful. Well, that's why you have such a great
love that I'm giving those out. It makes so many people happy.
That is wonderful. It really is. Well, Lisa Jester, you must know her. She's wonderful. She has dinner Saturday night scheduled.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Nice.
She just told me
Did you get into my phone?
Well, no. It probably comes up on your phone,
I
too.
love Lisa.
Yeah.
She's pretty amazing.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. There's a lady that's unbelievable. The job she's done at the Airport Museum is
and I haven't been there yet, and I have to go.
Sybil, you got
I want to go, and I have to go. Yeah,
sometime or
another. Promising I'm going to go, and I've got to do it. But she makes me happy when I see her on the list.
Yeah, she's a very. Well, you have I'll tell you what. The times I've been there, a lot of really nice people. The last time I was there, Bonnie Jackson and her husband Bob and the daughters and everybody, they were there celebrating Bonnie's retirement. And yet Bonnie's not totally retired because she does come over and help straighten up my home for me every once in a while. But just wonderful people. And I look around, I saw lots of, I see doctors, I see all kinds of people.
Dr. Boss is one of our, he's a dentist.
That's
Dr.
right,
Boss,
yes.
Him and Linda come in all the time. They're really kind people and very generous. We're very blessed with the patrons that come in there because they're very thoughtful, and they often bring me gifts as well, which I don't know that I completely deserve. But one of our customers that comes in just recently was someone that wanted me to say hello to you, and that's Carly, the Carly family.
Oh, they're wonderful people.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Jane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I know Jane and her mother. I loved her mother.
They were in yesterday. They stayed overnight at the hotel.
Oh, did they? That's cool.
I guess it was 2 nights ago. Yeah, they're from Cape May.
Yes,
a wonderful family.
I used to go visit her mom, and her mom lived right next door to Jane.
Yeah, when I mentioned I was coming on here, she was excited to tell you to say hello.
Well, that's good. She can watch us, hopefully.
Yeah, she probably is.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. Hello. There's a woman, that whole family, the Corley family, the foundation, Sybil, that they had.
Yeah, they donated millions.
They did, they donated $1 million to the library. And I'll tell you what, I was so thankful to Marie. I said to her, Marie, could you do me a favor? There's a building on High Street, and I was still involved in Millville government, and I was on the Millville Development Corporation. And I said, if you could buy that building for us, that rental income would give us monthly income to help. She said, no problem, Jim, you got it. I mean, just wonderful people.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
It really is, and
And South Jersey has these people,
Yeah,
it's true. Like I say, I'm from Philadelphia, born and raised. Never thought that I'd ever leave Philadelphia, but I always felt like Fortescue was my home. I always felt at home there.
Well, you grew up. That was your summer.
That was our
getaway
summer.
with Dad,
Yeah,
Mom?
we've had a place there for 40 years now, and
wow.
I've always loved Fortescue, and I now I know why. Older, a little bit more wise. I appreciate the foundation of the people that live here. They care. They're neighbors. They're real neighbors. And in the city, you're just a number now.
Yeah, that's true.
It's changed so much. But here, I feel loved. I feel warmth. I feel welcomed.
Everybody loves you. Kevin says, Sybil is a great guy. I live down the street from him, and my name is Kevin. Kevin, nice to hear from you. Mary Messick and Gary Fallows, nice having you with us tonight, as well as Pat Keola Duran. So these are already people that are very thankful. The one thing, Mayor Mike, the mayor of downtown.
Oh, yeah, Mike
Rothman.
Yeah,
right?
he's awesome. He
Doesn't
just got.
Doesn't he do?
Yeah, he does the Bonanza.
Oh, that's
He's the,
okay. Thank
yeah,
you.
he's
Yeah.
also the captain of the Bonanza. That's his charter vessel, and they also do lighthouse tours as well.
Oh,
I think
that's
that's
nice.
probably going to be something a little bit more popular coming up.
Yeah.
Which leads me into very thankful for Bob Campbell.
Oh, he's been amazing.
Yeah, Bob Campbell and Mike, they had just got the last piece of legislation that had to be signed for the permit for. Did you hear about this?
I did see it in the paper.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Isn't that wonderful?
It is. So they're maybe in January, February, we'll be going out to bid
That'll be
to get the
super.
sewage.
Yes. Yeah.
Which changes. It's a game changer
It
for
is.
Fortescue.
Tell everybody what it did for house values.
Oh, well, it 2.5 times. Listen, in Fortescue, 4 years ago, when I first started the first restaurant, you could have bought a house in Fortescue for $15,000, $20,000. They sold 3-bedroom homes for $15,000, $20,000. And in the past 2 years, I think all 60 homes that were for sale originally have sold, and they sold their 5th house for over $500,000.
I heard that.
So,
Wow.
and that was before the
sewage.
You know,
Yeah.
that was just the hopes of it coming.
Yeah.
The first day that paper got signed, were in touch with someone came into the restaurant, has been coming in from time to time, and left me his card when I'm interested in selling. He was waiting for that to go through. So I think you're going to see the values of homes at least double in the next 2 to 3 years for sure.
Boy, I tell you, people love you.
I mean, Fortescue is pretty a unique place. I mean,
It is.
You have public roads, but it's a private island.
It really is, isn't it?
You know,
Yeah.
it is. It's a 1.5 miles long.
Yeah.
You know, you have to live there to stay there, unless you're staying at my
stay your
hotel
place,
or
right.
an
Yeah.
Airbnb.
Yeah.
And there's security on the bridge already, but I'm sure that there'll be more security as time goes on, which makes it a very safe island as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I mean, the fact is, being on or near the water is what people look for. That's why the homes, and we're so lucky to have the other Jersey Shore, which is what Fortescue is.
$1 million views.
Yes, exactly.
For less than $1 million prices.
Yeah, because at the shore you're paying $2 million, $3 million.
Oh yeah,
whatever, just to get a place.
More
as
than
well.
that, Avalon and
Oh gosh, yeah, 5-6 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Albert Casper said you're the best, and Kim Delp Jordan said looking good, Sybil. Yes, he does look good.
is true.
Cindy Stanger Cook said hello. Patty Connor. Now you know Patty,
well,
right?
Patty's worked for us for years. She's going through some health problems right now.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I
But
did
she
see her today. I love Patty.
Well, she loves
We
you.
love
She said
she makes incredible pie.
She lives near you, and she absolutely loves you so much. You're just a super fantastic guy. Love Patty. So, I mean, it's not just me telling me how great he is. I mean, you know, to your credit, because you are a giver, you know, people really, and you have a great personality. I mean, you've never met a stranger, you know.
No, I kind of love everybody.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not always the best thing, but I give everyone multiple chances, and because God has given me multiple chances, so I'm grateful.
Well, how long? I mean, when did you open the Fortescue Grill?
Fortescue Grill, we opened that in 2000. Was it? When did the pandemic hit? Was that 2019 or 20? 19? So we must have opened in 2018.
Right.
So we opened up. That was the end of the season. I think it was August 31st when we opened the doors, and we figured we'd get comfortable with the place and get ready for the springtime. And I think it was we hadn't seen a profit or anything the first few months at all, because it was the end of the season. We were just starting out.
Right.
And I think it was in February. We had a line at the door, the beginning of February. It just happened. It was cold. We had, I think, 10 people at the door waiting to come in. And me and my business partner, Julian Grady, at the time, we were so excited because it was the first time we had a profit. And then the following week, the pandemic hit.
Oh, no.
So we had to make a decision whether to go all in and continue to work unpaid for the whole period of the pandemic. But luckily, we had people that were very generous that came in and left tips for for takeout. They were overly kind. Our patrons were incredibly generous and kind, and so we stuck it out. And then when the Charlesworth came available, because we heard it wasn't going to reopen, I jumped on that because Jim and Shirley have been friends of mine for 20, 30 years, and they knew how passionate I was about the island and how much the Charlesworth would mean to me to have. And I'm not quite sure they would have sold it to anyone else, honestly. They had too much invested in it.
That was part of their life.
It was important that they went to somebody that they thought cared about it, and I hope that we've done them proud, because
I'm sure you have.
We put 2 years into it, and
so that's what it's been now, 2 years.
2 years, yeah. So we're over that hump.
Do you know Stevie Bacon?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's online. He said he brought his 13 club down there.
Yes, they did.
They love your
Hope
place.
to be a member someday.
Yeah, well, I'm sure.
Well, not soon, because someone has to go. So yeah.
And Albert says he puts extra. I guess you put extra butter in the potatoes. Candlelight dinner down there. Was he talking about down at the other place in 2018? He said.
Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. That's our lights went out one night. Someone hit a pole and the lights went out.
I see.
Lit up 100 candles all over the restaurant. It was, not the safest thing in the world, but it was a lot of fun.
Barry Smith says Michelle.
Oh yeah, Michelle and Barry are.
My mother, Virginia, and I are honored to count Sybil among our favorite people.
Tell them we'll probably see them at the Queen soon.
That's right.
Like
What a great guy Barry is. Yeah, Virginia is wonderful. Yep. Well, you got all kind of friends, buddy. I'm telling you. Geez, it's already 18 minutes after 6 o'clock.
Wow.
We're really moving along. We're going to be back with Sybil to talk about some great things, including, don't forget, Thanksgiving. He's still got about 45 seats available.
Yeah, we have 45 seats available.
We'll give you the number when we come back. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'm Brian Lankin, third generation business owner. Al Shoes, been at the same location since 1961, our 61st year. We specialize in work boots, work shoes, orthopedic shoes, baby walking shoes, and school shoes. We go up to a men's 17 and a woman's 13. It's $5 off 25 and 10 off 100 if you mention that you've seen this.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
I chose DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home because they treated me with respect and compassion. I couldn't have gone through all this if I didn't have DeMarco Luisi by my side. They did everything that they could to make me happy, and that was important to me and my kids.
At the DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we're here for you and your family in your time of need.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. My guest is Sybil, who is the owner of the beautiful Hotel Charlesworth, where you have honestly, some of the best food you'll ever taste in your life. I just had somebody the other day was telling me, "Oh my God, Jim, I love the sea bass, the Chilean sea bass." I said, "That's my favorite too."
Over a white wine, cream sauce with organic spinach.
That is so good.
That's one of my favorites too.
Very good.
Probably my favorite. What I tell people is it's expensive. Is the filet mignon with lobster tail, our special that we have. It's an 8-ounce filet, top cut from Marcacci's meat. It has a pan sauce. It takes 8 hours to make.
Wow. Holy cow.
A lobster, 8-ounce lobster. It melts in your mouth. I don't know. If I had 2 hours to live, I'd probably order that with an extra lobster tail and a side of Chilean sea bass.
Well, that sounds really good.
Yeah. So that's probably my favorite meal there. But our pork chop is out of this world. It's smothered with apple and bacon. Everyone says it's the best pork chop they've ever eaten. If I don't hear that from 8 out of the 10 people that have it, I'm shocked. It wasn't like my mom made it. When she made it, she just made it. It was like this thin, dried, with lots of gravy to cover that, just so you could chew it,
I'll tell you, the chef or whoever you have preparing all this stuff.
Yeah, Julian Grady. He's my business partner along with my sister, Amy Munger.
Yeah, they are phenomenal. And the food is really fabulous, folks. It truly is. I mean, Barry Smith was just talking about, the Hotel Charlesworth makes the trip to Fortescue, the big city of Fortescue, worthwhile or something, which is cute.
Very
but
nice.
it is a unique place, and I also want to mention Bob Campbell. When I was a county freeholder at that time, Bob came before us, and I was 100%, and I think all the freeholders were behind. In fact, I know at least all of my friends were behind getting the sewer in.
Yeah,
Fortescue.
it's been going on for a long time.
The other factor that you brought up that all of us residents of Cumberland County benefit from is the rateable base will go from here to here.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you mentioned, the $500,000 home.
Fortescue itself is the most revenue and taxes for the whole township.
Oh, sure.
We pay more taxes just for our small island than the whole township put together.
Yeah.
So with the property value going up, that's going to help the township.
Yes, and the county too, because the taxes are split between the school, the township, and the county.
I mean, it just helps everyone, and the fact that they're saving this historical place, which is historical.
Yeah.
It's been around for hundreds of years.
Yeah, it's a beautiful view. My goodness, folks. The view itself from the Hotel Charlesworth, from his dining room, is priceless. It's just, oh my God, especially around sunset, it's just true.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to this, but the Charlesworth is going to be 100 years old next year.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
Wow.
and I don't know what the oldest restaurant in South Jersey is, but I can't imagine there being a restaurant that's been in business for 100 years.
No, I can't either.
Opened by a woman.
Wow.
She built the Charlesworth.
Who was the woman?
I can't.
Oh, that's okay. I know
she's gonna kill me. In fact, maybe that's a good segue into the ghost.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us about that.
Yes. So my sister was taking a photo of the wine, Cedar Rose Winery, and the back of the photo was all white. It was just we have an all white fireplace, so there was nothing behind her. There was no glare or anything behind her. She was taking this photo that you're seeing on TV right now, and she was going to crop that napkin out and put it online, as an advertisement. And then when she cropped it out and she pulled into the wine, she can see the reflection in there of a woman inside of the wine bottle behind her.
Yeah, I see.
And if you look at her, she looks like a period woman, maybe from the 20s or something, wearing a shawl and her hair up. We think that might be Urella. Her name was Charlesworth. I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Wow.
That possibly a much more flattering photo of her than the photo we have of her, to be honest with you.
That's a neat
but she
thing,
was quite an entrepreneur to build a restaurant in 1924 as a woman.
Yeah.
She
sure was. Wow.
I did do some
lady.
research on her, and she's a direct descendant from a captain, a very famous captain, and She comes from a long lineage of strong people.
Wow,
So,
that's fantastic. But two of my friends are going to be having Thanksgiving with you, Sheila and Pam Roselle.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be down having Thanksgiving dinner. I'm going to be there with my family at 6 o'clock. Sheila and Pam, I don't know what time you guys are coming. So there's 3 servings, right? 2, 4,
yeah,
and 6?
we're having 2 to 4, 4 to 6, and 6 to 8. It's a 2-hour window, which should give people enough time.
Exactly.
If not, I will kick them out.
Yeah, well, it's okay. That's why I
Which
took
we normally
6
don't
to 8
do.
to get out.
Yeah, 6 to 8, you're fine. You can stay for an extra half an hour, and then the dishwashers will probably want to
so get
escort
out.
you out.
Yeah,
But
I don't blame them.
And
I promise
it's
we'll be out
$55 a person. And if people are interested, they can call the Charlesworth Restaurant or 215-519-0796, which is my phone number. But if you want to call the restaurant, it directly goes to my number if I don't answer there.
Okay,
So we have 45 spots left, and I'm sure that they'll probably go quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, anybody that's been there will be thrilled to come down and have Thanksgiving
and they're going to be
dinner with
making
you.
out for $55.
Yeah, that's super.
That's a super deal with the
It
dessert
sure is.
too. Yeah,
Yeah, with all the
But,
fabulous food.
Yeah, I've never. Thanksgiving is very important to me. It's when my mom got sick, I took over the tradition and had up to 30-some people at my home for Thanksgiving 2 years ago, and it was all sitting at the same table, and it's been a tradition for me. So to share this, which we had to because it's a winter time and our business has got to stay afloat. So we decided to have Thanksgiving dinner there and to share my chef with everyone else so that he can make people happy. And then older people that can't cook and they want somewhere to go.
Yeah, that is nice. It really is. But I'll tell you what, it's just amazing how you pretty much have to have reservations to come to eat.
Yeah, we had 100 last Saturday. We had 100 people at the restaurant on a Saturday in the wintertime in Fortescue.
That's what I was going to say.
Amazing.
I think you've overcome any reason for people not to come because everybody goes, oh my God, from the mayor to the former mayor and the different people.
The Senator
Testa.
nice.
In fact, I saw a picture online of, I guess, did they have breakfast or they have lunch? The Republican.
Oh yeah, it was a private party that they threw.
Right.
It was,
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, Stoltz Teller and Sandy Teller. They'll be throwing their Christmas party again. They had a party for the Republicans.
Oh, that's nice.
And their daughter actually works for us as well, but she's in college now.
I see.
Well, Sydney.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah, our employees are unbelievable. Jeff, we have. He's been working for us for the past 4 years. He's stayed with us, and Kevin just came back, and Nicole, and her boyfriend, who has actually Teddy Lindros, who sings. He's from the area, and he's singing. He's a singer.
Oh,
He
that's
works for
nice.
us. Yeah.
Talent as well. Besides just
we
good
got
food.
our crew of people are amazing. I don't know if I said this last time I was on, but the kids that work for us all literally came up to me individually and told me that they would work for the whole winter for free to get us through.
Wow.
I mean,
That's
where do you
fantastic.
hear, how is that even? They didn't even, it wasn't something they all came up with together or something. They individually said, if things are hard or whatever, we'll work for free.
That's fantastic.
So I tend to have their backs when they make mistakes more than I probably would if I was in a different situation. But how do you not have someone's back that says that to you? I mean,
well, but I'm sure.
and they're excited to come to work. They're like thrilled, and all the patrons, they all know who they are. They ask to talk to them and stuff.
That's neat.
It's fine dining, but it's a different. It's just more family. There's more engagement to people, which I think is important because, you have everything. You have the sunsets and the food is out of this world. So
yes, it is.
If you give people some happiness and love in there too, they seem to want it, so they'll come back.
Someone said they saw you no, not you, Julian, breaking down fresh pumpkins today for the pies.
Yes, yeah.
Wow. So we know it's going to be a fresh pumpkin
every one
pie.
of those pumpkins he carved out. Today there was, I don't know, there must have been 50 to 100 of them, and
wow.
To make that pumpkin pie, that homemade pumpkin pie. But if it wasn't for Brooke's family donating them to us, well, he probably wants to curse her out right now, but that's okay. Everyone will be happy eating it. His pumpkin pie is out of this world.
Wow.
Oh my God, it's delicious.
One of my favorite pies. Yeah, it's fabulous, and that goes along with Thanksgiving for sure.
And you'll have some of it.
Oh, absolutely. I got to watch my portion, but I will.
Me too.
Yes, no, I totally understand. One of the things, too, folks, that I wanted to mention, and Sybil brought a couple bottles here, that the Cedar Rose Winery Company is affiliated, or I should say Sybil's affiliated with Cedar Rose Wine in Deerfield Township. And it was interesting. They now have Cedar Rose wine at the Queen Restaurant in Vineland as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And Sandy Forsiski was my guest. She filled in for the mayor. She's Economic Development Director for the city of Vineland. And I forget what type bottle of white wine that she and I shared, but it was one of the best I had ever had. And she said the same thing. She bought a bottle to take home for
nice.
she and her husband.
This bottle of Silica is for you to take
thank
to
you
bring
very
to
much.
Thanksgiving dinner.
Appreciate that. Yeah, that's true. I can bring it with me at Thanksgiving dinner. And, of course, we've got all kind of great food. And I wonder what you were doing. That's great that you're going to have the buffet. So you're having Brussels sprouts. I love Brussels sprouts.
Brussels sprouts. Let's see, what does he got here? The pineapple, that pineapple stuffing is unbelievable. Yeah. And ham, pasta primavera, banana bread pudding with bananas, walnuts, chocolate chips, and strawberries with cream sauce.
Goodness.
That's out of this world. His sausage cranberry stuffing is, and he's got a corn, pepper, onion, and bacon and cream dish. That's
wow.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe you want to rent a room so you can take a nap afterwards. The mashed potatoes and the string beans almudine are
I love that too. It's one of my favorite things as well. And I know we're going to take a break, but when we come back, I know you wanted to talk about Megan Wren.
Oh,
and all
Megan
the great
Wren
things
and
that
Jesse,
she's doing in Fortescue. We'll be back to talk about Megan and her facility right after these messages.
I'm Brian Lankin, third generation business owner. Al Shoes, been at the same location since 1961, our 61st year. We specialize in work boots, work shoes, orthopedic shoes, baby walking shoes, and school shoes. We go up to a men's 17 and a woman's 13. It's $5 off 25 and 10 off 100 if you mention that you've seen this.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
I chose DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home because they treated me with respect and compassion. I couldn't have gone through all this if I didn't have DeMarco Luisi by my side. They did everything that they could to make me happy, and that was important to me and my kids.
At the DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we're here for you and your family in your time of need.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. Our guest is Sybil, one of the owners of the Hotel Charlesworth, along with his sister and Julian.
Yeah.
The 3. And Amy's a wonderful server, does a great job, and it's nice to have family with
Yeah, and she's, we butt heads once in a while, but it's okay.
Well, your
we
brother
have
and
fun.
sister.
We have fun with her. She runs the hotel part of the
that's
restaurant.
super.
And
That's great.
Of the business, and then she's also a server, and everyone loves her.
I told
equally.
one
They
of my
do.
people that works with me, Erica Milborn. She and her family stayed at the hotel and said how much they loved it.
Nice.
She's a sweetie. She's a good lady. So let's talk about a good lady,
Megan Redmond. My God,
what she's doing.
Like I will say this: that if it wasn't for Megan, I would not have the Charlesworth. It was her brilliance that was able to get me through all the paperwork, and Jesse, who's also supported us from day one, even when we're at the other restaurant. Megan has the Sea Chest in Fortescue. It's has over 50 local artists. Their designs are in there. There's paintings, and she's going to be closing on the 18th for the season. But right now, she's going to have hot cider. Starting this weekend for the small business, and you know about this. It's
Small Business Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
the
that's
26th,
right. Yes.
And that's when we're going to be having George Perez as well.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So if you wanted to come out and support her on the 26th, and then come afterwards to see George, that would be awesome.
Yeah, it's super.
His voice is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
It really is. It's unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
So there's. I was just informed today from the mayor that the beach replenishment project is still a go.
Oh, that's great.
For next year. That's another really important thing.
Yes,
for
it is.
Fortescue. They're going to be doing more dredging.
Yeah.
Have you been down to the other end of the beach? By any chance?
Not
Did you
recently.
When's the last time you were
Probably
there?
a year ago or
Oh
something.
no, you have to go there.
Okay.
There's a huge beach down there now.
Wow.
Good, 150, 200 feet. of
Oh
beach.
my goodness.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
there was 30, 40 umbrellas, people out there with
Oh,
umbrellas
that's
and
nice.
stuff. It was incredible to see that
That's
this year.
fantastic.
So I can only imagine what this is going to do for Fortescue next year.
Yeah, it's exciting. It really is.
Yeah,
It's-
and the green team on the 7th of January, they're going to be doing a polar plunge.
Oh wow.
So if you want to follow the green team, there's more information. I will not be doing it.
Who
or
was on
be
the
there.
green team? Do you know? Is that
That's Megan. There's a whole team of people.
Oh.
The green team. They all.
okay?
Yeah, it's Liz and Megan and Maureen, and there's a whole bunch of them, and they're the ones that really
Megan-
help Fortescue. They clean up the trash. They do all. They're incredible.
Yeah.
We just had a benefit for them actually. Floss Barber and our neighbor. She's from Philadelphia. She's a designer, Rittenhouse.
Wow.
And she just bought a house next to the Charlesworth and redid it. And we went to a thing in Philadelphia for Alan Dom, probably will be the next mayor of Philadelphia, just 2 weeks ago. But they did a benefit for the green team to raise money, and they had
that's
opera
nice.
singers and
Wow.
in Fortescue there was there
that's
was
amazing.
100 people there with opera singers, and it
Oh,
was
that's
beautiful.
fabulous.
Really, really wonderful event. I'm not sure that Fortescue thought they'd ever see opera singers, but it was awesome.
Well, I'm sure Fortescue never thought they would see Sybil with the best food in South
No,
Jersey,
they
Delaware
probably didn't
Valley.
think that either. That's true.
I remember Megan swam the Delaware Bay.
Oh yeah.
She's
In fact,
amazing.
I
She
tell
does
everyone that she swam across the
triathlons.
ocean to save a turtle. That's my.
I wouldn't be
told,
surprised. That's the reason
Sue
she
and
did it.
Bill Conway that last night, and they couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, she's a really wonderful lady. There's a lot of people like her, but she's so amazing.
Yeah,
she cares
she's,
about the
and if she's
environment.
watching this, please work on that grant that we're looking for. Megan, you're a genius. Please help me.
Oh, Tom Verba, my friend, just said that he and his wife Jane love the sea chest.
Yeah, it's beautiful. She did an amazing job with that. When you go to the Sea Chest, you're going to find out that it's not just some little hole in the wall spot. It could compare to any place I've been in Maine or in Cape May. It's beautiful. She did a really great job there. We do have some other things that are coming to Fortescue. Some new businesses that are coming.
Oh, that's great.
So our old restaurant, which was the Fortescue Bayside, apparently they're going to be. They have a potential renter for that coming in the spring, which is great because there'll be breakfast and lunch there for people, which I really would love to have. There's a holistic shop that's going to be coming in, a massage healing center, a Reiki crystals and things of that nature, which is pretty exciting.
That sure is.
And that's my sister just bought another property next to her, which she's going to turn into something. I don't know if it's going to be an antique shop or
that's nice.
something like that.
That is fabulous.
Kind of exciting.
It really is. I mean, that's just like our own little Cape May in Fortescue.
That close, but it still baffles my mind when I go you know, I'm constantly meeting people outside of Fortescue in this area, Millville, Vineland area, and they still never heard of Fortescue.
No kidding.
Never heard of it.
Wow.
Like, you know, the tellers at the bank tellers,
Yeah.
they just never heard of it. And it's so close.
Yeah, it is.
You know, it's
Yeah.
crazy to me.
Yeah,
that they don't know about it. And then when they come, because I have had people from Lowe's and Wawa and come and visit because they hear I have the restaurant. They come and visit, and they're like, I can't believe this is here.
Yeah.
They lived there their whole life and had
That's
no
something.
idea that there was a beach right there.
That's
You know?
yeah, that is sad. But you know, I mean, now that thanks to you, more and more people are going to know that
thanks to a
Fortescue's
lot of
there.
people,
and Megan and your sister and everybody that's
Julian
involved. You know, Julian.
getting the word out. And
Yeah, well, I
Campbell
love
and-
Fortescue. It's a beautiful.
And they're
island.
catching fish too.
Are they really?
Oh, they're
Oh,
catching
that's super.
stripers left and right.
Oh, that's great.
Cliff Higbee's worms that's what they're biting on.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
they
Good
are.
place to get your
I just
bait.
went to Betty's yesterday. She closed for the season. Betty
did she?
Higbee
Yes,
has been
yeah. I've
a
been to
staple of
Betty's.
Fortescue.
Yes.
She is
Had
an
lunch there.
amazing woman who has been working for, I think, 60 years or over 60 years at that restaurant, and she does a wonderful job. I really admire the Higbees and Betty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whole family, and I mean, the water rescue, the Higbees, that like Fortescue for, you know, if they need somebody, they call Fortescue the Higbees with a whatever dive team. I guess.
Oh well, the dive team. Yeah, Cliff was amazing with the dive team. Now we have a new chief for the fire department. Is George Robinson. He's pretty incredible. He's doing a great job. Everyone seems to be very happy with him. But Cliff is probably the best diver there is in South Jersey.
Yes.
Honest to God,
No,
he is. I
totally
hear.
agree with you. Yeah.
I'm not just. He's not the one to say it, but everyone else is. So.
Yeah, that's true. He does a
he's
fantastic job, and just a wonderful family. But it comes back to what you say when you look at that community. Everybody is so nice and helpful, and you fit in very well because even when you were in Fishtown, I was told you were doing all kind of great things. Somebody just told me
A
that.
few things there. Had an anti-bullying movement, a drug
was nice.
awareness website. I had a program. Yeah, I did a few things there to try to help. But I'm here now.
Yeah, we're glad you're here now.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's super to have you here, that's for sure. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, it's the best food. I mean, I have to tell you, Winfield's was right up there. All fabulous food. And unfortunately, I don't think Rick and Lois are going to reopen Winfield's. They're talking about opening some type of a pub type thing next to it, not where Winfield's is. They have the building next door. But the food at the Hotel Charlesworth is, I don't, never had better food anywhere. I don't care where I've been. I've never had better food than you get at the Hotel Charlesworth. And we're talking about Cape May. I think I'd put any Cape, I've been to Peter Shields Inn, and it's
a big portion of our business, I'd say,
comes from
a
Cape
huge portion of our business is from Cape May.
And that's something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to, I'd say 80 to 90% of our business is from Cape May, Avalon, Ocean City, Sea Isle, Lower Deerfield, Upper Deerfield, Vineland, Millville. That's all of our business.
Well, I've seen people from Cherry Hill. In fact,
we have people that have been here from New York. We have a lot of New Yorkers in the summertime. Huge New York following.
One time I was there, maybe it was the summer. The fellow was from outside of Philadelphia. He and his wife, and we were talking. And that's what's nice too. You get to meet a lot of people from all over the place.
And that's the thing is that when you're there, you're not just sitting there talking to the person you're with. And
that's true.
It's a very unusual situation because usually when you're fine dining or you're out. You stick to your stuff. You don't really talk to the people next to you.
Exactly.
But for some reason, people feel comfortable there and they talk to the people around them.
Well, it might be the owner. He makes you feel comfortable, you know?
Well, maybe it's the food.
I think it's a combination of both because this guy is amazing when he's in there. He keeps everybody happy and laughing and hugging everybody, and it's just really genuinely warm, friendly
it's
person.
an interesting thing, the hugs. When I was in the club scene in Philadelphia for 17 years, I hugged everybody because I was hosting the parties, and every single person that came in. And I was in a horrible home invasion 16 years ago, and it took me years to be able to even have anyone touch me, let alone hug me. So the fact that I hug people again is in itself is a very therapeutic, beautiful thing because I never thought it happened. So.
Well, and you have
super
a lot
grateful for that.
A lot of wonderful people that come down to your place that I'm sure appreciate the hugs. It's because it's genuine. You really care about people, and all the donations and all the things you do for society, for people everywhere. It's quite a tribute to you, Sybil. That you have that gift that your mom gave you, I guess.
Yeah, well, my dad.
Yeah, I didn't know Dad.
A little harder, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was a Green Beret Vietnam. I went to military academy, so.
Oh, God bless him.
Yeah,
Wow.
he was, and that's why I have an appreciation for our flag.
Yeah.
And America in general.
Yeah. Wow, that's great.
Appreciation for it because it got drilled into me as a kid, and I learned to respect and I learned to be grateful for what I have.
Yeah, and you have one of the most beautiful restaurants. I mean, the view. I don't care where you go. The view is second to none, and it is just fabulous food and lots of people there that you'll probably know. I mean, it's just trying to think of the doctor. Mary Jo's his wife's name, and he was a doctor in Millville. He and Mary Jo and another couple were in there one night. I was in as well. Like, if you remember Mary Jo's husband, his doctor, and I drew a blank on his last name, but they were there and just, enjoying their food. They had another couple. They had moved. They're like maybe outside of Cherry Hill or something as well. But every time I go in, I see people I know. One time it was funny. I went in, and that whole back wall, like, there were people from Morristown that day, and I think there was like 12 people, and I knew every single one of them.
Oh, having a party. Well, everyone
so
knows
nice.
who you are. So.
Yeah, most people do.
Well, I haven't met anyone that didn't. So.
Well, I guess 40 years of doing this program gets people watching once in a while. And I want to congratulate the Millville High School football team for winning the semifinals this next Saturday, not this Saturday, next Saturday, December 3rd, I think it is. They're going to play at 6 o'clock. We'll be there to broadcast the game. We're not allowed to televise it. We're going to be there to broadcast it on WMVB 96.1 FM. It'll also be here, the audio only, on Channel 22. And, of course, we also have it on our Facebook page. So there are the three places you can hear it. And I had a really nice compliment from Larry Andrews. He said, Jim, what we did was we watched the video online, turned the audio down on the laptop, and turned on WMVB and listened to the play-by-play. Of course, we're the Millville guys. We've been following Millville football for over 50 years. And so we hope you'll join us on December 3rd for the state championship. First time ever they've had one state champ. Last year they had, I think, 2 state champs, Central, South Jersey, which was what Millville was. And then you had North Jersey, 1 or 2. One of those had that as well. So that'll be a good thing to be able to do. So we hope you'll join us. But don't forget, Thanksgiving. There's 45 seats left at going to be a fabulous buffet. I assure you. I always just want to try all the stuffings and a little bit of turkey. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's exciting. And it's $55, but that's from soup to nuts, so to speak. It's got all the desserts are phenomenal too. And what was the pate, the appetizer with the tuna?
Oh, the tuna tartare. Tuna over cucumber, avocado stout, homemade wontons with a spicy sauce. We also have a Christmas bazaar that's coming up.
Oh, do you?
We do. We have, I think, 20 vendors for that already, and that's December 3rd from 10 to 1.
Oh, super.
That's my sister's in charge of that. Then it's wreaths and twisted water flowers, jewelry and a spirit table, handmade crafts and goods, hot chocolate bombs, wood carvings, photography, Christmas ornaments and decorations.
Oh,
so
that's
probably
super.
Irma, maybe Irma and John will be part of that. And then we do have someone on the island that carves too. One of our neighbors, she's from Maine. She does really nice work. Her stuff is in Megan's shop.
Wow.
Yeah, Sharon Bachman is one of our best customers, and Karen Breslow. If it wasn't for her helping, we'd be in trouble also. Rob Lohr, I have to talk about him.
Yeah, you were saying what
Rob
a great
Lohr.
guy he is.
If it was not for Rob Lohr, I don't know how we would survive. Rob Lohr has helped us. Unbelievable. He's a local. His family had a septic, the Lohr septic, and him and Sydney, they're good people, incredible people. I can't say enough about them. They come whenever we need them, and that's why we're so grateful for them, and we're grateful for everyone that comes and helps support us, because without them, we wouldn't be there. It's a big restaurant.
Yes, it is.
We're staffed 20 people. We have a staff of 20 people. We're open right now 13 hours a week. Friday from 5 to 8, Saturday 3 to 8, and Sunday 2 to 7. So 13 hours a week to sustain a building like that. We need help. So we appreciate our customers, and they know we appreciate them. Have you been to a Taste of Italy in Vineland? Yeah, it's a pizza place, and they have it's a Taste of Italy, it's called.
I guess not.
It's delicious there. It's just there. One of our customers, it's in Vineland. Bob, it's I don't know.
Okay.
I just Googled it.
Okay.
And I went there, and it was really good. I was really happy with their food there also.
Wondering
I
if
just thought I'd say.
Wonder if it's up near the Queen restaurant, because somebody told me how good.
It's in Vineland.
Yeah.
Oh, the new Queen. Yeah. I haven't been there
Lincoln
yet.
Avenue,
No.
Yeah. Well, that's a great place, because they have the 2 for $25 meal. You and I could go.
Oh, that
and
sounds
honestly,
Wow.
you get salad or
I still
soup.
don't know how they do that. I swear we don't. Being
think
in this
about
business, I don't know how they do it.
$12.50
honest to
for a
God.
meal. It's like, okay. And that super salad entree with a vegetable and dessert. That's like, okay.
And they just had 40% off. For
exactly, for their second
crazy.
anniversary. Yeah. In fact, it was funny. Yelmaz and I are good friends.
I'm already working for free, so you know what
you
I'm
don't
saying?
need to do more. He said to me the other day, Jim, feel my hand, feel how cold it is. And I said, yeah. And then I went back and I said, it's so cold because you gave away all your money on that 40% off deal.
That is true.
But good people, too. They do a good job. They really do. And, of course, as we talked about, they now have the Cedar Rose wine that you've had for quite a while now, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been selling that for about, I think, maybe a year and a half. And everyone's very happy with their wine.
Yeah.
Cedar Rose.
Yeah,
and the owners are super nice.
great?
Have you met them?
I have had them on TV.
So they're so nice.
Yes, they are. Very, very nice people. Yeah.
We have Pete and Jane Galetta coming also. They throw their Christmas party. You know who they are?
I do. Absolutely.
Incredible people.
Yeah.
You know, she does so much for the community and also taking care of the birds and everything else. And Peter's awesome as well.
Oh,
and I think he's
absolutely.
on the board at the Aspira.
Yes, he is. Yeah, and he donated a beautiful glass sculpture or something to her. Boy, I tell you what, these people. Thank you, Sherry. You're wonderful. The Taste of Italy. She told me where it is. I know where it is.
Oh, good.
It's on Main Road near 55. I actually have been in there, but it's been years ago. I'll have to go in now that you tell me how great it is. And that's close too. It's not far.
Yeah,
It's right,
it is.
right up Wheaton Avenue, Main Road. My good friend John McCormick is watching. John, I hope your back's getting better, and wish you and Jane a very happy Thanksgiving, and your family as well. But boy, you get a lot of people commenting, so thank you for bringing these people on the show.
Well,
So,
I didn't bring them on. You did.
nah, they're
They're here
your
for you.
talk.
They're here
No,
for
I
me.
think they're for you. But it's great to have you here. And we, again, Pete and Jane Galetto, very good donators, help the community give back. And Megan Wren's a sweetheart, and Jesse, they just give and help. And boy, it's really neat when you think about the uniqueness of Fortescue.
Yeah,
really
where
is.
do you see that?
Yeah, I mean,
where do you see people that actually still care?
Yeah.
Don't want anything for it.
Yeah.
They just they want to help.
Want to give back.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. I mean, even like we're having a New Year's Eve party and dinner, which I didn't mention that.
No.
So we had one last year. It was incredibly successful, and Jody Everett. She's going to be the DJ, and like when we went to pay her, she's like, "No."
Oh,
she's like, "Just
nice.
give me a gift certificate or something."
Oh, that's great.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. That's neat.
People are just it's amazing.
What's the maximum number of people you can have?
I think 137 at one time.
Right.
Seating.
Yeah.
But we never do that. We always make it around 65, 70.
Yeah, no,
tops,
I
'cause
understand,
don't
but I
want
was thinking
people
for
to
New
be
Year's
cramped.
Eve.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cramped.
that's true, too.
You know.
Yeah.
But our New Year's Eve party was a lot of fun last year. A lot of bad dancing.
Well, I could fit in there because I have two
A
left
lot of
feet.
really
I
bad
can't dance
dancing.
at all.
Dancing in shows and stuff. I didn't know how good I was until I saw people dance there.
Friend John responded, "Happy Thanksgiving." Thank you, John. And thank you, Sherry, for letting me know where the taste of Italy is. So, see, I'm learning things from you and from our viewers.
The viewers are what it's all about, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I have some friends that have bought places in Fortescue since I moved here. I have 7 people that have followed me here,
nice.
Which is awesome. I'm going to wind up
Sybil and his
growing
family.
old.
You'll be the mayor of Fortescue.
I'm good. I'm very, very happy with where I'm at. But I'm going to grow old with my friends that have followed us here. So it's a really great. That's a great place to raise kids, to just be around. Yeah. Everybody seems to really love each other there.
Well, you know, I have to tell you, for a brief period of time, I was speech therapist in a school about 11 years ago in Dow Township School, and had the bus from Fortescue and, of course, Newport and Dividing Creek and all that. The nicest kids you'd want to meet, nice people, parents.
Respectful.
Exactly.
Incredibly respectful.
Very much were. There was really no discipline problems that I could see, and the teachers were really good, and it was staff and all that stuff. So it's, you know, it's a great place. So if you think about, well, I don't know if I want to live in Fortescue, what about the kids? The kids are going to be the luckiest kids because they're going to love their school. And, you know, that's important, too, for a lot of people.
Absolutely.
If they're coming with a family. And you'll have the beach, you'll have Hotel Charlesworth, you'll have all the other places that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a great place to invest in, honestly.
It sure is,
For multiple reasons. For that reason, but also property value. And
because of the sewer line.
And there's people that have lived there. You know, there's many generations down there. The Millers, Carol Miller, is amazing. She was at the Charlesworth for many, many years. And you know, there's roots there, and that's a really nice thing.
Yes.
Accountability.
Yeah, there is.
I think that's so important, having accountability for you know your neighbors, and you're accountable for your actions. So
you know what I did for Fortescue when I was a young kid?
Oh.
I put cable TV in.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that the last time. Yeah, thank you.
1980 and 81.
It's just starting to get good, by the way.
Well, don't blame me.
It took a long time, but I'm finally getting a service.
That's good. And hopefully.
You know, it's funny because they have the 5G on these phones. I had 4G on the AT&T,
right. Yeah.
And I got the 5G, and now the phone lags down there.
Not a shame.
Yeah,
That's the one
it makes
thing.
no sense.
Friends
to
that
me.
are down there, when they try to call me, I can't get the call sometimes.
It's probably a good thing sometimes too. If you owe them money, you know.
Well, that's a good point. Yes, but I don't as well. But we've got a couple of minutes left. You want to show everybody what you brought for me? And you?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's for you because I'm diabetic now.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's not because of our food. Just so you know, it has nothing to do with that.
Oh my
this
God!
is
how beautiful this is, folks.
That is.
Is that unbelievable?
My chef Julian is
George
probably amazed that I haven't broken it in 45 million spots.
Leave it there because he's going to put. Are you going to put a picture, George, up?
Oh, I don't know. Here.
There you are. Yeah. Bring it back to you. There you go.
Where are we at? I mean, I don't know what I'm doing over here.
That's good. There you go.
There we go. That's the homemade key lime pie.
Red, white, and blue. That's my favorite pie in the world.
And then we have the mud pie, which is a chocolate mousse with Oreo crust, homemade whipped cream, and dark chocolate drips.
Oh my God, that looks good too.
Pretty amazing.
Wow.
How is that see-through in the picture? That's interesting.
Yeah.
How is that even possible?
There's the poop.
Okay, cool.
Oh, it's the
All right,
green
so
and
I'm
the
giving
green's
you
green.
some forks and spoons so you can go into a sugar coma. Even though Julian is really conscious about the sugar levels, you'll see. The taste, it's not overly sugared. It's he uses the bare minimum, but still has that delicious sweet taste to it. Yeah, he's a genius when it comes to food, honestly.
My God, that is fabulous.
Yeah, that's really good, isn't it?
Oh man.
And then, if you want, I can pour this. This is the raspberry, the berry compote, which is different berries. There we go. Just a little bit of that on there.
Holy cow.
Yeah,
Geez, folks, I invite Sybil back every week, but he says, no, I don't want to come every week.
No, I can't afford to keep giving you food like this.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll be out of business. And then just, if you want to try this, this is the, oh my God, it's so good. But I'll put me to sleep if I have that.
Tell you, honestly, ladies and gentlemen, you got to try the Hotel Fortescue. I'm telling you what, it is fabulous.
Isn't that
Oh my God!
Fantastic. It really is.
It really is. I'm not just saying that.
And I'm not just saying it
No,
because I own the place.
It's phenomenal.
It is.
It
It's
is.
the best desserts
Yeah.
I've ever had.
Me
for
too.
real. I mean,
They're
one time in
fantastic.
Paris, I had one that would compare to that, but this is his
Wow.
desserts are incredible.
Julian
Grady, yeah.
Grady?
Yep, he grew up in Harleysville, Pennsylvania.
God bless you, Julian. We're
Yeah.
glad we're
and
here.
like I say, he really cares about the food and what's in it. And in fact, one time Julian came out of the back. He doesn't really come out of the back because he cooks every meal. But one time we were in the old restaurant. He came out and everyone in the room started clapping for him.
Yeah, he deserves it.
And he does not like that at all. No. Absolutely not. He just wants to make people happy. He doesn't want any praise for it. And he never came out the back ever again after that. But I tried to ensure him that they were clapping for me.
Meet him sometime?
They were clapping for me. They were not clapping for him.
That's true.
So I tried telling him, but he didn't believe me. I guess because he knows me, he didn't believe me. Yeah, you can.
I'd love
you're going to meet him on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's right. I'll be there Thanksgiving, so you could go introduce me.
Yep,
to him.
I'll come out.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed having you. And you
remember.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We all love you because you're the best with the best restaurant. Julian, thank you for this fabulous food. And Amy, you're a sweetheart. Amy was my first server I ever had at your other place. And I got to meet her there. She's a sweetie as well. But that comes from the family.
Thank you.
Your mom.
And thank you all for coming to the Charlesworth and helping us out. I appreciate it.
Take care, folks. Have a nice night. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
This has been a QBC television production, in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22, and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
Vineland, New Jersey is a place rich in innovation and deeply rooted in hometown traditions. The city's agricultural legacy, where brands like Welch's and Progresso originated, lives on today alongside companies producing the critical pharmaceutical packaging we depend on. While Vineland continues to grow, it retains a quality of life enriched by cultural diversity and an abundance of nature's playgrounds to enjoy.
I'm Mayor Anthony Finucci. We have something for everyone at VinelandCity.org.
Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
Attention people with Medicare and anyone turning 65. If you have original Medicare, you may be able to get a plan with additional benefits. Medicare Advantage plans may include eyeglasses, wellness visits, gym memberships, meal delivery, and hearing aids. The service is free. You may even find a plan with a $0 monthly premium, $0 copays, and $0 deductibles. Call 800-953-1769 and let Best Medcare do the work for you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Around South Jersey. I have one of my favorite pastors with me today, Alfred DeFeo, who is the assistant pastor at Dwelling Place Ministries. And Al, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Jim.
First of all, I want to thank you and Cousin Bobby Bledsoe for the generosity. Folks, this past Friday, my good friend Larry Miller had passed away, and the funeral, they didn't know what to do about the funeral because Larry went to First Presbyterian Church all of his life. And the other Presbyterian church he was tied in with was so small, it was over in Greenwich, that all the people that were going to come wouldn't fit there. So I guess Rocap Shannon came to you. Do you know who came to you guys?
Vicky, and then
Vicky,
and her husband called
Vicky
me.
Shannon.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Or
Dr. Harrington called me. And
okay.
I knew Dr. Harrington years ago.
Oh, I see. So that's good.
Yep.
So the Shannon family was able to get to Pastor DeFeo and Pastor Bobby, and we had a wonderful funeral service there, the viewing and the service completely. And this is funny. I'm in line, and I'm like, I look over, and some handsome guy all dressed up says hello to me. Again, who the heck is this? And you knew who it was.
Oh, yeah.
It was Pastor Bobby.
Yeah.
Bobby Bledsoe. He says, I clean up. I said,
Once
you
in a
sure
while.
do. He looked good. He really did. And then right after that, I mean, I go from having the pastor, Bobby, there and coming up behind me, tapping me on the shoulder is our congressman, Jeff Van Drew, who came up to pay his respects to Larry. And it was good to see him. And it was a lot of people came out to pay their respects. But you know what, Al, one of the things I had a couple people say to me, my God, this church is beautiful. They didn't rip the pews out and all that stuff. I mean, I guess some places maybe they do because a lot of them have chairs, right? I mean,
Yeah.
But you guys.
You can fit more people with chairs.
Okay. That's
We're not at
reason.
a place, to
Yeah.
do that. Will it happen? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
We've done that before with other churches, but it looks beautiful. So why?
Well, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Why change?
Yeah. I got a question for you though. Why is it that your church and many other Pentecostal or charismatic type churches, why are they growing, and the regular like the Presbyterian, the Methodist, the Catholic, why are they shrinking?
Well,
You must have grown up Catholic.
I grew up Catholic, went to Catholic school, St. Francis of Assisi in Vineland.
Did you ever have Sister Judith?
I did, actually, yeah.
She went to school with me.
Oh, really?
And this is funny. The reason I asked was she had, the guy just got reelected to the Freeholder Board. Auburn.
Oh, okay,
Auburn.
yeah.
And she had him. And I'm fearing you're about his age, I guess. You're
in 43.
Oh no,
42.
you're much younger. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a kid, but that was neat. She and I.
She was older when I was there.
Yeah, she sure would have been.
Yeah.
Because she went to school with me.
Yeah.
We went to. In fact, it was funny.
She wasn't as old as you. She was a lot older.
Well, she may have looked at me. She was saying, "I like you a lot."
Yeah.
The funny thing was, I had 5 women. Now, of course, you went to St. Francis. I went to St. Mary Magdalene in Millville. And I had 5 women in my class that went to be nuns.
Oh, wow.
2 of them stayed. Sister Judith, who's Margie Tarazzi, and Kathleen Dacey, they stayed. 3 of them came out after a period of time that they were in. But I look at that, and I mean, even for me as a Catholic, St. John Bosco is totally closed up, and we were rocking and rolling, 20, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And St. Mary's has maybe, I don't know, sometimes 50, 60 people. Now they do have 4 services and stuff. But it's just interesting, and it's not just the Catholic Church, the Methodist churches, the Baptist churches, the main line, I guess you would call it, the Presbyterian churches, just don't seem to be cutting it. And my argument, too, is that, as an example, it didn't help the Presbyterian Church, was a guy named Steve Schuster, who was a minister at the First Methodist Church in Millville. And I used to say on a Saturday night, I would go to St. John Bosco at 4 o'clock for the afternoon mass, because I'm not a morning person. So if you guys could run an evening church, I might still
I'm
would.
up, yeah.
But anyway, I would go there at 4, and Steve Schuster at First Methodist had a program called Saturday Night Live or something like that, and that was like 6:30. So I'd go to mass 4 to 5 o'clock, grab a snack or something, and go to their church at 6:30, and it was rocking and rolling. But the guy was phenomenal. I mean, he gave a tremendous message, something that, and I think that's what a lot of people are looking for. And you guys motivate your people. I mean, I'm not as comfortable with that type because I didn't grow up with that, nor did you. But,
no, I didn't.
I mean, ours was very passive, and you sat there and you made your, prayers, and my sister and I were talking about it the other day in the Catholic Church. You say, the priest says something, and you say, and to you, and blessed to you, or whatever type stuff. And I think I got to rote memory where you really aren't even thinking about, But I got to tell you, Bobby, I bet you'll never know what I'm saying here. Deum quile tificat, juventutem meam. Quis tuus Deus fortitudo meum. That was my Catholic altar boy. Yes, it was. You knew.
I forget what it means, but I've heard that.
Yeah, well, I still don't know what I mean, but I had to say it at Mass every day that I did Mass. The priest would say, "Shishibia Dominium Sanctus," or whatever, and I follow what I had to say.
I'm glad something stuck out to you all those years.
That's it. Deum quile tificat.
Exactly.
Okay, that's something that we had to do. Although I'll tell you what, I loved the nuns. I I mean, well, you had the same order. If you had Sister Judith, you had the Daughters of Mercy. And that's who we had. And I just thought the world of those women. God bless them. And we talk about somebody gives up everything. You know what I mean? They are there for the kids. They, you know, they obviously don't get married, don't have children, but their children are the students in the classroom. And I just really admired them and respected them. And I give them a lot of credit for me being the good person I am, as, you know, very respectful. And I was always, really cared about being with them. So did you go to St. Francis up to 8th grade?
I was in 3rd grade when I left.
When you left? Well, you were so smart. They put us to move in.
Actually, I got expelled. That's a whole other story for another day. I got expelled in 3rd grade. My crazy days started young.
So Sister Judith was 1st or 2nd?
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure she had a Bible class, and I was in it. And one of the major things with me before being expelled, I did the moonwalking. She wasn't happy about that. In her class.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So you were ornery.
I was very ornery.
So then what happened after you got expelled?
I went to Dan Barcy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you have any good teachers there?
You know, I remember Mrs. Marciano. She was my 5th grade teacher. To this day, she's one of the few teachers that stood out to me. She really impacted me a lot. You know, at that age, I needed... You know, at the end of the day, man, I grew up with, my mom was never around. She was always working. You know, my father wasn't there, and I was one of those kids that was crying out for attention. And I did it through, you know, acting out, only child. Yeah. You know, but, yeah.
So where did you go to the junior high and senior high?
Went to senior, class of 97.
Okay.
Got kicked out my last year, got my GED
That's
that year.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
So when did you meet Pastor Bobby?
I mean, we were friends since I was about 10 years old. I met him at the YMCA in Vineland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we actually committed our first crime together. We figured out if you put a $1 bill in a soda machine and take it out, the change will come out and you'll get your soda too.
Well, that's good.
And my grandmom, she actually ran the office, like the business office there. And so Bobby got kicked out indefinitely, and I got a 2-week suspension, but I was able to get back. But yeah, so we've been running together for a long time, and you know, I look back at all that, you know, even the rough times, and I see now us being together. You know, God had a plan, you know, for us to come back to this community and try to make a difference.
Yeah, I got to tell everybody this is the truth. When I first spoke with this gentleman on the phone, it's Alfred DeFeo, and I'm thinking of somebody who looks like Mr. Milquetoast. No, look at this guy. Man, if I looked half as good as him, I'd be happy, you know? So then you mentioned, that's following along with you and Bobby, after you quit or whatever, and I know you got your GED, where did you go? To Camden, did you say?
Yeah, I moved to Camden County. I moved, my grandmother lived on a lake in Greenwich.
Wow.
Yeah, I lived there for 6 months.
That's a beautiful area.
And because I got into some stuff, and then my mom came and said, you know, we're moving out of Vineland, and I'm going to get you out of there, thinking that was going to, you know, change me. And it didn't take long to go back to, you know, get right back into what I was doing prior. But again, I'm grateful for all those times, because I wouldn't be where I'm at today. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now if I didn't make those mistakes in my life.
Yeah, you walked in the shoes of the people you're helping, especially in the freedom or in the housing, the halfway houses and stuff. So you and Bobby hooked up, and then where did your direction go? I guess what ended up bringing you guys both back to becoming ministers?
Well, I mean, so the last time that we spoke, like I said, we had an apartment and it got raided, and I made Bobby leave because he was on probation.
Oh, okay.
And we had a quarter-pound of weed stuffed under our couch. Police came in, you know, got raided. We ended up getting kicked out of this apartment, and I actually lived with him for a little while. But his mom said I had to leave, and my mom didn't want nothing to do with me. So I actually ended up just kind of hitting the streets and living from, like, you know, place to place.
Oh, my goodness.
Got really into, like, selling drugs. And I ended up going to prison.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, I spent 5 years in jail. From 19 to 25, I was in prison I spent 11 months in prison. Then I came home, was home for about a year, and then went back for 4 years.
This was all related to drugs?
This was all drugs. I got in really heavy into drugs. I never had a job at that time. And when I came home in 2005, Pastor Bobby met up with me and told me that he was in Bible college.
Wow.
And I'm like, what in the world? You know,
That shocked you, right?
Oh, big time. But he was still my closest friend in the whole world, you know. So, of course, I started talking to him and hanging out with him. But he looked at me one day and he's like, hey, man, I hate to tell you this, but I think you're going to hell. I was like, excuse me? I said, what the heck? And because I was like, yeah, I'm a Christian. I was smoking cigarettes, having relationships, still dipping and dabbing with things I shouldn't have been dipping and dabbing with. And he was bold enough to say, look, man, you shouldn't be living this way.
Yeah.
Well, I got offended. I stopped talking to him. And, at that time I got a job. I was, running coffee bars in hospitals. It was a great job. I did that for a long time. When I started kind of falling off, I injured myself. I played golf. I was a big-time golfer, loved golf. I hurt my back pretty seriously, and I didn't want to get surgery, so I got put on pain management. Ooh. And that was a bad call, and I eventually got hooked on heroin. Well, he found out I had overdosed 3 times in a month.
Wow.
And he found out about it and started calling me. I didn't realize he started a home and a church and all this stuff going on in Maine. And I remember I sat there one day and I said, well, I'm either going to die, end up in prison, I'm going to be a loser, or I'm going to stop doing this. And I chose to stop doing it.
God bless you. To be able to do that, it's not easy, Bob.
It was the hardest. I think it's the hardest. It's the hardest thing. When someone gets when someone gets into drugs and alcohol and really becomes addicted, to stop living that way is the hardest thing that they could do, because you really are addicted. I mean, it's hard to even explain. But what happens is we train ourselves to get used to doing something, and to kind of stop doing that. It's hard to teach yourself how to do something different. But that's when you start praying for self-control. You start asking God to help you in this journey, and He does. But you have to open up your heart and believe that He will, and that He will. He really will.
How long did it take you, Al, to go from being a drug addict and an alcoholic to sober, clean?
Well, I'm
sure it took more than one time. But.
Yeah. Well, you got to realize the thoughts and feelings sometimes, are still there. I wish I could tell you that I don't once in a while think about, having a drink or smoking a cigarette. But I've learned to kind of go upstairs and say, no, I don't want to do those things anymore. It's a spiritual struggle that we have in our lives, especially those of us that have opened ourselves up to drugs. It's not a drug problem, it's a sin problem. We're selfish. We want to feel good.
Yeah, good point.
And it's difficult for us to do anything else, because that's been our outlet to stop the pain or the heartache or the stress. And when you get sober-minded, I had to retrain myself to think. Like that's hard to explain. I did drugs my whole life since I was 13.
Wow.
Even when I was in prison, I would do drugs. So for 22 years. And now I'm at a place, at that time, I wanted to stop doing it so bad. I wasn't listening to my own thoughts and feelings. And that's hard for people to do. There's a part, in Romans chapter 7, Paul talks about this. He says, man, I do what I do not want to do. It's a sin that lives in me. And that was my life. Mm-hmm. I used to read that before I went to church to tell myself, hey, you know what? If Paul couldn't control it, neither can I, and I'm okay. But in Romans chapter 8, it says, but with the power of the Holy Spirit, I can overcome the world. When you really let God's Spirit move you, and that's, I think, why charismatic churches and some of these Pentecostal churches, I would have never went to Maine if I knew Pastor Bobby was a Pentecostal pastor. Even now, mind you, I hope no one I go to church with I offend, but sometimes I look around, I'm like, man, these people are crazy, but I love them, and they're my brothers and sisters.
Well, especially growing up Catholic, it's so calm.
Yeah, it's reserved.
Boring. Yes, boring too, but it is very reserved. And I know what you mean. I've been to, churches where they scream out and all that kind of stuff. And everybody, whatever it is, that's fine. If it works for you, do it. But it isn't quite my cup of tea. But, I've never, ever smoked. I've never had a drinking problem, and rarely do I drink. But I have the obesity problem. So I sort of sympathize with those. I mean, I have a hard time. I've had 2 surgeries in order to lose 100 pounds.
Oh, wow.
The lap band, and I gained it all back, and then the sleeve surgery, I've kept off 90 of the 100 pounds that I lost,
awesome.
which is good. But I'm still obese. I mean, it's amazing in our country. Many people are overweight. And for me, when I would come home, this is the truth. I would go to a city commission meeting when I was a mayor, and I'd get beat up by some person, why are you doing this, doing that, and all that kind of stuff. So I guess a lot of people, when they get done doing that, they'd go get drunk. I'd go home and I'd shove tasty cakes in my mouth. This was my outlet, was to gorge food, but I guess at least it didn't give me a hangover.
Yeah.
But, when I look at that, I look at how did I handle stress, and that was the way I would handle it. And, it's probably more acceptable being fat than it is being an alcoholic. So that is all right, but you really need to, like I'm sure you do because you're in great shape. I actually am going back to the health club, so I'm proud of it.
Oh, good deal.
So
which one? The one on Sherman?
Connection, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you go there? You ever been?
No, I was thinking about switching gyms up, but I might go back to the YMCA because it's close to my house, and I want to be able to bring my son to play basketball.
Yeah, that's super. Yeah. I've gone to the Fitness Connection since the 80s and stuff. And then you meet a lot of nice people, and you could walk and do a lot of things like that. We're going to be back to talk more about this gentleman's wonderful life and how it's changed and turned around, and talk about the family. And then eventually we'll get to talk about the building behind us, too.
Oh, awesome.
We'll do all that right after these messages.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
Complete Care Health Network has some big news to share with you.
We're here opening more locations and offering more services every day,
including our newest locations on Pearl Street in Bridgeton and High Street in Millville.
We're here with convenient, high-quality, and accessible healthcare services all under one roof.
We're here just a call or an email away.
We're here to provide compassionate care for you and your family.
We're here and we're ready when you are.
Complete Care Health Network, ready when you are.
I'm Brian Lankin, third-generation business owner, Al Shoes. Been at the same location since 1961, our 61st year. We specialize in work boots, work shoes, orthopedic shoes, baby walking shoes, and school shoes. We go up to a men's 17 and a woman's 13. It's $5 off, $25, and $10 off $100 if you mention that you've seen this.
The most important decisions a family can make are usually made around the kitchen table. At DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we believe pre-planning and the difficult decisions you face with the loss of a loved one should also be made around the comfort of a table, like a family. Our friendly, kind, and compassionate staff is committed to helping you get through this most difficult time. In your time of need, trust DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, Vineland.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
When you want delicious food made from scratch soups and locally sourced ingredients, you head to Larry's 2 on Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey. Family owned and operated, Larry's 2 boasts one of the area's only salad bars with a great selection of fresh vegetables, rolls, dressings, and more. In their cafe, enjoy a piping hot cup of your favorite beverage made by one of their skilled baristas. Their complimentary Wi-Fi allows Larry's 2 to be the meeting destination with a friend or small group. They also offer banquet rooms that can accommodate 10 to 120 guests for any occasion. Open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Call Larry's 2 today at 856-692-9001. Larry's 2 Restaurant and Cafe, located at 907 North Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. Pastor Alfred DeFeo of the Dwelling Place Ministries. And, of course, they now are located at 2nd and Pine Street in Millville, in a beautiful church. It's the former First Methodist Church, and they've really made it just as nice, if not nicer, than it was before. You have quite an active congregation, don't you?
Oh, yeah, very active, yeah.
It keeps growing and growing.
Yeah, we're over, with kids, about 250, sometimes 300.
That's fantastic. It really is, Al. That's great to be able to see. So let's finish up your situation. Now, you got together after prison and everything else with Bobby, and then did you go to Maine?
Well, in 2015 is when, I got on a bus and went there. I really just went there to just stop, the addiction. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Where God was really going to bring me. I opened up my heart and just said, God, use me. My whole life I've lived for me, and I started having these encounters and these moments where I saw God in my life in the past, and, with what I was going through, my faith just shot to a whole nother level. I never thought I'd be doing what I am doing today. I didn't think I would ever be in full-time ministry, having the opportunity to help change other people's lives, but I wake up happy and joyful that I get to be able to do that. I have 7 women in our women and children's home, 4 kids, 5 that kind of come and go on the weekends. I have 9 men in our first phase men's home, and probably about 15 people in our second phase home that are
the first
clean.
phase and second phase. First phase, they're still struggling with
Well, first you come in, it's a 9-month program.
Okay.
For anyone that's struggling with addiction, homelessness, life controlling issues, and we start structuring your life. You go to church every morning. We go out on different jobs throughout the day. You work one of our stores, possibly. Yeah. Come 5, 6 o'clock, you're home eating dinner, off to another group at night. But you're around people. You're learning to live clean, and you're learning to structure your life. And around 8 months in, we start trying to figure out what you want to do. Do you want to serve? Do you want to go to school? Do you want to get a job? And we just kind of support you in that way. We don't. The biggest problem I've had with especially other faith-based organizations is, once you're done, unless you're staying there to be in ministry working for them, they don't house you. So I wanted to kind of change that.
Yeah, that halfway house is so important.
I think it's more important in the first phase in a sense because, you have the freedom. You have the freedom to come and go. Well, what are you going to do when you have that freedom? And we're able to continue to hold them accountable. And we've seen people fall in that sense. But then we just bring them back and, do a restoration with them and walk through it. And it's unbelievable. I mean, I could tell you story after story of people that have stayed in our second phase home and now have businesses, families, working. One of my guys, he actually got his license as a forklift driver in the home, working. He actually went over to the warehouse that Ken Pastizzi has.
Right.
And there was another person that was coming in to rent from him, saw the work ethic of this young man, and said, well, I need you to drive a forklift. Do you know how to drive one? No. He said, I'll pay for you to go get licensed.
Wow, that's great.
He said, but this is the deal. When you're done, you got to come work for me for a little while. And he did that, and he stayed there for a year, transferred to another company. He just got a promotion. He comes to church, dressing like that. He comes to church wearing a suit now. I mean, he's doing well. He's a father to his son, and it's just amazing, what God's doing in this man's life because he's opened up his heart and his mind to what we were, teaching him.
One of the things I got to meet one of the very nice young man, maybe 6 months ago from Las Vegas.
Yeah, Sean.
Right, Sean. And Sean's an artist as well. He's
Very
got some
good,
beautiful paintings. And I guess one of the things that you look at this is the further they can get away from their home base where their drug dealer is and all that kind of stuff, I guess it's probably better, isn't it?
It is, but I will say this too. Sometimes, like myself, I've changed places and I still found myself back to where I was. Now, I think the odds go up. I could have never come back here 3 or 4 years sober.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, eventually, when I really had freedom and I was really, really had the self-control I needed, I was able to come back here and, be able to do what I'm doing now. But, yeah, I mean, most of the time, if someone's from this area, I actually a lot of times send them to another state because the odds of them making it here are a lot harder.
Yeah, that's what I've heard from different counselors that I've talked to about the problems. And it doesn't skip families. It seems like it's everywhere. There are millions and millions of people with drug problems. And, it's just very, very sad. It's a difficult situation. But I'm proud of you and Pastor Bobby and what you guys are doing because you see the help, like with Sean. I mean, great young man. And I have a friend who used to work for me here. And before he started working for me, he was an alcoholic. And anyway, now he's in Florida doing very, very well. He's helping people and does a great program. But I've seen talent that I don't know if he knew he had when he was an alcoholic. Now that he's straight, he's an artist. He's doing super stuff. And another friend of mine, the same thing, has just got some talent that was hidden by the drugs or the alcohol or whatever. And I'm sure Sean's phenomenal. I don't imagine when he was on all the stuff, he wasn't able to do the type of portraits and paintings that he does now. So your gifts that God gave you come forward when you're not addicted or not drunk and that type of thing that benefits.
Well, it's like this. This is an analogy I use a lot. If Mike Trout never played baseball and never practiced, would we even know who he was? No. So some of these men and women that come into our ministry have more gifts and talents than we could ever hope for. But yet they just need the right people around them to help them figure out what they are. Yeah. I never thought I would be a public speaker. I never thought I would be able to run a furniture business or a thrift store. Sometimes I still question if I could do that. But, it's just having grit. Well, it's just having grit and saying, for me, I say this, I could do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Because some of these ideas and things that happen that come my way, trust me, I'm not that smart, but I'm a willing vessel. And I say, God, use me. And I do believe every person that comes in our home, and I believe all people in general, God wants us to be happy and to enjoy life.
Sure.
And, I think just having the right people around you brings some stuff out of you. And, I just hope to be able to continue to do this really for all my days. I'll never retire. This is something I want to do for the rest of my life because
you enjoy
there's an eternity out there, Jim. People. There's only 2 places a person's going to go. Okay.
Yeah. We all hope it's up.
We hope so, but we make that choice here.
Yeah, we do.
It's a scary place. It's a scary. It's a scary thought that a lot of people, especially today, don't want to think about, but it's real. Yeah. And these people that are using drugs and drinking and giving themselves away, every chance they get, the odds of them, if something happens to them, of going, to the place that we don't want to go are a lot higher. Yeah. So, I try to, walk with them through life and help them there. And it's working.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I've been so impressed. How many years have you and Bobby been here with the Dwelling Place?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah,
Boy,
4 years.
Like, in 4 years, you've done more than most people do in 40 years. I mean, it's great to see. I mean, folks, and that leads us into what we're looking at behind us. This was Dwelling Place Ministries behind us. And they, as we mentioned, they purchased and that's amazing to do that in 4 years, purchased the First Presbyterian Church in Millville, which is one of the oldest, if not the oldest church in Millville, one of the most beautiful churches in Millville. And as Al said, they've got 250 people coming and with family and kids and all that, which is great. You've got some of my friends there that are great people, like Carl Holliday.
Oh, yeah. Love Carl.
He and I used to ride together when he was a special officer.
Oh, yeah.
We got some neat stories. In fact, I got to tell you a story off the air sometime, but it was so funny. But what a great guy. He had some problems. I'm not saying he didn't. He wasn't perfect, but he's a special person to me.
Yeah.
I just admire him so much, and I'm so glad he's with you and with his family's with you and all that kind of stuff, which is a great, great thing. In fact, my condolences to him. One of his sisters has passed away recently. But Anyway, when you guys came here, did you already have the halfway houses in place, or was that started once you got here?
Jim, let me tell you something. We worked in ministry. We just started praying in California for God to lead us to some. You know, where do you want us to do?
I see.
We knew where we were at.
Right.
You know, God was moving both of us, and we literally came here and started praying in the back of our friend's barbershop on Landis Avenue. And within a month, you know, we had an opportunity to rent a house for a men's home.
Oh, that's super.
And then about a month or two after that, we started a little prayer meeting in Landisville at this small church. And I remember we invited probably 500 people, and 3 people came. And, you know, Pastor Bobby was preaching in front of hundreds of people. And I know it was very humbling for him. He left a lot. I didn't have a family then. He took his family across the state. To this day, I commend him and just trusted that God was going to move in our ministry. And, you know, from there, we just little moments of growth. And then you look back and you're like, wow.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What you guys done in the past 4 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I believe this. You know, God, you got to realize when Jesus came, he came to the people, the lost, the broken, the poor, the hungry. Yeah. That's what we're doing. And we're not doing it so I don't care about success, and I know Pastor Bobby doesn't either. That's one of the reasons I've followed him. Like, we go back, and I love him to death because of our history, but I've followed him because I know that he truly loves people, and I do too. Mm-hmm. I want to, like I said earlier, Jim, I want to see as many people with me when I go to heaven and break this bondage, this curse that a lot of us open up in this life with drugs and alcohol and sexual immorality. Like, these are serious issues that we're dealing with today. And not many people are standing up against them. Not enough people are.
And boy, you know, Bob or Al, the thing is, when you look at this, it mostly revolves around drugs.
You know, big time.
It's, you know, it is. I always say drugs are the cancer that's eating away at our society.
Yeah,
it really is. And to see the good things that you guys are doing with the halfway houses for the men, for the women, and what do you call the other house? The first?
They're called Freedom Homes.
Freedom Homes.
You know, second phase Freedom Homes for that.
Right.
For the second phase homes.
And I mean, I'm familiar with people who have, you know, and the other thing you mentioned, and please, folks, if you have someone with an addiction, an alcohol or whatever, you mentioned the 9-month period. Most of the time, if you go to Seabrook House or you go to another place that handles alcohol or addictions, it's maybe maybe a month. Maybe
30, 60 days.
Right, it's the most. That's not enough.
No, not at all.
No.
Well, you're band-aiding a situation, you know, a problem. You know, for us, we don't charge anybody money. We don't take money from insurances. You know, we trust that God's going to provide for us. We've opened up businesses to provide for our ministry, trusting that God's going to use these businesses for the betterment of his people, and that's what he does. That's why we have these businesses in place. But at the end of the day, we're really just trying to save souls. You know, it's unfortunate, but you do need finances to do that. But like I said, we've come up with very much creative ways to raise money, and it happens supernaturally monthly.
And then the thing is, the Freedom Market, that's been pretty much for the 4 years you've been here?
Well, probably we always wanted a thrift store, but we never had the opportunity to do it. And I was away. We were raising money in Kentucky, which is a big mission trip that we do twice a year for the homes. And Pastor Bobby calls me up and says, hey, we got a thrift store. So I came home and we got that thrift store. And I remember we looked over at that building in the background. We had about 2 weeks in. He said, hey, let's go pray over that building, that God would bless us with this building. So we literally went over there praying on this building, walked around to the front and saw that it was a church already. We're like, well, just give us a building. You know, we're obviously praying over this building. And funny story, Jim, you know, we're driving. We parked our van in the parking lot near the thrift store. And Pastor Bobby walked out to a note on the van that said we had to start paying a monthly bill to park in this parking lot. And, you know, I know we're pastors and everything, but now we're starting to feel like we're getting hustled. So Pastor Bobby drives over to City Hall, finds out the owner's name and number, calls him. Guy lives in Texas.
Oh, wow.
And says, hey, you know, where does the line end here? Because, you know, we told him what happened. Well, he looks in his books and sees that these people, you know, were behind on their rent. And so the next thing,
we're sending you the letters.
Yeah. So now the next thing we know, he's getting connected with someone in our church that's a property manager. And then 2 months later, we're moving into this building.
Wow, that's fantastic.
I mean, you want to talk, listen, my faith, I've always believed in God. I've always believed that Jesus Christ was my Lord and Savior. Didn't walk it out. But since I've, been here, that was one of those moments to this day that I think about, and I'm like, man, there's no doubt that God is with us, man.
Well, you bet.
We prayed over that building. I remember that. Wow. We were right on that right-hand side over there. And, and God has blessed us with that.
So did you rent the building initially?
We rented it, and then we had, we got put in a place. We're going to rent it to you, but we want to sell this building. I see. Okay. And then we ended up, waiting till the time came to purchase it. We purchased it, and within a month, I remember, I think either I got an email or Pastor Bobby got an email about this, this building, the Presbyterian Church, possibly being sold. Yeah. And we went there, brought some people there on our board and walked around, and, somebody said, hey, this is our building. And the reason that we were able to do this on paper was because we had a thrift store that we could move into our building. So within 30 days, we're already praying over this building. We just got the other building 30 days prior.
Jeez, that's fantastic.
And, that's how we got everything there.
So now tell everybody what this used to be the Dwelling Place Ministries Church, and now it's becoming, I have to tell you, this is the truth. I got a beautiful, big, king-size mattress and box springs delivered to my home recently, and, it's just wonderful. It's like, wow, and probably half the price of what you would pay anywhere else. So, Bobby, I know you like me, but how can you do, or Al, I'm sorry.
It's okay, I've been called worse.
Al, how can you do such great prices? And I know you've got furniture now in there, and you've got bedding, and that's so important. So tell me about this. How does this work for you guys?
Well, I mean, for us, again, it's just, being around the right people at the right time, and people see that you're doing a work and they want to support you in some way. Right. So we, we're able to, we had some people reach out to us and talk about some opportunities, and we just kind of took advantage of them. And, so we're able to get furniture at, and sell it at half the price that some of these other businesses would be able to sell their furniture for. And again, all of our finances go to our men's and women's recovery homes. So again, I just think it's God's favor, really. Yeah. I know it sounds kind of crazy to some people that may not understand faith, but that's why we're able to do it. And I will tell you this: I have a $5,000 couch in my house that I was able to get for, probably a 20% of that.
Wow.
My wife's happy, so that's all that matters.
Yeah. In fact, it's funny you mentioned that. My son is head of IT for Scandinavian furniture, Scandinavian design, and he was telling me that they had like an astronomical couch. It was, I don't know, thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, wow. But, this area, you need to have affordable prices.
You have to.
Right, exactly.
Poorest county in New Jersey right here.
Yes, absolutely. So, that's what's wonderful. Folks, you have an opportunity. If you need any of this stuff, tell us some of the other things you have besides the mattress and box springs. You have bedding?
Yeah, well, we have couches, sectionals. We have bedroom furniture. We have, kitchen tables, dinettes. Everything. We just started getting Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. We actually have an order coming in 2 weeks. Really nice, mattresses, all sizes. The furniture is beautiful. So if anybody's interested or needs any new furniture, especially, I know tax season's coming up. If you want to, bless yourself, your family, just come on and check it out. We're going to be getting 2 more orders at the end of this month because we're a little cleared out right now, but we're going to be really stocked up come, the 3rd or 4th week of January. So we're looking forward to that.
And folks, the nice thing about this, I've been in the thrift store and I've donated some things, and we did an auction time show through there and stuff like that to show some of the really nice stuff they have in the thrift store. The point is, every dime that's made goes to the ministry to help the people that have to have the halfway homes, whatever it is for recovery. They're there to help them, and they're very nice people. I've met many of them. In fact, they've delivered things to my house. I had my son found online a free piano. I said, hey, guys, if I give you X amount of dollars, would you bring the piano? Absolutely, because that money goes to help the ministry. And they have a really nice truck, big moving truck. So, and if you want, the other neat thing I've always remembered, Al, you talking about was, if you run a yard sale right now, people aren't, but if you're having an estate sale, when you're done and you don't know what to do with the other stuff, call Alfred, call the people at Dwelling Place Ministry or Freedom Market. They'll come and pick it all up for you, and I'll give you a tax write-off. So it's a win-win for you. You don't have to worry about, well, my God, what am I going to do with this? Instead of throwing it away, give it to them. They can sell it. The money that they make from it goes to help people that have had drug addiction, alcohol problems, and that they're working and they're making them better. They're healing them in a lot of ways, spiritually is most importantly, but it also, gives them pride. The young men, I have to tell you, the men have come over. I've had several, I just recently got the mattress and box springs, and, I wanted to make sure I gave them each a tip. But what nice fellas they really were. And I've had them in my house with the piano and some other things that they've taken that I've donated. And they are really, really nice people. But they have, the basis of the Lord because of what Bobby and Al done. And it is just great to see. Wow. Think about where you were when you were 17 to where you are now. What are you, 42, did you say?
Yeah, 42.
You're still a young kid.
Oh, yeah, it's okay.
Now, tell me about your family.
Well, my family, my wife is from this area. She's overcome addiction. She actually came here. She came here in 2019 to serve our women and children's home.
Oh, that's
little did she know that she really was coming here the Lord was bringing her here to bring me a wife. But a wonderful woman, loves God, loves people, great mother. I have a beautiful son, 11 years old. His name's James. Loves basketball. 2 little boys. I'm just so blessed.
That's
beautiful.
super.
Her family's amazing. I love them. They're just like my family. I never even knew what family was until I was with her.
Too. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm an only child, and her brother and her sister are just wonderful. I'm just so I couldn't have dreamed of anything.
So you have a brother-in-law and a sister-in-law now.
Yeah,
besides a wife.
Yeah. Besides a wife, I got a brother and a sister now. I don't even call them in-laws. I love them like my family.
Well, that's wonderful. It really is.
Yeah.
Well, God has given you things that you prayed for, I'm sure, and it shows that turning to the Lord can only help you, and it's done that for Al.
Yes.
And it's just been wonderful. And there's so many good things that the Dwelling Place Ministries have done. And of course, as we talked about, this brand new big building. This was Surratt's Auto Mart when I was a kid. It's a big building, and all the bedding and all the furniture and everything else they'll be able to be put in there. Now this is all new stuff, pretty much.
This one's all brand new stuff.
Okay.
Our thrift store is secondhand.
Right.
And there's something I wanted to mention about our thrift store too. Something that I really felt the Lord put on my heart this this summer was to give more. So if anybody has, knows families, if there's, anyone that has a fire, anything, needs furniture, give us a call and we'll be able to help families out. We don't have a lot of clothes as much as we used to because they take up too much room.
Yes,
but
exactly. Yep.
If somebody doesn't have the money to, buy a couch or something in our thrift store, I'll give that stuff away for people that don't have, the means of that.
Yeah.
I actually think since we've been doing that, mind you, I don't expect anything in return, but there has been a blessing that God's given us for that. So if anyone knows anybody that needs furniture, mattresses, anything, just give us a call and we'll do what we can to help them.
That's wonderful. It really is. Here's a charity willing to give to you, but again, they've been blessed because you've given to them as well. So it's something where, keep it local, keep it in town and in the county, and they've got a great thrift store. They really do. Some really, really nice items in there that, I'm sure you want to take a walk through. Is Jackie now?
She's still she's a women's home director and runs a thrift store.
Very nice lady. I took some things down recently, and it's been very nice to talk with her. And, and again, all of your people that I've met, all of your people that are in the halfway houses, they've been gentlemen and ladies and just really very, very nice people. And then, of course, and I know they found the Lord and they're happy with what they're doing. That's wonderful. Would it be great if everybody was like that?
It would be.
Wow.
It would be. Well, hey, more people. I said this when we came here, and even sometimes I would say this and think maybe I was crazy, but I meant it, and I still do. I never thought we'd be in Millville. I always thought we were going to be in Vineland, but I really do want to help change this community as much as we can. I want to be that little city on the hill that people can look to for some hope. Again, this world is a crazy place. I mean, I'm seeing things that I never thought I would ever see. I'm sure some of you feel the same way. And, when you have, people in the ministry that really care about people and souls, it's not about money. It's not about fame. It's not being my face being, even here right now. I just want to see as many people set free from their addiction as possible. That's my goal in life.
And you've done
help
as
many people as possible. That's what life is about, man. That's what I really believe.
Yeah. And I mean, I've donated time for the M25 program, and a lot of those people obviously have drug or alcohol problems, and that's why they're homeless, and they want to get the help, and the church, it's First Methodist is working with them now, and they do a wonderful job helping feed them at lunchtime and things like that. But you've got the dwelling place ministries with the thrift store and everything, helping in the housing that you provide, which is wonderful for these people that are lost, and they have finding the Lord. You're helping them do that as well. Got to be very satisfying, isn't it?
I wouldn't want to be doing anything else with my life, Jim.
Isn't that great?
When you're a kid, you're like, I want to be a professional baseball player, football player, something like that. I didn't think it would be, but this is my dream job. I don't ever want to do anything else. There's nothing I want to do. I want to, teach my kids, loving people, and, I really believe this. When I came into a men's home, Jim, I didn't have anything to give God. I didn't have any money, anything, but I gave him me, and he's been so good to me. He's changed everything about me, and I want to help other people have that encounter.
And that's what's nice too, Al. You've walked in the shoes of the drug addicts and the alcoholics and the people that have been on the bad side of things, and thanks to God, you're not only on the good side, you're helping all these people come to the good side and to see the Lord and be given what they need to have and to help. And as I said, every person I've met through your organization has been a really good person, very classy, very nice people, and very appreciative of what you're doing for them and what's happening for them. And again, folks, I mean, stop down at the thrift store, some great values. And in fact, I've got some things I got to take down there. I've got a great big dog kennel up it. That'll go quick.
Oh, you know what? It will. People love stuff like that. They do go quickly.
Unfortunately, both of my dogs passed away in the last year or two, so I got this, and I'm not planning on any more dogs. So
too much work.
It's
like having a child.
Yes, you bet. I do. My son moved to Idaho, and I have his cat. I love the cat.
Yeah,
they're not
easy.
Too much trouble to
you just clean the kitty litter box, feed them once or twice a day, put some dry food down, they're good to go.
You got it. That's what I do.
Come pet. They want you to pet them for like 10 minutes, and then they'll go do their own thing.
That's right. Yes. Low maintenance. That's for sure. Works out. Well, my friend, thank you so much for coming in.
My
and I'm
pleasure,
so proud
Thanks
of
for
you.
having me.
I didn't know your story, but boy, I'm so proud of you to go from Sister Judith,
I know,
expelled
man.
out of St. Francis, to becoming a wonderful minister that helps other people and gives God's love to your family and your extended family with Bobby and all the people here. And he's a great guy too. And it's wonderful to see that you've come to Millville, and thank you for everything you and Bobby and Dwelling Place Ministries does for this community. And boy, thanks for saving that church. It's a beautiful church.
Yeah, man, it is beautiful.
It is, isn't it? Really is great. It's super.
Oh, yeah, we're blessed.
Thank you, Al. Alfred DeFeo, assistant pastor at Dwelling Place Church on 2nd and Pine Street in Millville, the former Presbyterian Church, and also in charge of the homes, Freedom Homes in Millville, and the thrift store, and this new, brand new things in the store, that everything, furniture, you name it, is going to be there, and about half the price you're going to pay somewhere else, and you'll have some really nice. And again, the bottom line is every dime that's spent with Dwelling Place Ministries, whether it be at the Freedom Market or over at the big Freedom store where all this furniture is, all the profits go to help the homeless, to help the people that are addicted, the people that have alcohol and drug problems that are in their halfway houses that are doing well. They help them with jobs and all the things that go with it. So it's a win-win situation. And again, if you're doing an estate sale and you got a bunch of stuff left over, give them a call. They'll come pick it up and turn it into cash for the people that they help in their program. So once again, thanks for being with us. Al DeFeo has been our guest today on Dwelling Place Ministries and all the things that they're doing there. I want to say hello to Cousin Bobby as well. Of course, he's the man that founded you the way, you know.
Yeah, man.
Bobby Bledsoe is, it's amazing. When I met Bobby, it was like, wow. And then I met Al and went, holy cow, these guys are something else. They really are. There's nothing phony about Al and Bobby and what they're doing, and that's why they're doing so well. So many people are coming to the church. And if you're looking for a church, highly recommend Second and Pine on Sunday morning. Is it still 10:30?
10:30, yeah. Okay. Or you can come out on Wednesdays at 6 and 7.
Okay, so there you got times coming up. And we thank you again on behalf of Pastor Al. I'm Jim Quinn. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Imagine living without pain. For over 35 years, Doctors Beebe and Doyle have helped thousands of people find relief from all types of pain. Millville Chiropractic Center has 4 doctors on staff specializing in hands-on or light-touch, drug-free pain relief methods. The examination, x-rays, therapies, and adjustments are all performed at one location. Schedule a consultation today. Enjoy life without pain and discomfort. Millville Chiropractic Center, the area's #1 pain relief center.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
Complete Care has some big news to share with you.
We're here opening more locations and offering more services every day,
including our newest locations on Pearl Street in Bridgeton and High Street in Millville.
We're here with convenient, high quality, and accessible healthcare services all under one roof.
We're here just a call or email away.
We're here to provide compassionate care for you and your family.
We're here and we're ready when you are.
Complete Care Health Network, ready when you are.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
Vineland, New Jersey is a place rich in innovation and deeply rooted in hometown traditions. The city's agricultural legacy, where brands like Welch's and Progresso originated, lives on today alongside companies producing the critical pharmaceutical packaging we depend on. While Vineland continues to grow, it retains a quality of life enriched by cultural diversity and an abundance of nature's playgrounds to enjoy.
I'm Mayor Anthony Finucci. We have something for everyone at VinelandCity.org.
Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
Well, Wildflower Vegan Cafe is one of the longest-running all-vegan eateries in the state, and the only one in South Jersey to feature so much local and organic produce, where everything is made in-house from scratch. We have a small seasonal menu that changes frequently. We can always find healthy, hearty salads, wraps, soup, and baked goods, all made in-house.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
This has been a QBC television production in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22 and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
Vineland, New Jersey is a place rich in innovation and deeply rooted in hometown traditions. The city's agricultural legacy, where brands like Welch's and Progresso originated, lives on today alongside companies producing the critical pharmaceutical packaging we depend on. While Vineland continues to grow, it retains a quality of life enriched by cultural diversity and an abundance of nature's playgrounds to enjoy.
I'm Mayor Anthony Finucci. We have something for everyone at VinelandCity.org.
Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
Attention people with Medicare and anyone turning 65. If you have original Medicare, you may be able to get a plan with additional benefits. Medicare Advantage plans may include eyeglasses, wellness visits, gym memberships, meal delivery, and hearing aids. To see if you qualify for a plan with additional benefits, call Best Medcare. Our licensed insurance agents can review your current benefits and tell you what additional benefits may be available to you. Just one call and you may be eligible for a plan with a $0 monthly premium. Tell us the deductibles you prefer, the doctors you want to see, and if you want prescription drug coverage. The service is free. You may even find a plan with a $0 monthly premium, $0 copays, and $0 deductibles. Speak to a licensed agent to find out if a Medicare Advantage plan is right for you. Call 800-953-1769. That's 800-953-1769. And let Best Medcare do the work for you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Around South Jersey. One of my favorite guests is with us this evening, Brian Lankin. And Brian is the man at Al's Shoes. He does it all. And Brian, nice to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Nice to see you, Mayor.
So I hear we got some exciting things coming up.
There's a lot of things going on.
This time of the year, I always tell everybody, and I'm sure as a kid, you know, growing up right on Landis Avenue, your mom and dad's store and everything, is I always loved the Christmas lights.
Yes.
It's just something special. Of course, you have a Christmas parade. That's Saturday after Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, it's Saturday after Thanksgiving, and we have over 70 people involved, 70 different participants.
Wow.
But it usually goes up to 100 by the time the lineup is.
Yeah.
My wife teaches at Egerton Christian Academy, and they always do a float.
Oh, that's nice.
And we have different bands from different cities, and we have Santa.
Oh, that's great.
Light the lights, which is nice. It's my block where where it ends.
Yes.
And he lights the. He goes up the ladder and does the lights.
Yeah, I love watching that.
So it's
like magical.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah.
You know.
It's probably our. I would say the car show in June is probably our biggest event. I would say the holiday Christmas parade is probably the second biggest event on Landis Avenue. You know, and I think what happened was that does so well. Josie and Paul Spinelli wanted to piggyback that the following weekend and have an old-fashioned Christmas theme Friday night where they like sing Christmas carols at City Hall, and then on that Saturday they're gonna have like horse and buggy rides.
Yeah,
and,
that'll be fun.
They got like a 6-foot mailbox where kids could put their Christmas lists.
That's cool.
And I mean, Josie is really, this is really, you know, she's really
her baby. Yeah,
this is her baby. Yeah, year round, it's her passion.
Yeah, I just see the old-fashioned Christmas, and it's so special. It really is, and I don't care what age you are. Christmas has a special meaning to you.
Yeah.
You look forward to it as a child, and as an adult, you look forward to your children opening
Seeing
their
their
gifts, right?
yeah,
Reactions, yeah. And I just think it is so neat the way Vineland does. Of course, you have one of the most beautiful streets in the state of New Jersey with Landis Avenue.
I think sidewalk, streetwise, we have the biggest in New Jersey.
Yeah.
The combination of the two.
Yeah, which is really nice. I mean, you never feel crowded, and it's just plenty of room, and you'll have like about 100 floats and entries and things in the parade, which people love to watch, the kids. And that's something that everybody can go to.
Yeah.
Grandma, grandpa, mom, dad, the grandchildren, everybody can come out.
And the stores on Landis Avenue actually sacrificed, because it used to start at 7 o'clock. But it used to get so cold, we told the downtown to do it at 5 instead.
Oh, did you really?
So
that's nice of you.
2 hours earlier, it's probably 10 degrees warmer.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we're sacrificing basically for the city.
Yeah.
And I would say between the holiday parade and the old-fashioned Christmas, we got a lot going on. And I have my shoe donation from Thanksgiving to Christmas that my friends support all these different things that I do.
Right.
With my golf outings and my swim outings. So basically my friends give me, every $10, we donate 2 pair of shoes and 2 pair of Bomba socks.
Wow.
And the last couple of years, it's been over 300 friends and over 3,000 shoes and socks that we donate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah, so we donate Spirit and Truth Ministry, St. Vincent de Paul, the Code Blues, the schools, the Veterans Home in Vineland. So it got so big, I got a sock sponsor. And they were so proud of how big it got this year. They're going to donate 300 undergarments.
Wow.
To people in need. They just told me this week. So
that's fantastic.
I'm pretty proud because of how big this has gotten. We have a Al Shoes scholarship to a Vineland High boy and girl swimmer.
Oh, that's nice.
They got to apply to, and I have living legends. Next year, Heather and Adina Dehana are the judges of the. I let them pick the winners.
Oh, that's nice.
And I have golf tournaments that shoes and socks go to charity now. It all stemmed from this Christmas donation.
Wow, that's fantastic.
And then the Christmas donation got so big, I networked with another charity, the Aaron Plock Scholarship, and we have this big swim event in August every year now that you're aware of. And next year I might have my high school rival. He's going to tell me in March from Ocean City, Heath Musley. He was a star linebacker, defensive end like my father. And Vineland High had a win streak in the Cape Atlantic from 1974. Casadia lost his first swim meet.
Mm-hmm.
He never lost a swim meet after that from 1974 until he retired from boys swimming in 1992. So he won 180 meets in a row.
Jeez.
So my senior year, Heath Musley from Ocean City was the leader of their team. They broke the streak at 188 wins.
Wow.
So I want to have him come back. This will be our 3rd year having this alumni meet. We're going to honor Robin Daplin, who you know as a living legend, and his 2 daughters are vice principals.
Oh, no kidding. That's wonderful.
Yeah, his daughter Caitlin's the vice principal of CC Tech.
Oh, wow.
And his other daughter, Carly, who's 8 months pregnant now, she's the first year of the swim event, her relay got first place.
Wow.
So,
where's she working?
She's the vice principal at Menny's.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
So, he was a great basketball player, and then he was athletic director.
Yep.
And which was cool because I know once in a while you interview the 3 athletic directors that were legends from Violin, Bridgeton, and Millville.
Right, yeah.
I've seen a couple of those.
Yeah, Tony Cerise was really involved with that too. Yeah.
So I got a feeling if Heath Musley either swims me one-on-one the 3rd year of the swim event, or he has a relay, I think the excitement's going to be pretty. It's going to be pretty cool having
really
him come
neat.
from Michigan.
Yeah.
And then I think it's partly to celebrate him breaking the record, but I think we're also celebrating Casadia having a win streak over 18 years.
Wow.
You know, like that's probably never going to happen again.
No, he was amazing. Coach John Casadia was absolutely amazing.
My friends basically are like always bust my chops for 30 years now because a guy that played football like my father, the same positions as my father, and swims. There's not usually a combination of football players and swimmers.
No, you're right.
And he was a state champion my senior year.
No kidding. Wow.
So to have him come is going to be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, it sure will be.
We have like 300 people go. It's on Quinn Broadcasting. A lot of people watch on TV, and we've probably netted for the Plock Scholarship the first 2 years over $10,000.
Oh, that's fantastic, Brian.
So we raise a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, we have Eastland cater it the first 2 years. You know, and I'm just proud how the shoe donation turned into golf tournaments and swim events. It's really something.
Yeah, that is. I didn't know you did the 3 golf tournaments. Wow.
Well, basically,
jeez.
After COVID, I got into golfing, and then I'm friends with Eastland. So basically, we figured out a way to have a golf tournament sponsored by Al Shoes that could donate shoes and socks. Have my friends go. We have a good time. You know, we do like 10 or 11 groups of best ball. So it's like a fun day.
That is fun, yeah.
We have breakfast, we golf, then we have lunch.
That's nice.
You know, and we donate stuff. So I think everyone benefits. Eastland gets a crowd that day. My friends have fun, and we're giving away shoes and socks to people in need.
Yeah, doesn't get it. You know, I didn't realize how important shoes. I guess I should have, especially socks, for the homeless.
They say socks and shoes are 1 and 2 most needed item. I mean, this has gotten so big where I didn't ask for people. I'm a year-round clothing drop-off center now. It didn't start that way. I was just donating new shoes and socks, but I've gotten so many volunteers and you know, between my swim background and being the chairperson of Downtown Violin, I just think everything just gets bigger every year. So now I drop off clothes to St. Vincent de Paul.
That's nice.
And my volunteer Carol Bassetti. She's owner of Bassetti Photo. I don't know if you're familiar with them at all.
Yes, I am. Sure. Nice people.
And Debbie Eisinger was a librarian at a school. She's the head, and Matt Milam, who you know.
Oh, great guy. Yes.
So they're a Violent Soup Kitchen and Spirit and Truth Ministry.
Oh, I see.
At 7th and Landis.
Yes, right.
So, you know, I'm proud because it started out basically when Mayor Romano appointed me on the board to replace my father when my dad died. We got together for Christmas in 2008, and from 2008 to 2018, it was just me and City Hall donating 100 to 200 shoes, and then the city would give them out. And then all of a sudden, like in 2018, Nick Bono, who is Rob Bono's son and brother.
Right.
Brenda Gravato, she was half owner of Edam Foods.
Oh, okay, sure. Wow.
And 2 people I grew with said, make it a public donation.
Yeah.
And it just morphed into this huge, where I have a sock sponsor now, and
yeah, that's fabulous.
Over 20 charities coming for the shoes.
Wow,
that's
wonderful.
So and then this opened up. I said, I'm not just going to keep this revenue. I'm going to put this revenue back into, like, we have a class of 93 violin. I'm in charge of my class reunions. So
and I'll bet they're held at Eastland.
they're held at Eastland.
How did I know?
Well, the first
it's
two
a great
were
place to be.
The first two were actually held in Millville at the Heritage House.
Oh, that's right, when that was still open. Yeah, that was a nice big banquet facility.
Yeah, a guy I graduated with, Vince Bonato, his mother Henrietta ran the Heritage House.
Yes, she was a sweetheart. I remember.
And when they closed, Rob bought Eastland from Gagliardi.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
And that's, you know what? People think because me and Rob do so much together that like we grew up together and like we're like high school buddies. You know, it really started with the class reunions. We would have meetings because I was in charge of mine and he owned Eastland, and it just morphed into friendship really because we're both business owners and we both have old school fathers. And I think our friendship grew from that. It wasn't like that we grew up together. His dad was my basketball coach, but Rob was like 2 years younger than me. He was like the little kid that wanted to hang out with the older kids.
Yeah.
But we weren't like good friends until we were like in probably our 30s.
Wow. That's good, though.
Yeah. So, you know, look, he gives back. You know, the father owned Edom with Gravato.
Yeah.
And then now they own Double Eagle and Eastland. And it's a good partnership. Like we have Taste of Island there. This year for Taste of Island, which is the downtown Violent's biggest,
yeah,
we had over 25 restaurants.
Wow. No kidding.
We had over 230 people come. It was our biggest fundraiser in over the 10 years of us doing it.
Wow.
So what happens is any restaurant brings their signature dish. And we had 23 tables of 10.
Jeez.
And it was packed.
This was at Eastland?
This was at Eastland the last Wednesday in October.
Oh, that is neat.
So, you know, look, I'm downtown Violent every day. I live and breathe it. You know, I support the restaurants down there. I get takeouts from out. I had Alex Pizza, which they're taking. We have a facade program. Alex's Pizza's putting a whole new facade in.
Oh, that's wonderful.
This week.
Wow, that's great.
And Cure. There's two. You have what? Kawa in Millville, and we have Cura. And they're both great sushi places.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
And you know, my wife gets their sushi on Friday nights. You know, I mean, when you think of downtown Violent, you got to think of the ethnic restaurants.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we have a Jamaican in Michelle's. We got a couple of Chinese restaurants. We have an Indian restaurant.
Yep.
We got a lot of Mexican restaurants.
That's what I was going to say, yes. And you have one of the best vegetarian restaurants.
And we got a vegan right across the street from Al Shoes, vegan. And then they did so well, they got one in Atlantic City now.
Wow.
They got a second location.
That's fantastic.
So, you know, like, I believe in downtown. I mean, I have events with Rob, but, like, for the last 10 years, I've been the sponsor for downtown a wedding promotion.
Oh, that was just recently, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, the first 2 weeks of November, we did a promotion blitz. I mean, for downtown Violent, we have 2 bridal shops.
Yes.
Renzi and Jesse. We got a couple of jewelry stores.
Yep.
We got Giovanni Taylor's. We got Al Shoes for the bridal and men's shoes. Like, I said, you know what? It's not just diverse restaurants. We got diverse businesses for weddings.
That is wonderful. Yes, it is. Yeah.
You know, so everything's moving along pretty good.
I just saw the mayor recently, Ruben Bermudez, out to, actually I saw him at the Queen restaurant, where I'm going to be tomorrow night with the mayor of Vineland at 6 o'clock. We'll be on doing a live show, and I want to do some Thanksgiving shout-outs and thank everybody for all the help that's going on in Vineland. But we're going to take a break. When we come back, I'm going to talk about one of the hardest working volunteers who raises so much money, and I think you know who I'm talking about. We'll be back with Brian right after these messages.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
When you want delicious food made from scratch soups and locally sourced ingredients, you head to Larry's 2 on Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey. Family owned and operated, Larry's 2 boasts one of the area's only salad bars with a great selection of fresh vegetables, rolls, dressings, and more. In their cafe, enjoy a piping hot cup of your favorite beverage made by one of their skilled baristas. Their complimentary Wi-Fi allows Larry's 2 to be the meeting destination with a friend or small group. They also offer banquet rooms that can accommodate 10 to 120 guests for any occasion. Open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Call Larry's 2 today at 856-692-9001. Larry's 2 Restaurant and Cafe, located at 907 North Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey.
I'm Brian Lankin, third generation business owner, Al's Shoes. Been at the same location since 1961, our 61st year. We specialize in work boots, work shoes, orthopedic shoes, baby walking shoes, and school shoes. We go up to a men's 17 and a woman's 13. It's $5 off, $25, and $10 off $100 if you mention that you've seen this.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. My special guest is Brian Lankin, the owner of Al's Shoes, and Mr. Fundraiser. We're going to tag you, Mr. Fundraiser. So you have the event now with the shoes and socks,
The shoes
right?
Goes to like the middle of December.
Okay.
You know, the first probably 12 years of it, it was really just me going to City Hall. And then by... I would say 3 years ago, so many charities were involved. I said, you know what? I let each charity get at least 100 pair of shoes and 100 socks. And I mean, sometimes it's up to 50 charities. You know, because what I do is I have schools that do it. I got the soup kitchens. I got Code Blue. There's a woman named Ann Hartman.
I know her, wonderful.
You know Ann Hartman?
I do. She's a sweetheart.
She used to be the vice principal of Sacred Heart.
Right, yeah.
And now she's the principal of a Catholic school in Haddonfield.
Oh, that's nice.
So what she does is she gets each kid to get a couple dollars from home, and she's given me $500 the last few years, and she brings back to Camden County. To where they need shoes.
Sure.
She brings back 100 shoes, 100 socks, and I've been giving her 10 handbags to.
Oh, that's really nice.
So it's not just Cumberland County that benefits. It's Camden County too.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
And,
she's a wonderful principal or vice principal.
She's very passionate about Code Blue. For Vineland, Millville, and Bridgeton. I told her I'd give her some of the undergarments to donate as well from Bombas.
That's great.
And it's really partly the reason why it's gotten so big is my volunteers and my donors. I mean, I think between being a swimmer that started at 5 years old at Dolphin Swim Club and involved with the YMCA, I think Casadia and DeMatti basically instilled community service.
Dennis?
Dennis DeMatti.
He's a wonderful guy.
Yeah, we have breakfast once a month.
Oh,
still.
do you? That's
yeah.
nice. Tell him I said hello.
I will.
Please.
Yeah, he's very fond of you. And his daughter's getting married on my 50th birthday. She worked for me
I did see
2024.
That on Facebook. Oh, that's great.
So
that's
it's pretty. My 50th birthday party is going to be at her wedding. Saves me from throwing myself a party.
Is that going to be at Eastland too?
No, this is actually at Seaview. They're having it.
Oh well,
yeah,
that's great.
I don't always go to Eastland, but I think Casadia, what he was passionate about with Dolphin and when he coached at the high school was, it's important to give back. You know, you can be successful in life, but if you don't help people, I think you live a smaller life. You know,
I think, you know,
there's a lot of less fortunate people.
Sure, give back.
And people in need.
Yeah.
That there's plenty of people to help.
Yeah.
And I think because of that background, and there are a lot of my supporters are the swimmers, and you know, I'm in charge of my class reunion, so a lot of people, even who I didn't grow up with being friends with, being in charge of the reunion, people, I mean, we had over 550 people in my class.
Yeah, that's a big fight on high class, yeah.
So I think, and what happens is, with social media now, the class reunions in a lot of classes are smaller, so 5 years from now, the class before me, class 92, and the class after me, we want to have a mega reunion.
Oh, I remember you mentioning that.
The three reunions together. This way, it's hard to get people out now.
It is, yeah.
And this way, we'll have less pressure. Look, we're going to have one reunion for. We might even invite Sacred Heart.
That would be nice, yeah.
Because you know, look, I hate to say we're going to be in our 50s. The next go around with reunions.
Yeah.
And who moved away, who's sick, who passed away.
Yeah, right.
You know, we got to enjoy each one as we can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, I love being in charge. I wasn't even a class officer.
Yeah, but you were the doer.
Yeah. A woman from the school, I just graduated college at Stockton, and a woman from Vaughn High knew my swim background and knew my father owned out shoes, called the store one day, Miss Maltane, and she's like, Brian, your class raised $3,000 while you were in school, and the class officers don't want the responsibility and don't live in the area like you do. Can you come pick up the money and be in charge of your class reunions?
Oh, I see.
That's how it all started.
Yeah.
So my dad always wanted to be on his class reunion committee, but the woman in charge, to save money, would always have him on Friday. So, I mean, my dad wasn't an animal drinker, but he liked to have a good time at his reunions.
And he had to go to work the next day.
And he never missed work, so he would go into work hungover on his reunion. So, since I'm in charge, I always have my reunions on Saturday.
Smart. We do too. Yes, I think that's a lot better.
I think the extra money is worth it for people like me that work on Saturday.
I agree.
That could, you know, take off on Sunday.
Yeah.
So,
we've done a couple times. We did a optional Friday night, like we went and looked at the Levoy, or went to
like a cocktail hour.
Yes, right, and socialized for those that could do it. But Saturday night was
the main attraction.
Reunion. Exactly. We'd have all the good, and we. In fact, I'm on the reunion committee. Mine's coming up this next year. So I mean, and with our age group. And this is funny because one of my class reunion, one of my friends, she said, Jim, I think we should hold it at Eastland, and it should be on a Saturday afternoon because a lot of the people might
fall asleep.
Well, no, I don't know about that. I'm a night owl. Not me, man. I'm up.
I'm not saying you.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, the big problem, a lot of them have, they can't drive at nighttime.
Yeah.
So I said, well, we'll talk about it at the reunion and see. Being a night owl, I love it at night. But,
now, I think this is the last year that we turn the clocks back in the fall, right?
Yeah, I hope so.
I think so.
I think you're right. We just
I think we change in the spring, and then we gain that hour, I think, going forward.
Yeah.
Because my business does better when we have more light at night.
Sure. And I think most businesses do. It's safer for the kids. I mean, I know probably the farmers don't like it because it's still dark in the early, in the morning when they.
Well, I think it's the bus kids.
That's going to be careful. Yeah, you're right. Especially going to school. Well, that's another thing that I used to teach school, and I taught at Millville Junior High School. My first year there, school started at, say, 8:30, and we had to be there by 8 o'clock, 8:15. So then the next year they switched it to 8:15, then the next year 8 o'clock. And I said, guys, why don't we just make it the true morning? Start at 12:01 a.m. You know, it's like, geez, peaceful. And actually, if you look at it psychologically, it's better for the younger kids to go early, and the older kids need to sleep.
I think that's proven.
It has, but athletics is what kills it.
Athletics and jobs.
Yes, that's true too, Brian. Good point.
But my daughter, her bus stop's 6:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
And like they start school at 7:30.
Yeah, I think that's what Millville does too. Where's she going
on? We live in Buna. I stay out of violent politics that way.
Yeah, that's smart.
And
well, my cousin Joey's in Buna. Joey Baruffi.
Yeah. I grew up with his cousins, our Baruffi son.
Oh yeah, well they're great people
too.
That's good. Well, Buna's a great school. In fact, Brian, you have to do me a favor sometime. Check and see, maybe you can get me the Buna football program. I wanted to start doing Buna Regional High School football, but I need some advertisers.
I don't live too far from there.
That's good.
Yeah, so that's actually where her bus stop is, right near the school. She actually goes to ACIT.
Oh wow, that's great.
She's an engineering major.
Super. What a great school.
Okay, but I live right near the school.
That's good.
And my wife was a good cross country runner for Buna High.
Well, she still runs, doesn't she?
She wins.
Yeah, I see on Facebook.
She
winning
wins
all the time in her age group.
She's 47 and she's beating people in 40 and up. Like
she's 48.
She's running her fastest times since high school. Like she's under 24 minutes now.
Wow.
And she did a fun run in Disney World last weekend.
That's neat.
Her and Robert Scarpa's girlfriend, Katie. But Katie just won her age group in a half marathon last weekend.
Wow.
My wife just likes 5Ks, but Katie will do an 8K and half marathon.
Wow.
And she was averaging 8 minute miles for a half marathon.
Oh my goodness. What a heck of a lady.
She went like 15 minutes faster than her previous fast time.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah.
It really is. Yeah. Wow. What's your wife running the 5K?
She's under 24 minutes now.
Oh, you did say that.
Yeah, she's 23 something now.
That's great.
I mean, when she was in high school before kids and training every day, she was at like 19 minutes. But now, as a 47-year-old doing under 24,
is fabulous.
She's winning her age group. This one woman, her name is Peppy. She said to me, Brian, I don't want your wife turning 50. Because she's like, right now, sometimes I win my age group, but once your wife turns 50, she's going to dominate.
For 10 years.
Yeah. So I'll tell you, she's getting, I mean, it's amazing. She won her age group in the CIL 5K.
Oh, that's cool.
And I think she won her age group in the Brigantine 5K.
That is neat.
So
she run the one in Vineland, too?
She won her age group in the one in Vineland when she ran it.
Yeah. I guess I saw that on Facebook or something.
That was partly what got me back into swimming. Because she was so successful and doing so great in running, she made me feel bad on the couch. So I said, I used to be a swimmer and I hate running.
Yeah.
So I talked to Casadia and I'll tell you, now. When we started the first year, I tried to get a revenge race against the guy that beat me 10 years prior at a college reunion. And it turned into relay races and
it's fun to watch.
I'll tell you, I have people basically, swimmers, parents, and grandparents, aunts and uncles, like, all right, what's next year's date? And like people came from Arizona last year, and I have people drive from all over to it's basically like swim alumni weekend.
Yeah, it really is. Got to be wonderful. You got to have a lot of fun doing that, I'm sure.
So I had two people that told me they lost 50 pounds because they knew we were going to be on TV and in front of people. They wanted to look decent on camera and everything.
Well, you look good, too. You lost a little.
I lost 15 pounds.
I thought you did.
And
look good.
If Heath tells me in March he's going to race me, I went from a half hour the first year to an hour. I'll go to an hour and a half a day.
Holy cow.
Because, that was my biggest defeat. The two big streaks that involve Violent High, one I'd have to say is the Millville Violent football.
Yes. Right.
That my dad was on the good side of. Because Millville had 33 wins in a row.
31, yeah. And they broke.
Was it 31 wins in a row?
Yeah, and Violent broke it.
And
John Barbosa.
He was going to get a car at halftime, right?
Yeah, right. He didn't want to take the car. Yeah.
And Ed Sullivan's show.
That's right. Yes, that's true.
Was canceled. And but Heath Musley's on the other side of it, where Violent had the 188 wins in a row, and he snapped that.
Yeah.
So I was on the losing side. My dad was on the winning side.
Yeah.
So we were on two sides of history.
What year that was? When your dad was a senior or junior?
It was the 55 team.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad he graduated at 57, but in football they go by the season.
Sure. Yeah, 55.
And Pete Bybell was on that team.
Yeah, sure. Know Pete very well.
And I think because they won so many in a row, everyone just. Plus, I think there was the rumor was 11,000 people were at the game.
I heard that too. Yeah, standing all over the place.
And my mother-in-law, after my father-in-law passed away, her boyfriend said to me, Brian, he was the same age as my father. He's like, I grew up in Camden, but it was such a big deal with Millville, with the win streak and Violent undefeated, that he drove from Camden to watch.
Isn't that something?
And
jeez,
it really changed my dad's life. I mean,
that's fantastic.
The team. This is how we're talking 67 years later. My dad and Bobby Venturi, his teammate. My dad was 48 on his jersey number. Bobby was 49. His son brought 10 bags of clothes in to donate, nice. And he wanted to recreate the picture of the two sons standing next to each other under my dad's championship jacket. Because there's a picture of my dad and his dad, 48 and 49, together.
That is neat.
So we posed for a picture under my dad's championship jacket.
And nice.
He's like, Brian, you made my day.
Do you know who the coach was then? Nello Delalio, maybe?
I think it was Delalio, yeah. And I think the coach of the 55 team was the star player on the 39 team. And the 39 team and the 55 team are the two best teams ever out of Violent High.
Wow.
They were the two championship teams. And, I'm partial to the 55 team because of my father and beating the win streak.
Yeah,
I would see people from Millville and people would still talk about that game.
That's something, yeah. It still resonates. As you said, they were supposed to be on the Ed Sullivan show. And I remember John Barbosa, he didn't want to take the car because he didn't
I heard he drove the car a few times.
Yeah, and he wouldn't even take it that day. They finally had to beg him, I guess, to come back and take it because they'd raced.
But Millville had to be proud for winning all those. I mean, it was a state record at the time.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And, 31 wins in a row. I mean,
that is amazing.
I mean, I'm so proud as a Cumberland County person how great Millville High's doing.
Yeah, even
in
now.
Football.
Yeah, they're playing for the Central and South Jersey Championship.
I mean, the sophomore wide receiver is going to be
amazing. Yeah,
he's got to get a Division I scholarship.
Yeah,
he's a star as a freshman, sophomore.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? He's only a sophomore.
I can't wait to find out where he goes because he's.
Lots of teams.
And this quarterback, that's a junior for you guys.
Yeah, he's a good ball player too. Good kid, good family. And the other nice thing is they all do real well academically, which is nice as well. So
I mean, it's something to be proud of.
It really is. And, to Coach Ayala's credit, he had to take over. We lost Coach Dennis Thomas, who's just a fabulous guy. But
got a job at Rutgers.
Yeah, you can't blame him. He played at Rutgers. He went and played briefly for the Kansas City Chiefs. Speaking of great players, Pacheco, have you seen him play? My goodness, he looks fabulous.
He graduated Violent High. I think he was the press player of the year. He went to Rutgers. I think he ran all 4 years at Rutgers. Rutgers struggles. So I think what happened was he tied for the fastest 40 time out of every running back that came to the draft.
Right.
and the Chiefs draft him in the 7th round. He starts out as the kick returner and like third down back. Now he's the starting running back.
It's amazing.
And he's like second on the team in rushing, and I think he's the number 1 back now.
I do too. He is so exciting to watch. And
Andy Reid, I think with the Eagle connection, realized this guy was a diamond.
Yeah.
And he's just he's electric.
Oh, he is. Well, this Brooks kid, like you said, he's unbelievable. It's like at 16, he's just had his 16th birthday. It's like, wow. And a lot of Division I schools looking at him as well. We're talking with Brian Lankin, who is the owner of Al's Shoes, and who is Mr. Donator. He's Mr. Fundraiser and does a lot of wonderful things in the community. He's also chairman of the downtown Vineland district, the Avenue. It's BDID, Vineland Downtown Improvement District. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
We'll be back with Brian in just a moment.
Wildflower Vegan Cafe is one of the longest running all-vegan eateries in the state, and the only one in South Jersey to feature so much local and organic produce, where everything is made in-house from scratch. We have a small seasonal menu that changes frequently. We can always find healthy, hearty salads, wraps, soup, and baked goods, all made in-house.
I'm Brian Lankin, 3rd generation business owner, Al's Shoes. Been at the same location since 1961, our 61st year. We specialize in work boots, work shoes, orthopedic shoes, baby walking shoes, and school shoes. We go up to a men's 17 and a woman's 13. It's $5 off, $25, and $10 off 100 if you mention that you've seen this.
The most important decisions a family can make are usually made around the kitchen table. At DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we believe pre-planning and the difficult decisions you face with the loss of a loved one should also be made around the comfort of a table, like a family. Our friendly, kind, and compassionate staff is committed to helping you get through this most difficult time. In your time of need, trust DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, Vineland.
Are you ready to go green and cut down on your electric bill? Then there is only one call you need to make. Soaring Solar is your complete source for solar, including new roof installations. Soaring Solar is a veteran-owned and family-run company. Call the Soaring Solar family today and talk with one of our solar consultants. Call your local Soaring Solar consultant, Vicki Kozak, today at 856-265-1262 or email her at vkozak@soaringsolar.com.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community, local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
When you want delicious food made from scratch soups and locally sourced ingredients, you head to Larry's 2 on Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey. Family owned and operated, Larry's 2 boasts one of the area's only salad bars with a great selection of fresh vegetables, rolls, dressings, and more. In their cafe, enjoy a piping hot cup of your favorite beverage made by one of their skilled baristas. Their complimentary Wi-Fi allows Larry's 2 to be the meeting destination with a friend or small group. They also offer banquet rooms that can accommodate 10 to 120 guests for any occasion. Open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Call Larry's 2 today at 856-692-9001. Larry's 2 Restaurant and Cafe, located at 907 North Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. Jim Quitt along with Brian Lankin. And we've been talking about some great places in Vineland like Eastland and, of course, downtown with the mayor's tuxedo shop. And, just...
Well, Ruben, the former mayor, yeah.
Former
like
mayor.
I call you mayor.
Yes, you do. And
once you're mayor, you're always
That's
mayor.
right.
Yeah.
Ruben Bermudez's tuxedo shop. And, of course, speaking of mayors, one of my favorite people you'll ever find, Anthony Finucci, who happens to be the mayor of Vineland. He and I will be on tomorrow night at 6 o'clock from the Queen Restaurant on Landis Avenue and Lincoln Avenue in Vineland. And if you haven't heard the word, and this is the God's honest truth, they have a 2 for $25 special. And when I go, I get turkey. With that comes stuffing. I get green beans. This is what I like too. They have 3 healthy vegetables like green beans, broccoli, cauliflower. Last time I went, they had Brussels sprouts, cauliflower, and broccoli, which I love all 3.
And they kept the price low for inflation.
Isn't that amazing, Brian? At 2 for $25. So I mean, think about this. My buddy's with me. He had the chicken parm, and that comes obviously with spaghetti, but you get soup or salad and a dessert. All this,
it's amazing.
Break
price.
it down, Brian. It's $12.50 per person. It's $25 for 2 people. And as Brian said, with inflation and all that. And I'll tell you what, I've never had a bad meal there. And Yilmaz is a very nice man. And I hope if you get a chance, come on out tomorrow. The mayor and I will be there from 5 to 6. We have dinner, and then 6 to 7 we do the show, and you're welcome. And it's one of the prettiest restaurants in Vineland. It's beautiful.
Good location, too.
Yeah.
Landis and Lincoln.
Right. It's got great parking. You know, you're really in good shape.
And he's family with the Millville Queen, right?
Yeah, that's his dad. He and his dad owned the Millville Queen. And
which does well.
Yilmaz, that's the Vineland.
And they buy their work shoes at Al Shoes.
See? They're smart. They're smart people.
For years now.
They
get really good shoes, too. They get the SAS slip-resistant shoes.
Yeah.
They're like $150.
Wow, that's
so.
Yeah,
and they buy them for their workers too.
That's nice too. And I'll tell you, I find them to be very generous. Like in Millville, there were things that needed to be done. They said, we're going to do it. $250,000. They did it, made it beautiful. And this place inside, now they rent this facility, and they plan on staying there for a long, long time. But they have beautiful paintings on the wall. It's bright and cheerful, and their servers do a very nice job. And I would encourage you to go out there, anywhere. Think about it. $12.50, you get soup or salad. In my case, I had turkey with stuffing and a green vegetable, and I got rice pudding for $12.50.
And the person that you're having the meeting with tomorrow, Mayor Finucci, I grew up with his wife.
Okay, Casey?
Stacy.
Stacy, right. That's it.
And she comes from a great family, and they shop at the store, and a lot of people don't respond right away. And the one thing I can say for Finucci, every time I had a question, every time I had any issue, he responds right away.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah.
And he makes it happen.
Yep.
And he is there. I mean,
he's a hands-on mayor for sure.
And he supports downtown Vineland.
Yep.
It's not just like verbal. He actually shops downtown and supports anytime the Vineland Downtown Improvement District has an idea, he supports it. I mean, it's all you can want is.
Yeah.
And I think that's why my business does well, and the Avenue is looking better. We have this facade program going on, and there's a lot of good things happening downtown Vineland. We have where Newcomb Hospital was.
Isn't that wonderful? Yes.
We have 2 complexes now of senior housing going up.
Yeah.
And there's rumor that a third might go with assisted living. And that's my target.
Super. Yeah.
That's my target market. A lot of my customers come for my help, whether I measure the foot.
Sure.
Or they just want me to help them, and that's a lot of my customer base.
And we're all, and I'm in that age group with them too. We're all spoiled. We're used to having Al's Shoes. We're used to having Aronoffs and Friedman's and Millville and stuff. They're not there anymore.
Martinis.
Thank God for you. Right. Yes, Martinis did a great job in Vineland. But I'm just saying, thank God for you. I mean, I know.
I'm the last one.
Well, thank God you're young still, see?
Well, my great uncle had Four Land Shoes on the 500 block in Vineland. He started in 1950. My grandfather left the grocery business and got in the shoe business in the 50s. So basically, if I got to go to 2050 is my goal. I got to go 27 more years.
Yep, to get the 100 years.
Is my goal, whether my kids get involved or not. I got to get the Lankin family 100 years in the shoe business.
Well, you're only what? You're not even 50 yet.
I'm 48.
Oh, so you got plenty of time.
So like you, Casadia, and Charlie Gerard. Like Charlie Gerard still practicing law. He's 85.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you know Charlie at all.
I do. I love Charlie.
He's
great.
I'm going to honor Charlie Gerard next summer.
Oh, that's
as
nice.
a living legend.
Yeah, he's super.
I don't know if you knew Gus Chavo.
Yeah, sure. The shorts guy?
Yeah. Honoring him and his wife.
Oh, that's
he
nice.
passed away, but I'm honoring his wife, Judy.
Wasn't he related to
Gloria Noto?
Gloria Noto, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, it was his sister.
That was Gloria's brother.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah.
And I'm honoring Robin Daplin. And
well-deserved.
And, last year I honored Heather and Adina.
Yes, right.
And the year before was your old partner, Joe O'Donnell.
Oh, God, what a wonderful man.
So we know a lot of...
yeah, we sure do. A lot of people in common. The Dehanets played softball. Their dad was one of the coaches when I was coaching. And
how about their mother?
Oh, I love
her
mother.
What a great
Mary
woman
Linda?
she is.
Oh, my. And you know what? I got to tell you, that whole family, Mary Linda was a Knoop, and her brother John, I just thought the world of. He was my city engineer. He's a county engineer. Now he's working with John Ruga. And just one of the nice, and the dad, he's still around. John Jr. is the father, is in his 80s. John the third is about your age, maybe a little bit older, and just wonderful people. Mary Linda's
great.
She was the best dental hygienist I ever had.
She was my kid's hygienist.
Well, that's it. She switched over to the kids, so I was happy for them.
There was a woman that my kids kept telling my wife that I know your husband from swimming, but my wife never told me her last name. So Mary Linda's like, it was me, and I'm like, my wife never told me it was. If she would have said Dehaney, of course I would have known who it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it just shows you what a small world
Isn't
it
it, though? It truly is. And boy, you look at that, and you see how wonderful that family is. And the everywhere, and it starts grandpop and right down the line. We are lucky, Brian, and you especially, because you've got a lot of connections of all the wonderful. You just look at all the wonderful people's names you just rattled off.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
we are fortunate, and I have a lot of wonderful friends too.
Oh yeah, of course.
And that's what. I mean, it's like I love doing this show. I always say I'm going to do this till the day.
Well, you're a great interviewer.
Well, you're pretty good at being interviewed.
Yeah, we make a good team on this.
Yeah, we do.
I tell people, everybody that interviews me, Jim is just. It's like we're sitting, there was a guy on 610, he's Sonny Hill.
Yeah.
He would say, we're going to my living room. And that's what it makes you feel like. You just feel like we're just sitting back with nobody watching, having just a regular conversation.
Yeah.
And it's very relaxing, and, you know how to lead the conversation.
And, it's interesting, Brian. The thing, I had a little bit of a medical problem with the blood pressure, and I was off for almost a month, I think. And the thing I was looking forward to was coming back to interview you and other people, because this is relaxing to me.
Yeah.
Rather than stressful. Or other things.
The stresses of life.
Yeah, exactly. But even the things you take on, and I do too, but you especially, taking on all these golf tournaments and the swim tournament, and the socks and the shoes and all these things. I mean, I admire your mom and dad. They must have given you great examples to be such a good guy and do.
Well, my father, I had a strict grandfather who was tough on my father. My father never missed a day of work.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
And,
that's amazing.
It rubbed off on me, and I was blessed. I think, from what I was told, I was the only shoe store to never close in New Jersey because of COVID.
That's great.
SAS talked about me at a national conference saying, like, Al Shoes and Violin, this is how he did it. And this is how he stayed open. and they used me as an example.
That's super.
And I think between my father's work ethic and my mom's kindness, my mom grew up in South Philly and big family, and she was a gentle soul. So I think I got a sweet mother who was very kind, and a hardworking father, and
Get the best
and
of
they
both.
got me.
Yeah,
And I'm the
that's-
combination
yeah,
of the two.
Where did they meet?
They met. Now Camden was different in the 50s and 60s. They met at a nightclub in Camden.
Oh, no kidding. Huh.
Yeah, South Philly girl, Italian, and a Russian, Ukraine a guy from Violin met there, fell in love.
Oh,
and,
that's super.
You know, and they got married in '65, and they've been been Violin ever since.
That's fantastic. What brought him to Vineland? Your grandpa? Or?
You know, my dad, my grandfather had the shoe store in Millville.
Okay.
On, I think on High Street, Van Edelman's law office. That's where
Main
Lincoln
Street.
Shoes was.
That's Main Street.
Main Street.
Yeah, just off of
Yeah, Main Street across from where Romano's Pizza was.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so and the building's still there.
Yeah, it's a nice building. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you know what I found out recently is the Al Shoes location. It was the original J.C. Penney building in 1926.
Wow. Oh, I think you mentioned that. Yeah, downtown Vineland. Yeah.
It was when they got bigger, they moved to the 700 block. But there's a picture of J.C. Penney's at where Al Shoes is as J.C. Penney's.
I'll be darned. Wow.
Yeah, this guy Cavallero. I'm trying to think of his first name. They call him Bud. He's like he does the historical violin page.
Oh, okay.
He sent it to me. He's like, Brian, you were right. It has on the building 1926 built J.C. Penney's.
I'll be darned. That's amazing.
So I'm pretty proud that we have the original.
Yeah, that's fabulous. That's
J.C. Penney building.
And you really have a very nice building too. And folks, if you need shoes, go to Al Shoes. Really, I mean, this guy is fantastic. Prices are excellent. You know, you really know you're getting quality shoes.
And we fit the people.
And that's what's nice. It really is. I went in and I said, Brian, such and such a size. He goes, nope, Jim, I think you need a 10 and a half or
10 and a half
11.
wide. Yeah,
That's
I remember.
Right. Yeah, he still remembers 10 and a half wide. And it used to be, and I kept thinking, geez, how come these shoes don't feel right? Because they weren't the right size. So thank you for getting me there. You know.
Well, you know what happens is when you're 17, 18, you think you're one size. And then you always think for your whole life you're that size. But I had a guy today. He said he got that surgery where you with the stomach
sleeves. I had that too.
He lost 150 pounds. Wow. He went from a 12 wide. He bought 2 pair of 11 wides because losing 150 pounds.
Yeah.
He went and he measured an 11.
And that's something.
So. Wow. Just because you're 18 and you're a 10,
it doesn't matter to be a 10.
If you gain weight or lose weight, it's going to change your foot size.
Yeah,
it's a fact. But that's why people get bunions and corns or.
Boy, that's interesting. Now you mention that, I haven't had to go to the foot doctor since I've come to you. Yeah, I used
because
to get
if you get the right size.
Yeah. Okay, now I understand. That's funny.
It does help.
I think my foot doctor thinks I don't like him and I love him, but I haven't had any corns since I've gone to you and got the right size shoe.
Once you find out the right size, it changes everything.
It really does. Yeah. That's true. It was. Brian, the time flies by, buddy. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And don't forget, folks, the Christmas parade is the 26th of December.
Next Saturday.
Oh, November. You're right. It is. I'm sorry.
Next Saturday.
I'm thinking December.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's right. Thanksgiving is next Thursday.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Thank you, Brian. And then the old-fashioned Christmas is first weekend.
Yeah,
second, third.
December 2nd and 3rd.
And in fact, I think my friend Ron Vinnick's going to be singing with his a cappella group.
I grew up with Ron's son, Adam.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, the Barbershop Quartet.
Right, that's it. Thank you. And
he lives in Violin.
There they are there. Higbee
he lives in Violin, but he taught in Millville.
Yeah, he coached in Millville, too.
I remember when he had the Volkswagen, he had a blue Volkswagen with an orange lightning bolt.
Oh, that's true. I do remember that, too.
And,
there's Santa Claus and 700 block.
He's one of the few people that can say he's Violin and Millville.
He truly is. Yeah, he's a great guy. He really is. So for Brian Lank and I, Jim Quinn. Thank you, George Kachia, for producing the show. Don't forget, Christmas Parade coming up next Saturday. And it starts at 5.
Starts at
downtown
5.
in Vineland. It'll be warmer. You'll be able to enjoy it, and you'll still be able to get home before 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever, and enjoy the parade and enjoy the festivities in downtown Vineland. For Brian Lank and Jim Quinn here with you, have a great night. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
This has been a QBC television production in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22 and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
Vineland, New Jersey is a place rich in innovation and deeply rooted in hometown traditions. The city's agricultural legacy, where brands like Welch's and Progresso originated, lives on today alongside companies producing the critical pharmaceutical packaging we depend on. While Vineland continues to grow, it retains a quality of life enriched by cultural diversity and an abundance of nature's playgrounds to enjoy.
I'm Mayor Anthony Finucci. We have something for everyone at VinelandCity.org.
Vineland, New Jersey, where it's always growing season.
What if this happened to you when you're alone? Or what if it happened here? With MedGuard Alert, you're never alone. You can connect with medical professionals anywhere, anytime. And now MedGuard is introducing our exclusive new Care Watch. If you need help quickly, use it from anywhere to contact medical professionals. No cell phone required. The Care Watch is not only a life-saving medical alert device, it's a revolutionary health monitoring system that checks your blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation, and much more. And here's the best part. If you have Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. The Care Watch is only available through MedGuard Alert. Call us right now. We have monitoring programs starting as low as $1 a day. The call is free, activation is free, shipping is free, and no contract is required. Remember, with Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. Don't wait. Call us to get your Care Watch right now. Operators are standing by.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome to Sports Talk. I'm Tony Cerace, and we have a very, very special guest this evening to talk sports. If you saw the byline about what Dr. Ed Salmon has done, you will see that he has many names: mayor, freeholder, commissioner, public Board of Public Utilities president, on, and they were on the byline. But tonight, we're going to talk to Dr. Salmon about his moniker that he goes by as well, Coach. And we're really pleased to have Ed here. And as most people know, Ed and I are almost lifelong friends. Came to Millville, and Ed became my mentor, my colleague, and certainly my best friend. So it's a pleasure for me to talk sports, and particularly basketball, with Mr. Basketball in Millville, Ed Salmon. So, Ed, welcome.
Thank you, Coach. It's always great to be here and to be with you. And I have just such wonderful memories of our 25 years teaching together and coaching together from Millville High School. It really was a blessing in my life.
Well, we're going to get into basketball, but most people don't know that first year when I was in Millville, I'm a football guy and a baseball guy, but the athletic director handed me a contract, said, "You're going to coach basketball." And I got to learn from the best. I was next to Ed on the 23-4.
Yep.
23-4 team, and I did. I learned a whole lot. Not real good at basketball, but I learned coaching techniques and how to deal with people. But listen, we're here to talk to Ed about his career, his life, and it's a very, very exciting a life that Ed has led, especially in sports, because that's what we're going to talk about. But tell us a little bit about how you ended up in Millville, and more importantly, the love of your life, how you met Marilyn. I think that's the most intriguing, beautiful story, love story I've ever heard.
I've been very blessed in life to have a wife of 58 years. Marilyn is well known throughout the community. She taught 25 years in the Millville Public Schools. I taught 27. Together we had taught 52 years and 7,000 students whose ages now are, I can't believe, 45 to 75, but they do grow up. But our stories are very interesting in the fact that I was born in York, Pennsylvania. I was born in 1942, so it's 80 years ago, Coach. And it was an interesting thing. We were born to a couple in the very poorest section of York, Pennsylvania. A lot of the neighbors actually fed us because the people that had born me didn't have the revenue to do that. And at one point, the birth man got very violent, and I had an older brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister, and we were beat pretty bad every night, so bad that the neighbors called the state authorities. They came in to Pennsylvania, from Pennsylvania, capital Harrisburg, to York, took us out, arrested the person that was beating us, and put us in an orphanage. The long story of that is that I was very blessed at the age of 6 to have my great aunt and uncle come and adopt me out of the orphanage. The interesting part about that was that it was my father was 60 years old when he adopted me. He was a World War I veteran. He went to Lafayette, became an engineer, ended up designing many of the bridges in the state of Pennsylvania. He worked for the government of the state for 40 years. My mother was a very strong-willed woman, ran the house, which some women do, and she was the first businesswoman, first woman to own a car in the county. She immediately told me when I got there at the age of 6 that I could go to Gettysburg College and that I had to have all A's and B's, and one of the things she was hoping I would do is be a minister.
Well, then tell us the story about the tricycle.
Oh, this is an amazing story. Mom and Dad, I went from York, Pennsylvania to Lemoyne, Pennsylvania. Lemoyne was right across the river from the state capitol. And my mom and dad had a best friend 2 blocks out. Her name was Alma Grunninger. I ended up being her lawn boy and paper boy for a number of years. But she was my mom's good friend. And they had got a tricycle, and it was a cement sidewalk for 2 blocks. I was allowed to ride to the end of her house and then ride back. So I think the second day I was there, the tricycle was there, and I took my first ride out 2 blocks. And I'm 6 years old. There's a little girl up on Mrs. Alma's porch, and I wave to her and say, hi, and she doesn't wave back. And then as I was doing her lawn and working as a paper boy for her, especially lawn work, her grandmother would come out and say hello to me and talk to me. And then when Marilyn was there, the grandmother, because she wanted us to connect, would go out and have a glass of juice and say, give this to Eddie, Marilyn. And Marilyn would go out and hang up and juice and set it down. She didn't talk to me until I was 19 years old. But it was very interesting, her grandmother, and I think my mother was very much wanted us to date. And it ended up being a wonderful to have a relationship.
It's a love story that you can't make up. It's incredible.
Yeah, it really is. You can't believe something like that would happen, because I was born in York, Pennsylvania as Edward Richard Herman. And then at the age of 6, I still remember sitting on the judge's knee. And the judge asked me if I would accept Mr. and Mrs. Salmon as my parents, and I said I would. And then my name was changed to Edward Herman Salmon. So I'm very proud of having the Salmon name.
Well, let's get into some of the sports now. That's just an intriguing, I love that story every time I hear it. So you play basketball, and by the way, I grew up on the other side of the river, which is interesting, probably about 20 miles from where Ed grew up. So Ed went to high school there, and tell us about your sports career in high school.
Yeah, I went to Lemoyne High School, and in fact, when I was going to 8th grade, I went to Lemoyne High School. Marilyn's mother was sick, so she was going to Lemoyne High School at 7th grade. And just to continue the story a little bit, I would walk over to the other side just to say hello to her. As soon as I walk over, she'd walk over to this side. And that's why we never had a chance to talk till she was 19, till I was 19. But I loved Lemoyne High School, very small high school. Its number one rivalry was New Cumberland High School, and they would have the Thanksgiving Day game just like Millville and Vineland has the Thanksgiving Day.
Now, how did not to interrupt you, but Cedar Cliff was then?
Cedar Cliff was formed with both schools.
Both schools.
For my senior year.
Right, that's what I remember.
So I love basketball, and I've played basketball since I've been 10. Hard to believe, 70 years of basketball. But it was interesting. My junior year, I didn't make the varsity at Lemoyne High School, but they put me on the junior varsity, and I had a very good year. And then I worked hard, and then the jointure came together. So we had Coach Miller from New Cumberland and our coach from Millville, 6 lettermen at each school. And for the first 2 weeks of school, they just invited the lettermen out. And I had only been junior varsity, so I was not a letterman. Then they invited everybody in the school out. But I had worked real hard and ended up captaining the team and ending up the league scorer in basketball. So that's how my basketball career started.
And people may not be aware of this because everybody thinks of you as basketball, and rightfully so, but you were an outstanding track runner, and I know it's an interesting story of how you first got involved in track. Tell us that.
Well, I'm going to have to be very honest here. I had a biology teacher who was very good, but I was very bad in biology. I didn't have a good grade, and he announces one day in class that he'd like to have a manager, a student manager. And so I volunteered.
He was the head track coach.
Yeah, he was the head track coach, yes. So I volunteered because I thought I'd get to know him. Maybe it'd help my grade a little bit. And it was very interesting. I had just left basketball and had an injury and had a cast on my leg. Middle through the track season, I really was enjoying the kids and enjoying what I was doing. I had to cast off. We went to a small town near Gettysburg. We had a track meet and had a guy who ran the mile run. A great guy. His name was Lou Jones, but he bragged all the time. And he came in second. He did a mile in 5 minutes and 2 seconds. And he was bragging all the way home on the bus. Oh, I did this, I did that. I finally couldn't handle it anymore. And I said, Lou, tomorrow I could go out and beat you. Unfortunately, the coach heard it, or fortunately. And so he set up a run. And my first mile was 4:42. And that helped me into college to be an outstanding cross country and a miler.
Yeah, you had a great career in track and actually went to Gettysburg to run track. Is that correct?
I did. I did. And it was interesting. My love was basketball, but the skill that the Lord gave me was track and field. And the one headlines I always remember was in the Gettysburg Times, because I set a number of cross-country records at different schools around, it would say Salmon Supreme. So I sort of like that, Salmon Supreme.
It's a good headline.
Yeah.
Good ring to it. So you graduate high school, and then you go on to Gettysburg College, a school I'm very familiar with. My younger son, Brian, graduated from there.
Yep.
And, of course, being from the Harrisburg area, know about the outstanding college that Gettysburg is. So you get there. Tell us about your athletic career there.
Well, it was very interesting. I ran cross country as a freshman. And then my sophomore year in cross country, I set about pretty close to 8 different colleges' records for the best run for cross country. As a result of that achievement, the college gave me a full academic scholarship for my rest of the career. So I had two years and a half as an academic star. I was on the basketball team, but I pretty much set the bench on the basketball team. But my love was always basketball, but the skills I had was always track and field.
Got to give a shout out before we leave Gettysburg for a minute to one of your neighbors, Barry Streeter, who was the head football coach at Millville High School, graduate, head football coach at Gettysburg for 30 years, Gettysburg College, and just did a tremendous job. His son is now the offensive coordinator at Clemson University.
Wow.
So, yeah, Barry's done quite well for himself and a Gettysburg grad. So you leave Gettysburg, your health and physical education major, and you're looking for a job. How did you end up in Millville?
Well, first of all, I got married. Then I graduated the next 2 weeks at Gettysburg, and then we came to Millville. My wife had one more year to go at Glassboro to get her teaching degree. And so I drew a 20-mile radius around Glassboro State College. Millville was in the 20-mile radius. I still remember the day I came to interview at Millville, because I interviewed about 6 different high schools in the 20-mile radius. And I had Marilyn's mother with me, and she was just a wonderful mother, and so great in giving me advice. And we're going into Millville, and they had a big sign, Millville, the Holy City, an L's missing. So we looked at it and said, Millville, the Holy City. And then we passed these different churches. But it's interesting, I had a great interview, but then I went downtown. Millville back in 1964 downtown was just a place to be. Everybody knew everybody. And the first advice I got is don't say anything bad about anybody because they're all related. And so
that's very true.
I got to tell you, Coach, I just fell in love with the people in Millville and came back and told Marilyn I want to go and teach in Millville. And they were opening the high school. So the high school has been 58 years open. So now they created 7th, 8th, and 9th grade at junior high school. They had to hire 4 new phys ed teachers. I was the first one hired, and because I was the first one hired, they made me department chairman. So I'm starting out right now running a program. In 8th grade was Alan Shaw and Bobby Hutchings. So I had the great opportunity of coaching them for, 5 straight years. And I just found Millville was just a neat place to be. I was freshman football coach, freshman basketball coach, and then freshman track and field coach for 2 years.
And then you moved on to the high school.
Yeah, I did. My first year, I think our basketball team went 10-2, and the unfortunate high school team only won a few games. And they got a new coach, and then the next year my high school team went 12-0. My junior high school team went 12-0. And the new coach, unfortunately, didn't do well, won a few games. And so at 23 years of age, I'm hired as the head basketball coach, head track and field, and also head cross-country coach.
And before we go further with basketball, people don't also recognize what a great coach you were in cross country and track. And that one special year, you're going to have to help me with the year, you were South Jersey champions in all 3 sports. Talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, that was an interesting year. That was 67-68. And we were 17-4 as a basketball team. My first year we were 14-9. And all 4 years that I was head coach, we were in the state playoffs. And that 17-4, I think our cross-country team was almost undefeated, and our track and field team had an exceptional year. So, as you said, it was a threesome, 3 sports, all South Jersey champs.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. Well, I certainly came, at the tail end of the your career there, your last year actually, which was very beneficial for me. But talk about being able to coach, and you'll name all the players, but, Hutch and Alan Shaw, and that outstanding group that you took all the way to the state finals.
Yeah.
And we're 26-1,
Yeah.
but the 17-4 the year before.
Yes.
And and then 23-4
Right.
with a couple of guys that had left, but still maintained some great basketball. Talk about those high school basketball coaching.
It's interesting. I feel very blessed that I had outstanding young men. I probably was an innovative coach. John Wooden was the one I admired the most, and I believe in being tough, but I also believe in being kind. And we set up new drills they never had before. If you came out and watched our warm-ups, the other team would always stop playing and watch what we were doing in warm-ups. As soon as that happened, you knew you had them. But I set up basket stations. We did circuits. And we did a lot of what you call breakdown drills. And then I really believed in man-to-man defense and full-court presses, half-court presses. And so we would adjust according to what our other team's strengths were.
I know that you're so big on fundamentals and individual drills, not necessarily team up and down the court.
Yeah.
I learned that from you 1 year I worked with you.
Yeah.
So, you try to take that type of philosophy into every sport, in the sports I coached, to break it down into football and baseball the same way. Just such a smart way to do things. And then, in fact, I don't think you allowed them to have a basketball for a few days in practice, right?
Well, that was the first time I got there. Seniors were Dale Finch, former commissioner in Millville, a great guy. Larry Brown, great guy. Chris Rowley, I can picture him today. And they hadn't had any winning season, so I figured I had to do something different. And so
change the culture.
I've changed the culture. So I made them wear hip fishing boots, a parka, and gloves. And we played for a whole week in hip fishing boots, a parka, and gloves. And it just changed the attitude. And then the next year, I brought in a barber and had the crew cuts. And the first guy in the chair had to be the coach. Because if you don't set an example, you can't expect your kids to perform. So you always have to set an example. And we did that just for 1 year, and just to bring people together and make it a fellowship of a family in basketball.
Bond together.
Correct, exactly right, Coach.
Yeah, those are the things that I remember learning from you, Ed, that were so valuable, in my coaching career, because, you had so many, again, innovative ideas and ways that you wanted to, do things. I think it's also remarkable the relationships, because you can't really demand the things that you demanded of your players without having a great relationship with them.
Right.
And you had a great relationship with them when you coached them, and then now in later years, just an unbelievable relationship with all your players that you get together with.
Yeah, it's been a blessing, and the coaching has been a blessing, because my philosophy is you make friends for life, and you share what you are the challenges. You work together. You find ways to be successful, and then you keep up relationships by keeping in contact.
Well, we're going to take a break, George. All right, we got it. We'll have a break with Dr. Salmon. We'll be right back.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
Complete Care Health Network has some big news to share with you.
We're here opening more locations and offering more services every day,
including our newest locations in Bridgeton and Millville.
We're here, and we're ready when you are.
Complete Care Health Network.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
Complete Care Health Network has some big news to share with you.
We're here opening more locations and offering more services every day,
including our newest locations on Pearl Street in Bridgeton and High Street in Millville.
We're here with convenient, high-quality, and accessible healthcare services all under one roof.
We're here just a call or an email away.
We're here to provide compassionate care for you and your family.
We're here, and we're ready when you are.
Complete Care Health Network, ready when you are.
I chose DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home because they treated me with respect and compassion. I couldn't have gone through all this if I didn't have DeMarco Luisi by my side. They did everything that they could to make me happy, and that was important to me and my kids.
At the DeMarco Luisi Funeral Home, we're here for you and your family in your time of need.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Sports Talk. Tony Cerise along with Ed Salmon, and we are talking sports tonight with Ed and his love of all sports, and we're talking basketball primarily. And so when Ed first started at the high school, he developed this culture, this bonding. Why don't you talk a little bit, Ed, about some of the memories you have of those teams, some of the outstanding games, and some of the things that you think of right away when you think of your outstanding career, Hall of Fame career, by the way, at Millville.
Well, I would say probably some of the greatest memories were when you first started, and you were back at the junior high. You're 21 years old. And you have an opportunity to be able to teach 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. And you have the opportunity to coach football. I never played football, but I coached football for 2 years. And you have an opportunity in basketball and then track and field. And let me tell you, growing up with young people, being able to teach, I taught over 4,000 Millville students, and being able to help students, I think it's the greatest profession in life. Being a teacher and a coach, to me, is the first thing I'd want to do. You know, I've had a lot of titles, as you said, Coach, but the one I love most is when people walk up and say, "Hey, Coach Salmon, how you doing?" You can't beat that.
No, you can't. I know there were a lot of memorable games. I was part of a couple of them for that one season I was with you, but can you talk about a couple of the outstanding games that you can remember?
Yeah, it's interesting. The two that I remember, I didn't win.
That's the one they always talk about, right?
It was Brian Taylor down. We were in Atlantic City Convention Hall. The place is packed.
You're 26-0.
Yeah, and we're 26-0, haven't lost. And it was Brian Taylor won the game.
Yeah, he was on fire.
But that's a tough thing to do when you feel you're going to be the state champ. And one of the other great memories I have is in Woodrow playing in Princeton.
I was with you.
Gymnasium there, and playing against Woodrow Wilson. The coach there went on to be the big coach at the University of Maryland.
Won a national championship.
Yeah, exactly right. And it was a great game.
Great game.
And we were expected to be blown away, and I think we ended up losing by about 3. And our kids played their heart out. And the other biggest memory I have, that is the Johnstown tournament.
Right.
We were invited.
Oh, you won that one, so talk about that one.
That was a good one. we ended up being invited to the top Christmas tournament in the country on the East Coast, and it was in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. They usually invite 4 teams ahead of time, and we were invited from the 17-4 season. They picked out 4 teams to go to the tournament in Johnstown. I remember the bus trip out. I remember the movie I had bought for the kids, Nevada Smith. I remember having my wife with me and being in there, and it was such a first-class tournament.
And I believe a lot of Thunderbolt Club people followed you out there.
Oh, the buses came.
Yeah.
The attendance by Millville was amazing. And there were 4 great teams there. Somebody in Millville that was on the Board of Education at the time voted against us going there. And he said we'd be embarrassed, and that this was too great of competition for Millville.
Because one of the teams you were playing had
Tom McMillan, pro. Who
was taller than Alan, right?
Yeah, and the gentleman, that was his feeling. He just felt, and I like the gentleman tremendously that felt that way, that we shouldn't go. But as I said, we went. We weren't favored to win. When we started the game, the gym is packed, and nobody's for us up there except our group.
And this game's against McMillan, right?
Yeah. It was against Tommy McMillan. And Alan Shaw fouls out. He's our 6'11.5" center. He fouls out in the middle of the third quarter. They're already ahead by 8 points, and he fouls out. Bobby Abbott comes in and just does an amazing job on Tommy McMillan. And with about 4 minutes to go, we're about 6 behind. At the end of the game, we win by about 6. And our press just changed the whole game. And nobody could believe we were going to win. The whole thousands of people just stood up and applauded us. And the next night for the finals, we're playing against another great team. And unbelievably, the stands now is for Millville. Everybody there except from
you beat the Giant. You beat the
they were all
team.
from Millville, and it was interesting in that regard that they were. And we ended up playing a great game. We ended up winning, and then we went to an amazing party afterwards, and it was just a great thrill to win that tournament.
Yeah, and that spearheaded your movement to go 26-0.
Yep.
And move right on into the state sectional finals. I know there were a lot of great players on that team. I come the next year, and you've graduated many of them. You had Cliff Johnson back, who was a great player.
Yep.
And had a scholarship to Temple.
Yep. Bruce Wilson, Jimmy Nixon, great.
And they stepped right in.
Yep.
They stepped right in. I mean, I'm a young guy when you were starting out at Millville, and I'm like Google-eyed saying, man, this is how you get it done. Yeah. And, he never missed a beat. And and took them right to the South Jersey finals.
Great team, 23-4. Great attitude, a wonderful commitment.
I think one of my JV guys you called up.
Ernie Harris.
The late Ernie Harris.
Ernie Harris.
Rest in peace.
His grandson plays with me at the Breakfast Club, and I call him EHS. Now, that's my initials, but I call him Ernie Harris's son. And he's just a great kid, a wonderful kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, your love of basketball, and we're not going to talk about this tonight. That's going to be another show. But your love of basketball parlayed itself right into your political career and then your business career, which, I could see because I worked with you on campaigns. I worked with you. Now I work with you, at Salmon Ventures. But you always had the team atmosphere. Yeah. You said, even when I came to work with you at Salmon Ventures, you said it's all about the team. Yep. So everybody in the office is like a team. In your political career, everybody was a team. So you took all that experience, and you just parlayed it right into the rest of your career. Am I right about that?
I'm very fortunate. I believe that whether it's at school, whether it's in business, whether it's in government, you have to treat people totally with respect, and you have to treat them like you would treat a member of your family. And it's amazing. I'm the first Democrat in the history of New Jersey to get elected to the legislature from Cumberland and Cape May County. And that didn't happen with just a party. That happened with a lot of friends who made that possible.
Well, it was always a team effort. You know, you always made everybody feel they're important, just like you did on your, on your basketball teams. Well, before we get into your further love of basketball, we do have to touch on this because this is probably how you really got started after you'd given up coaching. How you got started into basketball, but you became the head of the health and physical education department, and that was a godsend to me because you grabbed me and said you're going to come down and work in the gym, and that's where we developed this 25-year relationship as colleagues working side by side. But I do want you to talk a little bit about something you're so proud of and I'm proud of equally is our health and physical education program under your guidance that started in 1970-71.
I got to tell you that we had amazing teachers. And to me, teaching is first and coaching second. It's always been my philosophy. I'm extremely proud, Claudia McCarthy, Barbara Ewing, I could go on and on.
Eddie Andrews.
Eddie Andrews, amazing people that we all work together as one. And the United States Marines listed us as the best physical education program in a 4-state area. And they did that for 10 years, Coach. Nobody did marching like we did, and you helped organize. No one did square dancing. No one did circuit training. All the different things that we incorporated to bring pride to people. And when you ever watched our circuit drills, you know how tough they were.
Yes.
I mean, everybody that had gym class, when they left that gym class, they had a workout. And they felt good about themselves. And so I really treasure the health and phys ed K through 12 when I had the opportunity to bring everybody together. As you remember, through CETA, when I was involved as mayor, we were able to bring in 6 health and phys ed teachers to all the elementary schools. You remember, Tony, we started Olympic Day. I think we just had our 45th anniversary Olympic Day. We brought amazing people, Ron Jaworski, all to be our parade marshals. And we wanted to create a spirit in Millville, that Millville Physical Education Program is dedicated to fitness and dedicated to accomplishment.
And it was a team effort that your vision of the community and of the school working together, because as I found out when I took your place, it was a coordinated effort with the police, the fire department. I mean, the parade itself was a big undertaking, and I know many people that have been involved with Christmas parades and things like that. They know what I'm talking about when I say it was and you laid it all out for me. You said, look, this is what you need to do, but it was a sense of community, and everybody really really enjoyed that. So as you moved out of coaching, your love of basketball never waned. It continued. So it continued initially by playing in the mornings at the high school, and now that parlayed into, 52?
Actually, the first year I started the basketball club was in 1970, because I was out of coaching.
Right.
And I wanted to stay in shape, and it really was open first to the teachers and students at the high school. I really didn't expand it as it is today all over the area.
And tell everybody what time you start.
5:30.
5:30 in the morning.
Come in and get your
I think
workout.
Back then you might have been able to start at 6:30 because
there's a picture of the Breakfast Club.
There's the Breakfast Club.
Believe it or not, we're in our 52nd year. Starting this September, we will start our 53rd year of doing this. We've gone over 2,000 participants in that time.
And the ages range from?
The ages range from 15, and I'm the oldest today, 80.
and the rules vary, right? As you get older, you can have a few
I changed
rules.
the rules as I got older. When you go over 50, you can't call walking on a player. When you're over 60, if you just touch the ball anytime, offense or defense, and it rolls away from you, you get the ball back. okay? And when you're over 70, you can't go by me. Now, I'm working on the over 80 rule. I haven't got there just yet.
Well, you've had some great people play with you. I know you want to talk about
yeah, I got to mention name. First, Rick Pescatore is almost like the co-coach. He's probably the best 64-year-old 5'7" player I've ever met anywhere. He just is. He's a winner in every sense. Outstanding lawyer. And if I can't be there for sickness or a reason, Rick takes over and he runs it as professionally as you could do. I've dealt with lawyers all over the country, and in my opinion, Rick Pescatore is one of the top lawyers I've ever worked with.
No question.
Reuben Britt is a founding member too. He's a professor and a teacher and an executive at Rowan University. Chad Davis is played for Stockton. Chad is at the prosecutor's office, also a lawyer. Kyle Gandy is Kyle is an engineer, and his son Mason also plays with it. This is how it developed. Pastor Dr. Jim Duncans, remember Jim, freeholder, just a great guy. A guy you know, Congressman Frank Lobiano, has been. These are people who have been there throughout the 52 years. Mike Champion, who's with NBA, is with NBC Studios, plays. Dr. Wally Kapler Jr., who is a superintendent of schools. Ron Jenkins, who worked at the Philadelphia Inquirer. Corey Francis. George Burton, who's over 60 now and plays every day he can. Sherrod Barber is Ernie Harris's son. Yep. Chuck Early, Phil Folks. These are guys that they are leaders within the club. And I'm talking mostly about the leaders. Anthony Farmer played for Rutgers, played European ball. Lex Cohen, former professional baseball player, graduated from Millville High School. We had Andrew McGriff, who's the CEO, Mike Davis, who's with the prosecutor's office in Atlantic County, now retired, Al Gaskins, Paul Gavis, who played for Seton Hall, Obie Watts, and his son, Eddie. I have a guy there named Bow Wow. I give him all nicknames, Tony. I give him all nicknames. I have a guy named Bow Wow, so I texted him yesterday. I said, Bow Wow, I'm going on TV. I want to know your name.
I'm going to talk about you.
His name is Anthony Reed. Tom Brogan, who works for the Millville school system. Donnie Thomas. And, you know, I've had some outstanding women there. You know, everybody recognizes Michelle Brown. I mean, Michelle was an All-American at our school and just a great woman player. I even have two now that came this summer, Tanzia Ford and Samantha Jones. And, you know, my whole philosophy is we're open. Anybody can come to the Breakfast Club. We have discipline, we have rules, and everybody helps to enforce those rules. But there isn't anything better in a day than get a great workout first thing in the morning at 5:30, then wake up and try to take the challenges of the day.
Well, you also have, you were telling me that some of Mike Latour's current Millville High School team, and shout out to Mike, he did a great job this year, and he's gonna do a nice job with our basketball program in the future. And I know you know his grandfather very well, and looking forward to talking to him. But you had a couple kids from his team.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, first of all, I think Millville's fortunate to have Mike, and I think he'll do a great job. He's dedicated to it. I know his dad and mom very well, and I also, his grandfather was with me when I was on the Board of Freeholders, and just the best of friends, and couldn't have done any better in that regard. But, you know, in my opinion, and it's interesting, we started this summer to get our workout in, and then after we got our workout in this summer, now we're averaging 20 of the high school players. These are kids in school, 9 through 12, that now join us in the morning. And of course, it's summertime, so it's 6:30. It's not too early. And it's been great to have these kids and the two young ladies that have come out, and they're welcome, and they're as important part of the Breakfast Club as everybody that comes.
Well, we're going to be right back with Dr. Ed Salmon right after these messages.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
Complete Care Health Network has some big news to share with you.
We're here opening more locations and offering more services every day,
including our newest locations in Bridgeton and Millville.
We're here and we're ready when you are.
Complete Care Health Network.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
Complete Care Health Network has some big news to share with you.
We're here opening more locations and offering more services every day,
including our newest locations on Pearl Street in Bridgeton and High Street in Millville.
We're here with convenient, high-quality, and accessible healthcare services all under one roof.
We're here, just a call or an email away.
We're here to provide compassionate care for you and your family.
We're here and we're ready when you are.
Complete Care Health Network. Ready when you are.
COVID-19.
Welcome back, Sports Talk. Tony Cerace, along with my very best friend Ed Salmon, talking Millville basketball and more. And before we go to that picture, Ed, talk about the 70 or the relationship again with the Breakfast Club, and you brought some goodies along that you celebrate with them.
Well, I have a good friend, James Crescenzio, designed by James. He's located at 892 North Delsey Drive in Vineland, and he is creative. I'm amazed at what James has done, and he's created a lot of gear for us at the Breakfast Club. One of the things I've always tried to do was every Christmas have shirts or hoodies or hats for all the players, and you know, this was a gift that I always wanted to give them. And so, for example, here's a hat he designed, and it's interesting. It says Coach Salmon's Breakfast Club on it, and we gave James designed these just last year for me, so they're the first thing out. But a lot of our players now have them, and they're enjoying the time to be able to wear them. The other thing is, this is one of our shirts that you might see, and as you can see, and this we give away every Christmas, right before Christmas, and I've done this for like 50 years, giving shirts away. And it says on here, Coach Salmon's Breakfast Club, 1970 to 2021, and on the back you can see the 51 and years of the Breakfast Club, and this was designed by James too, and he just, and the new material he gives you, he's amazing. I really encourage anybody, if they want to create something, he's the guy to see. And then let me show you the hoodie he created. This is called, and this is nice, especially in the wintertime. You're coming to the Breakfast Club. It says Coach's Breakfast Club, and then on the back, and he designs these himself and comes up with the great ideas, and I can't thank James enough on doing that. But that's the Coach's Breakfast Club right there shirt. And I just want to publicly thank my friend James Crescenzio for doing this for us. They're probably, I get people saying this all the time. Hey, I saw somebody wearing your shirt.
I said that to you the other day.
You
I saw
did.
somebody at the Queen Diner.
And there's people all over this county. We have members of the Breakfast Club. It was about 20 years later that we had opened it up to everybody. And we have people coming as far as Delaware, people coming as far as, up in Middle Jersey to come out and get a workout in.
Well, if you're going to get up, now you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to play at 5:30, you're going to put that kind of dedication in. That's what you get. You get a hat and a T-shirt, but and you get a great workout. You're able to, extend your life a little bit.
Well,
so,
it's interesting. I will tell you this: most of the years, over 50 of the years, we were at Millville Senior High School, and that's a beautiful setting for basketball because it has 4 small courts, and you can run 3-on-3, immediately take care of 24 kids, or you can take care of 32 with 4-on-4. And that's where we're going to end up back. I've talked to the superintendent about that when the construction gets done. And I got to tell you, Tony Cragone is probably one of the finest educators I've ever met. He's just on top of things. I've dealt with hundreds of educators, and he's the finest educator I have met. He's president of the New Jersey Superintendents Association. He's active up in Trenton to know what's going on. And I'm really looking forward to his plans for athletics for Millville because I think he understands we're an athletic town. We've always been. And we've had great championships. You've had wonderful championships. I used to remember, Coach, I did the TV for Jim Quinn back when you went undefeated and won the state championship against Briggs Township. That, to me, was one of the happiest times of my life doing sports for Jim Quinn. But we've been very blessed that way.
Yeah, and we are blessed to have Tony and Jim was on Jim's show recently and talked about a lot of the initiatives that he has, both academically, facility-wise, and you hit the nail on the head. He's on top of it. We're blessed to have him. I know all the people that have encountered him feel that way. So here's what happens. COVID hits, and it hurts everyone in all kinds of ways. The schools, the students, you just felt so bad for every student across America for having their education curtailed, and everybody in the workplace, everybody had to kind of bite the bullet a little bit. Well, the Breakfast Club had to bite the bullet. So we're going to let you talk a little bit about how you would not allow the COVID to stop your workouts.
Well, it's interesting, Coach. For 20,
do you have that picture, George?
29 years, there we go. There's the Breakfast Club right there. For 29 years, we lived on Precca Drive in Millville. And for 29 years now, we lived over in Fairfield Township. I was able to buy 26 acres of timberland and have a family living area there for my children and grandchildren. Your picture right here is my son, Jim, and my 2 grandchildren, Eddie and JJ. And what we started to do was, during COVID, all of a sudden, I couldn't go into schools. So we set up for every morning to have the workout, and I have a basketball court, of course, on the property. If you love basketball, you have to have a basketball court, and we have a tennis court on the property. So we would come up, and we would work out as a family. My daughter would join me every now and then. I think we may even have a picture of my daughter. There she is. She's right there in the middle, Christine. And we've been very blessed to have 2 wonderful children. I can't believe they're in their 50s, but they are. And I have 2 wonderful another son and daughter through marriage. I don't believe in in-law. I've never believed in that title. When your daughter marries someone, he becomes your son. When your son marries someone, he becomes your daughter. So Vivian and Scott, it's Chris and Scott. Scott's an architect, construction manager. He's all over the country. Right now he's working out of the U.S. Virgin Islands and living there. And then have Jimmy and Vivian. Vivian Rosado came over from Puerto Rico, put herself through Temple College, was with honors, went to Temple Law School, became a very accomplished attorney, and she's practicing attorney today, working with disadvantaged youths to try to help them. She's a believer in faith, and she likes to lift people up in life.
And Jimmy works for the DRBA.
And Jimmy works for the DRBA.
And he's been there a long time.
Been there 30 years. Yeah. And it's hard to believe it's 30 years, but he has loved his job and loved the opportunities there.
So speaking of Scott and Christine being over in the Virgin Islands while Scott's working over there, you spend considerable time over there, and the Breakfast Club continues.
Yes.
Talk about that. How long were you over there? 4 months?
Yeah, for usually this last time was 4 months. It might have been 3 before that, but we like to go in the wintertime. The weather's a little better in the wintertime.
Nobody said you were dumb, Ed. I mean, you're really...
But we've been blessed to have a home over there for 20 years, and been over there for probably 25. Did a lot of work for the government over there with our company, and
then when the hurricane hit,
yeah,
Scott had to go in and rebuild it, and you have your own basketball court.
It's amazing. 2017, the hurricane season in November and December, 2 major hurricanes within a week of each other. Did a lot of damage in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We're in St. Thomas. There's St. John's and St. Croix, three major islands. St. Thomas is where most of the shops are and more people live. And our complex had 74 units in it. Have an ambassadors club named after Bill Hughes, who lived there for Congressman Hughes. Ambassador Hughes lived there for 50 years. He's the reason I ended up there. He and Nancy were very kind to Marilyn and I. Congressman Ambassador Hughes hired Scott to go over to do the architectural work needed in restructuring. We got $11 million from the insurance company, and when he's all done, it was better than ever. And he gave $1 million back to the association. His reputation over there now, everybody wants him.
And you have a beautiful basketball court.
We have a beautiful basketball court over there, and we have USVI basketball.
So you were able to continue to play.
Oh yeah.
Now I know you have a favorite minister over there that's 6'7". How tall is he?
Yeah, he's 6'7.5".
And does he play on the courts there?
Pastor Jeff plays on the courts there. Pastor Jeff's an interesting story. He and his wife and his little girl, it's a wonderful family. He was an actor, he was a musician, he was a singer. He was 5 generations before him were ministers in Michigan.
But he's a basketball player.
But he's a tremendous basketball. He loves the game. But he tried to stay away from the ministry, but the Lord led him. And he is an amazing pastor. Every time you leave the service that he preaches, you feel inspired for the day, and he loves the game of basketball. So we hit it off right away.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, the one final thing that we'll talk about, Ed, that you've been involved with for many years, you can tell us how many, is the NARUC basketball team that you put together. Tell the audience a little bit about NARUC, and you've been the president emeritus for a number of years, so people understand what NARUC is, and then you can talk a little bit about the basketball that you continue to play when you're away on these conventions.
Yeah, it's interesting. NARUC, I really didn't know what NARUC was about until Governor Florio had appointed me to be in the cabinet and president of the Board of Public Utilities. A utility commissioner is automatically a member of NARUC.
Which is the National Association?
National Association of Regular Utility Commissioners. And it's the oldest trade organization in Washington, D.C. Their memberships are made of commissioners from all the states, District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, and also the U.S. Virgin Islands. They hold 3 regular meetings a year. They hold the winter meetings in Washington, D.C. every year. They hold the summer meetings in July out on the West Coast, and then they hold the annual meeting anywhere in the country. And so I've been part of NARUC 31 years. I served as an officer of NARUC. I created the committee called the Washington Action Committee, where I set up meetings with the president and vice president and with leadership in Congress for NARUC. I then started the NARUC Dream Team. That started in November of 1991. That's been going on for this November will be 31 years.
So even when your commission was expired, you continued on as President Emeritus.
Right. We have a title, President of Commissioners Emeritus, and we have like 300 to 400 former commissioners that you keep in touch with, you keep them updated, and many of them attend all the NARUC conferences because they're doing things work-wise that relate to the utilities and the utility challenges.
So the Dream Team started in 91?
91.
And continues.
Continues. We had 31 years. I think I may even have a shirt here, Coach, of that. This is, you see the NARUC Dream Team on the back. I'll give you an example of what it looks like when I'm going the wrong direction. All right, there we go. And you see the 30th anniversary, and then on the front it gives the years and the NARUC Dream Team on the front. This is something I do every year also. I get from James. You got to go back to James.
Yep.
At Designed by James. He creates all the stuff for me. And every year at one of those conferences, I give out shirts to everybody. But we've had close to 100 people participate.
And I'm assuming they're all up in age a little bit too, right? They're
well, it's a combination. There's some up in age, and we have some new younger people that feel they can take us on. And so we have a great time with them. And I just gave up leadership of the NARUC Dream Team after 31 years. We have a nice guy, Jack Kean, who is a major player for the PJM. That's the Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland. They're the organization that organizes and runs how generation is moved throughout a 10-state area. So they have a major responsibility. He's taken over as a coach. He has, we've recruited 6 other people to assist him. And so we wanted to keep the tradition of the NARUC Dream Team alive. But one of the things it does, it just creates a close relationship with leaders around the country. I have friends in team concept. I have friends in all the states. I've been in all the states, and it's been a 31-year career that I didn't know when you became president of Board of Public Utilities that it opened a whole career for you across the country, and to be working with people on issues that are national issues that are so important to America.
Well, let me ask you this: Are you able to go back and play once in a while? So you,
I know
you're trying to slow down a little bit.
Oh no, I'm going to play.
You're still going to play when you can get there.
Exactly right.
Okay.
No, we'll still play. My objective when I started the Breakfast Club, we went 7 days a week for like 20 years.
Yes.
And then broke down to 6. And then
because Marilyn said.
Yeah, Marilyn said she wanted Sundays, and Marilyn, when you've been married such a wonderful person for all that time, even though I knew her from the age of 6, but she'd have nothing to do with me till I was 19. When she said that, we did it, and now this year we're going to go 4 days a week with the Breakfast Club, and I think at my age that's a perfect number.
Listen, I've told you many times the discipline that it takes, and there's been several articles, as you well know, that we that have been written about you that we've had the opportunity to read about your commitment and dedication that it takes. And I'm sure there are some guys that, like Rick, and maybe there's a few others that came all the time, but you're there all the time because you got the key.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell
and you run the show, but you're there all the time. So you're in bed at what time?
Well, if I'm going out at 5:30, I'm in bed at 7:30.
So you're in bed at 7:30.
Yep.
And when you were doing it 7 days a week, you were doing that 7 days a week.
Yeah. 7 days a week. I probably back when I did 7 days a week, I went to bed at 8:30 or 9. But now I go at 7:30.
Well, that was a few years ago too. You're a little younger.
But I got to tell you, Rick Pescator has been every day for 48 years.
Yeah.
Now think of that. Every day for 48 years he's been there, and the beauty of it is, and I consider Rick like my brother. he can actually run the show. So if I am away for, like, let's say I'm going to go away for a celebration or a conference, I can give him the bag. He knows exactly what to do, and he runs the show.
Well, I think again, the word commitment and dedication that you've had to your love of basketball, and your love of fitness,
right?
Is combined, so that at your age, and you're going to be 80 in September, right? So you're still.
I can't stop it.
You're still cranking it. You're still cranking it out, and I think people are. Look at you as a role model. That say, hey, if he can do that, I can at least get up at 9 o'clock and walk a little bit, or do something. But now you've been an inspiration to students when you were a teacher, and an inspiration to all the teachers, all the staff. I think I showed you a while ago one of your early staff pictures in the yearbook. With Christy Thompson and Joe Durella and Paul McCluskey, Eddie Andrews,
great people,
and we had a great staff, and the kids loved it. And one of the things that you always talked about too was no matter what our activities, and you brought many activities besides football, basketball, baseball, the phys ed class. We did badminton, tennis, archery, things that were lifetime sports. But what did we do? Every day with all the classes, some form of fitness. They either ran to the tennis courts, right, or they had to have some exercise before they played badminton or archery, because those sports didn't obviously, offer those kinds of things. Well, Ed, is there anything else about basketball that we didn't touch on? Because I'm going to talk to Jim. Maybe we'll come back and have a show where we can talk about your political and business career, which is also fabulous. But we wanted to talk about your athletic career as a player, as a coach, and in Millville first. Did we miss anything?
You're pretty good, Coach. You covered every issue that I could think of.
53 years I've been with you. I think I know you almost as good as Marilyn, especially from the sports. And, all the years we shared in the gym together, and coaching, but no, I admired your career. Again, without hesitation, the year I spent in observation, I was like a sponge. I said, man, this is just the way you should operate, your team. And I wasn't a head coach. I was a JV coach for a couple of years. And then when I got, like you, the head job at a very young age, it was funny. I had Coach Ayala, the new football coach, in here. And,
oh, good.
He's a little bit older than us, but he's very much the same in terms of his experience. But full of enthusiasm and ready to rock and roll. So, if you have I heard I think it was Jimmy Johnson the other day say, the former coach of Cowboys, said, I don't care how much experience you have. If you have passion and you have desire, you can learn the other stuff. But if you don't have any passion or desire, and I learned all of that from you, as many of us did, during those times. So I want to thank you, Ed, for coming in. Anything else?
Yeah, just at any time you want to reverse roles, and I interview you, I'm more than happy to do it, Coach, because let me tell you, I know all about your career and everything you've done.
I know you do, and you're my best supporter that way. But listen, I didn't talk about this, and you would not talk about it because you're too modest, but you have been inducted and honored 1969-70 New Jersey Basketball Coach of the Year. You, of course, went into the Millville Sports Hall of Fame. You actually went in twice. You were one of the first ones to go in, and then when we opened the new Hall of Fame, you went in once again. Your team went in, the 68-69 basketball team went in. We really need to nominate the 69-70 team. They were very good too. You're in the All Sports Museum with our friend Dave Hitchner. What did I miss here? I thought there was something. Oh, South Jersey. I think it was South Jersey. South Jersey Coaches Hall of Fame in 1990. So, again, we wish we had you in coaching a lot longer, but life went a little different direction for you. But the time you were there, you were just incredible. But
well, I'll tell you, Coach, and I sincerely mean this. There's no better blessing in life than to be called a coach, and there's no better blessing in life to teach. Like my wife was just an outstanding English teacher. And I needed an English teacher, as you probably know.
She proofread all your speeches.
But I will tell you, I went to Wildwood the other day, and I was asked to speak to the student body there, and it was an athletic event. And I was asked, what's important in life? And I said, there's three things that are very important in life. And I put first, faith. You have to have faith, and you have to have guidance, and you have to have deep faith. I said the second is family, and Coach, you and I have been blessed with family. I mean, we've just been so blessed with my wife and our 2 children, and now our 4 children, our 12 grandchildren. We've been blessed. And I said, and third, and it's important, is friends. Because in life I could have had no better friend in the gym than Tony Cerise. And I would tell you, in life I've been very blessed with friends all over the country now, and it's something you cherish, and it's something you're very thankful for. And I think the last thing, if you can help someone else and lift someone else up in life, that's an important thing to do, and that'll always be remembered.
And that's something you've done, all your life. And those of us that know you, Ed, we appreciate you for all of those things. And again, it's been nice to not interview you, but kind of be in here with my friend talking about his outstanding career. So with that, we're going to wrap up the sports talk. I thank you again, Ed, for coming in, and maybe we'll get Jim to do another one on your political and your service career and your business career.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
This has been a QBC television production in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22 and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
What was Vineland like 100 years ago? You can find answers to this question by visiting the Vineland Historical and Antiquarian Society. An amazing collection of exhibits, resource materials, and genealogical records are available to learn more about Vineland history. The museum is located at 108 South 7th Street in Vineland. Open Wednesday through Friday by appointment from 1 to 4 p.m. Tours available on Saturdays at 1, 2, and 3 p.m. Call 856-691-1111 for more information, or visit discovervinelandhistory.org.
Let's hear more from the style of that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Around South Jersey. And if this isn't one of the best shows you'll ever watch, I don't know what will be, because I have two of the most talented, entertaining car people in the world.
I don't know about entertaining, but we're going to have a fun.
Ivan Nelson, here to my left, is General Manager of Lewiston Ford in Vineland. And to my right is the master salesperson, the best, with the best and got the great personality and still looks like he's 45, is Angelo DeRose, who I had his son on with me.
Yes, you did.
Is he still doing solar?
Oh, he's everything. He's doing everything
Oh,
now.
that's super.
Yeah,
That's great.
He's doing well.
Well, Angelo and Ivan and I got to know each other over at Novik. How many years ago was that?
A lifetime ago.
Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it?
Absolutely. How long? 70?
Oh, it was the early 80s.
80s.
Yeah, it's 40 years almost, right?
I got to believe we were one of the first group of guys that started doing commercials with you.
Well, you were, and it was interesting because you guys, let me tell you, folks, honestly, they're not only great car dealers, but they've got great senses of humor. And we had the most fun of doing automobile car shows. Back in the 80s, we would do a car show at Novik, for instance. They would be on, we'd shoot it during the week. They would be on Thursday evening, Friday evening, from Friday, like say 6 o'clock, right through until Saturday early afternoon. And tell everybody how many cars, because of your talent, you guys would sell.
Well, it was probably more like your audience that we reached. Right time, the right message. We were selling some weekends 40, 50 cars.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it was crazy times.
And where are those times now? Because we were talking about before we went on the air, everything is on the phone now, or on the iPad or whatever. And it is convenient if you're looking for a 2010 Ford F-150. You just go, Siri, let me see a 2000 F-150, Ford in the
Not entertaining, though.
No, that's right. Thank you, Ivan. I agree. And she doesn't tell jokes or anything.
No, absolutely
not as entertaining as we were.
No. I tell you what, it was really unbelievable. And you guys would prepare, whatever the thing was going to be. I mean, I remember one time it was the Final Four or whatever, the Sweet 16, and then you guys had a basketball hoop out there, and we're doing some fun things there. Of course, you superstar here in this one.
I just courtailed off of him. He set it up, and I just went along with it. So I didn't have a script. So
I know you're a good ad-libber.
I just winged it right from his shoulder. That's all.
We had no rules back then. We just kept making up stuff as we went along. There was a scene where we were doing a construction sale, and so I would be there talking about some automobile, and Angelo would come across the screen carrying a long piece of lumber. And then you see the lumber go across, and you see Angelo carrying the second part of the lumber. He was carrying both ends of it. And then he had it on his shoulder, and he's swinging it around like the Abbott and Costello or the Three Stooges scene. And people were ducking. Somebody, I think, got whacked on the head. It was dangerous back then. We didn't have any protocols, so people got hurt often on those skits.
It was really so much fun to see. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Gary Fisher, who was the son-in-law to Bob Novik, and he was also pretty good and funny. And
he was.
Well, you know what? When you take that group with you two and he, and I'm sure there were some others that I'm not thinking about, but you all had such great personalities, and you being the manager of it, you could let them do what they wanted, and you just like almost anything went. And the wilder it was, the more people enjoyed it.
Yeah, we carried it through to when we came to work with the Lewiston family. We were at the Country Store in Elmer, which was the greatest little Ford dealership, three streets off the highway, and we came to know Sally Starr.
Yes, we did.
So Sally started doing commercials with us, and one of the best skits that we did was a chili cook-off. I don't know if you remember that, Jim. It was unbelievable. We're like talking to Sally, and we're like thinking like, well, I don't know if she's not really prepared. I don't know if she's really ready for it. The camera turned on, and it was like somebody hit a switch. It was the total professional actress that she always was. It was incredible. So Angelo makes up the story that he imported all these special beans from Hormelians, and he's cooking away through the whole commercial that we're doing. You see him signs, tastes it. She's over there testing them. And then the camera kind of flips around, and you see three open chili cans from. He just opened up cans of chili. It was no special beans.
Well, the greatest compliment we got was from Sally. Is when we were doing it, we carried little cards in our hand, and Ivan and I went on in this thing and like for 5 minutes, and I came off, and she said, "Wow, let me see that," and I showed her, and she said, "Where's your words?"
Yeah.
I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "You were out there for 5-6 minutes, and all you have is numbers." I said, "Yeah." She said, "Boy, you guys are good." She was super impressed, but like Ivan said, she snapped right into it. She was giddy on the side, put her in front of that camera, and boy, she was right there. But yeah, she drew how many people that day?
The showroom was full. There was a waiting line down, all the way down Broad Street, all the way to the Main Street in Elmer. There was probably 500-600 people waiting to see her.
Yeah, she was really popular.
Yeah, they had brought stuff to sign. She was signing all day long.
That's
Oh,
nice.
yeah. It was great. Great times.
Jim, if you think about it, you really were the prequel to the iPhone. I mean, the reason it was so successful for so many years, is people wanted to see the cars.
Yeah, that's
we would bring a car up one by one. The camera would show the car, show the inside of it. We would be talking about the year, the make, the model, how much the car was on sale for, which is exactly the same thing that customers do now, only they do it on their iPhone. You were doing it 30 years before any of those things were even thought about it. That's why people came to the store, because back then you had a little picture in the newspaper or you came to the store. You know, they had a way of finally looking at a car inside, outside, finding out what the make, model, how much it was on sale for, how many miles with it, without leaving their house, which is exactly what they do now.
Yeah,
they use their iPhone instead of the
iPad,
funny TV commercials that we did back then.
In fact, speaking of those people, Garrett Suey, you guys remember him, right?
Yeah,
sure. He
was our cameraman. He said, infomercial. Okay, here, infomercial innovators is what he was saying. Yeah, it was. That's for sure.
He's very lucky he survived some of the film shoots.
Yeah.
We had him shooting I don't even know what road it was. It was probably would have got ticketed beyond belief. The cars impounded. But we set up a drag race between a Geo Metro and a Chevrolet Z28 Camaro, and he was at the starting line with his camera as the cars took off.
Yes, we did.
We had him in a bucket truck one time at the top of it. We had him at the rodeo with livestock. He always did a good job shooting.
He did.
And now I know why he won't come back and work for me. No, he's going well. He's in charge of building maintenance at the courthouse in Bridgeton, and the good thing is he's got some super kids that are great athletes. So he's going with soccer. His son is a soccer goalie from Millville, does very, very well. But talking about a great guy,
great guy,
super personality, and really enjoyed having him work for me. And boy, it was interesting when you think about it. Every weekend we would have a car show on, you know, so business was good for us. It was good for the car dealers. And boy, as you mentioned, Ivan, the iPhones and things like that have just changed it all. You just, boom, you go in and say, hey, Siri, I want to see a such and such, and pops up and it shows you where it is, what location, price, and all that type of stuff. Now, you probably have in your place an IT person or somebody that puts your cars on the line?
We have a company that puts them up onto the line, onto the website, and then they're fed out through all the spider webs of the internet, so that they reach different platforms and different people searching. And then we have a whole department that fields those inquiries on those cars when those leads come into the dealership.
I see. That's where it gets interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, Angelo, you love people.
Yes.
You know, I mean, isn't this one of the nicest businesses? It fits your personality.
It has.
Yeah.
I've been with Ivan for 35 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Started off a long time ago. I remember he wouldn't buy shoes from me. I started in the shoe business.
Did you?
In the car business first, then I went to shoes.
Oh,
and the story was,
deli.
Yeah, I had the deli. My wife ran that.
Okay.
I wasn't allowed near the deli. My
Well,
wife ran the
that's
deli.
why it was successful. Now we know why it was so successful.
Very successful.
What's
Very
your wife's name?
successful. Rena.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rena, good job.
Yeah, she's excellent job. And of course, then with Michael, we had the restaurant for 4 years.
Oh, that's right. I was over there.
Yeah,
very
we did
nice.
that. We shot with you guys.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. That was great.
Yeah. So but where I met Ivan was I was selling ladies' shoes, men's, but mostly ladies' shoes.
And why would you go see Ivan?
Ivan came to see me.
Okay.
Excuse me. And he wanted to buy a Bostonians. Okay.
Yeah, nice shoes.
And he wanted a discount, and my boss wouldn't give him a discount. So he left the store. His finance manager, Jim Grando, said, "Listen, why don't you come up and see us so you can get a real job?" So I went up to see Ivan and interviewed with him, and that was it. I've been with him ever since.
Oh, that's super.
Yeah.
I remember.
You're close, Angelo. You forgot one part. It wasn't the shoes. I was going to buy the shoes anyways because his boss would give me a discount. I said, okay, just give me some shoe polish.
Oh,
I said, just some shoe polish and I'll buy the shoes. And the guy said, I'm not giving you shoe polish.
Oh, my goodness.
So I said, okay, so I left.
He left.
Jeez. I guess I shouldn't ask who that creep was.
He wasn't very nice. He didn't,
Hey.
I said, but it turned out good.
I got to tell you, speaking of shoes, Brian Lankin, the only man left in all of South Jersey that he runs Al's Shoes on Landis Avenue in Vineland. And if you mention Quinn Broadcasting, you get $5 off, $25 and $100, $10 off $100. So you get 10% discount if you say you saw it on Quinn Broadcasting.
Good, beautiful.
But he is he's the only real shoe store. Certainly in Cumberland County. I mean, I'm sure
I don't know of
growing
another
up
one.
in Bridgeton, you knew the ones. And in Millville, I knew the ones. No place except for his. And I went in there, and all this time, I was feeding my podiatrist money for corn and stuff, on my feet. I was wearing the wrong size shoes. I go in and see him. He goes, "Oh, no, you're 11, you're 10 and a half, whatever." And since then, I haven't had to go to the foot doctor. And the shoes are great. And it is, we were spoiled. We had personalization, back those
Don't have
days.
any of that now.
No, but I'm glad you got out of the shoe business.
Yes.
So
That was a good move for both of us. He's sold cars for 35 years and thousands of customers over the years that are come back to see him time and time again.
Yeah, well, I bet you a lot of it is repeat customers. Isn't it?
That's the only way you're going to make it in the business is repeat customers. And over the years, a lot of customers have been very, very loyal to me. And I've been very grateful for that.
Who do you think next to you is the best salesperson? You can
besides
name 2 or
me?
3. Yeah, I mean,
Besides you guys, obviously besides.
I said, who's best under you or besides you?
Well, we can't forget about our boy. You're talking about it at Lewiston.
Yes,
it would be Jimmy Fry.
Yeah, his wife was a sweetheart. I worked with her.
Jimmy, we crossed paths all the way back through the eras of Pepe and all that stuff. But his following. He's 35 years there.
Yeah, I think that or longer. He is
generation after generation after generation, just keep coming back.
Yeah, he has built probably one of the biggest loyal customer base that the Lewiston family have. It's been the perfect match for him. The Lewiston family and the products that we sell, and Jimmy with the way he stays in contact with his customers. He services accounts not only when he sells them a car, all the way through, picks up the cars. A lot of he picks up the cars for service, brings them in, takes them back to him, and he's on the second and third generation of some of these families now.
Yeah, great.
Just like An's always.
Same way.
Yeah.
But that's the only way you're going to make it in the business today, because like Ivan was saying, it is a sit down and let me get you a vehicle, and you'll see it in 4 to 6 months.
Yeah.
So normally we would carry on our lot, and Ivan can testify, anywhere between 80 and 150 F-150s.
Yeah.
We have 5.
Oh, my God.
It's a different world.
It's a different world.
With the beginning of COVID and the microchip shortage, and the inventories went from 250 cars in stock at any given time. So you can pretty much come in, find a car that you like, and you could drive one of those fine Lewiston automobiles home. It's just not the way the business is anymore. And I don't know that's going to go back anytime soon. And in some ways, it is better consumer experience. I mean, face it, if you didn't have to settle for maybe you had everything right, but the interior is the wrong color, or maybe it had options that I ordered for the car for stock that you didn't really want or didn't really need, but everything else worked, so you bought the car that was in stock and ready to take delivery the same day, so you paid extra money for options you didn't need. And when you order vehicles, you're not paying any of these market adjustments. I mean, nobody likes the market adjustments, but if there's a situation where you have 10% of the inventory you had 2 years ago,
right,
and the demand is 3 times that, we don't have nearly enough vehicles on hand to fill the supply at any given time. So we encourage every single customer to come in and custom build their automobile so you get just the options you want, the colors that you want, the equipment that you want. And the idea, when the car comes in, if you don't absolutely love your car and you don't absolutely love your deal, you can walk away and we'll put it back in stock. And
somebody will buy it tomorrow.
right, exactly. Somebody will buy it tomorrow. But at least the customer has the option of knowing what their trade's worth. It could be 3-4 months down the road. They know what the incentives are from the manufacturer. They see the car. They don't have to worry about it not being the right car. It's exactly what they want. And we find that the customer experience is far greater than walking around on a new car lot, a day like today when it's 29 degrees, trying to find a car that you may or may not like. It may or may not have the things that you want, and you settle for what's there because it's there. But getting exactly what you want, when you want it, and making sure that the deal is correct when the car comes in, and then decided to make a purchase is by far the better experience.
I got to ask you something, though. When it comes to colors of cars, why are all of them white, black, and silver? Anybody you ever look at that? I mean, honestly, my whole family, except my son had a dark blue one, but it was older. They're all white. We have 3 white SUVs. My ex has a white SUV from Lilliston, and I have a white SUV from Ron Rossi, and my daughter has a white SUV from Ron Rossi. I mean, it really is prevalent. That's
the top colors.
There are some great colors out there right now from Ford Motor Company. Some of these new cactus colors, Area 51 colors. After all these years, white is still going to be number 1. I think black is a number 2, and then silver is getting farther and farther distance from the first 2. But white and black are still the dominant colors, no matter how great these other colors are. I mean, the Area 51, the Alto Blue, very cool colors. Really, they look well on a number of different Ford products. I'm driving a white vehicle. I've always driven a white vehicle. That's my color of choice as well. And a lot of consumers feel exactly the same way. White is always going to be the dominant color.
And when people talk about it, white doesn't show the dirt as much as black, really. I've had white, and I really don't find it shows much dirt on it at all. And it is funny, though, when you think about it. My first vehicle ever was it was brand new, too, 1963 Chevy Impala. You'll remember this, 2-door, sharp. And that was my car, and it's white. And I'm sure I had many whites in between as well. You know what my first vehicle cost in 1963? You weren't even born then. But it was
just barely.
Yeah, you were a little boy. But it was $2,600. And I bought it in Pensgrove. Somebody I knew had I don't know what the name of the dealership was that time, but that's what it was, $2,300. In fact, my car insurance was $30 a month, and my car payment was $33 a month.
Now, if you had that same car today, it could be worth $60,000, $80,000.
Yeah, for sure.
All those old big black cars.
Now, what was your first car?
My first car was a 55 Chevy.
Oh, God, I loved them.
Yep. 2-door.
They were sharp.
327.
Yeah, I had the 287.
Yeah, mine was a 327.
You were zooming down the road.
Yeah, man.
How about yours?
I had a 1967 F-150 with a 352 and a 3-speed on the column. Very nice truck.
We're talking with 2 of the best car representatives you'll ever find, Ivan Nelson, General Manager of Lilliston Ford, and the supreme salesperson of Lilliston and all over South Jersey. And Angelo DeRose will be back with Ivan and Angelo right after these messages.
At Mintz Insurance, we're proud to have been serving our customers for nearly 80 years, offering 30 different insurance products for your auto, home, and business. And to help ensure that you're getting the best rates possible, we give you up to 3 quotes for every policy, so you can choose what's right for you. At Mintz, we're part of the community. Local representatives, supporting events, and proud of it. It's part of who we are. Mintz Insurance. Call today and find out how we can help you save on insurance, or visit us at mintzinsurance.com.
When you want delicious food made from scratch soups and locally sourced ingredients, you head to Larry's 2 on Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey. Family owned and operated, Larry's 2 boasts one of the area's only salad bars with a great selection of fresh vegetables, rolls, dressings, and more. In their cafe, enjoy a piping hot cup of your favorite beverage made by one of their skilled baristas. Their complimentary Wi-Fi allows Larry's 2 to be the meeting destination with a friend or small group. They also offer banquet rooms that can accommodate 10 to 120 guests for any occasion. Open from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Call Larry's 2 today at 856-692-9001. Larry's 2 Restaurant and Cafe, located at 907 North Main Road in Vineland, New Jersey.
I'm Brian Lankin, third generation business owner, Al's Shoes. Been at the same location since 1961, our 61st year. We specialize in work boots, work shoes, orthopedic shoes, baby walking shoes, and school shoes. We go up to a men's 17 and a woman's 13. It's $5 off 25 and 10 off 100 if you mention that you've seen this.
Ivan Nelson here at Lilliston Ford. The Lilliston family knows that you can buy a car anywhere. And we've known that for 35 years selling cars in Cumberland County and South Jersey. We know that we have to do it a little bit better and give you some advantages so that you buy with comfort, quality, and security here at Lilliston Ford. Take a look at the Lilliston Advantage. First of all, you're never going to make a mistake in buying a car here, because if you don't love that car, bring it back and exchange it for something different. We want to make sure that you buy the perfect car for you and your family. You're in and out in 90 minutes. Your time is valuable. We know that. We want to get you into our dealership, find the car that you need for your family, and get you out. And our goal is to do that in 90 minutes. As much technology as our new Fords have, if there's something you don't understand and that technology is not working for you, bring it back anytime, lifetime, and one of our sales consultants will go over that technology with you. Complimentary 2-year free scheduled maintenance on every new vehicle bought here. Loaner cars, not old cars, brand new Ford products for you to use while your vehicle's being serviced at no cost. Roadside assistance. If you break down on the side of the road, Ford will tow you back in. To Lilliston Ford, we'll get your vehicle back on the road as quick as we possibly can. Complimentary lifetime inspection. Alignments. Every time you bring your vehicle into our store, we will check your alignment, check your brakes, check your battery, all at no cost. It's all complimentary here at Lilliston Ford.
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. My special guests are Angelo DeRose, who is the supersonic man at Lilliston and has 35 years experience with Lilliston organization, I guess, right? And
Total,
yeah. And, of course, you know, Ivan Nelson is the general manager. And I think what I've always liked about the two of these guys is they have a great sense of humor. They don't take life too serious. So I got to ask you, we talked about the colors of vehicles and what, white is number one and all that stuff. Is there any car company other than Lilliston and Ford that sells more pickup trucks? People love the Ford pickup trucks, don't they? The 150.
Oh, no, the F-150 has dominated for 45 years as the number one selling truck, and there's a lot of good reasons for it. It is a absolutely superior truck in every way possible. They came out with a new set of EcoBoost engines a few years back, and they still offer the 5.0. The 5.0 is still available on F-150, and there's a lot of those buyers that still love that V8 power. But the EcoBoost give you more horsepower, more torque, more ability to tow, and at a better fuel economy than all the previous engines that used to be manufactured by Ford Motor Company. It has been just a dominant pickup. Even up to the point last year where they announced their all-new electric version, electrified F-150 called the Lightning. Now, the Lightning has been an incredible success story. We are probably delivered 30, 35 at this point of Lightnings. When we have a client and we're taking them for a road test in the car, we have to warn the customer, when you go to pass and you're coming up on another vehicle, your curve of acceleration is far greater in a Lightning than anything you've ever driven before. And I don't even, it's Jim, I'm telling you, it's scary fast.
Jeez.
It is a super quiet. We're getting some of the ranges now for some of the customer. They're exceeding the 300-mile range on the extended battery. So you got a vehicle that's super fast. The acceleration is unbelievable. It has more technology than any F-150 that's ever been built before, and you're getting a 300-mile range on it. That's a great pickup truck.
Wow, and with gasoline, $3.75, that certainly sounds like a good economical deal.
Yes, they have the 50-amp charger. They're charging in 2 or 3 hours now.
Yeah, 3 hours
for a full charge.
For a full charge on those.
Good. And most customers aren't driving 300 miles, 200 miles. They're putting less than 100 miles a day on their daily commute. And when they do want to take a trip, if you're recharging after 50%, you're going to get that back in about 30 minutes.
Okay, gotcha.
And just time to take a break and get something to drink, and your vehicle will be charged up. And there's going to be a national network of
charging stations.
Yeah, all the Ford dealers are going to be part of this this national charging station where you'll look on your phone, you'll know where the next charging station is. You'll go there, it automatically charges to your Ford Pass account, and then you're on your way back on your trip.
That's nice. That is great.
It's where the world's coming. I mean, Ford is definitely the leader in the domestics, and they soon will be the leader in all manufactured electric vehicles.
Wow.
Yeah, it's. I was out in Las Vegas, and we heard Jim Farley kind of outlay Ford's plan. They've invested $50 billion in electric vehicles. So they've hired the world's top engineers to design. They're designing right now the next generation of Ford Motor Company's electrified vehicles. We haven't seen them yet. We have only gotten hints of what the designs. It's going to be a whole new generation of electric vehicles. They're going to be produced in a brand new factory. It's the first new factory from the ground up in, I think, 85 years for Ford Motor Company, and that's I believe that's in Tennessee. They're in the process right now of building a battery plant. That's going to be the largest battery plant in the country, and that's going to be in Kentucky. So they both come online in 2025. So by 2027, Ford Motor Company plans to sell 2 million electrified vehicles per year.
Wow.
To give you an idea now, it's probably in the neighborhood of 40 to 50,000 a year. So you're going to go from 50,000 to 2 million in 3 to 4 years.
Wow.
And the next generation of batteries, they're looking for a less than half-hour charge, and they're looking for a 500-mile range. If you can accomplish those two things in an automobile, you have a winner. Absolutely.
Sure do. Wow.
Winner, chicken
and they're fun to drive.
It's amazing.
You get in a Mach-E and take that car for a ride, it is like driving the ultimate little sports car that doesn't make a single noise.
That must be weird, huh? Just quiet.
It's a fun car to ride.
Wow. Well, I have to tell you, my father had his own trucking company. He had 5 trucks. Every one of those trucks was a Ford truck. His car was a Ford car. And he was a little disappointed, I think, with me when I went and bought a Chevy car. Said, Dad, I like the style. But he had a 59 Ford, which was pretty sharp looking, too.
Wow.
As well.
Nice.
I got the 63 Chevy. Yeah. So now, where did you start out, Ivan, in the automobile business?
I started out washing cars for a small Chrysler dealership in Swedesburg called Kingsway Motor Company.
Okay,
I was 16 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when did you move up to
I got a promotion to, I wouldn't never call myself a technician. I called myself a grease boy, is what we called them back in the day. It was somebody that did the oil changes and tire rotations and things like light repairs. I was 17. I became a parts manager at 18, a service manager before I turned 19. I got into sales briefly by age 20. By age before age 21, I was a business manager. Before 23, I was a general manager.
My God, you're amazing. No
Just
wonder
got lucky to be in the right place at the right time.
Wow. You really, I don't think anybody could match what you did.
So all you got to do is you just have to ask to fill in when somebody either retires or tries to move on to another spot.
Keep saying
I just raise my hand and I'll help out until you find somebody. Just keep doing that and you'll find your way moving to the top.
So okay, how long did you stay there?
I was in Bridgeton for.
No, but I thought this was in.
No, this was that transpired to 3 different stores. Yeah.
Oh, so
I started with the Kingsway Motors, and there was a Pontiac dealer in Vineland at the time, and then over to the Auto Mall in Bridgeton. I was there that was my first general manager's job.
Oh, okay.
I've worked for the Lillison family. Have been just the greatest family to work for the last coming up on 25 years. Wow. as a general manager.
Was that Bertoli Pontiac?
It was Gentili.
Oh, okay.
Ron
That's
Gentili.
Right. I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm older. I go back to
you go back further than that, right? Another generation back.
Pontiac, yeah.
But I went to work in I think 1998 for Brent over at the Country Store. And, in 2008, we merged the 2 stores into the one, and Brent came across, and we were all been working on the Vineland store ever since.
Mm-hmm. And Ivan, you were there.
I was with them at Country.
So the first time you.
Oh well, we met again. Novix was where I started out.
Okay.
All over some shoe polish.
Yeah, over shoe polish.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah. Shoe guy. Jeez.
Well, I thank him for that.
That's right.
Every day.
You'd still be selling shoes.
I'd still be selling ladies' shoes. Yeah. No, but that was a great move for me, and we piggybacked together for the last 35 years. So wherever he went, I packed up, and went with him. So we ended up here. We are with the Littleton.
Is he always this nice?
Always this nice.
Yeah. Honestly, and of course, you're always funny.
Yeah, I know. But listen, I work for other general managers. He's the best.
Yeah.
So I got to tell you that.
I have to tell you, honestly, of all the people that I dealt with as general managers, Ivan was the nicest person to deal with, easygoing, and anything you could help you, he'd help. And you remember those things, you really do.
Sure you do.
And I know that it's a great place to go. Good reputation, and that's something that you can't put a dollar value on. You know what I mean? It's Jim Fry and you guys and caring about your customers.
Right. We've had a really good, loyal staff that has been with the family for a lot of years. Jimmy is certainly one of them. We've got technicians that have been there for that long or longer. We were able to do what we do because we work for a great family, and this family is coming up on. This is their 40th year of being, in Cumberland County, with their 2 stores. Of course, we have the Chrysler.
Yes, Chrysler Dodge.
Ram Jeep store in Millville that's been just as successful over the years. They have a lot of great products. Not quite as good as the Ford products, Jim, but they are. No, honestly, the Jeep products are just as hot as they possibly can be.
Yeah.
The Ram has overtaken General Motors as a number 2 vehicle. So the Littleton family have the number 1 selling truck and the number 2 truck in the world, and then both the Ram and the F-150, and they really dominate South Jersey in truck sales.
Boy, my brother-in-law has a Ram. I'm going, wow, that is sharp. His pickup is just beautiful. We're talking with Ivan Nelson and Angelo DeRose from the great Lilliston Ford organization on North Delsey Drive in Vineland. We'll be back to talk more right after these messages.
Ivan Nelson here at Lilliston Ford. The Lilliston family knows that you can buy a car anywhere. And we've known that for 35 years selling cars in Cumberland County and South Jersey. We know that we have to do it a little bit better and give you some advantages so that you buy with comfort, quality, and security here at Lilliston Ford. Take a look at the Lilliston Advantage. First of all, you're never going to make a mistake in buying a car here, because if you don't love that car, bring it back and exchange it for something different. We want to make sure that you buy the perfect car for you and your family. You're in and out in 90 minutes. Your time is valuable. We know that. We want to get you into our dealership, find the car that you need for your family, and get you out. And our goal is to do that in 90 minutes. As much technology as our new Fords have, if there's something you don't understand and that technology is not working for you, Bring it back anytime, lifetime, and one of our sales consultants will go over that technology with you. Complimentary 2-year free scheduled maintenance on every new vehicle bought here. Loaner cars, not old cars, brand new Ford products for you to use while your vehicle is being serviced at no cost. Roadside assistance. If you break down on the side of the road, Ford will tow you back in to Lewiston Ford. We'll get your vehicle back on the road as quick as we possibly can. Complimentary lifetime inspection, alignments. Every time you bring your vehicle into our store, we will check your alignment, check your brakes, check your battery, all at no cost. It's all complimentary here at Lewiston Ford.
More than a century ago, General Tire was born, right here in America. Since then, we've made a name for ourselves by making tires you can depend on. Tires built to handle any road this country can throw at them, and relied on by every kind of driver. So you know that no matter where life takes you, with General Tire, anywhere is possible.
In South Jersey, we do things our own way. We say things out loud, face things head on, and never back down. And that's how we fight cancer. With the most advanced diagnostics, leading-edge technology, and a team of doctors who know how to treat your cancer. And most importantly, we do it right here at the Frank and Edith Scarpa Cancer Center, Vineland, and the Leading Edge Cancer Center, Mullica Hill.
I'm Brian Lankin, third-generation business owner, Al Shoes. Been at the same location since 1961, our 61st year. We specialize in work boots, work shoes, orthopedic shoes, baby walking shoes, and school shoes. We go up to a men's 17 and a woman's 13. It's $5 off, $25, and $10 off $100 if you mention that you've seen this.
Hi,
Welcome back to Around South Jersey. Jim Quinn along with Ivan Nelson and Angela DeRose from the Lilliston organization. And, you know, we have been talking a lot about the Lilliston Ford. And you did mention, Ivan, that the Lilliston family also has the Chrysler and Jeep. And I find Jeeps to be pretty sharp-looking vehicles. You know, and the Ram is phenomenal looking truck, too.
Yeah, the Grand Cherokee finally came out with a third-row seat, and they came out with a vehicle of the similar class to the Expedition, and that's a new Grand Wagoneer, which is gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous vehicle. Stacy Littleson was driving a Grand Wagoneer today, and you just look at the lines. Somebody knew what they're doing with a pencil when they drew the lines of that vehicle.
That's neat.
Yeah, definitely a world-class SUV.
Speaking of that, I mean, I don't know, Angela, what you drive, but I've been driving an SUV now in fact, even when I was over and buying from Novik, I would get the SUV. What was it? What was that back in the 60s or 80s, rather?
The Blazers?
No, it wasn't the Blazer. It was a GMC, whatever that was, but I had the GMC SUV. And, yeah, I liked that. And, of course, they were good to me as well. And, the product was very good.
You can't forget about our Bronco. We haven't told anybody about the new Bronco. That's phenomenal.
I heard that's really sharp.
Very sharp.
It has been, there's a Bronco family, actually. There is a small four-door Bronco called the Bronco Sport that literally sells as fast as they arrive. Usually we pre-sell them before, but there's some more volume of it. So if somebody wants to get into a Bronco Sport, we actually have 3 or 4 in that are not sold that are due in probably the next week to 10 days. So just give Angelo a call and you can work a nice deal on a new Bronco Sport. Full-size ones where there's a full-size two-door and a full-size four-door, and they were on a reservation basis beginning back in July of 2020. So,
oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're about to catch up with some of those early reservations. We do have, by some luck of fate, a Bronco Raptor that the customer has moved and now is unable to take delivery of. That's due at the end of February. That is probably the hottest vehicle in the entire country right now.
Wow.
We were originally supposed to get one. We were awarded a second one because of the volume that we're now able to do for Ford Motor Company, and the customer can't take delivery. So it's going to be available to some lucky customer in the hopefully in the Vineland area, but it's a Bronco Raptor. So it's the high-performance motor, the Fox suspension, the large tires and wheels, and it's just an absolutely cool vehicle. It's in white, matter of fact, as the mall colors, right?
Don't tell Jim it's white.
Oh my gosh, that's great though. That is fantastic. Do you have any brand new cars on the lot for sale, or all of them pre-ordered?
We always have something in stock. We typically are running about 20 to 25 cars, and they're constantly being rotated. The cars are being sold, new ones are coming in, but it's about 20% of the sales are now coming from stock units,
right,
and 80% are coming from custom orders for customers. And it's really a complete turnaround. It used to be 20% ordered, and 80% of customers took them from stock. So we always have something coming in. There's always something in the pipeline. Yep. And we have the ability to pull off what would be window stickers to go equipment and options that the cars have. You make your reservation on a vehicle that's inbound, and when it comes in, at that point, you make your final decision if this is the car you want to buy. Mm-hmm. After you see it, drive it, and tell me whether you love it or not. If you love it, take it home. If you don't, then there's really no harm. You just reserve the vehicle, you get your small deposit. We usually take an $89 deposit on any custom order or any inbound.
That's all?
That's it.
Jeez, that's reasonable.
That's it.
Wow, I could afford that.
And the only reason we do that is because we have to upload these documents to Ford Motor Company to say, this is a real buyer. They've signed a sales agreement and given us a cash deposit, so please build this car, or please reserve this car for them. So the incentives that are on that car at the time they reserve it or the time they order it carries through, unless the incentives are bigger or better at delivery. At that point, they get the better incentives.
I see. Now, if I were to come in tomorrow and see Angelo and say, I want to order that Bronco that you talked about, how long would it take for that to become a reality? How many months, you think?
The Bronco is one of the vehicles that's probably been pre-sold for at least a year and a half.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So all right, let's make it realistic. I want an F-150 Ford pickup. About how long would that take?
You would probably have it scheduled for production in January and probably have it arrive in late February or early March.
That's not bad.
Awarded the biggest allocation of F-150s that we've seen since pre-COVID, and that goes back to February 2020. We have 42 F-150s to build in January's production for work. That's the most I've seen in many a day.
That's fantastic.
So an F-150 is definitely a bright area for Littleson Ford and Ford Motor Company, that they finally got the production and the components to start building these in quantity again. Most of the models are running 3 months. If it's a very high-end model that requires, in some cases, 1,500 microchips, that's the vehicles that we're seeing taking a little bit longer. Some of them going into 6 or 7 months. But an F-150, that's an average equipped F-150. We're going to see it being built in January and arrive in our dealership early March or late February.
That's fantastic. That's not bad. Like 4 to 6 weeks, then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 8
couple months. Yeah,
eight to 10
months. It's
but that's still, Plus, the good things you point out is you get exactly what you want. You're not paying for interior you don't like or any other extras that you don't necessarily want.
Build it the way you want.
Yeah, which is wonderful to be able to do. The color you want, we know is going to be white, so you just pick that up and go with it. But put that, I bet you never thought in all your years you've been in the automobile business that you'd see the day where you're ordering cars and you have to wait till they're produced.
No, it definitely was the exception. I mean, there were always some customers that, that's the way they've always bought a car. They've always ordered it and waited for it. The bulk of customers came in, looked through our typically 250, 300 vehicle inventory, and found something they like and took it home on the same day. It was a process where they would come in at one point, 2 hours later, they had made the purchase, and they were driving their brand new vehicle home. We always stock, Littleton's always stock between 80 and 110 F-150s, another 30 or 40 Super Duties, and we had them available at literally any time of the year. And now the availability of in-stock units is typically 3 to 4 to 5 F-150s. And they're constantly being rotated in and rotated out. The vehicles come in, get sold, and we have trucks arriving almost daily. It's just not the same volume as it was before.
Now, something we haven't talked about is my buddy Marty Francis and the used car department. Now, obviously, when these new ones are ordered, I suspect you get a lot of good used cars traded on the ones that they're ordering, the people that come in.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a crazy used car market over the last couple of years. In all my career, going back 44 years, I've never seen the used car values rise as quickly and stay there for as long a period of time, so that in some cases, F-150 sales, Super Duty sales, Bronco sales, we are trading these vehicles back in for more than we bought them from Ford Motor Company from a year later.
Wow.
And I've never seen that happen before. The Ford Transit van are at probably 130% of what they were sold for brand new.
Wow.
It's such a, the law of supply and demand. There's the demand for these vans. They're needed for the people to operate their business, and there's a very, very low day supply. So we had a glass company. We do a regional glass business where we have transit vans, and they're converted to have like plate glass carriers. There's glass racks on the side of them.
Yeah.
And we're the supplier, all the way down to Florida.
Jeez.
They buy their glass vans from us. And we can't get them fast enough. So some of these vans that typically are $45,000 van are selling a year or two old for $70,000.
Wow.
It's that kind of differences. Now, not all used cars do that, but I can tell you that at any given point in time, the used car market is higher right now than it's been in any other previous 50-year period. Customers are trading out of their leases, and instead of having an option of either purchasing the vehicle or walking away, they're able to create equity in a lease. So instead of getting nothing for your trade-in on a lease, we are giving customers equity towards their next purchase on their leased vehicle. So the values are high enough so that the guaranteed values are not as high as what the cars are actually worth. And it's a great situation for a lease customer. So if you're leasing a vehicle right now, you don't have to wait till the end of the lease. Come into Lewis & Ford. We'll be able to trade you out early, and you will use that equity towards your next purchase.
Yeah, I had that happen too. That was wonderful. The lease was coming due, and got it purchased out about $15,000 more than what I expected, what the vehicle sold for. And again, I guess, do you have a lot of used cars?
Marty does our used car manager, Marty Francis, has done an unbelievable job keeping used vehicles on our lot for our customers. They are a great alternative to new cars. We probably stock at any given time at least 10 to 15 used F-150s.
Wow. We
have used Explorers, Escapes. We have literally about at any given time, there's about $5 million worth of used cars on our lots available for sale at Lewis & Ford. So
that's great.
We have literally something for every budget, every price range. It's it's definitely the backbone of our dealership during these COVID times. Used cars are great value. A lot of them are certified. A lot of them are 1 or 2 year old cars. And then we go back sometimes. Sometimes we find a really nice car that has 100,000 miles, but it's a very good price range cars for customers, and we keep them. We put them through the Lewis Advantage program so that they're inspected, they're brought up to all their services, so the vehicles are ready to be driven, ready to be owned by a customer right here in Vineland.
That is super. Well, they got everything. You can order your car, you can get a wonderful used car, you can get the Lewiston Advantage, which takes care of everything. You really don't have to worry about once you buy the vehicle. Everything is covered under it, and if you're nice, Angela will tell you a joke, right? So, Angela, did you go to Bridgeton High School? Did you grow up in Bridgeton?
I didn't grow up in Bridgeton. I came from Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
I graduated from Bridgeton High School in '67.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have my cousin Bob film me as a teacher?
I sure did. I didn't know he was your cousin. How about that?
Yeah.
Very small world.
It is, isn't it? one of my favorite restaurants is Bob's Hangout. Is the Town Tavern in Bridgeton.
I love it.
And
Yeah,
I
he's
do too.
there.
Yeah, he's there all the time. I go there occasionally and say hello. We get to see each other.
Now that I know that, I'll say hi to him
yeah,
when I'm in there.
please do. Yeah,
We frequent there a lot. So.
Yeah. In fact, I know he does. And I saw Stevie Bacon. He used to work for you guys, right?
I know Stevie very well.
You were at
He was
before
the
he went to Novick, right?
Yeah, he was after we left there.
That's
but
right.
he is a super nice guy.
Yeah.
He was actually in my office with John Melchior on a fundraiser for the Italian Club in Bridgeton.
I get hit up for that too.
Yeah, they're great guys.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they really are good people. And that's the one thing too. I mean, as we talked about, I really liked Gary, Wendy Fisher a lot. They were really great people to talk with at Novick, and a great personality. And Gary was pretty creative too, had that good sense of humor and things that he's done. But how many years now? 35 you've been at Lewiston?
I'm working on I'm in my 25th year.
25th year.
Yeah.
And how about you, Ed?
I'm 20.
20.
Yeah, it was 7 over at Country and then 14, just at 14
okay.
here.
I got you. That's right.
Yeah, he moved over before me.
So we haven't told, I mean, it's getting towards the end, we haven't told the big story that made Action News with Angelo DeRose at J&C Auto Dealership.
Yeah, J&C Auto Sales.
John and Chicky.
Yeah, John and Chicky.
So tell everybody what happened.
Oh,
this is his famous line. Everybody
Talking
gets
about the horse?
Yeah, the horse, yeah.
Did commercials there, and of course, John came up with this idea that he wanted to have this horse, and I would, no problem, get on the horse, ride around the lot. Well, the lady that had the horse brings this horse in, and she was supposed to bring in a quarter horse. She brought this enormous
I remember
horse,
seeing it.
and I'm saying, I can't get up. I couldn't even get my foot into the stirrup. So, of course, I come on and I got a great idea. I run off, I get a step ladder, and it's the only way I could get up onto the saddle. And a friend of ours you were just talking about before was Kenny Kalansky. He calls me up, he says, "You got to be kidding me." He laughed so hard, he said he couldn't believe it. But this was an enormous horse. But yeah, we did a lot over there, too. Again, commercials brought people in. And we had a ball doing it.
Yeah,
we really did.
Your son and I were talking about he got kidded about it at school and stuff. I saw your dad riding on a horse at J&C Auto. But, there are the things we remember. It's like talking about.
I will tell you that it had personality to it.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
When we did a commercial, it was us, they saw us. And people knew it. They just were attracted to it. And the best one was Ivan came up with an idea: go fly a kite. And of course I had the kite, and I made it so that it wouldn't go in the air, and it kept crashing to the ground. Long story short, we bandaged it all up and stuff, and I stuck it next to my desk. And a couple comes in on a Saturday, and we're swamped from the commercials. Thank God. We were busy. She goes, "There he is. That's the kite guy." So she sat down and she goes, "Sell me a car."
No kidding.
And I said, "Okay, I'll sell you a car. What do you want?" Well, we sold her a car. She said, "Now, can you take that car back?" So I go up to the tower and I said, "This lady's in a car from Vineland. She was driving their car." She turned to her husband. She said, "We didn't go see this guy that flew the kite." She drove from Vineland in their car. I won't mention any names.
Yeah, right.
Drove all the way to Novick. I sold her a car, and we had our lot guy take it back. But again, that's what we got. Wherever we went, people would say, "I know you." I mean, it was that.
Yeah.
"I know you. You're on television. You're with Ivan." "Yeah, I know you." And that's what it was. And now it's not personal. It's they stick a phone in your face,
right?
And they go, "Give me this one here." And I go, "Okay." Yeah. It's not as fun as it was.
No, that's for darn sure.
Yeah, it's an ever changing industry. I mean, what we do and what we did in 2022 is definitely going to be different going into 2023.
Yeah,
we just pulled the trigger to become a certified elite electric vehicle dealer going forward 23 and 24. So
congratulations.
It's a really big deal for the Littleton family, and you know, our expectations is to sell 40 electric vehicles a month by 2025.
That's fantastic.
It's just crazy how the world is changing. And a lot of that's going to be digital. There's going to be customers that make their whole experience through the internet. Their entire purchase from start to finish will be internet. But there's still going to be people that want to deal with somebody like Angelo, somebody like myself. They need and want that personal experience. And that's why we maintain our sales staff and our leadership and our sales managers at the store, because that is not yet to be replaced by the computers. And I think there's several generations out there still that buying cars that want to come in, want to talk to somebody, want to get assistance in finding exactly the right car. And that's how we still do it when customers come into our showroom and they want us to find the right car for them. And we take that very seriously. We want our customers satisfied. We want them to love the car that they bought from Littleton Ford.
Yep. And, you know, we didn't mention your brother David too much, but I know he's part of that great Nelson family. And, you know, I was very impressed with him, too. He's such a nice guy. He really is.
Yeah, David's been the general sales manager for just about as long as I've been there, and he is always trying to find a way to make a deal with one of our customers. He will keep at it until he finds a way to make a car affordable, to find the right car, to make sure the customer gets the right amount for his trade, and he pushes everybody around to make sure he gets his customers what they want. And he pushes me around, and I'm his,
you're his big brother,
older brother, right?
Yeah, come on, man.
He'll find a way to make a deal with you. So you've got a guy on your side when you come to the Littleton Ford. David is a big proponent of finding the right car and making the right deal for the customers, because that's why they keep coming back generation after generation.
And what hours are you guys open now?
The service department opens up around 7:30, and they close at 5, and sales is open until 8. And we're up until 5 o'clock on Saturdays.
Yeah, because weren't you up until 9, most car dealers?
Yeah, that was a classic car dealer.
No. 7's better, but yeah.
No, I know. As a salesperson, I say 7's better too.
Yeah, we found really no difference in sales by getting our employees out of there at 8 o'clock, and they're home and still have something left of the evening.
Yeah,
so
I think Rossi's gone to 8 also. I
yeah, I think both stores.
Yeah, it's just the way the trend is.
Yeah.
And it works out good.
We didn't mention our Honda motorcycle. You know, we still sell a ton of motorcycles in the
that's right.
County.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Michelle and Dave do a great job. They are a full-line Honda with ATVs, the sport bikes, the road bikes, the small off-road bikes, and they're typically in the top 2 or 3 for volume in the entire Philadelphia region.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Right here out of Vineland.
And it's economical having a motorcycle.
It is absolutely economical. You instead of getting a good fuel economy in some of these cars at 25 or 30, you're getting 50, 60 miles per gallon on a motorcycle. Plus, they're fun as heck to ride around.
Yeah, that's true. Just be safe. Be careful.
Be safe. That's right. That's absolutely right.
Well, guys, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming in, Ivan. It's good to see. I'll never not know who you are, because you never change whatsoever, nor does Ivan either. Ivan,
thank you, Jim, very much for being on the show. It's been a great relationship over the last 30-some years.
30 years.
Yeah, going back in the day, Jim has been a driving force between finding customers to find the right cars, and his shows have definitely put the wheels of a lot of drivers together. With us, Angela and I, and of course our great Littleton family, and it's been a good run. We haven't been on the show, and we haven't been together behind a camera in I don't even know how many years. So it's been good.
Been a long time.
Yes, well, it's great to have both of you here today, and continued success with the Littleton organization. And if you're looking for a car, Ford, of course you can go to Littleton Ford, and for the Chrysler products, you can stop over at Littleton Chrysler, Ram, Jeep, and all that kind of stuff. They're on 2nd Street in Millville. And, of course, Littleton Ford is up on North Elsie Drive in Vineland. Great facilities, good people, as you can see, to deal with. They're honorable. They're going to be, and you have a lot of fun. And Angela will have a joke for you, I promise you that. So,
absolutely will, no doubt.
Be sure to stop in. Thank you, George Kachia, for producing the program tonight. Thank you all for watching us here on Channel 22, Facebook Live, and our YouTube channel. For Angelo and Ivan, I'm Jim. Have a nice night. Take care. Bye-bye.
right. See ya. Good night.
This has been a QBC television production in association with our partners and sponsors. QBC broadcasts on Comcast Cable Channel 22 and live streams its programming on Facebook and YouTube. All rights reserved by Quinn Media and QBC, programming that serves the South Jersey market.
What if this happened to you when you're alone? Or what if it happened here? With MedGuard Alert, you're never alone. You can connect with medical professionals anywhere, anytime. And now MedGuard is introducing our exclusive new Care Watch. If you need help quickly, use it from anywhere to contact medical professionals. No cell phone required. The Care Watch is not only a life-saving medical alert device, it's a revolutionary health monitoring system that checks your blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation, and much more. And here's the best part. If you have Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. The Care Watch is only available through MedGuard Alert. Call us right now. We have monitoring programs starting as low as $1 a day. The call is free, activation is free, shipping is free, and no contract is required. Remember, with Medicaid, you may qualify to get your Care Watch for free. Don't wait. Call us to get your Care Watch right now. Operators are standing by.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With private healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. Health insurance has never been so easy and affordable. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-936-0287. That's 800-936-0287.
It's time to pump up the volume and get your story published as an audiobook. Audiobooks give your readers a way to rediscover your book in a new format. Plus, you'll generate new readers and fans who love the storytelling format of an audiobook. Audiobooks are the fastest growing trend in the publishing industry because your readers have an active life. They're multitaskers. They appreciate strong storytelling and they can enjoy your audiobook anywhere. It's time to bolster your book sales with Audiobook Network. With an audiobook, you'll earn more profits, tell your story to a new audience, add excitement to your storytelling, and get discovered easily. Call us today for a free audiobook guide. We produce and narrate your book with voice professional actors and audio engineers. But there's more. We bring your audiobook full circle from script to sales on Amazon, Audible, and Apple iTunes.
Call for your free audiobook guide at 855-654-4561. That's 855-654-4561.
Some men.
the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
Brethren, let us acknowledge our sins, and so prepare ourselves to celebrate the sacred mysteries. I confess to Almighty God, and to you, my brothers and sisters, that I have greatly sinned in my thoughts and in my words, in what I have done and in what I have failed to do, through my fault, through my most grievous fault. Therefore I ask Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, all the angels and saints, and you, my brothers and sisters, to pray for me to the Lord our God. May Almighty God have mercy on us, forgive us our sins, and bring us to everlasting life.
Amen.
Lord, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy.
Christ, have mercy.
Christ, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy.
Lord, have mercy.
Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace to people of good will. We praise you, we bless you, we adore you, we glorify you, we give you thanks for your great glory. Lord God, heavenly King, O God, almighty Father, Lord Jesus Christ, only begotten Son, Lord God, Lamb of God, Son of the Father, you take away the sins of the world, have mercy on us. You take away the sins of the world, receive our prayer. You are seated at the right hand of the Father, have mercy on us. For you alone are the Holy One, you alone are the Lord, you alone are the Most High, Jesus Christ, with the Holy Spirit, in the glory of God the Father. Amen.
Let us pray. Almighty, ever-living God, who govern all things both in heaven and on earth, mercifully hear the pleading of your people and bestow your peace on our times. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever.
Amen.
A reading from the book of the prophet Isaiah. The Lord said to me, "You are my servant, Israel, through whom I show my glory." Now the Lord has spoken, who will form me as his servant from the womb, that Jacob may be brought back to him, and Israel gathered to him. And I am made glorious in the sight of the Lord, and my God is now my strength. Is it too little, the Lord says, for you to be my servant, to raise up the tribes of Jacob and restore the survivors of Israel? I will make you a light to the nations, that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth. The word of the Lord.
Thanks
be to God.
I come to do your sacrifice or offering you wished not, but ears open to obedience you gave me. Holocausts or sin offerings you sought not. Then said I, behold, I come. Here am I, Lord, I come to do your will. In the written scroll, it is prescribed for me to do your will, oh my God, is my delight, and your law is within my heart. Here am I, Lord, I come to do your will. I announced your justice in the vast assembly. I did not restrain my lips, as you, O Lord, know. Here am I, Lord, I come to do your will.
A reading from the beginning of the first letter of St. Paul to the Corinthians. Paul, called to be an apostle of Christ Jesus by the will of God, and Sosthenes, our brother, to the church of God that is in Corinth, to you who have been sanctified in Christ Jesus, called to be holy, with all those everywhere who call upon the name of our Lord, Jesus Christ, their Lord and ours. Grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. The word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. The Word of God became flesh and dwelt among us. To those who accepted him, he gave power to become the children of God. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
A reading from the Holy Gospel according to John.
Glory.
John the Baptist saw Jesus coming towards him and said, "Behold, the Lamb of God, who takes away the sin of the world. He is the one of whom I said, a man is coming after me whose ranks ahead of me, because he existed before me. I did not know him, but the reason why I came baptizing with water was that he might be known to Israel." John testified further, saying, "I saw the Spirit come down like a dove from heaven and remain upon him. I did not know him, but the one who sent me to baptize with water told me, on whomever you see the Spirit come down and remain, he is the one who will baptize with the Holy Spirit. Now I have seen and testify that he is the Son of God. The Gospel of the Lord.
Praise to you, Lord Jesus Christ.
Today is the second Sunday in Ordinary Time. Ordinary Time is the period of the church year that stands outside of the all-important Advent, Christmas, and Lent, Easter seasons. However, to call this time ordinary is not to say that it is unimportant. The word ordinary shares a root with the Latin term ordinalis, meaning numbered. Thus, the weeks that are not Christmas or Easter related are the others, numbered 1 through 34. Today is the second Sunday in Ordinary Time. I have always felt calling any Mass ordinary was a misnomer. It shouldn't be ordinary. I personally feel that every Mass has the potential to be extraordinary. Something extraordinary occurs when we touch God in his real presence, when we receive the Holy Consecrated Communion into our bodies. This ability to accept the touch of God is spiritual. And I feel blessed to give communion to this parish where so much respect is given to this sacrament. I pray that it will never become ordinary in my heart. Something extraordinary can also happen at Mass when we have the potential and use the opportunity to find a deeper, heartfelt understanding of Holy Scripture. We read and discuss Holy Scripture at every Mass. I may have heard this week's Scripture reading many times in my lifetime, but this time, and each time, is a new experience offering new opportunities for a deeper understanding of its holy meaning, which I'll never get to. The Gospel from John today tells us about John the Baptist. Was there ever a more extraordinary man? The answer is no, because Jesus himself said in Matthew 11:11, "Amen, I say to you, among those born of women, there has been none greater than John the Baptist." Even before they were born, John the Baptist connected with Jesus when he jumped in Elizabeth's womb when Mary, pregnant with Jesus, came to visit Elizabeth. And when Jesus was born, there had not been a living Old Testament prophet for 400 years. The last prophet living before Jesus was Malachi. Now, John the Baptist would change that by becoming the next and last of the Old Testament prophets. He came into the world with a very extraordinary mission. He was born to reveal Jesus' true nature and to bear witness that Jesus was the Son of God and the promised Savior of the world. I have never been as grateful as I am today to understand what John the Baptist was telling us when he said, "Behold, the Lamb of God, who takes away the sin of the world." John calls Jesus the Lamb of God and thus signifies Jesus' mission as the one who redeems us from our sins. As in the blood of the Passover lamb delivered the Israelites in Egypt from slavery and sin, the Lord Jesus freely offered up his life for us on the cross as the atoning sacrifice for our sin. And the blood which he poured out for us on the cross cleanses us, heals us, and frees us from our slavery to sin. Sin offers the wages of sin is death. And sin leads to the destruction of both body and soul in hell. So how blessed are we to have John the Baptist announce that the Savior is alive and has come. John the Baptist testified that he saw the Spirit come down like a dove from heaven and remain upon Jesus, and that Jesus is the one who will baptize with the Holy Spirit. John proclaims, "Now I have seen and testify that he is the Son of God." In our second reading today from the first letter of St. Paul to the Corinthians, Paul greets members of the church he founded in Corinth and reminds them that they who have been sanctified in Christ Jesus are called to be holy. This connects beautifully. What an extraordinary statement. Each of us, like the Christians in Corinth, just like John the Baptist the prophet and St. Paul the apostle, are called to be the holy person we are supposed to be. We have a personal calling which God designated specifically for us to make the world we touch a better place. The message is so beautifully sung in our responsorial psalm from Psalm 40 today. It tells us this important scriptural instruction. Here am I, Lord. I come to do your will. And another chapter in that psalm says, in the written scroll, it is prescribed for me to do your will. O God, it is my delight. Your law is in my heart. But what that tells me very clearly, we each know that God's law is in our heart, and we know right from wrong. We each know how we are to act, and we actually each know who we're called to be, who we're supposed to be, and how we're supposed to be. So following this calling will make us into the extraordinary persons God planned for each of us from the beginning of time. So my prayer today, Lord Jesus Christ, fill us with the power of your Holy Spirit. Let us grow in the knowledge of your great love and truth. Let your Spirit be a flame in our hearts. Open us to know clearly who you have called us to be. We pray to love you more fervently and strive to do your will in all things. Amen.
Forgive me for disturbing you after that excellent sermon, but we have some business we have to do to figure out when we're going to have that second Mass on Sunday. And so remember that as it's because of the bishop's decree, people are saying, well, why, Father, can't we just leave well enough alone? Because I've been ordered by the bishop, and we're all under obedience to the bishop, that we can only have 2 Masses on Sunday. So after looking at the surveys and talking to the parish council and consulting with others, we're going to keep the 8 a.m. where it is, as it was even said at the parish council by someone who doesn't go to that Mass. Father, isn't 8 a.m. sort of an institution in the Catholic Church? And I think that's an important principle to keep. So I put it down to 3 times. The number 1 time that most people at the 10 and the 12:15 had put was 10:30. So we started there, because then I realized, well, you're really the 9:30, right, from before COVID. We already moved your time. So halfway between 9:30 and 12:15 is 10:45, and then we just threw in 11 o'clock because that was another large vote getter. You can only pick one, okay? So I'm asking you now to just pick one. Just put an X next to the Mass that you want to be the final Mass for our schedule. So it'll be 8 and whatever Mass you pick here. And then I have questions for you. What would you do if the new Holy Mass time were 10:30? Would you adjust your schedule and come? Would you go to another Catholic church with more convenient Mass times, or stop going to Catholic Holy Mass? And that will be for each of those 3 time slots, because there will be possibly a point where you would say, well, I'll look somewhere else. But you need to know that every parish in the diocese has to go down to 2 Sunday Masses. So They can only have a third if they have a parochial vicar and they reach 60% capacity at their first 2 masses. So there's not going to be a lot of options, and it looks like in our county, right, you have Holy Cross, you have Divine Mercy, you have Christ the Good Shepherd, and you have Padre Pio. There's not going to be a lot of late masses that are in English in particular, I think, the way it's going to shake up. So I hope we're all in this together, and so I just ask if the ambassadors would be kind enough to just collect these now. That would be very kind, because then we could hopefully get that information to you by next week once we look at everything that you give us. So I appreciate your participation in this process. I really want everyone to be behind whatever we choose. That's my prayer. And please pray for me as I make these tough decisions, because I don't want to alienate anyone from our community that comes, right? We want everybody to stay with us in worshiping God. And you got him, right?
I believe in one God, the
In confidence, let us turn to God, our loving Father.
That the church overcome division and remain always united in spirit and purpose. Let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
That political leaders and rulers find inspiration in gospel values and govern with honesty, justice, and a spirit of service. Let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
For all who serve our country to be safe, especially our domestic first responders and those in the armed forces, let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
And for all those who are homebound and our whole streaming audience, that they may experience the power of Christ in their lives. We're all in need, especially those named in our parish prayer lists. Let us also remember those who have no one to pray for them, that they may all experience the healing power of Christ in mind, body, and spirit. And for the prayers that we hold in the silence of our own hearts, let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
And for the special intentions of Elja Chapin, Laura Chapin, and the Daughters of Mercy, for whom this Holy Mass is offered, let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
And for all those who have died, especially Lee Fisher, Sandra Streeper, Jerome Okanowski, Gertrude Alcorn, Agnes Strabowski, Carol Bennett, and Carol Luciano, for whom this holy Mass is offered, that they may enter into God's eternal presence in heaven. Let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer. Loving Father, hear the prayers of the family gathered before you, for we ask these things through Christ our Lord. Amen. Pray, brethren, that my sacrifice and yours may be acceptable to God, the Almighty Father.
May the Lord accept sacrifice of yours, and praise your glorious name, for our good and the good of all his holy church.
Grant us, O Lord, we pray, that we may participate worthily in these mysteries. For whenever the memorial of this sacrifice is celebrated, the work of our redemption is accomplished. Through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
The Lord be with you.
And with your spirit.
Lift up your hearts.
We lift them up to the Lord.
Let us give thanks to the Lord our God.
It is right and just.
It is truly right and just, our duty and our salvation, always and everywhere to give you thanks. Lord, Holy Father, Almighty and eternal God, through Christ our Lord. For through his paschal mystery he accomplished the marvelous deed, by which he has freed us from the yoke of sin and death, summoning us to the glory of being now called a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for your own possession, to proclaim everywhere your mighty works. For you have called us out of darkness into your own wonderful light. And so with angels and archangels, with thrones and dominions, and with all the hosts and powers of heaven, we sing the hymn of your glory, as without end we acclaim. Holy, holy, holy Lord God of hosts, heaven and earth are full of your glory. Hosanna in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. To you, therefore, most merciful Father, we make humble prayer and petition through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, that you accept and bless these gifts, these offerings, these holy and unblemished sacrifices, which we offer you firstly for your holy Catholic Church. Be pleased to grant her peace, to guard, unite, and govern her throughout the whole world, together with your servant Francis, our Pope, and Dennis, our Bishop, and all those who, holding to the truth, hand on the Catholic and Apostolic faith. Remember, Lord, your servants, and all gathered here, whose faith and devotion are known to you. For them we offer you this sacrifice of praise, or they offer it for themselves and all who are dear to them, for the redemption of their souls and hope of health and well-being, and paying their homage to you, the eternal God, living and true. In communion with those whose memory we venerate, especially the glorious ever Virgin Mary, Mother of our God and Lord Jesus Christ, and blessed Joseph, her spouse, your blessed apostles and martyrs, Peter and Paul, Andrew, James, John, Thomas, James, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Simon, and Jude, Linus, Cletus, Clement, Sixtus, Cornelius, Cyprian, Lawrence, Chrysogonus, John and Paul, Cosmas and Damian, and all your saints. We ask that through their merits and prayers, in all things we may be defended by your protecting help. Therefore, Lord, we pray, graciously accept this oblation of our service, that of your whole family. Order our days in your peace, and command that we be delivered from eternal damnation and counted among the flock of those you have chosen. Be pleased, O God, we pray, to bless, acknowledge, and approve this offering in every respect. Make it spiritual and acceptable, so that it may become for us the body and blood of your most beloved Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. On the day before he was to suffer, he took bread in his holy and venerable hands, and with eyes raised to heaven, to you, O God, his almighty Father, giving you thanks, he said the blessing, broke the bread, and gave it to his disciples, saying, "Take this, all of you, and eat of it, for this is my body, which will be given up for you." In a similar way, when supper was ended, he took this precious chalice in his holy and venerable hands, and once more giving you thanks, he said the blessing, and gave the chalice to his disciples, saying, "Take this, all of you, and drink from it. For this is the chalice of my blood, the blood of the new and eternal covenant, which will be poured out for you and for many for the forgiveness of sins. Do this in memory of me." The mystery of faith.
We proclaim your death, O Lord, and profess your resurrection until you come again.
Therefore, O Lord, as we celebrate the memorial of the Blessed Passion, the resurrection from the dead, and the glorious ascension into heaven of Christ your Son, our Lord, we, your servants and your holy people, offer to your glorious majesty, from the gifts that you have given us, this pure victim, this holy victim, this spotless victim, the holy bread of eternal life and the chalice of everlasting salvation. Be pleased to look upon these offerings with a serene and kindly countenance, and to accept them as once you were pleased to accept the gifts of your servant Abel the just, the sacrifice of Abraham our father in faith, and the offering of your high priest Melchizedek, a holy sacrifice, a spotless victim. In humble prayer, we ask you, Almighty God, command that these gifts be borne by the hands of your holy angel to your altar on high, in the sight of your divine majesty, so that all of us who through this participation at the altar receive the most holy body and blood of your Son may be filled with every grace and heavenly blessing. Remember also, Lord, your servants who have gone before us with the sign of faith and rest in the sleep of peace. Grant them, O Lord, we pray, and all who sleep in Christ, a place of refreshment, light, and peace. To us also, your servants, who, though sinners, hope in your abundant mercies, graciously grant some share and fellowship with your holy apostles and martyrs, with John the Baptist, Stephen, Matthias, Barnabas, Ignatius, Alexander, Marcellinus, Peter, Felicity, Perpetua, Agatha, Lucy, Agnes, Cecilia, Anastasia, and all your saints. Admit us, we beseech you, into their company, not weighing our merits, but granting us your pardon through Christ our Lord, through whom you continue to make all these good things, O Lord. You sanctify them, fill them with life, bless them, and bestow them upon us. Through him and with him and in him, O God, Almighty Father, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, all glory and honor is yours forever and ever.
Amen.
At the Savior's command, and formed by divine teaching, we dare to say,
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Deliver us, Lord, we pray, from every evil. Graciously grant peace in our days, that by the help of your mercy we may be always free from sin and safe from all distress, as we await the blessed hope and the coming of our Savior, Jesus Christ.
For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever.
Lord Jesus Christ, who said to your apostles, "Peace I leave you, my peace I give you," look not on our sins, but on the faith of your church, and graciously grant her peace and unity in accordance with your will, who live and reign forever and ever.
Amen.
The peace of the Lord be with you always.
And with your spirit. And let us offer each other the sign of peace. Peace be with you. Behold the Lamb of God, behold him who takes away the sins of the world. Blessed are those called to the supper of the Lamb. Lord, I am not worthy that you should enter under my roof, but only say the word and my soul shall be healed.
Let us pray. Pour on us, O Lord, the spirit of your love, and in your kindness make those you have nourished by this one heavenly bread, one in mind and heart, through Christ our Lord. Amen. Please be seated for a moment. So on the way out, if you haven't blessed your home yet, there's still chalk available at the two exits. And the tradition is until February 2nd for that. The Knights of Columbus have changed their crab cake sale format, and now you can have crab cakes, crab ball critter appetizers, or 1 quart of Maryland vegetable crab soup. So you'll get those. There's sheets on as you leave. The parish offices will be closed on Monday the 16th in observance of Martin Luther King's birthday. We will have a liturgy committee meeting tomorrow night, though. March for Life is on January 20th. There will be 1 bus leaving to Washington, D.C. from this area. There's information sheet at the exits. If you're interested, please contact Rob Feeney. We're going to have our first ever sports trivia night on Friday night, January 20th at 6:30 p.m. in the Parish Hall. Entrance fee is $15, which includes a slice of pizza and a soda. First prize is an Eagles memorabilia basket valued at it's $280 is what they had told us. Brush up on your trivia, sign up, and tickets are available in the main vestibule and in the parish office. Next Sunday is the 22nd, which is the Word of God Sunday. So bring your Bibles to be blessed. If you say, Father, I don't have any more Bibles after the last 2 years, if you have a Bible study book, I just purchased a book on maps of the Holy Land to help me in my biblical studies. So any of those biblical study aids that you can have blessed as well. Our Super Bowl bake sale will be held after all masses on February 11th and 12th. Look for the insert in today's bulletin. We will be holding a treasure chest flea market March 9th to the 12th. If you would like to donate items, please see the bulletin for dates and times to donate and the items that will be accepted. The Knights of Columbus will be resuming their crab cake sale, as I mentioned, and contribution statements for 2022 will be available beginning January 30th. Please call the parish office to have your name put on the list. If you would like a copy for tax purposes, please call at least a week before you need the statement, and please wait until you get a call to let you know it's ready. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. And we put a speaker up in the choir loft. You guys can hear me better now these days? Great, excellent. We can hear you, it sounds great. So, the Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Go in peace, glorifying the Lord with your life.
Thanks be to God.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Millville Assembly. We are so glad that you're here. If you're joining us from home, welcome as well. Thanks for letting us into your house. Let's stand together. We're going to praise the Lord. We're going to give him our hearts, our soul. We're going to give him everything that we are today because he's worthy. Let's meet with him in a very special way. Come on. on, put your hands
In
together.
every season, your grace has been enough. And I'm believing that the best is yet to come. The cross before me, my hope on things above. And